Especially those families that were subordinate to the three Holy Lands. They were even thinking in their hearts how they should work with the three Holy Lands to thoroughly destroy the evil monarch Manor after the war for seizing the heavens and plunder their wealth. This amount of wealth was truly too tempting. As for those whatever laws of the evil monarch Manor, who would place them in their hearts? Unfortunately, none of them would have dreamt that this thing that they considered as inconsequential would result in extremely serious consequences. Everyone, please enjoy yourselves. Jun Moxie said in a graceful manner. This seat will not be accompanying everyone. Wait a moment, Manor Lord Jun. We truly have some matters to discuss with you this time. Shi Ruochen said. After today, everyone can stay for a few more days. If there isn't anything important, we can discuss after that. Today is a happy occasion for my evil monarch Manor, and we will not be discussing business. Jun Moxie looked meaningfully at the people from the three Holy Lands and the misty illusory Manor with a faint smile. This seat won't let everyone return empty-handed. This was a hint. But it was enough to let these large figures feel more at ease. Jun Moxie clasped his hands behind his back and left. In the blink of an eye, he was gone. Countless servants surged over from all directions, and magnificent food and wine was served like a never-ending tide. Solitary Eagle, Jun Wu-yi, and the others went from table to interact with the guests, and the atmosphere was exceedingly boisterous. It was impossible even if one didn't wish for the event to be lively. Not to mention those people who were originally already closer to the evil monarch Manor, everyone had reaped a huge profit this time. Not only had they made some connections with the evil monarch Manor, they had even received several expensive gifts. Not mentioning the other stuff, just the wine they were served here was something that could not be found in the market. It was an exceedingly rare treasure, and them being able to drink this wine to their heart's content this time was already considered more than enough to make their trip worthwhile. Those who chose to maintain their neutrality or were slightly disdainful of Jun Moxie's overbearing methods or were even more inclined towards the three Holy Land sides, also did not display any signs of dissatisfaction. It wasn't that they didn't want to, they simply didn't dare. Not mentioning the evil monarch who would kill whenever he heard any dissenting opinion, just the few people serving them wine were all either Saint Emperors or Saint Venerables. What kind of existences were those? With just a snap of the finger, they could easily take away their puny lives. How much face were they giving them to serve them wine? If they didn't quickly accept the gesture, wouldn't they be seeking their own deaths? While the heroes of the pugilistic world were laughing and downing cups of wine below, the girls were also talking animatedly upstairs. After a moment of interaction, they had turned from unfamiliar to being comfortable with each other. And now, they were directly talking like sisters. Elder Sister Mei, Elder Sister Guan, Little Sister Xiao Yi, why are your expressions so strange? What's wrong with you all? Miao Xiao Miao looked at the few sisters whom she had just made and asked in a confused manner. These sisters were not only exceptionally beautiful, their temperaments were good as well. It was as if they had known each other for a long time, and they were able to talk comfortably with each other right from the start. She could somehow feel that these sisters were treating her with utter sincerity. This was something that shouldn't make any sense. She was someone from the misty illusory Manor, and at least in name, they were closer to the three Holy Lands. Yet, they had been so warm and open with her when they had just met. This was really too strange. Dugu Xiao Yi was young and straightforward, so it was fine. But Mei Shuiyan was the queen of Tianfa. What kind of character was that? Apart from that, there was also Qiao Ying, a person who belonged to the Holy Lands, right here as well. Yet, they had still been able to speak and act so closely to them. But at this moment, when they heard the evil monarch speaking below, all of them had weird expressions on their faces. Just what was going on? Although those words that the evil monarch said did not sound very nice and were even exceedingly overbearing, but it was only to be expected that they needed to display a strong stance for the opening of the manor. Although those words were a little too domineering, but since he had the strength to back his words up, there was nothing to grumble about. In this world where the stronger fist had more reason, it was not really wrong for him to behave like that. After all, if the evil monarch had not suppressed the dissenting voice at the first moment, the situation would have definitely devolved into a tragic end. This was the so-called killing a chicken to scare the monkeys tactic. Although this move by the evil monarch seemed cruel and was even quite insane, but it was actually the best solution in that moment. Miao Xiao Miao in fact believed that if no one stood out just now, the evil monarch would have still found a way to make someone stand up and allow him to establish his might. This was something that he absolutely had to do. But why were Elder Sister Mei and the others' expressions like that? Even if the others were soft-hearted because they were girls and disliked the killing and fighting, but Mei Shuiyan was a queen of Tianfa. She shouldn't have such a reaction, right? Little sister has misunderstood. We're not like this because he killed someone to establish his might. Mei Shuiyan smiled somewhat helplessly as she thought to herself. Would you know how Mo Xie is normally? And, although you may know one side of him, but you don't know that this fellow is exactly your Mo Jun Yao. This fellow can impersonate even a dragon or a tiger, and there's no way of telling for sure. I didn't expect that big brother Mo Xie could actually speak in such an intimidating manner. How surprising, ah. Dugu Xiao Yi exclaimed with a strange expression on her face. He's really good at playing hooligan. If I knew there were such a fun thing, I would have gone to join in the fun. Miao Xiao Miao pursed her lips speechlessly. As expected, people of the same family were really similar. Just at this time, Xiao Ying, who had been sitting at the door, suddenly sat up straight and her eyes turned sharp. Her originally calm and graceful face also changed in an instant. Miao Xiao Miao also felt something and raised her head. A person had suddenly appeared in front of the empty doorway. The moment this person appeared, even a girl like Miao Xiao Miao could not help but to widen her eyes. This person had flowing black hair like a cloud, and a simple golden hair crown on his head to pin down his hair. His brows were as sharp as swords, and his eyes were like a pair of stars. His sharp nose and slightly thin lips betokens a boldness of character, giving others a sense of decisiveness. His facial shape was perfect in symmetry. He was tall with well-toned muscles. And just like that, he walked in slowly. Every step he took carried a natural and light feeling, and just looking at him, one would feel an exceedingly fresh feeling, as if they were looking at a clear brook and a refreshing gust of wind. But from his gaze, one could detect a kind of callousness and pride that came from his very soul. That gleam in his eyes even carried a kind of evil that looked disdainfully upon the entire world. This was a kind of evilness that would pull out a sword at the slightest offense, pointing it even towards the heavens. In practically the instant that she laid eyes on him, Miao Xiao Miao was able to determine who this person was. The evil monarch. Jun Moxie. In the entire world, no one else apart from this young man would be worth the title, evil monarch. The moment she saw him, those two words that could shock the entire heavens instantly rose in her heart. The title, evil monarch, was perfectly suited to this person. Although she hadn't seen him speak, or seen him in action, that extraordinary bearings around him already perfectly accentuated those two words. All evils of this world, hail me as king. Well-deserved reputation as expected. And in the instant that she saw him, a rage began to rise in Miao Xiao Miao's heart. A rage towards the three holy lands. This person before her was clearly as pure in character as a flower, as proud and aloof like a cloud, and as free and unconstrained as the autumn wind that blows through the woods. When this person acted, he would certainly strike with the force of lightning as well. How could such an outstanding person possibly be the lustful and perverted, despicable, shameless tyrant and scum of the earth that Mo Wu Dao talked about? Miao Xiao Miao firmly believed that the matters which Mo Wu Dao had mentioned had nothing to do with this person in front of her at all. With this person's bearings, it was simply impossible for this person to do such despicable things. Then, the only explanation was that all of that had been an evil scheme by the three holy lands. The mighty three holy lands actually stooped so low to besmear a person's name. They were truly disgracing their status as a peak power of Xian continent and the honor of the three holy lands. Not mentioning the other stuff, but just looking at this roomful of absolute beauties, was there a reason for him to harass common girls in a shameless way? Based on what her mother had told her about the differences between women, she could tell that apart from Guan Qing Han, the others were surprisingly still pure. What kind of a pure and steadfast heart must one have to so many beauties around him and still retain his self-control? That Mo Wu Dao is truly too horrible. There was another thing, when Miao Xiao Miao Fist saw Jun Moxie, she didn't know why, but she suddenly felt a sense of intimacy with him, as if she knew him very well. This kind of feeling was extremely strong, to the point where even Miao Xiao Miao herself felt bewildered, and anxious. Why? Why do I feel so close to him? Why did something so impossible happen? The one I like, is Jun Yi. And only Jun Yi. How could I feel this way? No, what am I even thinking? I'm not supposed to have these thoughts. The moment this thought appeared, the image of Mo Jun Yi appeared in her mind again. However, that image was directly crushed by her impression of young Master Jun. The two ladies are indeed exquisite beauties of a generation. I was almost stunned after seeing this sight. Jun Moxie smiled lightly and praised as he looked at Xiaoying and Miao Xiaomiao. When he saw the look in Miao Xiaomiao's eyes, there seemed to be a hint of affection in her eyes. Nice to meet you, Manor Lord Jun. Miao Xiaomiao hurriedly stood up and greeted. Although this person before her was young to an unbelievable point, his status was enough to be on the same standing as her grandfather Miao Jingyun. How could Miao Xiaomiao dare to be tardy in her greeting? But at the same time, she felt a little confused in her heart. Why does this person have a strange look in his eyes when he talked to me? Jun Moxie, how is my exquisite lotus now? Xiaoying looked at him and asked without any politeness. Exquisite lotus? Jun Moxie raised his brows and smiled. I'm ashamed. What happened? Xiaoying widened her eyes and stood up quickly as concern filled her eyes. Could it be, he'd already caused the exquisite lotus to die? Miss Xiao has misunderstood. There's no need to worry, the exquisite lotus is fine, it just missed you. Jun Moxie's words caused Xiaoying to suddenly blush, and she stared at him. What kind of nonsense are you spouting? This fellow, saying he missed me as soon as he saw me. Miss Xiao seemed to have misunderstood again. What I meant was, the exquisite lotus has missed you. After all, you've raised it for such a long time, Jun Moxie said in an innocent manner. You. Xiao Ying's face instantly turned somewhat white with anger. Dugu Xiao Yi instantly burst out in laughter. Big brother Moxie, you're acting like a hoodlum again. Jun Moxie's mouth twitched and he glared at her fiercely. How am I playing punk? Lass, don't speak nonsense and confuse others. Otherwise, I won't go lightly on your but later. I was saying that the exquisite lotus had been apart from Miss Xiao for a long time, and naturally missed her. The exquisite lotus doesn't know how to talk, so I was just speaking on its behalf. How was that acting like a hoodlum? Speaking on a plant's behalf. To think that he actually managed to let those words out of his mouth. Xiao Ying's face turned red again, and she snorted hatefully. Does the exquisite lotus miss me? You seem to understand the exquisite lotus very much, ah. Isn't that so? Jun Moxie sighed, emotionally. That exquisite lotus of yours is so intelligent. Ever since it came into my possession, it had been telling all the other plants about how good you are. Now, a lot of my spirit herbs have been touched by its words and are looking forward to meeting you, hoping that you could be by their side forever. How nice would that be? Xiaoying didn't know if she should be angry or if she should laugh. This fellow was truly good with his tongue. To think that he could even say such things, was he coaxing a 3-year-old child? You said that you had many more spirit herbs. Where are they? From the time she saw that spirit ginseng, Xiaoying had already felt very impatient in her heart. Now, hearing Jun Moxie speaking like that, although she didn't quite believe his boasting, she could not help but to feel curious. For such precious treasures, they are naturally kept in the safest and the best place to take care of them. They're all in my bedroom, when are you going to see them? Young Master Jun asked in a somewhat shy manner. You despicable hoodlum. Xiaoying felt her breath choking in her chest. If his spirit herbs were kept in his bedroom, then by those words he said earlier, a lot of my spirit herbs are looking forward to meeting you, hoping that you could be by their side forever. Wouldn't that mean that she needed to be in his bedroom forever, just like the spirit herbs? This pervert. Her, 2 beautiful ladies came here to celebrate for me today, how can this Jun let you leave empty-handed? It's just that the scale of this Jun's faction is not comparable to the size of the misty illusory manor or the Holy Lands, and our foundations are not as deep as well, so there's truly nothing good enough to take out. I can only treat each of you to a piece of lotus root each. May the 2 misses forgive me. Jun Moxie said with a slight smile. A piece of lotus root each? Did you think that your lotus roots are immortal pills? We came all this way just to eat your lotus root. The 2 ladies felt quite unhappy in their hearts. This fellow actually had the face to act poor in front of us. Everyone in the reception hall below was holding on to a stalk of austere heart orchid and a snow silkworm handkerchief. Even the misty illusory manor and the Holy Lands might not even be able to take these 2 things out. There were also the night illumination pearls, fragrant tea herb, spirit ginseng, which of those were not rare treasures that could not be found in the world? With your wealth, you can still say that you are poor. Why don't you go and die instead? Xiaoying and Miao Xiaomiao had already eaten the exquisite lotus root before, so they naturally knew that that thing was at most only the size of a peanut. Naturally, they could not be cut into pieces. So they thought that Jun Moxie was definitely going to take out an ordinary lotus root for them. Do we care about your dumb lotus root? Could your lotus root be better than the exquisite lotus root? Seeing the two girls remaining silent and were even staring at him angrily, Jun Moxie laughed and waved his hands, causing a large lotus root to appear in his palm. The lotus root was as thick as a fist and over a chi long. In terms of size, there were truly nothing spectacular about this lotus root. It was possibly even slightly smaller than a normal lotus root. The only thing was that this lotus root was pure jade white in color and translucent like a crystal, to the point where one could see through it to the other side. Also, the moment this crystalline lotus root appeared, the entire room was instantly filled with an indescribable refreshing fragrance. The smell of the ancient tea fragrance herb had lingered in this room for a long time, not dissipating. But as soon as the lotus root appeared, the smell instantly disappeared into the background, only leaving behind this refreshing scent. This intoxicating fragrance that was difficult to describe with words gave everyone an invigorating feeling when they smelt it. It was as if their souls had been cleansed. Xiao Ying's beautiful eyes suddenly widened to the limit, and her little mouth dropped to the ground. It was as if she had just seen an extremely unbelievable thing. Miao Xiaomiao was also stunned momentarily. However, she was still somewhat uncertain in her heart. It couldn't be right. How did it grow so big? But Xiaoying had already screamed with shock. Exquisite lotus root? It's really the exquisite lotus root? Jun Moxie looked at her and nodded with a calm smile. It's really the exquisite lotus root? But how is that possible? After receiving the confirmation, Xiaoying's body swayed slightly, as if she was on the verge of fainting. Using all her strength, she barely managed to control herself. However, she could not stop herself from rushing forward like a bolt of arrow. Let me see. How could this be? How could it be so big? Miao Xiaomiao was also stunned. This is an exquisite lotus root. This is too unbelievable, wasn't it? How could it be so big? Taking the huge lotus root from young Master Jun's hands, an agitated look filled Xiao Ying's face. This was undoubtedly the lotus root formed by the exquisite lotus. To actually reach such a size. After turning it around and examining carefully like a treasure, Xiao Ying's jade-white face turned redder, and her breathing became more disorderly. To actually grow it so successfully, how did you do it? Xiaoying hugged the lotus root tightly in her arms and asked in an expectant voice. Faced with that question, Jun Moxie only smiled lightly and did not reply. Seeing that, Xiaoying instantly realized her mistake. How the other party had done it was his business. Why should he tell her? Especially with the current relationship between the evil monarch manor and the three holy lands, how could he tell her such important information? Thinking here, she smiled bitterly and shook her head. Forgive me. Although she did not stop asking further, her tone still contained an obvious hint of reluctance. Truthfully, there's nothing difficult about telling you. I happen to possess a piece of heaven-earth spirit vein by chance. Jun Moxie said with a warm smile. Using the heaven-earth spirit vein, I carved out a little pool into it, and using the heaven-earth spiritual chi from it to nurture the exquisite lotus, I managed to grow this exquisite lotus root. That's all there was to it. Xiaoying instantly understood. Using a heaven-earth spirit vein to nurture the exquisite lotus would naturally be much more effective than growing it in a natural way. In fact, that was most likely the only way for such a large exquisite lotus root to be born. At the same time, Xiaoying also felt an unknown joy in her heart. There was actually no need for him to disclose this kind of secret information, but he still disclosed it to me. A person who is an outsider. That he possesses the heaven-earth spirit vein of legends. If this matter is known, even the people from the Heaven Saint Palace would be envious. If the news is leaked out, it would most likely result in huge amounts of trouble for them, and they might even turn into the common target of the entire pugilistic world. However, Jun Moxie had actually still told her this huge secret. Simply because, she had asked. This was a huge amount of trust in her. Seeing Jun Moxie's warm gaze, Xiao Ying's heart skipped a beat. Inexplicably, she felt a sense of happiness. That was a happiness that came from deep in her heart. Don't worry, I will keep this secret forever in my heart, never letting it be leaked. Xiaoying promised solemnly. Although her voice was low, it was filled with determination, as if she were swearing an oath. Even she did not realize the degree of sincerity she had said those words in. Jun Moxie chuckled and smiled lightly as he took the exquisite lotus root back. Using the flat of his right hand as a blade, he made a few slices on the lotus root. The exquisite lotus root was divided equally into 9 pieces. Shui Yan, bring these 2 slices to mother and grandfather. As for the remaining, each of you can have one. Jun Moxie waved his hand and the sliced pieces of lotus roots flew out, landing in front of everyone. Mei Shui Yan did not hesitate, directly nodding and left with 2 pieces. Once these things were cut open, it must be consumed as quickly as possible. Otherwise, if too much time passed, they would dissipate into the air completely. Even Mei Shui Yan would need to use her full speed and use her Xian Qi to wrap around the exquisite lotus root slices to prevent the energy from being lost. Filial piety was a basic value of all humans, and Jun Moxie's actions caused Xiaoying and Miao Xiaomiao to feel that this evil monarch was a very upright person. Xiaoying picked up the piece of exquisite lotus root before her and sucked in a deep breath of air. This single slice was already 10 times the size of the exquisite lotus roots that the Heaven Saint Palace had ever cultivated despite using a huge amount of time. Naturally, this lotus root's medicinal effects would not be ordinary as well. As for Miao Xiaomiao, she looked at the lotus root before her with some conflicted emotions. For her first time meeting him, how could she accept such a valuable gift? This was a truly priceless treasure, ah! This was something that had a value that was equivalent to the 7-colored holy fruits. Just thinking about the arrogance of the rainbow holy tree back in the misty illusory manner, it was easy to imagine the preciousness of this thing. This. I can't accept it. Miao Xiaomiao thought for a long time and finally decided to reject the gift. Aya, little sister Xiaomiao, what are you being so polite about? We're all sisters of the same family, besides, you will be giving that fellow face by eating it. Quick, hurry up and eat. Dugu Xiaoyi urged. This lass had already swallowed her share in one gulp. It's not anything rare, just a little piece of lotus root. What's there to reject? Jun Moxie looked at Miao Xiaomiao and said in a gentle voice. Everyone has already eaten theirs, so you should hurry and eat it as well. Otherwise, if too much time passes, this lotus root will simply dissipate into the air. That would really be considered wasting a heavenly treasure. Miao Xiaomiao's heart shivered, and she looked at the exquisite lotus in her hand. Indeed, the corners were already showing signs of melting apart. In that moment, she could not help but feel exceedingly conflicted in her heart. If I insist on not eating it, with his status, he will definitely not take the gift back. In that case, this thing would just melt and disappear, truly wasting it. From the looks of it, she had no choice but to owe this favor. Thinking here, she could not help but sigh lightly in her heart. This person was truly too overbearing, to not even allow others to reject the gifts he handed out. Left with no options, she could only put the lotus root in her mouth and bite down upon it. In that instant, she could feel an ice-cool energy flow through her throat, and her entire body felt invigorated in an instant. A copious amount of energy surged through her meridians. At the same time, everyone felt like their meridians had been expanded substantially. Furthermore, the flexibility and sturdiness of their meridians had been strengthened greatly after the ice-cool energy flowed through. Following that, the powerful energy flowed into their dantian and settled down. But everyone understood that this energy would not simply disappear like that. Instead, it would continue to protect their bodies. Even without the 7-colored holy fruits to activate the energy, the medicinal energy would persist and seep into every part of the body. But if the 7-colored holy fruits came into the picture, this energy would instantly be transformed into over 1,000 years worth of pure energy. It was sufficient to let their cultivations improve greatly. After some time, Mei Shui Yan had also returned. Everyone only consumed the exquisite lotus this time, but I suggest that you don't use the 7-colored holy fruit to activate the energy after you return. Instead, you should let it remain in your body to flow naturally, allowing it to transform your physique slowly. After waiting for around a year, the energy will truly become a part of you. If you consume the 7-colored holy fruits at that time, it would not affect these effects. This energy will even become something that would be slowly beneficial that could be felt throughout your life. Jun Moxie said seriously. And all the girls nodded rapidly. At this time, Miao Xiaomiao suddenly remembered Dugu Xiaoyi's words, "We're all sisters of the same family, besides, you will be giving that fellow face by eating it, sisters of the same family." What were the meaning of those words? Could it be? Jun Moxie had some thoughts towards her. Those were very thoughtful words, ah. As she thought here, Miao Xiaomiao felt a huge shock through her heart. At the same time, a strong sense of repulsion rose in her heart. If she knew about this in advance, she would rather have let the exquisite lotus root be wasted than to eat it. This Xiao Miao is extremely grateful to Lord Evil Monarch for the gift of the spirit herb. If there's a chance, I will come here with my husband to offer our thanks to Manor Lord Jun. Miao Xiao Miao bowed deeply and said to Jun Moxie. These words were naturally not to express her thanks, but to clarify a point. I'm already married, if you have any designs on me, it's better to dismiss the thought early. So it turns out that little sister Miao already has a person in your heart. And you're already married? Mei Shui Yan looked at Miao Xiao Miao with a strange look in her eyes. An exceedingly queer look also hung on her face, it was as if she wanted to laugh, but she forcefully controlled herself. Hearing this question, Miao Xiao Miao suddenly began to think of her Mo Junyi again. Her face beaming with happiness, she nodded. Yes, my husband is extremely good to me. I'm the person he loves and cares for the most in this world. Ah, little sister Miao, that husband of yours, how does he look? Dugu Xiao-yi was exceptionally curious about what kind of look Jun Moxie had used in a misty illusory manner, and she excitedly leapt forward to ask. Miao Xiao Miao was somewhat at a loss for words. This lass was obviously much younger than her and was probably at least 2-3 years younger. However, she could still thicken her face and call her little sister. Who knew where that form of address came from? My husband goes by the surname Mo. Miao Xiao Miao smiled and closed her eyes slightly, seemingly able to see her Mo Junyi standing in front of her and smiling at her. His figure is actually rather similar to Manor Lord Jun, but his looks are far from comparable. He could be said to look rather ordinary and slightly dark, not standing out, Miao Xiao Miao described with a smile. Her face was filled with a deep level of contentedness. So that fellow had pretended to be an ugly person, Dugu Xiao-yi thought in her heart. To pretend to be an ugly person and still manage to woo the top beauty of the misty illusory manner. Truly formidable. Although my husband is not particularly handsome, his personality and heart is exceptionally great. Furthermore, he's completely devoted to me, Miao Xiao Miao said in a happy voice. He's well learned and talented, and I even wonder if there's anything in this world that he doesn't have knowledge about. He's also a gentle and thoughtful person. As she spoke to hear, Miao Xiao Miao suddenly felt that the atmosphere had become somewhat strange. Looking up, she realized that this evil monarch had lowered his head and was rubbing his nose with a somewhat ugly expression on his face. There were even a thick look of jealousy on the other girls' faces. Humph, there's no use even if you are jealous, Junyi belongs to me. As she thought here, a sense of pride grew in Miao Xiao Miao's heart. My husband has a vast amount of talent, and he'd even written many poems to me, composing songs and writing lyrics as well. Miao Xiao Miao were already beginning to show off. What? Wrote poems for you? Composed songs? Wrote lyrics? The girls' voices grew louder and louder, as if they were incomparably envious. At the same time, the smell of vinegar one in the room had become even stronger. That's right. The sense of pride in Miao Xiao Miao's words was growing stronger and stronger as she nodded with great satisfaction. On the day that I was engaged with him, it was also the day I had my heavenly tribulation for the venerable realm. When I was unable to bear the heavenly tribulation, it was my husband who disregarded his own life to accompany me. After that, he proposed to me on the spot with a poem. I still remember that poem to this day. I've spoken wrongly. Those words are the oath between us. I will never forget it in this lifetime. Oath. Poem. What poem? The girl's eyes were blazing with fire at this point. Humph. That fellow had also accompanied us to pass through the heavenly tribulation before. How come there were no poems? Why didn't he display his vast amounts of talents? Humph. Over 10 large white eyes instantly riveted on Jun Moxie's body. Young Master Jun felt the hairs on the back of his neck standing on its ends. Looking at Miao Xiao Miao, he cursed under his breath. My dearest great aunt, why are you still speaking? Are you trying to drown them in vinegar? At that time, he asked me, with the heavens as our blanket, and the earth as our bed, the wind as delicacies, rain as wine, the clouds will be our wedding decoration and the mist our witness, the thunder shall be our betrothal gifts, and the lightning the matchmaker. Miao Xiao Miao, are you willing to be my woman in this life? Miao Xiao Miao naturally could not hear what Jun Moxie was saying in his heart, and she directly recounted the entire poem word for word, in a gentle and dreamy voice. Do you know? My entire heart simply melted in that moment. If it were me, I would have melted as well. All the girls thought with jealousy. Just hearing that poem had already caused these girls to feel a warm and drunk feeling in their hearts. What kind of romantic situation was that? Ah. You may have melted, but our hearts are almost shattered. Woo woo, this heartless fellow. Young Master Jun's face turned a strange shade of green, and he was almost on the verge of collapsing. Miss Miao Ah, please stop reminiscing, you need to leave some mercy with your tongue ah. Are you trying to take the little life of your dearest Junyi? Unfortunately for him, Miao Xiao Miao was not going to stop. She was originally saying this to stop him from having any ideas about her, so why would she stop now? If that fellow decided to go to the misty illusory manor and stubbornly ask for her hand in marriage, using his status, and the more troubling part was, the misty illusory manor might even agree. We were in the middle of a heavenly tribulation, and lightning was streaking across the sky, and the earth was rumbling. The rain was falling heavily, and the winds were howling madly. Black clouds covered the entire sky, but even with that kind of weather, and the dangerous situation, I didn't feel anything, except bliss and a feeling of security. Miao Xiao Miao had obviously returned back to the mood at that time as she smiled in a contented manner. At that time, I thought that even if I were to die in that moment, it would be worth it. As a woman, to have a person who loves you stick by your side through life and death, especially a person who she loves as well. That kind of happiness is truly enough to last for a lifetime. F***ck, if it were us, we would find it worth even if we died as well. The girls had become even more jealous now, and their eyes looked like they were ready to swallow Jun Moxie whole. Young Master Jun coughed hoarsely, and a layer of sweat formed on his forehead. I'm dead, this time, I'm really going to die for sure. Feeling the sharp gazes of everyone on him, young Master Jun's heart shivered. My lovely Xiao Miao ah, you've killed your husband this time. Who would have thought that we would actually come out alive after the tribulation? From then on, I swore to myself that I would spend life and death beside my husband for the rest of my life, never leaving or forsaking him. Miao Xiao Miao sounded like she was swearing an oath. And, if I may ask a little further, your husband, what is his cultivation level at? Dugu Xiao Yi nodded and asked. Nobody knew what other strange ideas she was hatching this time. His current cultivation is not high, only at the golden Xian level. Miao Xiao Miao replied, her voice suddenly turned proud. But it's because he didn't have a good teacher before this, and he began cultivating late. However, my husband has the rare free and natural physique that had only appeared once in the past 10,000 years. Once he starts to rise, he would be unstoppable. Kiki, the 9th first young master had exactly this same free and natural physique. In the history of the entire misty illusory manor, there have only been 2 people with the free and natural physique before. My husband, and the 9th first young master. Even our misty illusory manor has great hopes that Junyi would be the next 9th first young master, and also the only person in the past 10,000 years who has the chance to surpass the 9th first young master. Afraid that the rest would not know how amazing the free and natural physique was, Miao Xiao Miao specially explained it for them. So it's the free and natural physique of the legends, ah. Dugu Xiao Yi turned and glared fiercely at Jun Moxie. Looking at Jun Moxie, Miao Xiao Miao felt somewhat guilty in her heart. Because she knew that no matter how much effort Mo Junyi put in, this evil monarch before her had already moved far ahead of him. A 19-years-old Saint Venerable. The lord of the evil monarch manor, the evil monarch. All the fame and power, in addition to his age, there was no doubt that he would be a legend in this world. Even if Mo Junyi had the legendary free and natural physique, he still started way too late. To even reach Jun Moxie's current cultivation, he would still need at least another 100 years. At that time, the world would be completely different. But I won't let my Junyi compare with this fellow, this Jun Moxie is no doubt a huge playboy. He already has so many great beauties by his side, and he still wants to have designs on me. Miao Xiao Miao thought angrily. As her thoughts traveled here, she suddenly felt that Mo Junyi was much better than Jun Moxie. How devoted is my Junyi ah, whether it is towards that elder sister, or to me. I truly envy you, Guan Qing Han said lightly. Those words were truly from her heart. Miao Xiao Miao smiled and shook her head. Elder sister Guan is too nice. Who doesn't know what manor Lord Jun did for you that time, using his frail strength to stand up against the Shui Han manor and even challenge the entire Tian Xiang, not hesitating to kill even if blood flowed like a river. Elder sister Guan, to have a man go so far for you, you are even more worthy of my envy. Hearing this, Guan Qing Han's expression also softened considerably. Thinking back to what Jun Moxie had done back then, she felt a warmth surge through her heart. Looking at Jun Moxie, her eyes filled with emotion. It was him who changed her hard and painful existence. And given her happiness. As a woman, what else does she still have to be unhappy about? The envious gazes of the crowd suddenly shifted to Guanqing Han. Little sister Xiao Miao, your husband even composed a song for you. Could you, let us hear it? All of us sisters know a bit about music and have some accomplishment in it. This sentence from Mei Shuiyan was clearly to create some trouble for Jun Moxie. From the looks of it, only Ling Meng, Guanqing Han, and Han Yan Meng knew something about music. As for the other girls, they didn't have much interest in such stuff. Dugu Xiaoyi was an extremely active person who could not sit still to learn music. Furthermore, she was born in a military family and knew more about wielding spears and swords. As for Kur, if young Master Jun had transmigrated a few years earlier, he might have managed to groom her into a talented girl proficient in literature and the arts. But unfortunately, Jun Moxie had come too late, neglecting her. In addition, this lass had been bent on being a helping hand to him, so whenever she had any extra time, she would spend it on cultivation. Where would she have the time to learn about music? Shuiyan, Jun Moxie looked helplessly at Mei Shuiyan and said in a pleading voice. What are you calling me for? Before this, us sisters still felt that you were an acceptable person. But the moment there's someone to compare with, it's easy to see which one is the trash. For the sake of fairness, you better go and compose a poem and write a song for each of us sisters. Look at other people's husbands, so talented and devoted. If you can't do it, you should understand the consequences very well yourself. Mei Shuiyan said huffily. With a loud gulping sound, Jun Moxie collapsed onto the chair and leaned there in a lifeless manner. That's right, big brother Moxie, you must write for us as well. If you can't do it, or if you can't write it well, Kiki, Dugu Xiaoyi also snarled and threatened. Sisters, this kind of matter cannot be rushed, as the saying goes, everyone has his weak points as well as his strong ones. Everyone has different things that they are good at. If Manor Lord Jun is not good in this area, there's no point forcing it. The literary arts and cultivation are both reliant heavily on talent. Miao Xiao Miao smiled gleefully and jumped out to save the situation. One needs to have a long period of practice and nurturing, as well as very deep refined background. There's a need for extensive research, and to be proficient in all areas. Sisters, there's no need to force him too much, it wouldn't be good if Manor Lord Jun is put in a difficult position. Jun Moxie held his face in his hands in a pained manner as he curled up on the chair like a boiled shrimp. Heavens, is this still called persuasion? Little sister Xiao Miao, there's no need for you to be too concerned about this matter. If Moxie can't do it, we also can't do much to this evil monarch. At most, we can only ignore him. Mei Shuiyan smiled lightly and said. How about we listen to the song little sister Xiao Miao's husband wrote for her first? We are not unreasonable people, so we'll just set that as our benchmark. Sisters, what do you think about that? Great idea. I'll go and get the qin. Dugu Xiaoyi stood up with a whoosh sound and ran out. Use the song that my Junyi had written as a benchmark. Looks like this evil monarch is in trouble. Miao Xiao Miao looked sympathetically at Jun Moxie, but her heart was bursting with glee. Brat, your Xian cultivation and your status is high, but compared to my Junyi, how can you be a match? You dare to have designs on this young miss? See if I don't play you to death. Miao Xiao Miao had already decided that when the qin is brought out later, she would definitely do her best and bring out her best standard. It would be best if she could make this Jun Moxie suffer a little. Dugu Xiaoyi's speed was extremely fast, and in a short moment, the pitter-patter of her footsteps could already be heard as she brought out an ancient-looking qin. Everyone looked towards Jun Moxie, their eyes cold and unsympathetic. If disasters came from nature, something could be done to counter them, but if they were of one's own making, one was done for. Right now, young Master Jun was exactly a person who was done in by a disaster of his own making. Jun Moxie sighed heavily, his breath filled with lamentation. Dear heavens, great earth, why is my life so bitter? Miao Xiao Miao sat before the qin and plucked at the strings, causing a bright sound to ring out. Good qin. Miao Xiao Miao's eyes lit up as she gasped. This ancient qin was even better than the one she had back in the misty illusory manor. This qin is made with dragon resonating wood, and the strings are made with the tendons of the violet dragon of the ocean depths, intertwined with the silk of the snow silkworms. The materials were gathered by Mo Xie and it was handcrafted by me. Guan Qing Han said with a slight smile. Elder sister Guan is indeed an amazing genius. Miao Xiao Miao looked at Guan Qing Han with respect in her eyes. To be able to play the qin was nothing difficult. As long as one was a young lady from the aristocratic families, they would know how to play. But the art of crafting the qin was a completely different matter. To be able to craft a set of musical instrument like this with great acoustics, beauty, and accuracy, was something that was exceedingly difficult. Please forgive the minor skills of this little sister. Miao Xiao Miao sucked in 2 deep breaths and lightly ran her jade-like fingers across the chords, causing a beautiful sound to ring out. The musical notes began to fall into place, and the crowd felt as if they could see flowers falling from the sky, covering the earth. Song of the Burial of Flowers. The sound of the qin began to rise. This was just the beginning of the song, and Guan Qing Han and the rest were already lost in the beautiful melody. Flowers fade and flying fill the sky, Miao Xiao Miao sang lightly, her voice drifting with the sound of the qin. The image of Mo Jun Ye's voice and his smile appeared before her once again, and she only felt a sweet feeling filling her heart. This sad and dowdy song of the burial of flowers had actually turned into a song filled with happiness and contentment when sung by her. With her heart blooming with happiness like that, she naturally gave a different spirit to this tune. The original mood of the song was gone, but even so, this was already sufficient. A moment later, the sound of qin died down and disappeared. A patch of silence hung in the entire room, and only the lingering sound of the music remained in everyone's ears. After a long time, Mei Shuiyan sighed heavily and said, "What is the name of this song?" "Song of the Burial of Flowers." Miao Xiao Miao replied. "This song, was it really, composed by your husband for you?" Although Guan Qing Han, who had a deep knowledge about music, was filled with praises for the song, she also found something strange about it. This song is undoubtedly a classic piece, but, for it to be written by a man who loves his wife deeply, it's somewhat unlikely. Miao Xiao Miao's face turned red, and she couldn't reply. This song had indeed been written by Mo Junyi, but it was only written for the sake of the competition at that time. How was it written for her? Initially, she had boasted like that because she wanted to ward off the perverted evil monarch. But who would have thought that the sharp-eared Guan Qing Han would have such high understanding of music that she could even tell the original meaning of the song even though she had already changed its mood when she played it? This question had truly stumped her. Just as Guan Qing Han had said, this song was definitely not the kind of song that lovers write for each other. The girls exchanged knowing looks and smiled. Although they didn't know the exact reasons, they would not pursue the matter. And because of this rendition, the animosity of the crowd towards young Master Jun had lessened greatly. As long as this song was not written directly for somebody else, everything could be discussed. Following that, the crowd asked a few more questions, and requested for Miao Xiao Miao to recite the poem that Jun Moxie had composed as well. Miao Xiao Miao instantly sat up excitedly. She was naturally excited to have the chance to showcase the talents of her husband in front of her new friends. When the poem "The Rogue-Colored Tear" rang out, all the girls were stunned. Numerous pairs of large beautiful eyes swiveled towards Jun Moxie in an instant. Who would have thought that this #1 debauchee of Tianxiang was such a cultured person? But the most unforgivable thing was, there were so many girls at home, but not only was he not making any efforts to make them happy, he even displayed such a strong performance when wooing girls outside. Could it be that the flowers grown at home were really incomparable to the wild flowers found outside? Or perhaps it's the thinking that the girls at home had already been locked down and would not run away, which was why there wasn't that much need to pay as much effort. Truly intolerable. This hidden skill that young Master Jun had shown was enough to thoroughly enrage the crowd. The anger that had just subsided slightly had risen to a new peak once again. When the poem, "Though man bow and live according to the will of the heavens, they might beget no salvation, those who defy the heavens should look to the skies and laugh. Who can be like me, creating great billows in the world with a point of my sword? The sun and moon are in my arms, watch as I rise above the crowd with my excellence." The rage of the crowd soared to an uncontrollable extent in an instant. Unable to sit still any longer, young Master Jun could only resort to the last method in the 36 stratagems one. That, Miss Miao, can we talk for a moment?" Jun Moxie gestured weakly. He was already finished. This time, the vinegar vat had been completely overturned. "I have no interest in talking with you." Miao Xiao Miao snorted and turned away, clearly not intending to bother with him. "Huh. What do you want to talk to little sister Meow for? Are there any important matters that cannot be said in front of us sisters? If you want to talk with her, that's fine. But you have to pay up the debt that you owe to us sisters first. Mei Shuiyan said emotionlessly, her two eyes staring unrelentingly at him. Xiaoying watched the spectacle with a smile. Oh, this, that, Jun Moxie wrecked his brain. Looks like I'll have to plagiarize significantly today. Shuiyan is right. Then I shall compose a poem for you first, Shuiyan. Jun Moxie cleared his throat. All the women looked at him expectantly. Naturally, there were a few that were gloating at his demise. Like Miao Xiao Miao for example. Currently, she practically cackling away in her head. You, a fighter, dare to say that you know how to write poems? You're probably capable of producing an incongruous limerick. Humph. I am determined to watch you make a fool out of yourself today. How dare you think of comparing yourself to my Jun Yi? I got it. Shuiyan's generosity and magnanimity has given me an inspiration. Jun Moxie took a couple of steps and snapped his fingers. The colored clouds are her flowing robes, the flowers, her face that glimmers in the bright, spring dew. If you do not see her atop the jade mountains, you'll find her beneath the moonlight of paradise. All the women were stunned. Miao Xiao Miao was stunned to the point of silence. Could it be that this Jun Moxie is really a demon? He had only took that brief moment to think, took 3 steps and came up with this poem. And such a meaningful one, that was extremely compatible with Mei Shuiyan's status and grace. This flair in poetry is not necessarily any inferior than my Jun Yi. No, this should be a coincidence. It definitely is by chance. Alright, it's Qin Han's turn. Mei Shuiyan hurried. Mei Shuiyan was the first to get the praise from her lover, and it was such a beautiful poem that will last for the ages, so she was fully satisfied, her blissfulness showing on her face. Qin Han's. For Qin Han. I got it. Jun Moxie pretended to frown and walked 2 rounds before snapping his fingers again. I got it. A name that matches her country-toppling beauty, so beautiful that the Lord smiles upon the sight of her, dissolving the endless frustrations of her Lord, her company erasing all troubles. Everyone's eyes widened. To think that Jun Moxie had this trick up his sleeves. The 2 sentences of dissolving the endless frustrations of her Lord, her company erasing all troubles was truly too compatible with that unique elegance and worry-free nature of Guan Qin Han. A talent, ah. Small stars appeared in the eyes of all the girls. Dugu Xiaoyi was the only female present who watched Jun Moxie come up with a poem before. It was during the Gifted Scholars Autumn Festival feast back then. But thinking back on the poem that Jun Moxie had created, even Dugu Xiaoyi felt embarrassed. Listen to me, 'cause I speak with passion, ugly ones won't do, don't tell me you love me, I'm too bad, don't be infatuated with this elder brother is a legend, don't provoke me, I'll make you spit blood. That was also called a poem. That was just trash that was not even worthy of being heard. It was just utter bullshit. So Dugu Xiaoyi had never expected that one day, Jun Moxie would be capable of producing a poem, even if it was a limerick. Today, when faced with all these, Dugu Xiaoyi's mouth could only hang wider and wider. Until she couldn't help but rub at her eyes. Is this really Jun Moxie? I'm not dreaming, am I? Miao Xiao Miao also rubbed her eyes. This is too shocking. If she insisted that the previous poem was by chance, maybe it was still believable. But the second poem had been produced, could it still be a coincidence? Finally, under the expectation and pressure of all the women present, Jun Moxie composed poems for every single beauty present before he finally managed to quell this wave of resentment. Even Xiaoying received a poem from Jun Moxie. There is a beauty in the northern country, a solitary existence, a glance of hers topples the capital, another gaze topples the country, yet one would rather lose his empire, for it is difficult to find another beauty like her. Everyone was happy. Everyone looked at Jun Moxie with admiration in their eyes. Too amazing. Too awesome. So many poems were churned out in a blink of an eye, and every single one of them was a classic among classics. Even the #1 poet in the world did not have a talent like this, ah. Truly, the greatest poet, ah. Had Jun Moxie known what they were thinking, he would be depressed. So the greatest poets were forced into existence like this. Only Miao Xiao Miao was a little gloomy in the midst of her admiration. Why is this fellow so talented? He looks so girly, and have no sense of masculinity, yet he is so talented at poetry, the heavens are really blind. Had Jun Moxie known what Miao Xiao Miao was thinking, he would have vomited blood like crazy. I only look slightly more handsome, which part of me is girly? How can I not be masculine? Seeing how all the women were looking at young Master Jun in admiration, full of happiness and satisfaction, Miao Xiao Miao felt indignant and couldn't help but roll her eyes. Humph, is there a need to admire him this much? He only know how to create some lines, how can he compare to my Jun Yi, who even knows music? As she mulled in her thoughts, her fingers gently plucked at the strings of the zither, a longing look in her eyes. Jun Yi, where are you? Do you know how I'm missing you? How nice would it be if you could come over right now and stomp the arrogance of this evil monarch a little? And also let these girls know that my Jun Yi is the best. This sudden sound of the instrument pulled the girls back to their senses. He managed to fool his way through for poetries, but what about songs? Where is the song for each of us? Humph. This fellow had composed a song for Miao Xiao Miao. No. That is unforgivable. The jealousy of women was extremely terrifying. Although all the girls already knew that the song was not specially composed by Jun Moxie for Miao Xiao Miao, but as long as they already believed firmly on something, if she said that you did it. Even if you didn't. So. Jun Moxie was just enjoying the admiration gleefully when he was denounced again. Composing a song. And it was the same rule, one for each person. This request left young Master Jun practically vomiting blood. You have all heard so many poems, you must be tired of it. Let me go and take a look at what Tang Yuan is doing, so this fellow doesn't wreck our evil monarch manner. Jun Moxie found a random reason and wanted to slip away, but Mei Shuiyan blocked his exit. Then, Du Xiao Yi and the rest all rushed over and completely blocked the entire way out. Thinking of leaving? Fat hope. No way. Looking at all these queens that are blocking the door, young Master Jun could only smile bitterly and yell internally. Help ah! All my dear beauties, please have mercy. Composing songs is not that easy, it is not like eating cabbages, I must have some inspiration no matter what, and some time to slowly materialize it, then refine it and come out with a few drafts before it can be heard. You don't know the difficulty of composing Jun Moxie said with a bitter expression. Jun Moxie was putting on a sorrowful act, hoping that he could get the understanding of all the women. But things didn't turn out contrary to the way one wished. Not only did his pitiful act not get any pity, it only added fuel to the fire. All the women got even more aggressive, all their faces turning red. Jun Moxie was completely confused. So brother Moxie despised the fact that I don't know songs, so you have never spoke to me about it, No wonder you don't have the interest to compose songs in front of me, Du Xiao Yi said with a pout, her eyes welling up with tears, as if she were about to cry any moment. Young Master Jun was dumbfounded. What did I say? What did I say? I didn't say anything What else needs to be said? We all don't know what is the difficulty of composing songs we only know how to eat cabbages. How envious of Sister Miao, she has such a doting husband. Both of them have the same interests. That is what I call a perfect pair Say no more, we all understand already. Mei Shuiyan said in an eccentric manner. Looks like great beauty Mei is determined to ruin things today. Jun Moxie was not only dumbfounded, he was practically about to break down. Where is this coming from? That is not what I meant Aren't you giving me a wrongful death? Miao Xiao Miao quickly tried to mediate. Elder sisters, what manner Lord Jun said is a fact, inspiration is most important when it comes to composing, if there is no inspiration, even the greatest prodigy cannot do anything about it. So it is because he does not have any inspiration around us, why does Sister Miao's husband have all that inspiration? Looks like it must be because they both have a good relationship Han Yen Meng said sulkingly, clicking her tongue. Jun Moxie was completely defeated and utterly depressed. He begged for mercy. This thing is really not something that will come with pressure even if I am an immortal. Dearest ladies, spare me some mercy It was not that difficult for young Master Jun to come out with songs. There were plenty of classics that he remembered, but right now, it was not the time to allow this bunch of women to gang up and get their way. Otherwise, if they randomly come seeking for a song, then he would still run out of available songs sooner or later. Besides, showing too much in one go made everything less precious, None of the women were bothered seeing young Master Jun's exasperation. But all their gazes fell onto Guan Qinghan. When it came to composing song lyrics, Guan Qinghan could be said to be one of the experts. Even better than Jun Moxie, this expert who plagiarized works. Right now, everyone was willing to hear her opinion. Guan Qinghan was not like the other women earlier, joining forces to attack young Master Jun. There was no other reason, she was in deep thoughts because of something Miao Xiaomiao said. Thinking about the feelings Jun Moxie had to her, and his love towards her. She instantly jolted back to her senses upon the gaze of all the girls. She said gently, "Dear sisters, what Moxie said is not wrong. Be it writing lyrics, poems, or paintings, any quality work requires inspiration. Moxie may be talented, but he has already composed so many poems for us earlier, forcing him to compose is making things difficult for him. Even if he is able to come up with something, it will definitely be a substandard piece of work, which is as good as not coming up with it. So I hope you will reconsider." Guan Qinghan didn't usually open her mouth to speak, but the moment she did, there would always be meaning to her words. Everyone became more rational after hearing her. After a discussion, they still came up with one request. It was indeed too demanding to make him compose a song for everyone, but he still had to compose one. And it must make everyone satisfied. If it was not good enough, he had to recompose it until everyone was pleased. We mustn't lose to Miao Xiaomiao's great husband, Mo Junyi, no matter what. Miao Xiaomiao watched expectantly, gloating at Jun Moxie's circumstances. The more Jun Moxie excelled, the more irritated she felt. She absolutely must see him embarrassed. Miao Xiaomiao was Jun Moxie's woman. She was unaware of it, but young Master Jun was definitely well aware of this. Thus the way he looks at Miao Xiaomiao was different from others. But it was precisely this indecent look that landed him in this state. Had young Master Jun known that this was the root of his misfortune today, he would probably be extremely regretful and feel extremely indignant. But she's clearly my wife, and we've already done that, so why can't I look? Where is the justice in this? Is there still justice around? All right. I shall compose a song for you all then. Let you all know my prowess. Looks like you all won't know how impressive and unrivaled your husband is if I don't leave you in awe. The current circumstances were truly unfavorable after all, so composing a song was the best solution right now. Thus, Jun Moxie could only concede. But Jun Moxie brought up his condition: I have to make it clear that there is only going to be one song. If you still wish for it, it'll require a long time and accumulation of inspiration. Fine. All the women agreed simultaneously, no longer making it difficult for him. Actually, the girls were all aware that it was a long process for a song to be composed. The reason why they were so unrelenting earlier was purely out of jealousy. It was already an unexpected joy to be able to force him to compose a song today. Even if this song was not impressive, they'd just let him pass. How could they make him really recompose a song if it wasn't well done? Miao Xiaomiao was caught off guard seeing that he was really going to compose a song on the spot. Junyi took such a long time to do it. If Jun Moxie was able to compose a song and write its lyrics on the spot, even if it was slightly sloppy, it was still truly impressive. But does this fellow really have this capability? I still harbor doubts on this. If he really skimp on his work, I'll definitely point it out. And influence his wives to pressure him to redo it until everyone is satisfied. Humph, to even think of comparing himself to my Junyi. If it is composing just one song, it is possible. It is just that before I start it, I need to tell you guys a short story. Because this song was inspired by this story, Jun Moxie naturally had to lay the context in place first. A long time ago, there was a young scholar called Liang Shanbo. In order to participate in the imperial exams, he entered the academy to study. The inspiration that struck him this time was Butterfly Lovers. After all, that song of the Burial of Flowers was beautifully desolate in its lyrics and meaning, and it was rare to find another tune that was comparable to Song of the Burial of Flowers aside from Butterfly Lovers. Naturally, there were plenty of other classics from his previous life that were comparable, but Jun Moxie could no longer remember that many. In his despair, Liang Shanbo fell ill, vomited blood and died. In the end, when Zhu Tai walked before Liang Shanbo's grave, suddenly, the grave opened with a clap of thunder and swallowed Zhu Tai. Colorful mists emerged from inside. When it cleared, two butterflies fluttered out freely together. And inside the grave, both their corpses were gone. It turned out that the love of this couple who was so deeply in love had moved the heavens that they transformed into butterflies to spend all eternity together. When Jun Moxie was done with the story, he could hear sobbing and sniffing around him. Turning around, he noticed that the eyes of all the women are red and teary, even Xiaoying and Mei Shuiyan. This tune is composed according to this story. It shall be then named Transformation into Butterflies. Jun Moxie slowly sat down before the zither and began to pluck at the strings. This song was ideally performed using a violin, but the logic in music was universal, so it was not entirely impossible to play it using a qin. It was just that the sound of the violin would automatically come out natural, poignant, sad, and beautiful cadence, whereas playing with a qin would come off somewhat too clear and melodious. The green grass and flowers bloom and flourish, colorful butterflies flutter about back and forth in pairs, a deep love that lasts for all eternity, Shanbo loves Zhu Tai forever, Jun Moxie sang along with the sounds of the qin. Spending 3 years studying together, sitting side by side without the slightest suspicion, expressing their love to each other when they were 18, who knew that parting was at the tower. All the women felt as if they could see the images along with his singing. A man and a woman meet each other in an academy, that girl was dressed as a male, but the man was completely unaware, until when they had to bid farewell that he learned of her identity. Reluctantly bidding farewell, making the promise of eternity, a perpetual love, then parting ways without a choice. Not knowing that after this parting, their dream would never be fulfilled, this farewell was an eternal parting. Shanbo's marriage proposal was rejected by the Zhu family. He fell into despair after he returned home, and after hearing that the Zhu family had set a marriage engagement with the Ma family, in his distraught, he fell ill and died. After Ying Tai heard that Shanbo died because of her, she was filled with anguish and swore never to marry. Alas, fate loves to toy with men. The powerful and influential Ma family came forth to take their bride. For her family's sake, without a better choice, Ying Tai sat on the sedan chair with resentment. When they passed by Shanbo's grave, Ying Tai stubbornly insisted on getting off the sedan chair to pay her respects. Due to Ying Tai's deep grief, heavy rain poured and there was a loud clap of thunder and the grave mysteriously opened. Ying Tai leapt into and it closed back again. When the winds and rain stopped, the couple transformed into butterflies and flutter about freely in the world. Jun Moxie had definitely underestimated the might of this song. The helplessness of this song, transformation into butterflies, was difficult for anyone in Jun Moxie's previous life to understand, even though they continued to pass the story of their devoted love on. But it was very different now. Guan Qin Han, Han Yen Meng, Miao Xiao Miao, Dugu Xiao Yi. Which one of these girls were not the daughters of some influential family? Which one of them didn't know the helplessness and lack of options for a girl in such a family? In this world, more than 90% of the daughters of influential families had to sacrifice for the sake of their family's interests. Becoming a tool for drawing benefiting connections. Two families were celebrating for the benefit gained out of their alliance through marriage, but who cared about the kind of life the girl would have to lead after marrying over? How did they feel? You were the family's daughter, the family had provided you with food and shelter, so naturally you had to do your part for the family. Even if she was unhappy after her marriage, she could only let out a long sigh. But what this sigh did was to destroy the happiness that a girl had longed for her entire life. In this era, interest dictated everything. This was the most common tragedy for those with such backgrounds during this period. Some people criticized that women always submitted themselves to such pressure, but they had never thought of why did the girl concede. Because her parents were in the family. How can one forget their gratitude to their parents? There were such families in present-day China, girls who were leading this sort of life, love, kinship, which was more important? It was a question that would never have an answer. Guan Qin Han could be said to have the most personal experience of this. Even Miao Xiao Miao, if not for the spiritual herbal gardens and her repute of a prodigy and meeting Mo Junyi, she was destined to not be able to escape from such a fate. And Han Yen Meng. This lass had already become the sacrificial object of this political marriage. It was just that she was more fortunate that her partner was a person she liked, but it was very rare to be as lucky as her. And even the carefree Dugu Xiao Yi. If she had never met Jun Moxie and only remained admiring him from afar, her future marriage was definitely not something she would be able to decide on her own. Dugu Xiao Yi still used all sorts of methods and ways and put up all sorts of resistance before getting her family's approval of the matter between her and Jun Moxie. On this matter, everyone witnessed Dugu Xiao Yi's willfulness and stubbornness, but who had ever thought if Dugu Xiao Yi had not been this willful and not made such a big fuss so recklessly, then how would it have ended for these two people? With the impression and attitude the Dugu family had of Jun Moxie and taking into consideration of the political state of Tianxiang, they would definitely not allow this marriage alliance between the Jun family and the Dugu family. Then, with Jun Moxie's temper, would he take the initiative to fight for it? Had Du Xiaoyi not relinquished all the reservations of a female, not put in so much effort, only a tragedy awaited her. So this transformation into butterflies had struck the sorest spot of all the women of this era. In fact, the legend of the butterfly lovers was a stand the people of the past had against this sort of marriage where they had no way out. Or perhaps, even an extravagant hope. Even if they could not be husband and wife when they were alive, they also wanted to transform into butterflies and dance together even after death. Instead of calling it a beautiful devotion, it was more of a dream one had when they were helpless and in despair. But everyone who was unable to be with the one they loved all hoped for this dream to become a reality. Lovers finally being together as they wished had always been the most beautiful legend throughout time. The greatest wish. But from ancient times until now, how many pairs of lovers were truly able to do this? As Guan Qin Han listened, she suddenly remembered Murong Xiao Xiao and Yi Gu Han. Her eyes reddened and her tears began to fall uncontrollably. Weren't these two people just like the butterfly lovers? Or even, they were even less fortunate than the butterfly lovers. If not for Jun Moxie, they were destined to not even have their dream of being buried together fulfilled. That romantic legend, I shall give up on the heavens, but not on my beloved. It's a pity that for that dream to be fulfilled, there was a condition. That their affinity did not end it in the next life. Because they know that it was destined that there would be no hope in this lifetime. So they could only entrust their hopes into the next life, but how obscure was that? Even Miao Xiao Miao was deeply affected. She was extremely well versed in music, so naturally she had a deeper experience of the entire song. The song ended. After a long while, no one spoke, and only the sounds of repressed sobbing could be heard. The old man was an exceptional assassin himself. But all the orphans he had trained, including Jun Moxie himself, the manner, method, and means he employed, was he really training assassins? Maybe he was, maybe he wasn't. But Jun Moxie would never have the opportunity to get the answer to this question anymore. But he was ultimately firm on one thing: even if they were sick of being an assassin, one day, all those who had gone through the old man's training would be able to live well, no matter which profession they turned into. That freakish strictness of the old man, that abusive manner of supervision had made all of them learn too many things. And all knowledge was accompanied by unforgettable pain, so even if they wished to forget it, they couldn't. These were all things that had been branded deep into the soul. When they go out there for real, they'll realize that there were so many things that they are capable of doing, capable of accomplishing well. In fact, before Jun Xie, there were some seniors who had mentioned to the old man that they didn't want to be an assassin anymore. They wanted to settle down peacefully and lead a normal life. Jun Moxie had never found out how the old man settled that bunch of people. And the old man had never brought it up before. But the old man had worn an odd expression back then. But after a period of time, under Jun Xie's intentional investigation, he realized that all the information on those people, their profile, the missions they had carried out, everything related to their past as an assassin, had all vanished without a trace. What did this mean? What did it ultimately mean? Was it all completely erased, or were they thoroughly destroyed? But there was one thing for sure: as long as those things no longer existed, there was no one else who would be able to dig out any evidence of their past crimes. At the very least, they no longer had to live on the edge for their lives. Jun Moxie let out a long sigh. "Old man, what kind of person are you exactly?" Then, Jun Moxie opened his eyes only to realize the gaze of the 7 women were all fixated on him. Even Miao Xiao Miao and Xiaoying as well. In all their beautiful eyes, were looks of surprise, disbelief, and great admiration. Brother Moxie, Du Xiaoyi's voice was still quivering as she spoke. "This song is really good. I cried from listening to it." "That's right, all the women began to discuss it enthusiastically. Only Guan Qin Han and Miao Xiao Miao picked up a piece of paper, as if they were trying to record something down. Obviously, they were recording down this transformation into butterflies. It was a regrettable matter if a meaningful and beautiful song like this was lost. This Liang Shanbo is really pitiful. It's a pity he doesn't know Xian cultivation, otherwise, this sort of family like Zhuing Tai's would be trying to curry favor him by offering their daughter. He is also really foolish, to not discover that Zhuing Tai is a girl when they spent 3 years together. The most despicable person is still that Ma Wenkai. Brother Moxie, since you knew of this matter, why didn't you kill that Ma Wenkai? Why should that sort of scum be kept around? That's right. This sort of person truly deserves to die." All in all, Liang Shanbo and Zhuing Tai, this pair of unfortunate couple is the most pitiful. Thankfully they ultimately got to be together. I hope that the heavens will have pity and let them be husband and wife in all their future lives. Even Mei Shuiyan was moved as she let out a long sigh. Moxie, where did you hear this story from? It is really moving. I also heard of this story by chance, not many people know of it. It should be something that happened in a very remote place, so it did not spread far, Jun Moxie stammered a reply. Guan Qinghan added. As it should be. We may be extremely upset hearing this story. But if this story reached the ears of the influential families, they would definitely criticize the butterfly lovers. In their eyes, the ones who are truly disgraceful are the butterfly lovers. It is a rarity for this story to have circulated. Jun Moxie was surprised. He had not expected Guan Qinghan to have this sort of cognition. However, what she said was the truth. Manor Lord Jun is truly impressive. Miao Xiaomiao looked at Jun Moxie, completely convinced. Your talent is comparable to my husband. You may be slightly inferior, but you've already surpassed plenty of others already. Jun Moxie did know whether to laugh or cry. This last truly had high regards of Mo Junyi. He had already brought the butterfly lovers out, and it was only comparable and slightly inferior. This was too depressing and awkward. This lass is still being stubborn. Dugu Xiaoyi discreetly clicked her tongue. All the other women had a contented look on their faces. Clearly they had all taken this song, transformation into butterflies, as their victory. It was obvious. This song was more moving than the song of the burial of flowers, and more touching as well. The only slight imperfection was that its lyrics were a little inferior, but it was not that far off. Dugu Xiaoyi was obviously satisfied. Sister Qinghan, have you recorded it already? From now on, we can only count on you to play it to hear it already. Dugu Xiaoyi called out. Why go through the trouble? Why not just have Manor Lord Jun sing it for you? Miao Xiaomiao tried to dug Jun Moxie's grave deeper. Him. TCH. This fellow is so lazy. Aside from when he is chasing skirts of those that he has yet to charm, or occasionally when he is forced into a corner like this today, trying to get him to do anything is even more difficult than trying to ascend to the heavens. I wouldn't dare to have that sort of luxurious hope. Dugu Xiaoyi grumbled. Then, Dugu Xiaoyi said mischievously, Sister Xiaomiao, let me tell you, all men are the same. That husband of yours may have written poems and composed songs for you, now that you've caved in, I doubt he will compose any songs for you anymore. Only those that have yet to fall into their grasp are worth treasuring. No. Junyi is not that sort of person. Miao Xiaomiao replied confidently with a smile. Did you all think that he is the same as your unfaithful evil monarch? My Junyi is loving, devoted, and loyal. Ha ha ha. Upon hearing this, Dugu Xiaoyi, Kuer and everyone else burst into giggles. Even Mei Shuiyan and Guan Qinghan couldn't help but break out into a smile. Seeing that Guan Qinghan was almost down recording things down, Mei Shuiyan said. Alright, let us go outside while you guys stay here. Moxie, didn't you have something to speak to Miss Miao about? We shan't bother your discussion. Then all the women got up and left. Mei Shuiyan remembered to bring Qiaoying along with them. So instantly, only Jun Moxie and Miao Xiaomiao were left alone in the entire room. The women all had an odd look in their eyes when they were leaving, as if they were waiting for a joke to happen. The way Jun Moxie looked at Miao Xiaomiao was even more ambiguous. This sort of look had really left Miao Xiaomiao flustered and panicking. As the saying goes, you can't judge a person by his appearance. This Jun Moxie may look handsome, but Miao Xiaomiao knew nothing about how he was on the inside. If this person was truly like how Mo Wu Dao described, then what should she do? And in this moment where Miao Xiaomiao was stunned, the entire room was emptied, making Miao Xiaomiao even more flustered. Jun. Manor Lord Jun. Why you, what do you want to speak to me about? Can't it be said before all the other elder sisters? Miao Xiaomiao's panic was written all over her face. It looked like this lass had already made preparations to just run off any time. As long as Jun Moxie made any action that went beyond his boundaries, this lass would probably dash her way out. At the very least, she would scream, "Help me!" Miao Xiaomiao could not be blamed for being this scared. It was truly because someone's image was a little too notorious. I only wish to have a chat, no need to be so nervous. Jun Moxie was also thinking. How should I breach the topic? I already have a husband. He loves me very much, and I also love him. I won't like anyone else. My husband has the legendary free and natural physique and is very amazing. Why don't you dare try anything? Upon hearing that he wanted to chat, Miao Xiaomiao felt even more afraid. It's our first meeting and you want to chat? What can I chat with you about? Cough cough, I know you already have a husband, Jun Moxie thought internally. Your husband is right in front of you, but you can't even recognize him. I say. Xiao Miao. You, Jun Moxie shook his hands helplessly. Shut up. Miao Xiaomiao has already exploded. She yelled with a cold look on her face, Manor Lord Jun, I respect you, but please don't go overboard. The evil monarch manor is powerful, but the misty illusory manor is definitely not to be messed with. Manor Lord Jun should be more careful when it comes to addressment. Addressing me as Xiao Miao is not something any random person can use. Her face was cold and stern. When facing this mighty evil monarch, she did not hold back and criticized him harshly. Actually that Mo Junyi is also not that good. Let's not talk about his looks, he is merely a golden Xian, is there a need to treat him like a treasure? Even if he has that legendary free and natural physique, it'll still take another 100 years for him to reach my current level. Look at me, aren't I more powerful than him? If you don't believe, you can see for yourself, Jun Moxie said shamelessly with a grin. Manor Lord Jun, do you truly wish to trigger a war between the two sides? Miao Xiaomiao looked at him icily. Whether Mo Junyi is good or not, what has that got to do with you? Why should my husband be sullied by you like this? I only feel that Manor Lord Jun is too confident. In my eyes, you're nowhere near my Junyi. Jun Moxie was completely speechless. It was too awkward. There was no way to continue this conversation. Then, an idea struck him. He looked at the stern Miao Xiaomiao and said softly, after going through the heavenly tribulation, our bodies are so dirty. There is a small pond over there, why don't we wash each other's backs? It was what Mo Junyi had said after Miao Xiaomiao underwent the tribulations. You lecher. Ah. You. Miao Xiaomiao subconsciously began to scold but she immediately noticed something was wrong. She widened her eyes and looked at Jun Moxie. This sentence of washing each other's backs was something that she would never forget. Because after this sentence, her virginity was taken away by someone. N. Heaven as the chessboard, stars as chess pieces. Who is able to play it? The land be the pipa, path be the string, who dares to play? Jun Moxie looked at Miao Xiaomiao and gave a gentle smile. Thunder as the battle drums, lightning as the flags, who dares to battle? Miao Xiaomiao's body shook violently as she almost fell to the ground, letting out some incoherent noises as her eyes filled with confusion. The couplet of, heaven as the chessboard, stars as chess pieces may have been circulated out from the misty illusory manor, but thunder as the battle drums, lightning as the flags, who dares to battle, was what Mo Junyi had said when the two of them were going through the heavenly tribulation. Only the two of them knows it. But Jun Moxie had recited it now. How did he know? Could it be that he? Silly lass, you still couldn't recognize me even until now. Jun Moxie smiled helplessly. Am I really that hard to recognize? Then, he rubbed his face a couple of times in front of Miao Xiaomiao. Slowly, his handsome appearance faded away and a plain, ordinary face appeared before Miao Xiaomiao. Mo Junyi. Miao Xiaomiao widened her eyes as she stumbled back, panic in her eyes. You are Junyi. Jun Moxie chuckled bitterly and nodded his head as he replied softly. Xiaomiao, it's me. Miao Xiaomiao's body trembled as she fell to the ground, she fainted. Jun Moxie quickly caught her in his arms before she hit the ground. After a while, Miao Xiaomiao regained consciousness, but there was still a confused look in her eyes, as if she were in a dream. Suddenly seeing Mu Junye's face before hers, she began to cry out. Junyi, did you know? I had a nightmare just now, I dreamt that that evil monarch was lusting after me, and said things that only you and I know about. And not only that, he even turned into your appearance, I'm so scared, I am very scared. Jun Moxie let out a soft sigh and said gently. Silly lass. You're not dreaming, it is all real. It's real. It's real. It's real, Miao Xiaomiao looked at her lover with a dazed look in her eyes. Suddenly, she struggled out from his arms and slowly took a look at the surroundings. A look of confusion and daze on her face. She turned around and looked at the Jun Moxie who was still wearing Jun Xie's face, staring intently at his face. She gritted her teeth and said, Jun Xie. You tell me this isn't real. Tell me. Jun Moxie closed his eyes in anguish and replied, Xiao Miao, this is reality, this is real. I have always been Jun Moxie. Jun Xie is just one of my identities, a person who does not exist. No. It's not true. This is not real, this is impossible. You're lying to me. You're telling such lies so that you can get me. I will not believe you. I refuse to believe it. Miao Xiao Miao cried mournfully, staring at Jun Moxie, but she was slowly backing away as she shook her head agitatedly. Even so, her eyes betrayed her as tears began to well up in them. The truth is cruel, but it is always the truth. Suddenly, Miao Xiao Miao bumped into a chair behind her. With a bang, she fell onto the ground along with it. With Miao Xiao Miao's venerable cultivation, even if it were a cliff or a deadly trap behind her, it may not make her fall. But she had fallen in such a pathetic manner. It was obvious that her mind and heart were already in a frenzy. Xiao Miao, Jun Moxie reached his hand out in hopes of pulling her back up. Don't touch me. You evil person. You're not allowed to touch me, Miao Xiao Miao screamed with her might as she stubbornly picked herself off the ground. But her tears continued to fall like pearls as her petite body continued to tremble. You are Jun Xie. Jun Xie is Jun Moxie. Jun Moxie is my Jun Xie. Miao Xiao Miao laughed bleakly as she looked at Jun Moxie, a trace of blood appearing at the corner of her lips. That flash of red completely shocked Jun Moxie. Yes, Xiao Miao, I did not intend to lie to you. I really am Jun Xie. Jun Moxie tried to explain himself. He had already prepared himself mentally for this, but he had not imagined Miao Xiao Miao's reaction to be this great, to be this intense. Shut up. Miao Xiao Miao yelled angrily. You still don't wish to lie to me? Ha ha ha. She laughed bleakly. You didn't intend to lie to me. How were you planning to lie to me? You've already cheated me of everything, your lies have taken everything. I have nothing left. Miao Xiao Miao's body quaked violently as she cried out with all her might. Everything I've had has all taken away by your lies, did you really not know that? Were you truly unaware? What else do you want to cheat from me? I have nothing left. But, that's good. I no longer have anything, which means I do not have to fear you trying to cheat me of anything anymore. Jun Moxie suddenly felt as if his heart was being ripped apart, but he had nothing to say for himself. Jun Xie. No. Jun Moxie, did you know how blissful I am before this? Miao Xiao Miao's tears flowed along her cheeks, along her lips and slowly dripped onto the ground. But she did not bother wiping it away, just letting it flow and mix with the blood on her mouth as they fall onto the ground. My Jun Xie, he is not powerful and looks ordinary, but he is the only person that I, Miao Xiao Miao, acknowledge. Miao Xiao Miao said sorrowfully. He is the person I love the most. Did you know that? Did you know? I was naive enough to think that he was also the person who loved me most. Turns out I was wrong. This was all a scam. It was a scam from head to tail. Did you know how proud I was of him? How content I was? It was my greatest bliss to have Jun Xie. Miao Xiao Miao lamented, a desolate look of happiness on her face. Jun Xie told me that he already had a wife, but I didn't mind that, I can be a concubine for his sake. As long as I can be with Jun Xie, I do not mind anything. Jun Xie is gentle and has outstanding knowledge. The moment he appeared in the misty illusory manner, he created the greatest storm with the weakest cultivation. He is my pride. I am Jun Xie's wife. I am his woman. Even if he is of lowly status, I am willing. The heavens are our blanket and the earth is our bed, the wind are the delicacies, and the rain is our wine, the clouds are our wedding decoration, and the mist our witness, the thunder shall be our betrothal gifts, and the lightning the matchmaker. I, Miao Xiao Miao, exchanged vows. Miao Xiao Miao chuckled desolately. I presented my body, my feelings, my soul, my everything to the person I love the most. If there is Jun Xie, Miao Xiao Miao is just an empty shell. Miao Xiao Miao's face and voice suddenly turned expressionless. And today, you are telling me that, Jun Xie has never existed in this world. Everything was made up. They had never existed. The free and natural physique is imaginary, Mo Junyi is imaginary, Miao Xiao Miao said sorrowfully. Jun Moxie, how can you be this cruel? You've destroyed my dreams. You've destroyed my everything. You're so cruel. Why must you do this to me? Since you've already lied to me, why don't you continue lying to me? I would rather not know of it forever. Even if Junyi doesn't return, he will forever exist in my heart. Why must you be this cruel? You expose this scam and destroy my hopes. You're so cruel, you really are cruel. Miao Xiao Miao said, as her voice slowly became weak. Xiao Miao. The Mo Junyi in the misty illusory manner, aside from his identity being false, his knowledge, his brains, everything about him is real. That is another me. That is real, ah. Jun Moxie said softly. Today, I'm giving you the most genuine and real version of me, is it no good? Not good. I only love Mo Junyi. It has always been Mo Junyi. And not Jun Moxie. Miao Xiao Miao looked at him tearfully. It's you. You killed my Junyi. It's you. Who had made my Junyi disappear forever. Miao Xiao Miao's beautifully sorrowful face suddenly turned to one that was filled with resentment. Jun Moxie, evil monarch. Do you feel accomplished, toying with a woman like this? Watching a woman's hopes rise, fork out her feelings, virginity, devotion, loyalty and everything, then crushing it all with your own hands. Turning it all into powder. With a turn of your palms, you send this woman to eternal death. That sort of feeling of being in absolute control of everything, was it thrilling? Is it? She walked forward, step by step, but she did not blink despite the tears in her eyes. A mournful expression on her face. Enough. Xiao Miao, don't misunderstand my words. Can you calm down? Can you listen to my explanation? Jun Moxie said in distress. Explain. Fine, I'm waiting for your explanation. If the evil monarch wishes to speak, who dares to refuse? Miao Xiao Miao glared at him. Since you want to explain, I will listen to your explanation. But, before that, can you please stop insulting my Junyi? Don't let the appearance of my most beloved person be hung on the face of a liar like you. Change it. Change it off. Jun Moxie sighed and removed his disguise of Mo Junyi and returned to his original appearance. Miao Xiao Miao stared at him, watched that face that belonged to Mo Junyi slowly fade away from his face. She was so focused, watching so intently, so reluctant. But so utterly despairing. It was the immense despair of watching her lover leave with her own eyes, but she could do nothing about it. A hopeless despair. Along with the gradual disappearance of Mo Junyi's face from Jun Moxie's face, her eyes also gradually lost their shine, and turned lifeless and empty. Junyi, don't go, Miao Xiao Miao cried as she stepped forward, trembling. She stretched her hand out weakly towards Jun Moxie's face, her voice full of despair. And as she called out this name, it sounded more like the sound of her heart shattering. Xiao Miao. I'm here. Jun Moxie's body jolted as he grabbed her hand. Do not touch me. You're not worthy of this name, you liar. Miao Xiao Miao shook his hand off forcefully and cleaned it on her clothes. Then she lowered her head and remained still, until her body stopped trembling. She waited till she stopped trembling before taking 2 deep breaths. Then, Miao Xiao Miao raised her head and looked at Jun Moxie. She smiled and said, Manor Lord Jun, didn't you want to explain? I'm listening to your explanation. Her voice had turned extremely calm. But this calmness was as still as death. Jun Moxie felt his heart ache. Miao Xiao Miao may look deathly pale and may be smiling, but there was a dull look in her eyes. With the current circumstances, no matter how he explained, she would not listen to any of it. Jun Moxie sighed internally and only felt his heart ache. Xiao Miao, the situation was like this. Since I started cultivating Xian skills, I began to break through at unimaginable speed. I was already a Saint Emperor within a few years' time. Jun Moxie knew that explaining was useless, but right now, he could not explain himself. As someone who led 2 lifetimes, he had never felt this guilty. And had never felt that it was this difficult to say something. When one has significant cultivation, their longevity will naturally be prolonged. But Xiao Yi, Qin Han, and the rest always followed me devotedly. But their problem before us was that. Jun Moxie let out a long sigh. I may still be able to maintain my appearance for hundreds and thousands of years without aging, and so can Shui Yan. But everyone else was destined to not be able to do so, because their cultivation would not reach that sort of level. Or rather to say, no one is capable of this. Xian cultivation can only increase one's lifespan, but it is unable to maintain one's youthful appearance. Even if they cultivate to a Saint Emperor's level like us, they are still subjected to the mercy of time. This problem may not be an issue to us, men, but for women it is. Shui Yan and I am able to not age due to reasons. Jun Moxie skimped on the details of this part. To a woman, if they see that their lover and their sister is able to keep their youthful appearance and never age while they have to age along with time, that is undoubtedly an extremely cruel thing. I did not wish to see them getting hurt in the future and do not wish to lose them. They're my women, so I naturally will want to protect them to the greatest of my abilities. Jun Moxie said. But there is only one way to resolve the aging of one's looks and boost one's cultivation greatly. That is to consume both the exquisite lotus and seven-colored holy fruit at the same time. Aside from this, there is no other way. And so you set your mind on Heaven Saint Palace and misty illusory manor? For your lovers. Miao Xiao Miao said apathetically. That is the case. In Chrysanthemum City, I battled with the three holy lands, and the stakes were the exquisite lotus. In the end, they lost, so I went to Heaven Saint Palace according to the bet and obtained the exquisite lotus. And you experienced the effects of the exquisite lotus I've cultivated earlier. As to the seven-colored holy fruit, it was even more difficult to obtain. The first challenge was that I had no way to enter the misty illusory manor. So, when I was in Chrysanthemum City, I left a hint of the free and natural physique beforehand. Then, you made us of your so-called free and natural physique to cheat Chao Guofeng's trust. Then set up obstructions along the way so that they would do everything to bring you into misty illusory manor. Miao Xiao Miao laughed coldly. Evil monarch, truly a great scheme. Everyone is toyed in your palms. Before this, I've only heard of the saying to produce clouds with one turn of the hand and rain with another. But great manor lord, you have truly let this last witness the true meaning of this saying. Indeed. I finally got what I wished for and entered misty illusory manor. My original intention was to silently steal the seven-colored holy fruit the moment I found it and leave. After I obtained it, Mo Junyi would completely disappear. No one will see the rainbow holy tree that I obtained, so no one will suspect me of it. Jun Moxie no longer tried to conceal anything. He just spilled it all out. But you had never expected that the rainbow holy tree does not exist within the misty illusory manor, but in another independent dimension. So you came up with another plot and set your mind on me? Miao Xiao Miao chuckled coldly. But I have to say, a silly lass like me is truly too easy to deceive. No wonder you would set your aim on me. The facts have proven it. You've succeeded. Your scheme is completely flawless. That is not true. Jun Moxie said angrily. From start to finish, I never thought of making use of you. Since I entered misty illusory manor, to Gu Fei Yu's provocation, then the challenge by the brothers of the Zhan family, Xiao Miao, when have I made use of you? Manor Lord Jun, please don't call me Xiao Miao. Miao Xiao Miao snapped angrily. This is an addressment that only my closest kin have the right to use. You're not worthy. You do not have this right. Jun Moxie took a deep breath. Fine, I shall not call you that. After I've understood the situation, I did everything I could to gain the quota for entering the spiritual herbal gardens. The objective of the battle with the Zhan family was also for this. I never tried to take advantage of your quota. You wouldn't deny this, would you? Miao Xiao Miao lifeless eyes turned away as she slowly nodded. It is just that the ways of the world are too peculiar, and plans will never be faster than changes. When the Zhan family was defeated, in their unwillingness to admit their defeat, they tried to get rid of me. But you risked your life to save me. I am grateful for it. But I had also made up my mind to maintain a distance from you. Because this sort of feeling. I am unable to carry it. I knew that if I had embarked on this relationship with you, when the truth was revealed, it would only end up like today. I was afraid to take it. And am unable to carry it. So when you came to find me, I intentionally brought it up that I had a wife to reject you. Jun Moxie squeezed his eyes shut. I really did not wish to hurt you. But you are too deeply in love, more than I imagined. To fall completely unconscious upon returning home that day, Jun Moxie breathed out in pain. Your love, your determination, forced me into a path of no return. I couldn't just stand by and watch you fall into eternal slumber. So I chose to save you. I am indeed the evil monarch, with powerful forces and strength, but ultimately, I'm only a man. A gentle, gorgeous and talented beauty like you who is so devotedly in love with me. How could I not be moved? How could I not feel anything? When I made the decision to save you, I treated you as my woman. My, Jun Moxie's, woman. You may not know, but, my mother, due to my father's unexpected death back then, in her extreme grief, also fell into a deep sleep like you, and she remained asleep for 10 whole years, and would rather remain in her dreams than wake up. My mother's pain and love made me realize that I must not let the same tragedy fall upon you. So no matter what I have to face, I had to wake you up. And keep you by my side. Jun Moxie looked at her firmly and said. And give you happiness. Since I have made my decision, I will no longer hesitate or even regret. From that moment on, I never tried to run away with regards to our feelings. Even when I left, until now, my feelings towards you are genuine. Is Manor Lord Jun done talking? Miao Xiao Miao gave an apathetic smile and coldly said. N. Are you done with your explanation? Jun Moxie knew that she did not listen to much of what he said. He couldn't help but let out a long sigh. Perhaps it is just as you said, whatever you've done has a reason that leaves you without a choice. You're good to your wives, for their sake, you can do anything, you can use all sorts of methods just for them to remain eternally young. This is something you should do as a man, as a husband. I understand, and do not blame you for it. But did it ever occur to you about how many people you've affected with your actions? In the misty illusory manner, Chao Guofeng and the other saint emperors. They placed all their hopes on you. They treat you even more dearly than their own children, yet you have deceived them. From start to end, through and through, you lied to them. And the elders of the misty illusory manor. They all viewed you as the hope of the misty illusory manor. They completely chose to support you. And you, also deceived all of them. As to me, you don't need to feel guilty. You did not deceive me. Miao Xiao Miao laughed desolately. I am not trying to be sarcastic, I am speaking from my heart. My husband is Mo Junyi, he did not lie to me, and he treats me very well. He really did. I am his wife, his woman. It is just that, he no longer exists anymore. Mo Junyi still exists. I am Mo Junyi. Jun Moxie yelled. No, you're not. Miao Xiao Miao looked at Jun Moxie with clear eyes. You're Jun Moxie. You are only Jun Moxie and not my Mo Junyi. Although he is just one of your identities, but you cannot replace him. He was born because of you and ceased to exist because of you. No, how can my Junyi be gone? He will live on forever in my heart. Jun Moxie was feeling completely drained of strength at this point. What do you want me to do before you can accept this fact? Just say it. As long as you can say it, I will be able to do it. I will definitely do it. Jun Moxie said in a low voice. Really? Then, I want my Junyi back. I want my husband back. That's the only thing that I want, Miao Xiao Miao screamed with all her might. Return Junyi to me. Return me my heart. Return it to me. I want my Junyi back, I want my husband back, I want my man back. I want to grow old with him, I want to bear children for him, I want to stay with him forever, never parting with him. Miao Xiao Miao cried and sobbed heavily. Suddenly rushing up, she grabbed Jun Moxie by the collar and roared in his face. Liar! Return my Junyi to me now. Return me my happiness. Give it back to me, give it back to me. She rained her little fists on him repeatedly as tears flowed endlessly down her face, carrying her pain and her despair. Jun Moxie stood there unmovingly, each blow feeling as if his heart was being cut by 1,000 knives. Even for a person like him who'd lived 2 lives, he had never felt such a terrible feeling before. He finally understood now. Previously, he thought that he was Mo Junyi, and Mo Junyi was simply another part of his identity. As long as the 2 identities were merged back together, everything would be settled. But now, he knew that this was not true. Because the man that Miao Xiao Miao loved was Mo Junyi, not Jun Moxie. It had never been him. Mo Junyi and Jun Moxie were 2 completely different people. They had different personalities, different identities, different looks, and different bearings. The heart of a woman was just like that, since she already had a Jun Xie in her heart, she would naturally be unable to bear a Jun Moxie to suddenly tell her that the two people were actually the same person. Perhaps it would be easy for outsiders to accept it, and some people would even find it to not be a big deal. But for the person involved, it was a completely different concept. Accepting Jun Xie was the equivalent of accepting Jun Moxie. No. That was not the same thing. That was like turning one's back on one's lover and go with another. Although putting it like that was somewhat overboard, but it was undoubtedly the truth. If it were Mei Shuiyan, Guan Qinghan, or the others, if someone told them that the Jun Moxie they loved had actually never existed, and the real person was actually Jun Xie, they would also be unable to accept it. Miao Xiao Miao was undoubtedly a very traditional girl. She was soft on the outside and hard on the inside. She could be as gentle as water and as fierce as fire at the same time. She definitely could not accept that her sacred love was actually stepped on like that. She was also unable to accept that the lover in her heart had transformed into a completely different person. Using a very unsuitable analogy, one could imagine that a girl was dating Wang Fei Hung 1, but she was suddenly told that she was marrying Jet Li 1, was that possible? Even though everyone on Earth knew that the character Wang Fei Hung was played by Jet Li. This was an impossible knot to loose. Miao Xiao Miao cried pitifully, until her entire body was completely bereft of strength. Laying on the table, she passed out again. Even as she slept and dreamt, her body twitched from time to time and tears continued flowing from her eyes. To a frail and tender girl like her, this was a huge blow that she could not endure. Jun Moxie looked at Miao Xiao Miao sobbing in her sleep, and he only felt as if his heart was being torn apart piece by piece. A moment later, a sound came from the door, and Mei Shuiyan walked in lightly. Looking at Jun Moxie, she shook her head lightly. She cannot accept it. Jun Moxie nodded bitterly and sighed heavily. Isn't this a trouble you caused? Mei Shuiyan sighed and looked at Miao Xiao Miao. This is a good girl, you must not let her down. Jun Moxie stood up slowly and shook his head in a troubled manner. How am I trying to let her down? It's just. Shuiyan, tell me, what should I do about this matter? Do what you have to do. Mei Shuiyan rolled her eyes at him. I just never imagined that even after so many things you'd done with her, it's still not enough to. After saying that, she sighed heavily again. When Miao Xiao Miao first came here, Mei Shuiyan had already discussed this matter with Guan Qinghan. The both of them placed themselves in Miao Xiao Miao's shoes and tried to imagine them in her position. But the more they thought about it, the more complicated this matter seemed. When they saw for themselves how much Miao Xiao Miao loved and protected Jun Xie, they felt even worse. This girl had obviously fallen so deeply in love with Jun Moxie's other identity that it was ingrained into her very bones. Thus, Mei Shuiyan had gathered the other girls to put on a show where they were jealous of her, to make things difficult for Jun Moxie. They wanted Jun Moxie to showcase his talents, slowly reconciling the image of Jun Xie in her heart with his real identity. Dugu Xiaoyi was also there to put in subtle hints for her to pick up. It was better if Miao Xiao Miao could figure the situation out herself and slowly come to terms with it in her heart. If Miao Xiao Miao had even the slightest bit of suspicion that Jun Xie was possibly Jun Moxie, it might have been a bit easier for her to accept the situation when the truth was revealed. The girls would all join in and create a light atmosphere, hopefully easing her into the same mindset as them. But who would have thought that Miao Xiao Miao would have complete and utter trust in Jun Xie, to the point where it did not hold even the slightest bit of suspicion in her heart. The show that the girls had taken such painstaking effort to put on had only achieved a bit of self-entertainment. In the end, it still came down to having Jun Moxie reveal the truth himself. In order to not let her feel awkward, Mei Shuiyan had even chased Dugu Xiaoyi and the other curious little lasses far away, and under the supervision of Guan Qinghan. But seeing how things had turned out on this side, Mei Shuiyan also felt somewhat helpless. This was simply too difficult. I'm afraid this matter is extremely difficult to resolve. At least, it's very difficult for the time being. Mei Shuiyan looked gently at Miao Xiao Miao and sighed. Right now, she already hates you to the bone. To use a more extreme example, her current situation would be like if we suddenly received news that you had been killed. It's completely impossible to accept and likely even more serious than that. After all, in that situation, we could still direct our hatred into revenge on your enemies. However, she doesn't even have a target to direct her hatred at. You have destroyed her Jun Xie and shattered the love in her heart. You are her greatest enemy. But although Jun Moxie is not Jun Xie, Mo Junyi is ultimately still Jun Moxie. She cannot take revenge against the man that she loves the most and cannot even face the truth. If I were her, I would be at an utter loss as well. The only thing you can do now is to wait patiently. Only when she thinks things through on her own, can there be a way to resolve the problem. Give her a little more time. Right now, anything you do will only have the opposite effect. But how long must I wait? I'm worried that she will fall into a coma again like the last time. Jun Moxie sighed. If you only wait, it might be that nothing would change even if the heavens grow old and the earth passes away. If you don't wish to leave any regrets in your heart, you need to try your best to change her. From her deep love for Mo Junyi, to a deep love for Jun Moxie. Letting your true identity completely eclipse your false identity. Mei Shuiyan turned her body away and said in a light voice. This is a very long and difficult process. She is an extremely stubborn and strong girl, and to make her change her heart, is difficult. It is destined to be exceedingly difficult. But no matter how difficult it is, it remains your responsibility. A responsibility that you cannot avoid. You must do it. Mei Shuiyan said heavily. Yes. That is my responsibility to her. I have to do it. And I have to do it well. Jun Moxie's eyes grew resolute. Go on then, win this last back right from the start again. If Mo Junyi could do it, why can't the evil monarch do it? Don't forget, you have a huge advantage, that is, she's already your woman. This matter is difficult to say, and difficult to do. However, there's still a surefire shortcut. Mei Shuiyan's voice carried a hint of jealousy as she pouted. Miao Xiao Miao is already your woman, but I, the main wife in name, am still a complete virgin. Furthermore, I still have to help him think of ways to woo and obtain the heart of another woman. What shortcut? Jun Moxie asked anxiously. How did a person who's so intelligent normally suddenly turn dumb in a moment like this? I've said just now that Mo Junyi is Jun Moxie, but Jun Moxie is not Mo Junyi. There's no need to ask her to change her heart that much, discarding Mo Junyi away to jump into your arms. You just need to let her understand that the person who made an oath with her was also you, Jun Moxie, and that the two of you were actually the same person. Do you still need me to make this kind of thing so clear for you? Mei Shuiyan snorted. You should go and grasp this bit properly yourself. Jun Moxie cocked his head, seemingly having some thoughts of his own. I'll take her to rest first, as for the misty illusory manner side, settle it yourself. Mei Shuiyan rolled her eyes unkindly at him. Young Master Jun seemed to have suddenly grown clever as he chuckled. Shuiyan, are you unhappy in your heart? Seeing her already doing that with me, while you haven't done that, Kiki. If you weren't so conservative and agreed earlier, wouldn't we have already done this and that long ago? Perhaps right now, we might even have that already, as well. This fellow was truly strange. He didn't know how to handle Miao Xiao Miao and Duga Xiao Yi, but towards the one that was supposedly the hardest to handle, Mei Shuiyan, he had all kinds of skills. Scram! What nonsense are you talking about? This and that, aren't you worried about little sister Miao anymore? Mei Shuiyan's face instantly turned completely red. From the looks of it, young Master Jun was only trying to look for some joy in the midst of bitterness. Shrinking his head back, he sighed. Mei Shuiyan carried Miao Xiao Miao up gently and suddenly gasped. This lass is truly staunch with moral integrity. Why is she so hard on herself? Although it is true that Jun Moxie is not Mo Junyi, but Mo Junyi is still Jun Moxie. Is there a need to be so stubborn? Jun Wui turned around with shock and saw that there was a large pool of blood on the table where Miao Xiao Miao had laid on. This was definitely not blood that was spat out unconsciously due to pain, but a violent expulsion of blood using her Xian Qi. Mei Shuiyan sighed and carried Miao Xiao Miao up, only to hear her mumbling in her sleep. I only want my Junyi, I don't want you, I don't owe you anything, the exquisite lotus that you've given me, I'll spit it out. I don't owe you anything. This girl was actually unyielding to such an extent. Jun Moxie felt a tremendous pain in his heart, as if the heavens and the ocean were flipping over. Even with Jun Moxie's strong will, he could not help but clutch his chest and collapse back onto the chair. Miao Xiao Miao's words were like an unstoppable bolt of lightning, piercing deeply into his heart. They also seemed to carry the might of lightning as they blasted against his insides. Jun Moxie sat stiffly on the chair, not moving at all. Miao Xiao Miao, this love-struck girl whom he had rejected originally and whom he accepted and loved in the end, had truly impacted him in this moment. The selfless sacrificial love she had shown in the misty illusory manner when he had been attacked, and the heartbreak when he'd rejected her, who sank into an unconscious state because of his rejection, and her, who tried to protect him from the heavenly tribulation. Even when she was face to face with the evil monarch who shook the entire world, she still did not hesitate to stand by the man she loved, refusing to say even half a word that was bad about him. She did not waver, even in the slightest. It was as if in this lifetime, there was only Jun Xie for her. That was all. This heart of hers was undoubtedly extreme, but it was extreme enough to shake a person's soul to the core. Jun Moxie, who had lived 2 lives and transmigrated to Xian continent, had always had a rather smooth sailing journey all along. Even when he met any difficulties, he'd always managed to safely tide through them using his wits and his strength. But the difficult question today was not something he could fix no matter how clever or how domineering his cultivation was. The amazing Jun Moxie was completely helpless at this moment. Although Mei Shuiyan had given him a probable direction to work towards, it was still easier said than done. No matter how perfect something sounded on paper, it was still unexecuted yet. It could very well just be wishful thinking on his own part. Before this, he had indeed thought that after he revealed his true identity to her, she may be unhappy for a moment, but she would still come to accept him because of their love. However, he had still neglected the understanding that the one she loved was Jun Xie, not Jun Moxie. After the truth was revealed, Jun Moxie only became the person who destroyed her love, and the murderer of her husband. Although saying that was a little too much, but it was indeed not far from her current feelings. Jun Moxie sighed helplessly watched as Mei Shuiyan carried Miao Xiaomiao away. Standing up, he walked to the window and lingered for a long moment before giving a low command. Check how the banquet downstairs is proceeding. If everything is almost done, invite the misty illusory manor's 3 seniors Miao Zhan, Miao Dao and Miao Jian up. Quite clearly, Jun Moxie had decided to put an end to this matter in the evil monarch manner. Before his sentence was finished, a report rang out from the outside. Reporting to Manor Lord, the 3 palace lords of the 3 holy lands are in the guest hall, and they seek the audience of Manor Lord, citing that they have important matters to discuss. Jun Moxie furrowed his brows lightly and after a slight pause, he replied. In that case, tell them to wait there, I'll be along shortly. Although Jun Moxie wanted to reveal the matter to Miao Zhan and the others, the short consideration just made him calm down. The current situation could be said to be very awkward. If he made contact with the 3 seniors of the Miao family earlier, then while the 3 of them would undoubtedly be angry about the matter of him infiltrating into the misty illusory manor in disguise, they would definitely not make things difficult for him if he could show enough sincerity and promise to give Miao Xiaomiao the proper status and position by his side. To Miao Xiaomiao, Jun Xie had already disappeared completely because of Jun Moxie. But to the Miao family, or even the rest of the misty illusory manor, Jun Xie and Jun Moxie were just 2 different names. As long as it was still the same person, there would be no problems. This was the reality of the large factions, clans, and families. If Jun Moxie chose to conduct the matters in that way, everything would certainly develop very smoothly. There wouldn't even be anything out of place because of it at all. But for this method, the only thing that would be lost was Miao Xiaomiao herself. She would have to bear the heartache of being lied to by her most beloved, and at the same time, face the pain of being sold out by her own family. To the family, even though Miao Xiaomiao was the Miao family's darling daughter, she was far from being as valuable as an ally like the evil monarch manor. But Jun Moxie's feelings towards Miao Xiaomiao were real, and there was no way he could face his woman in that way. Thus, he'd chosen to tell her the truth first. The result was the scene of tragedy before his eyes. If the 3 old fellows of the Miao family came to know about Miao Xiaomiao's current state, they would certainly not be polite with him. And with his own emotions being so unstable right now, it was unavoidable for him to be in an irritable mood. If an argument arose between the 2 sides, it would instead cause the current bad situation to worsen further. Meeting the 3 holy lands as people first and taking the chance to let off some steam was also not a bad idea. Soon, young Master Jun came into the small guest hall. Only 3 people were sitting there, Mo Wu Dao, Shiruo Chen, and Huyen Ao Bo. To the current Jun Moxie, the cultivation level of any of these 3 palace lords were not considered very high. Even if these 3 joined hands against him, Jun Moxie still had absolute confidence of crushing them with a single strike. The fact that they had enough guts to dismiss their guards and sit here facing him alone was already a great demonstration of sincerity. This was undoubtedly a type of gesture. This was the evil monarch manner, and it was also their grand opening day. They trusted that Jun Moxie, this evil monarch, would not dare to do anything to them. But if they were in their own territories, even if it were in the headquarters of the three holy lands, they would not be so sure. To have courage in the opponent's territory, and yet no faith in their own territory, one had to say that this was an incredibly strange concept. Manor Lord Jun is indeed a young hero of a generation. In just one short year, you'd already changed a regular aristocratic family that was struggling to stay afloat to such a grand state where the world would tremble with every step you take. Although we belong to opposing factions, I still have to admit my admiration. Mo Wu Dao laughed aloud and said. If it were me, I could never emulate such a level of success. This was already a very sincere praise that came from his heart. With his status, for him to say such words right from the start meant that this conversation was bound to have a pleasant start. But unfortunately for him, the timing that he had chosen to say these words were too coincidental. Young Master Jun already had a bellyful of anger with nowhere to vent and was in an incredibly bad mood. Rolling his eyes, he chuckled coldly. You naturally would not be able to emulate it. Because you are Mo Wu Dao, and I am Jun Moxie. You do not have the qualifications to compare yourself with me, but it's good that you at least know your own inferiority. The moment this exceedingly abrasive words came out, Mo Wu Dao nearly spat out a mouthful of blood in anger. He had been awaiting Jun Moxie's reply with a full smile hanging on his face from ear to ear. As the saying goes, one would receive a peach in return if one hands out a pear. Mo Wu Dao felt that he had already spoken humbly enough and was expecting Jun Moxie to return the gesture before bringing the topic to the correct path. Who would have thought that the reply would be so rude? From the looks of it, Mo Wu Dao had failed to kiss up to the horse's ass and had instead planted his kiss on the back of the horse's leg, receiving a vicious kick in the face as a result. There was naturally no need to describe the bitter feeling in his heart. Manor Lord Jun. The three of us traveled such a long way, not just to celebrate the opening of your evil monarch manor. Shi Ruochen furrowed his brows and said. This sentence was undoubtedly saying that they could have sent any random person if it were just to participate in the opening ceremony. There was no need for the three of them to come in person. And the truth was as such as well. Oh. So the three of you did not come specially to offer your congratulations? So it was this seat who had been thinking wishfully. Then, I wonder what you are here for. Could it be that you're here to look for a wife? Jun Moxie's reply had gotten even thornier. The two sides were enemies by right, and there was no possibility of that enmity being resolved. So why should Jun Moxie make things easy for them? Not to mention that he had a bellyful of anger, even if he weren't in a bad mood, he would not be polite with them. This is Tian Fa Forest, so I wonder if the three of you set your eyes on the monkeys or the bears. If you are embarrassed and too shy to speak, I'm still willing to be the matchmaker for you. Taking into account that the three of you came from afar to congratulate the opening of my manor, I'm willing to help you. Even though my status is high, there's no need to worry. I'm quite easy to talk to. Seeing him come out like a mad dog biting at everyone he saw, the three of them were incredibly enraged. They had truly never seen a lord of an area acting like this, without even the slightest demeanor of a proper leader. It was as if they were dealing with an untamed hooligan. The only thing to be thankful about was that there were only the four of them present there. If it was in that reception hall earlier, the three of them would have turned into laughing stocks, with nowhere to put their faces. Who knew how the jokes about them coming to Tian Fa to look for a wife would be spun in the outside world? The three of them knew that if they continued bickering in this direction, it would directly result in a huge, all-out brawl. Huyen Ao Bo scowled and snorted fiercely. Manor Lord Jun. The three of us came here this time for the sake of the peace of the Xian continent and the people. This conversation will determine the fate of the entire land. To deal with the war for seizing the heavens, we need to be of one heart and combine our strengths to pass through this difficult stage. As for the personal enmity between our factions, it wouldn't be too late to put them until after the war for seizing the heavens. With the fate of the whole world in front of us, personal grievances can always wait. Xian continent. All the lives and the people in this world. What does that have anything to do with me? Jun Moxie rolled his eyes and asked in an impolite manner. How is this daddy not part of the people of this world? But when this daddy was being suppressed and pursued all over the world while my family faced death and destruction, why didn't you righteous people step out to protect the people of this world? And now, this daddy's faction has grown strong, and you want me to go and fight and sacrifice for the peace and stability of the people? This daddy actually has such a duty. The world. What has the world done for me? Why must I serve the world? The three could not help but be stunned. Never would they have thought that Jun Moxie would actually utter such cold words. If those words were spread to the outside world, the evil monarch Manor would probably turn into the public enemy of the entire pugilistic world or even the entire continent. Normally, the three of them would be ecstatic with joy. They were just worried that they had nothing to use against the evil monarch Manor, and Jun Moxie had actually handed them such a great gift. However, with the war for seizing the heavens so close, they could not afford to lose the battle strength of the evil monarch Manor. If the evil monarch Manor really announced that they were unwilling to join the war, that would directly equate to a loss on the side of the humans. The three of them looked at each other and instantly understood the meaning behind this. This little thief Jun Moxie had most likely lost control of his emotions for some unknown reason and came to look for them to vent his anger. Otherwise, there was no reason for him to go off on them like that. Unfortunately, the timing now was extremely sensitive, otherwise, it would be an excellent time to get rid of the evil monarch Manor, given that they had been provided with a perfect and righteous reason. But now, they could only endure helplessly. Today, we've come here looking for this fellow to discuss serious matters. However, it's simply just playing the lute to a cow, and there won't be any results no matter what. If they continued discussing like this, there would really be no turning back, without any possibility of progressing, with the talk completely breaking down. Once the talk broke down, the consequences were not something that anyone could handle. This fellow right now was simply like a keg of explosives which would explode with the slightest trigger. He was even a super huge keg of explosives that if ignited, would definitely end with the death of many people. Since Manor Lord Jun is in a bad mood today, we will talk about this another day. This matter concerns the lives of the people, and the future of the continent. It cannot be taken lightly. After saying that, the three of them stood up to leave. Who said that I'm in a bad mood? My mood is extremely good. Terrifically good. Jun Moxie widened his eyes, and his posture was as if he was about to start killing at any time. The three pretended that they didn't hear him, taking his words as mere fart. Snorting lightly, they turned around. You will talk because you want to talk, and leave when you want to. Where is there such a good thing? Let me tell you honestly, after today, this daddy will not have the energy to chatter with the few of you anymore. Talk. Talk your granny's head. Young Master Jun had a bellyful of anger and nowhere to vent it. His hands were itchy, and his blood was restless. It was as if he needed to kill a few people to calm his emotions down. Staring vehemently at the three's disappearing back view, he roared after them. It was as if he was saying, "Hurry up and talk back to me, ah. If you dare to talk back to me, I will kill you." Mo Wu Dao and the others' mental strength were truly formidable, pretending that they heard anything, they completely disappeared into the distance. After screaming and shouting for some time, young Master Jun could be said to have vented a bit of his anger. Sitting down huffily on the table, he started to boil half a pot of tea. Just when he was about to start drinking, he heard a voice outside. Young Master, Zhan Wufeng of the Zhan family from the misty illusory manor seeks an audience. Let them in. Jun Moxie banged the teacup on the table and placed his leg on the table in a ruffianish manner. Manor Lord Jun. Zhan Wufeng came in with two Saint Emperors, and the instant they stepped through the door, they saw this evil monarch drinking fiercely from his cup and shaking his legs like a common rogue, sitting atop the table as he looked at them. That gaze in his eyes was as if a ferocious lion of the plains had seen three wild rabbits. Is this person really that same evil monarch we saw in the hall? There doesn't seem to be anything similar about him from his demeanor and manner of speaking. It can't be an impersonator, right? Experts of the Zhan family of the misty illusory manor, please sit. Jun Moxie forced a smile onto his face as he greeted. At the same time, he thought in his heart. The lineup from the misty illusory manor seemed to be somewhat odd. It should have been enough for Miao Zhan, Miao Dao and Miao Jian to come. But what are these people of the Zhan family here for as well? It seems to be a bit redundant to send so many people. Could this be a ploy by Miao Jingyun, borrowing a knife to kill someone? But they hadn't said anything about it. Zhan Wufeng does not dare to claim the title of an expert in front of Manor Lord Jun. This time, we have come here, wishing only to propose a possibility of a cooperation between our two factions. Zhan Wufeng furrowed his brows, not knowing if he should sit or stand. This evil monarch truly had a strange way of receiving his guests. He was sitting atop the table himself, so what were they as the guests supposed to do? It wouldn't be respectful to stand, but if they sat, wouldn't they be sitting beneath him? The two Saint Emperors at the back instantly had looks of rage on their faces. This Jun Moxie was truly too rude. Cooperate? Jun Moxie tilted his head. What kind of cooperation? Jean Wufeng felt as if he had eaten a fly, and he loosened his collar uncomfortably. He had taken the initiative to seek a cooperation, and this could already be considered giving the other party a great deal of face. Who would have thought that this fellow would behave in such an overbearing manner, as if the Jean family were there to suck up to him? Although Jean Wufeng had often heard in the misty illusory manner that the evil monarch was a rare genius with amazing abilities, it was still far less than what the outside world knew. If one only judged him based on the rumors, there was nothing too shocking. Besides, the people of the misty illusory manor had always held a lofty and arrogant attitude, looking disdainfully at the outside world. Even the three holy lands were not necessarily people that they placed in their eyes. This kind of attitude was especially apparent in the Jean family that had always sat among the top of the misty illusory manor. So although Jean Wufeng was shocked by the strength of the evil monarch manor, he didn't really place much importance on it. The only thing he took seriously was Jun Moxie's age. There was still great room for him to improve, and it was convenient for them to borrow his strength. Even if they truly started working together with the evil monarch manor, it was still based on their future strength. If the evil monarch manor became strong one day and managed to thoroughly suppress the three holy lands, then they would naturally be a strong ally and would work with them properly. But if the evil monarch manor became disadvantaged in the fight against the three holy lands, there was even a possibility of the Jean family secretly contacting the holy lands instead, helping them to thoroughly destroy this evil monarch manor, and then bringing Jun Moxie into the misty illusory manor and turning him into part of the Jean family's strength. The subject of cooperation is naturally about the Xian continent, this large piece of land. In other words, our Jean family will use our full strength to assist you to replace the three holy lands and sit stably as the hegemon of the continent. Jean Wufeng said lightly. He had full confidence that with such an attractive bait, there was no reason for Jun Moxie to reject them. Oh. The terms are certainly generous to the point where it's difficult for me to decline. But since it's a cooperation, there should be contributions on both sides as well. So what am I expected to contribute? Jun Moxie asked blandly, without a change of expression. Don't tell me that your Jean family had simply found this seat pleasing to the eye and decided to support this seat unconditionally to dominate the world, without asking for anything back, right? Manor Lord Jun's words are indeed right. We naturally have things that we want as well. Jean Wufeng looked at Jun Moxie's expression and a light smile formed on his face. It was as if he had already managed to see through Jun Moxie's heart. Say it. It's actually a very simple request. We only need some resources that only the Xian continent has. Manor Lord Jun will only need to be in charge of providing them to us. As these resources will only be provided to the Jean family. Jean Wufeng said with a sly grin. Only to the Jean family? You're saying I can't sell them to the Miao family? Jun Moxie said with a faint smile. There was an odd meaning in his smile, and he scratched his nose seemingly unconsciously. He stretched out 3 fingers and placed them under his chin, then put them down immediately again. It's not just the Miao family, this is the same for all the other factions in the misty illusory manor. After all, this cooperation is only between the evil monarch manor and my Jean family, not the misty illusory manor. Jean Wufeng narrowed his eyes and smiled coldly. I'll put it simply so both of us know what this is about. The Jean family will help Manor Lord Jun to dominate Xian continent, while Manor Lord Jun will help the Jean family to dominate the misty illusory manor. Basically, that is it. So from what you said, your Jean family wants to rely on these resources to come out on top against the current lords of the misty illusory manor, the Miao family. At the same time, monopolizing all the resources will bolster the strength of the Jean family in the misty illusory manor, forcing the Miao family to relent the position of lord to your Jean family as the new controllers of the misty illusory manor. Jun Moxie nodded lightly. So the resources that you want from this seat are things that the misty illusory manor does not have, or have very little of. And they are not enough to satisfy the needs of the entire misty illusory manor. These are things that only the Xian continent can provide, am I right? In other words, without these things, the misty illusory manor will not be able to function to a certain extent. Indeed. Jean Wufeng had not expected that this youngster's mind would spin this quickly, instantly arriving at the main point. So, regardless of which family in the misty illusory manor manages to monopolize these resources, they would basically have the strength to become the controllers of the entire misty illusory manor. Jun Moxie's face sunk slightly. However, my guess is that these resources are not that easy to obtain. Most likely, only people with enough strength will be able to obtain them. Otherwise, there would be no need for you to work with the three holy lands at all. Because before this, only the three holy lands had enough experts. Manor Lord Jun's analysis is exactly on point. Zhan Wufeng's eyes started to shrink. Only now did Zhan Wufeng begin to view Jun Moxie's intelligence seriously. This youngster's mind was extremely meticulous, and his judgment was incredibly accurate to the point of being shocking. It's still a bit early to say that my analysis is completely on point. My guess is that these resources that the misty illusory manor lacks is something that even the most powerful person cannot obtain too much of at one time. Or perhaps, there are only so many of those resources, or it might be that these resources have special traits or conditions that limits the periods which they can be harvested. This means that there needs to be someone stationed around them for long periods, in order to be ready to harvest the materials at any time. Or maybe it's something that can only be obtained through great effort over an extremely long time. Am I right? This time, Zhan Wufeng did not speak and fell completely silent. However, his heart was completely wrecked with heavy waves. This Jun Moxie's analytical ability was truly too scary. If those resources were things that could be harvested in great amounts every time, the misty illusory manor could have obtained enough to use for tens of thousands of years in one shot, developing by themselves at will without having to have someone else's hands gripping around their throats. Since they still had to rely on outside help, there had to be some special reasons involved. In that case, there were only two possibilities from Jun Moxie's analysis. If this matter was explained through, there was truly nothing to be surprised at. But to be able to make such an analysis in a short time right after hearing it for the first time required an incredibly high level of intelligence and meticulous mind. If even a tiny shred of wit was missing, one's subconscious mind would simply pass over all the details. And, I might have neglected a very important part just now, these resources should also be located in the territories of the three holy lands, right? Since they are important trading resources with the misty illusory manor, the three holy lands will definitely be guarding it fiercely and secretively, refusing to let any outsiders enter. Even the people from your misty illusory manor should be no exception. Or rather, they should be the most guarded against you all. So you all can only wait passively for the three holy lands to deliver the resources to you, but you cannot go in to retrieve them yourselves, much less try to take them forcefully. Otherwise, your misty illusory manor could just send your own people to get the resources. With the relationship between the three holy lands and you guys, why would they not allow that? Right now, their people are harvesting the materials and only providing you with the goods themselves. That means that the three holy lands can provide the resources, but the location of the resources is the true secret. So the most important thing should not be the resources themselves, but the location. Jun Moxie's eyes shone deeply, like a pair of unfathomable lake. That's right. Zhan Wufeng sucked in a deep breath and nodded heavily. These two short words seemed to be said with great difficulty. At the beginning, he was very relaxed, thinking that he was holding all the chips. No matter how the talk proceeded, he would be holding the initiative. But from just one sentence of his, Jun Moxie was able to deduce practically the entire situation. At the same time, his feelings began to grow heavier. To work with this devil-like evil monarch whose wit were so high, was that a fortunate thing or a disaster? For such an intelligent person, even if he was to lose in the fight against the three holy lands, who would truly be able to control him even if he entered the Zhan family? Would they be rearing a tiger that would end up devouring them instead? Since those resources are so important to the misty illusory manor, their locations will definitely be extremely highly regarded places in the three holy lands. If I want to obtain those resources and enter an alliance with you, it means that I need to pull the three holy lands up by their very roots to succeed. In that case, the positions of both sides would fall into one where both sides would not rest until the other is dead, right? Jun Moxie asked in a deep voice. That's right. Zhan Wufeng nodded as sweat began to form on his forehead. Right now, it seemed that he didn't know how to say any words other than, that's right. With my current strength, we already have the qualifications to stand alongside the three holy lands equally. Although the strength of our top experts are not quite there yet, it is still stronger than any one of the three holy lands. Even if all things fail, it's still not a problem to come out with a result where both sides are mutually destroyed. Jun Moxie continued slowly. But to have the power is one matter, and completely tearing off all pretenses and declaring war is another matter. Once a war starts, there will be endless battle between the two sides, and until one side is completely destroyed, it will not stop. Surely your Jun family wouldn't have not thought of this point, right? Jun Moxie's eyes shone brightly as he turned his gaze onto Jun Wufeng. His eyes were exceedingly sharp and domineering, causing even Jun Wufeng to take one step backwards involuntarily. Yes. We had naturally considered this point before in detail. In order to display our sincerity, our Jun family will send out our full force to support you if the evil monarch manor and the three holy lands truly go to war. I believe that this should be enough to show you our sincerity. Jun Wufeng sucked in a deep breath of air and said. Your sincerity. If war happens, my evil monarch manor and Tian Fa forest would join hands, and assuming that we went all out from the beginning, disregarding all losses, we would be able to completely decimate any one of the three holy lands in a very short time. In fact, we would even be able to cause heavy damage to a second holy land. But by the time we get to the third holy land, the Heaven Saint Palace will definitely come out to stop us. They might not be able to react in time to save the first and second holy lands, but no matter how fast we move, the most that we can take down would only be 2 out of the 3 holy lands. Once the Heaven Saint Palace gets involved, we would not have any chances of winning even if we used our full power. Jun Moxie's face turned cold. But at that stage, both sides can no longer just stop. If a legacy of over 10,000 years has been destroyed, no one would be able to bear it. That kind of hatred would already be enough for both sides to not be able to share the same sky. Moreover, many promising juniors would have been killed. The Heaven Saint Palace are people with saintly hearts, so how would they be able to accept that kind of ending? Only death would be able to resolve this situation. If they attacked with their full force, even with the strength of my evil monarch manor, it would be difficult to even perish together with them. The most likely result would be that they would be heavily wounded, and us, along with Tian Fa forest, would be completely annihilated. There are too few peak-level experts in our evil monarch manor, and compared to those thousands of years old ancient monsters in the Heaven Saint Palace, there is still a considerable power gap. That is simply the accumulation of countless years. I trust that, you all should have considered such a result as well, right? Or perhaps, this was the basis behind your entire plan. Jun Moxie looked at Jun Wufeng with an interesting gaze. This, how is that possible? I've already said clearly just now that the instant a war breaks out, we would pour our full force to support you. We will not sit by at the side. After all, this is the basis between the cooperation of our two sides. Jun Wufeng took 2 steps backwards and denied instantly. But I'm quite sure that you all would definitely not show your forces the instant the war begins. Jun Moxie wagged his finger lightly and smiled. There's no need to deny it. I wouldn't believe you even if you tried to deny. Perhaps you wouldn't simply sit by and watch the tigers bite each other to death, but you would wait until the very last moment before charging out. With a force as strong as thunder, you would end the war with a mighty stroke, flattening both Tian Fa forest and the evil monarch manor and also destroying the 3 holy lands. In fact, you might even take the opportunity to flush out the heavily crippled Heaven Saint Palace. At that time, I believe that there would no longer be any superpowers in the entire Xian continent to contend with your Jun family. Just like that, the Jun family will dominate the Xian continent. Please don't say that I'm using the yardstick of a base person to measure the motives of the upright. I will think that you are insulting my intelligence. And please don't say that you don't have any such plans. Because if you say that, I will think that your entire Jun family is full of retards. Jun Wufeng was about to say something, but his words were instantly shoved right back down his throat by Jun Moxie. Since the entire Xian continent is already in your hands, those precious resources would also naturally fall into the hands of your Jun family. At that time, your Jun family could behave as you wished in the misty illusory manner as well. Both the inner and outer world would then be in control of your Jun family. So your Jun family's ultimate motive is to be the greatest winner at the end of the day. If you proceeded according to this plan, there's a very large chance of you succeeding, at least an 80% chance. Jun Wufeng was completely stunned speechless. Because even he had not thought this far himself. He only knew a portion of the plan himself, and as for how it would proceed, it had been left to Zhang Luanhui and Zhang Wuyun. But looking at the overall situation right now, if the Jun family didn't move according to the plan that Jun Moxie had said just now, they would really be a family of retards. Who wouldn't want to capitalize such a huge, free advantage? Whoever didn't want to do that would instead be dumb. Moreover, Jun Wufeng knew that his family definitely understood things like this much better, and they were definitely capable of doing such a thing. But, we had truly come here this time sincerely to propose an alliance with Lord Jun. If Lord Jun is suspicious about our intentions, you can raise your conditions, and our Zhan family will do our best to accommodate the evil monarch manner. Right now, the state of things is already very clear. Lord Jun's side and the three holy lands is already at an irreconcilable state, and in the misty illusory manner, the Miao family's influence is more skewed towards continuing their cooperative relationship with the three holy lands. At best, they would only remain at a neutral stance. However, only our Zhan family can truly stand on the side of the evil monarch manner. Zhan Wufeng said seriously. His arrogance from before had already disappeared without a trace long ago. However, his mental strength was still resolute, still managing to continue the discussion even like this. And, those words are indeed right, since your Zhan family is sincere in a proper alliance, let me think about it properly. Jun Moxie twiddled his fingers and rapped his forehead a little. Narrowing his eyes, he said. Oh, I understand. Your Zhan family might really be sincere in working with me. However, this sincerity might only be limited to me alone, and not the entire evil monarch manor. Isn't that right? Zhan Wufeng instantly felt cold sweat pouring out of his forehead. His back was also drenched, and his shirt stuck closely to his skin. As the cold wind blew through the window, he only felt a deep chill in his soul. But why would you want to work with me? Because, you want to deal with the Miao family. Jun Moxie raised his head and said. At this time, he finally managed to guess the Zhan family's intentions. That is ludicrous. Can the internal matters of our misty illusory manor concern Lord Jun? Zhan Wufeng denied. Where did those words of Lord Jun's come from? Is it truly ludicrous? Is it really not my concern? I'm still very young and I'm only a few years older than that free and natural physique kid you have at the misty illusory manor. However, my cultivation is 10,000 times stronger than his. Upon hearing the four words, free and natural physique, Zhan Wufeng's face instantly paled. Widening his eyes with shock, he stared at Jun Moxie as if he were looking at a demon. Jun Moxie laughed mockingly. The cultivation speed of the free and natural physique is undoubtedly incomparable, far beyond the imagination of normal people. If the other families of the misty illusory manor could endure for a time until the free and natural physique kid grows up, they would definitely be able to seize the controlling rights back from the Zhan family's hands with ease, even if you manage to gain control over the misty illusory manor. And because of this, if the other families feels threatened, they would probably choose to cede control first, handing the Zhan family a complete misty illusory manor, whilst looking forward to the day when they can seize back a complete misty illusory manor. But if the Zhan family has me with them to suppress that free and natural physique prodigy, the latter would not be able to make a comeback no matter how long it takes. That way, it's the equivalence of dashing all the hopes of the remaining 7 large families. As Jun Moxie spoke to hear, he furrowed his brows and shook his head. No, wait, if that were true, the 7 families would most probably join hands to make a full-force counter-attack immediately. With 7 against 1, the Zhan family would instead suffer greatly. Exactly. Why would our Zhan family do something so stupid? Zhan Wufeng's heart was already trembling. I've got it. So that's how it is. Jun Moxie ignored Zhan Wufeng and thought for some time before suddenly clapping his hands loudly. So that is why you all raised those kinds of conditions earlier, even promising to support me. If the situation became such that the Heaven Saint Palace and my side are both badly hurt, you will definitely use your best efforts to save my life. But at the same time, you will declare to the outside world that Jun Moxie is already dead. This way, everything will be fine, and the concerns of all sides will disappear completely. As the other 7 families have the free and natural physique prodigy with them, they would naturally choose to take a step back for the time being, and bide their time as they wait for an opportunity to strike back. And that way, all the objectives of your Zhan family will be safely met, and you could develop in peace and accumulate your strength. With me to hold off against that prodigy with the free and natural physique, everything will be within the palms of your hands. Jun Moxie smiled faintly and nodded. That is indeed a formidable plan, with one facet linking perfectly to the next. First, you will throw out the ultimate bait of complete hegemony over the Xian continent, making me fall into the trap. As long as I take the first step out, everything will fall into place seamlessly. Even if I realize the whole scheme later on, it would be impossible to turn back any further, until I'm finally taken in by the misty illusory manor and used by your Zhan family. Naturally, all my followers, my family, and even the Xian beasts of Tian Fa forest in the outside world needs to be completely dead, so that it will be easier for you to control the entire continent. Even if I saw through this point in the end, I will still need to behave obediently towards your Jun family since I'm relying on you. Jun Moxie laughed and clapped his hands as he sighed with heartfelt admiration. Your Jun family is indeed a family of geniuses. Such an intricate scheme is truly amazing, especially the person who came up with the idea of swooping in and gobbling up 2 injured tigers. That person is undoubtedly a genius among geniuses. Even this seat cannot help but be impressed with him. If I had taken just a single wrong step, there won't be any chances of turning back. Manor Lord Jun has surely gone too far in your imagination. Zhan Wufeng could hear the sweat on his forehead rolling off and dripping onto the ground. If the Heaven Saint Palace uses its true force, our Zhan family would not necessarily be able to deal with them even if we used our full strength. What more, thinking of safely rescuing Manor Lord Jun from their hands. Manor Lord Jun's words have truly overestimated us too much. Although our Zhan family doesn't think of ourselves as weak, we are also not that wildly arrogant. No, you could definitely do it. Jun Moxie stretched out a finger and wagged it lightly. Because in this scenario, you can watch the evil monarch manor and the Tian Fa forest's forces be completely decimated, but you will definitely not simply look on as such a valuable person like me was finished. Thus, you would definitely try to save me. And to do that, your Zhan family only needs to send out a single person, and you would be able to accomplish that perfectly. I believe that person's shocking strength is something that even the strongest experts of the Heaven Saint Palace would not be able to match. As long as that person takes action personally, it would not be a difficult thing to take me away. Lord Jun jests, our Zhan family does not have this person whom you mentioned. Zhan Wufeng stubbornly hung on. At this moment, he felt that his throat was already completely dry, and his heart was beating exceptionally quickly. The Zhan family indeed had a person like that, but that was also the greatest secret of the Zhan family, and only the core members of the family had the qualifications to know about this secret. If Jun Moxie had managed to guess this through his analysis as well, that would be too terrifying. But how would Zhan Wufeng have known that young Master Jun had not simply guessed the existence of this person, he had even seen that person before? Zhan Wufeng, are you sure that you, as the blood brother of the family head, doesn't know if your Zhan family has such a person? Jun Moxie said with a mysterious smile. Should I give you a little reminder? Manor Lord Jun would have to spell this out clearly for this Zhan then. A look of complete innocence, anger, and wronged expression appeared on his Zhan Wufeng's face. This Zhan completely doesn't know what Manor Lord Jun is saying about schemes and plots. Our Zhan family would never do something as despicable as that. This time, we came here with utmost sincerity. But Manor Lord Jun's words are simply an insult to us. To be insulted is still better than losing your lives. At this point, do you think that I'm just trying to scare you? Unfortunately for you, I truly am aware of that person's existence, and his identity as well. Zhan Wufeng, you'd best consider carefully, the moment I say that person's name, none of the people who came here from your Zhan family will have the chance to return alive. Zhan Wufeng, think this through properly. Our next few words will decide your life and death. This is not a joke, think thoroughly and carefully. Jun Moxie said with a faint smile as a sharp killing intent rose from his body. The sweat on Zhan Wufeng's forehead had become the size of beans, dripping loudly onto the ground. Life is precious and also fair. Everyone only gets one life, with no exceptions. Jun Moxie hooked his legs in a roguish manner and said in a casual manner. But although he looked relaxed, he seemed like a sharp sword, poised and ready to draw blood. His words were light and sounded like taunting, but it was also laced with a decisive killing intent, saying, a man can regret anything in this life, except for the decisions that led to his death. Zhan Wufeng's body started to tremble lightly. Every word that Jun Moxie said was smashing onto his heart like a heavy hammer, forcing him step by step onto the path that determined life and death. Apart from the core members of the Zhan family, not even the people within the misty illusory manor knew about Zhanlu and Hui's existence. Jun Moxie was located all the way in the Tiannan mainland, so how would he know about that? He must be trying to trick me. If not, why would he need to keep holding the suspense like this? As long as I dare to make this gamble and prove the sincerity of the Zhan family, we would be able to control Jun Moxie, the evil monarch manor, and Tian Fa forest. The Zhan family would be able to last for endless generations to come. And I, Zhan Wufeng, would be the greatest hero of the Zhan family. But if Jun Moxie truly spoke out Zhanlu and Hui's name, then what awaited him was only the word, death. This choice looked simple on the surface, but it was actually exceeding difficult. Because the stakes in this gamble was his own life. Judging by the killing intent in Jun Moxie's eyes, he was sure that this evil monarch definitely dared to kill him. This was a person who dared to challenge the entire three holy lands all by himself. For a saint venerable, why would he not dare to kill a mere him? No matter how powerful the Jun family is, they were no match for the influence of the three holy lands combined. As for their strength, it was far from being comparable. As the pressure Jun Moxie mounted, the two saint emperors behind him also gripped their swords nervously. Their palms were already slippery with sweat. Jun Moxie's aura was already enough to cause them to not dare to move a single hair. But Zhang Wuyun, who was standing in front of them, didn't seem to have felt it. Because it was already sufficient for him to feel the fear inside his heart. If the two behind him was as nervous as him, they would be even more paralyzed. Seniors of the Jun family, have you finished your considerations? Jun Moxie looked warmly at him. I'm actually a rather impatient person, especially when I'm dealing with people who are trying to scheme against me. We've finished considering. May Manor Lord Jun please spell out for us just who the shocking expert is that could contend even against the experts of the Heaven Saint Palace and pop in to take a person away with ease. Zhan Wufeng sucked in a deep breath of air as his gaze turned heated. If Manor Lord Jun is unable to name the person, that means that all the conjectures earlier were baseless, and it proves the sincerity of our Zhan family to cooperate with you, and our arrangement shall stand effective. Among the juniors of the Zhan family, there's a very outstanding youth. I'm naturally not referring to Zhan Qingfeng or Zhan Yushu, those youngsters, so senior doesn't need to deny it too anxiously. Jun Moxie's eyes turned cold and emotionless as he continued. According to the legends, the nine nether first young master once had 4 personal disciples, and the youngest of which is called Miao Qingcheng, the founder of the Misty Illusory Manor. And Miao Qingcheng also accepted 8 personal disciples in the Misty Illusory Manor, who are now the ancestors of the 8 great families of the Misty Illusory Manor. Among them, there was one with the surname Zhan. I don't have much interest in the previous name of this person, but I know that this person is a true monster to still be alive after so much time. Brother Zhan, do you know who I'm talking about? Zhan Wufeng's entire body suddenly became as cold as ice. I heard that old bastard has an extremely perverted nature. In order to escape the tribulations of death, he would choose a descendant with good potential every few hundred or thousands of years and occupy that descendant's body so that he could continue living. Such an old bastard, I truly wonder what your Zhan family is protecting him for. Jun Moxie laughed coldly and continued. But what left the deepest impression on me is that this person is not only not embarrassed to be taking the lives of his own descendants, he even takes pride in it. Thinking that even the wheels of samsara cannot do anything to him, he actually gave himself a new name, calling himself Zhan Luan Hui I. Kakik, this person truly does not know the meaning of death. Reincarnation is the Tao of the heavens, and he's just a soul that barely managed to survive its tribulation. To think that he had the face to say he's battling against reincarnation. How preposterous. Jun Moxie's eyes were already filled with killing intent. Senior Zhan Wufeng, I've already finished with my words. And you, can also go on your way now. Jun Moxie shook his legs and sneered. Go ahead and tread the path that your old ancestor declared to be able to contend with, reincarnation. You. That is impossible. How did you know? Zhan Wufeng screamed with fear and desperation. The moment he heard the 3 words Zhan Luan Hui, he knew that he was finished. Because the other party was absolutely right. Even the things that he had been privy to was inferior to the things that Jun Moxie had reduced himself from just a single sentence. His should be the true plan that Zhan Luan Hui had laid out. It doesn't matter how I found out, but the most important thing is. I'm not the only one who knows now. Jun Moxie chuckled. 3 seniors, have you heard everything clearly? We have. Right now, we also understand this matter perfectly as well. This is all thanks to Manor Lord Jun. As those words rang out, Miao Zhan, Miao Dao, and Miao Jian suddenly materialized outside the room. At the same time, 3 pairs of eyes filled with killing intent turned onto the 3 from the Zhan family, piercing coldly onto their backs. When Jun Moxie heard Zhan Wufeng mention cooperation, he secretly gave the signal for someone to bring Miao Zhan and the rest over. This was the Zhan family's ploy, which was mainly targeted against the Miao family. Evil Monarch Manor had an important role in the success of the Zhan family's plans. The Miao family was their real targets. Since Jun Moxie had done so much for the Miao family before, and young Master Jun had never been an altruist, how could he willingly resign himself to be a nameless hero? So naturally, he must have the three higher-ups of the Miao family come over and listen to the conversation. Especially at a crucial time like this where he was the object of Miao Xiaomiao's hatred. He needed support from the Miao family. And since there was such a good bargaining chip available, why would he not use it? Young Master Jun would make use of every single bit of it and attack from all angles. Then spread his nets everywhere to reap the greatest benefits. The Zhan family had definitely not miscalculated in their schemes that had led to this current situation. But it was just that they had chosen the wrong person. To choose someone who would absolutely not become an enemy of the Miao family. It was truly too tragic. Also, young Master Jun currently needed an opportunity to reconcile the relationship with the Miao family. And coincidentally, the Zhan family offered themselves up. It was truly bad luck on Zhan Wufeng's part. Had it been any other time, perhaps Jun Moxie would consider going along with their flow for a couple of days to catch a bigger fish. But right now, he was in a rush, so he could only treat them like a huge gift. It was really not poor planning. It was just that the Zhan family's luck is really too poor. Zhan Wufeng. The Zhan family is really insatiable. Miao Zhan looked at Zhan Wufeng coldly and said, for the sake of the Zhan family monopolizing misty illusory manor, you're willing to trigger an endless war between the evil monarch manor, Tian Fa forest, and the three holy lands. Did you not know that these 5 existences are already all the superpowers of the Xian continent, and the moment they're destroyed, it is equivalent to the destruction of the Xian continent? There are no longer any forces that will be able to stop the strange races. And you are thinking of using this terrifying price to exchange for the glory of the Zhan family. As Miao Zhan continued to speak, his voice was filled with grief and indignation. This sort of inhumane, malicious, and vicious scheme. How did you all come up with it? Did you not think of the consequences? Clever. Clever my foot. Zhan Wufeng turned around and looked at Miao Zhan coldly. Right now, his hopes were all gone. Before coming, he had even thought about what would happen if Jun Moxie refused. But the worst outcome would just be that they continued on their own ways. But he had never expected Jun Moxie to be this ruthless. To just sell the Zhan family out completely like this. Right now, the 3 of them only had the cultivation of a saint emperor. There were 3 saint venerables blocking them from behind, and there was an evil monarch in the front. There was no hope at all. Not even the smallest chance of escaping. It was all futile and hopeless now. So Zhan Wufeng steeled his heart and coldly said, every dog has its day, the ruling power of the misty illusory manor has never belonged to the Miao family only. Why is it that you guys are the ones who are in power for such a long time? The reason is simple. It is because the Miao family always considers the sake of the misty illusory manor in its rule. For 10,000s of years, under the rule of the Miao family, the misty illusory manor has always been the empire that is shared by the 8 families. But the Zhan family only has consideration for their selfish desires. If you guys really succeeded, it would only turn the entire misty illusory manor into the empire of the Zhan family. This is the greatest difference. Miao Zhan scoffed coldly. Zhan Wufeng, ambitions and fairness has never been able to exist together. What ambitions? What fairness? It is just that you are surnamed Miao, and we are surnamed Zhan. Zhan Wufeng laughed maniacally, as if he had gone insane. Jun Moxie furrowed his brows, as if finding the sounds of his laughter displeasing. He lightly shook his head and rose into the air. What is there to talk about with this sort of scum? The sooner we kill him, the sooner we are done. Since the Miao family had already heard it with their own ears, then why would Jun Moxie still continue to blabber nonsense with someone like this? He had just finished his words when his foot stepped right on Zhan Wufeng's head. Zhan Wufeng cried out tragically, his skull splitting apart instantly. He had not the slightest resistance against Jun Moxie's attack. Because he clearly knew that there was no use in trying to fight back with his own strength when facing 4 Saint Venerable experts. He would only be seeking for his own humiliation. He might as well just give up and accept his fate. At the very least, the torture of this nightmare can end earlier. As he fell over, a long sigh escaped from Zhan Wufeng's throat. Because he knew that the matter today would not only mean the complete destruction of the Zhan family's intricate plans, the other 7 families would view them as enemies now. And he and those who had come with him, would not even be able to bring the news back. The Zhan family is done for. The 2 Saint Emperors behind Zhan Wufeng drew their swords and charged forward at the same time upon seeing this. Miao Dao and Miao Jian were about to intervene, but Miao Zhan shook his head slightly to stop both of them from interfering. At the moment, Jun Moxie rose, Miao Zhan noticed the almost crazed killing intent in Jun Moxie's eyes. He did not strike to kill the enemy, but for the sake of venting. Venting the anger, pent-up frustration, and irritation in his heart. Although Miao Zhan didn't know why this evil monarch suddenly committed this sort of violent act, but he knew that it was definitely because something, or someone, had offended him, which led to his tyrannical, bloodthirsty actions. Under this sort of circumstances, if they intervened, not only would it not be of help, it would only cause him to be dissatisfied for being unable to vent it all out completely. Whereas there was another benefit of standing by and watching. They could also take this opportunity to see the prowess of this evil monarch. The next moment, the three Saint Venerable widened their eyes simultaneously. The two Saint Emperors had barely drawn their swords when Jun Moxie had already flown at them. His palms pushed forward and two mighty invisible forces hammered down on the back of their hands. The duo groaned and stumbled backwards, but Jun Moxie had already appeared above their heads. His elbow struck at the back of one of them, while his other hand went hitting down on the other person's head. Pa! This Saint Emperor's entire skull was sent right into his chest. Then, sounds of cracking could be heard from his belly as fresh blood spurted out. Yet the moment the blood left the body, Jun Moxie sent it flying right back into the belly. The two Saint Emperors did not have the slightest chance of fighting back when he was attacking at full force. Then, three balls of black flames appeared out of nowhere and slowly landed on the bodies of these three people. It did not take long for the black flames to vanish again. The floor was completely clean, as if nothing had happened. There was no corpse, no fresh blood stains, and not even the slightest weird odor left. As if Zhan Wufeng and the duo did not die in here at all. Under the burning of that black flame, not even the slightest trace of the bodies of the three Saint Emperors were left. Vanishing without a trace. Disappearing from the surface of the earth. What sort of method is this? This is a little too terrifying. Miao Zhan, Miao Dao, and Miao Jian were horrified. Seeing that the three of them were observing him cautiously. Jun Moxie was slightly confused and asked, "Why aren't you three seniors coming in to take a seat? Lord Jun is young and highly skilled, but you may be inexperienced. Saint Emperor experts are able to produce spirit seeds. We have to be on alert." Miao Zhan said solemnly. "If their spirit seeds escapes, then our gains today will be lost, and the entire misty illusory manor will be in chaos." "Huh, you're all overly worried. There are only perished souls in my hands, how can there be any spirit seeds left?" Jun Moxie chuckled. "Rest assured. This seat may not have destroyed a number of spirit seeds, but there have been 5 or 6 at least. Please, please, take a seat." All three of them sucked in a cold breath of air. To think that Jun Moxie was this ruthless and resolute in his killing. Completely destroying souls the moment he killed. Even a Saint Venerable expert may not have the opportunity to kill a spirit seed in his entire life. He was so young, but he had already killed so many spirit seeds. Doesn't this go to say that there are at least 5 or 6 Saint Emperors or Saint Venerables that have died in his hands? Someone like this, how many can there be in the world? The trio looked at the clean floor, then at Jun Moxie's face at the same time with great caution in their eyes. This person must not be made an enemy. The moment he is an enemy, there will never be a day of peace. After a long while, Miao Zhan looked at Jun Moxie and asked, "But I wonder why Manor Lord Jun would do this. Revealing the Zhan family's schemes in our faces, then executing these 3 people on the spot. I believe there must be some sort of significance to this." Jun Moxie's expression did not change. He only walked over to the main seat and gently clapped his hands for tea to be served. "What intentions does Senior Miao Zhan think I have? He had just killed someone here in the most ruthless method, then serving important guests in the same place, and he had killed those people in front of these important guests. This was extremely impolite." Jun Moxie seemed to have neglected this fact. But Miao Zhan and the rest were also not bothered by it, sitting down just like that. "Your intentions," Miao Zhan pondered as he spoke, "but Manor Lord Jun, the misty illusory manor has always only cooperated with the one who is in greatest control of the continent. Your sincerity in seeking to cooperate with the misty illusory manor is great enough, but it will have to wait until after you are truly in full control. Right now, this old man is really unable to make any promises to you. I hope Manor Lord Jun can understand. Cooperation. I also do not wish to cooperate with you for now." Jun Moxie said indifferently. "It has always been the other part approaching me for cooperation, like Zhan Wufeng today. I have never initiated any sort of cooperation with anyone. And even if you are seeking for a cooperation, it will depend on my mood. Right now, I do not think that the misty illusory manner can be of help. So it's fine if we do not talk about the so-called cooperation. Then, what does Manor Lord Jun mean by this? Miao Zhan's brows twitched. This senior of misty illusory manner wasn't very pleased with Jun Moxie's arrogant way of talking. Since you think that we are not able to be of help, then why are you in such a rush to help us resolve our problems? The reason is simple. It is only because I do not wish to become enemies with the Miao family. Jun Moxie said slowly. Because I am Mo Junyi. Mo Junyi is the other identity of I, Jun Moxie. He raised his head and looked at Miao Zhan in his eyes. Miao Xiao Miao, is my woman. Jun Moxie cut the crap and made everything clear. I, Jun Moxie, am Mo Junyi. Miao Xiao Miao is my woman. Jun Moxie slowly revealed the truth. Only heavens knew how terrifying the impact of this statement was to Miao Zhan and the rest. When they departed from misty illusory manor, Miao Jingyun had already hinted that this evil monarch was very likely to be the prodigy Mo Junyi of the misty illusory manor. So the three of them had already prepared themselves to associate this evil monarch with Mo Junyi. If they were the same person, then they were no strangers. Mo Junyi was the son-in-law of the Miao family. Although they did not know why this evil monarch, Jun Moxie, had gone into the misty illusory manor, but the three of them were confident that someone like Jun Moxie would definitely take responsibility. Especially when they've heard stories of the countless times he was enraged on the behalf of beautiful women. He treated women relatively well, so it seemed unlikely for him to be capable of cheating someone of their feelings then abandoning them later. Everyone had witnessed how he helped Xiao Miao through her tribulation. Now that they knew of his real identity, all the doubts they had back then were answered. So these three old men had only been considering about what they should do on their entire journey to the evil monarch manor. Lay all their cards on the table? Or not? What should they do to allow the benefits to be maximized? But upon arriving in evil monarch manor and seeing Jun Moxie with their own eyes, the three of them abolished that guess simultaneously. Because that almost affirmative guess only seemed too far-fetched right now. Not only was Jun Moxie different from Mo Junyi in terms of appearance, build, aura, and the way they handled matters, even the look in their eyes were vastly different. Those who were good at disguising would know that one could dress themselves to become very ugly or better looking, or even change their entire appearance, but no matter how they changed it, there was no way they could change the distance between the two eyes. The distance between the eyes, between each eye and the nasal bone, was permanently fixed. Even the greatest expert of bone shrinking technique would not be able to do this. And there was absolutely no similarity between Jun Moxie and Mo Junyi in this crucial facial structure. In other words, these two were two different bodies. There was no way they were the same person. So when the trio saw Jun Moxie, the only thought they had was, the manor lord has been mistaken. Jun Moxie is definitely not Mo Junyi. Along with the birth of this thought, all their plans that followed were foiled. While bearing in mind that they'd rather work with someone familiar than someone unfamiliar, the three of them naturally more leaned towards the idea of cooperating with the three holy lands. Alas, fate worked in mysterious ways. And it had been a dramatic day. First, they all denied the possibility of Jun Moxie being Mo Junyi. Yet the man himself provided the shocking answer to this possibility they had confirmed to be impossible. And sent them back to square one. This sort of bizarre outcome was too unexpected and hard for these old, seasoned Saint Venerables to accept. So after Jun Moxie revealed the truth, the three Saint Venerables widened their eyes and mouth and stared at Jun Moxie. Even the look in their eyes was exactly the same. Three old fogies, the same actions, the same postures, the same expressions and the same similar appearance, in that hilarious comical look. If young Master Jun was not feeling so moody, he would have burst out laughing loudly. Jun. Manor Lord Jun. Why you? Miao Zhan finally closed his mouth and laughed bitterly. This joke of yours is a little too much, it's just that this joke is truly not funny. Joke? I do not have the mood to be joking with you all. Jun Moxie said sternly. I had my own aims for entering Misty Illusory Manor as Mo Junyi. It may have been disrespectful towards the Misty Illusory Manor, but this seat did not cause any slightest harm to the Misty Illusory Manor. Not only did I secretly destroy the Zhan family's devious schemes of altering the feng shui of the Miao family, killed two Saint Venerables of the Zhan family, helped you all stabilize the emotions of the Rainbow Holy Tree, I also came to a consensus with Senior Miao Qingcheng. The trio's expressions finally turned solemn. You are really Mo Junyi. Being skeptical was one thing, but this evil monarch seemed to know too much. Of which, even the three of them did not know as many the details as him on majority of the matters. There was really no way to explain it if he wasn't Mo Junyi, who was directly involved. Is Mo Junyi really some amazing character that this seat needs to impersonate? Oh, did Saint Emperor Chao Guofeng and the others all advance smoothly? Jun Moxie said, revealing more information that absolutely no outsiders would have known about. With this, Miao Zhan, Miao Dao and Miao Jian no longer had any doubts. Clearly, the unexpected advancement that Chao Guofeng and the rest had was really not by a stroke of luck, but a farewell gift from Mo Junyi, which was this evil monarch Jun Moxie in front of them. I really do not know why did Manor Lord Jun had to disguise himself to enter Misty Illusory Manor, but I no longer have any interest in finding out your goal behind it, and I do not wish to pursue it now. In fact, when we departed from the Misty Illusory Manor, the Manor Lord had already hinted to us that the evil monarch is likely to be Mo Junyi. But we were all afraid to believe it, especially after seeing the real appearance of Manor Lord Jun, but right now, Manor Lord Jun has left us with no other choice but to believe it. But... He chuckled bitterly. But, why is Manor Lord Jun telling me all this now? This old man really cannot figure it out. You entered Misty Illusory Manor with great difficulty, risking the danger of offending the entire Misty Illusory Manor to accomplish something. Today, as long as you don't admit to it, no one will associate you with it. But you took the initiative and told us the truth. I doubt that Manor Lord Jun is trying to test the patience of the Misty Illusory Manor with this. You don't seem to be this sort of unwise person, so. There must be some other reason for this, right? Miao Zhan said slowly. That's right. There is a reason. And a very important reason. Jun Moxie said resolutely. I did it for Xiao Miao. For Xiao Miao. The trio were astonished. The three of them had never imagined that the important reason Jun Moxie spoke of was Miao Xiao Miao. They were truly astonished. They were even trying to guess what sort of motive Jun Moxie had. Perhaps some sort of planning for the long term, or maybe for the blueprint of his ambitions of dominating the world. Hence, he chose to admit to it honestly to seek the forgiveness of the Misty Illusory Manor, then have a sincere cooperation. Jun Moxie had indeed mentioned earlier. Miao Xiao Miao is the woman that I approve of. But in the ears of Miao Zhan and the rest, it only sounded like he was trying to make their relationship closer. In this world, it was a common affair for a man to have 3 wives and 4 concubines, so what more, an overlord of his generation like Jun Moxie. Even the descendants of influential families would have dozens of concubines. This was a common occurrence. To men, women had always been an appendage, or rather, an accessory. Even the girls from influential families may seem different from other ordinary girls, but essentially, she was merely a tool for marriage alliances and gaining benefits. She may be showered in love and care, but when it was at a crucial timing when it concerned benefits, they'd be sacrificed without any hesitation. Even Miao Xiao Miao was the same. But now, for a Miao Xiao Miao, Jun Moxie destroyed all his prior setups, exposed all his plans, and even risked facing the wrath of the entire Misty Illusory Manor. To Miao Zhan and the rest, this answer, this reason was really incomprehensible. Even if they were speaking of the precious daughter of the Miao family that they doted on the most. Even the #1 beauty in the world isn't worth doing this for, Especially when Jun Moxie was someone who was at the level of an overlord now. And stood at the peak of cultivation that was almost peerless. If it was really for the sake of a mere woman, he really must be drunk for doing something like this. Someone acting impetuously like this is really not a suitable cooperative partner. And not a suitable leader. Manor Lord Jun, isn't this reason you provided a little too far-fetched? What I want to hear is your real objective. The real reason. And not listen to you boast of your infatuation or stubbornness. Xiao Miao is the daughter of the Miao family, even if you two ultimately end up together, she is merely one of your many women. If Manor Lord Jun is using this as a reason for the basis of a possible cooperation between us, there is really no need to continue. Miao Zhan's complexion was already extremely poor. Clearly, to him, this reason for Miao Xiao Miao that Jun Moxie provided was really a little too absurd. That's right. Jun Moxie, the 3 of us are old fellows who have lived for thousands of years. Do you really think that we will believe a third-rate reason like this? Miao Jian said coldly. Did you not listen clearly to what I said earlier? I never wanted to cooperate with the misty illusory manner. If you didn't hear it clearly, or did not understand it, I am reiterating it here again. As to what I said earlier, it's up to you whether you wish to believe it or not. It has nothing to do with me and is meaningless to me. I will still do this. So what if the entire world doesn't believe me? I, Jun Moxie, am still Jun Moxie. I am still one who does things my own way. Jun Moxie rolled his eyes and continued, you guys do not believe it because you don't understand me, Jun Moxie. I'd like to hear the details. I am indeed very interested to know what kind of person Manor Lord Jun is. Miao Zhan took in a deep breath and shot a look at Miao Dao and Miao Jian to control their temper. Jun Moxie has never been a good person. And is definitely not a gentleman. So please don't judge me based on the standards of a good person and a gentleman. I can't be bothered about the world. I have no feelings for common lives. What I want is merely freedom, strength, and to do things the way I want and not be restrained by anyone. Treating the world indifferently, viewing it beneath my foot. That is I, Jun Moxie. I can discard mountains of gold and silver and can view glory, splendor, wealth, and rank as rubbish. Even if it is the glory of being number one in all of history or being the supreme ruler of the world, I will not harp on it. When it is time to give up, I will give up without hesitation. There will be no hesitation or reluctance. What I care about is my family. What I value are my close ones. What I cannot bear to abandon is my concern for them. Jun Moxie said slowly. To the majority of the men in this world, women are just a piece of clothing that can be thrown away anytime. They are born to be used and toyed with by men, but I do not acknowledge with this. I love power, but I love beauties more. Jun Moxie chuckled. Compared to having an empire, I would rather have my beauty. If I have the company of beauties, how can power compare? He laughed carefreely. I admit that I am not a formidable person and not hero material. I'm not a talent at organizing, and am not a leader like Overlord. The power of a leader is merely a more exciting, challenging game to me. When I'm done playing, naturally I won't bother myself with it anymore. But my women, the women that I approve of, I will bring along with me, no matter where I go. Every single one of them. Jun Moxie slowly shook his head. You will not understand or comprehend my way of thinking. Because the disparity in our way of thinking. Jun Moxie let out a long sigh and looked at Miao Zhan and the rest with a look of grief. Because the disparity in our thinking is at least 5,000 years apart, or even longer. What I want is the completion of the heart, the blending of feelings. Jun Moxie let out a long sigh. I'm a heartless person. But at the same time, I'm also one who is emotional. What Manor Lord Jun is saying is that you are a flirt. An odd look appeared in Miao Dao's eyes. No. I am not one who plays about. I only show my affections to women I approve of. Jun Moxie smiled. Women who don't belong to me can be the greatest beauties, but to me, if they're a friend, it'll be a beautiful friendship. If they're the enemy, then they'll just be a pile of bones. There is no difference. Since you are so affectionate to your women, then you shouldn't have attracted so many women. You already have plenty of beauties as your wives and concubines, how can you dare to proclaim that your feelings are wholehearted? Miao Jian said coldly. Why do you use this sort of reason to praise yourself? Praise myself? Praising myself in front of you all? Jun Moxie cackled. We are no strangers, so I'll make it clear that it is not that I'm underestimating you. But you guys are not worthy of making me flatter myself before you. The trio's faces instantly changed. I do not care about you, nor the misty illusory manner. Because there is not much difference in whether I cooperate with you or turn into enemies. Similarly, I do not care about the 3 holy lands. To fight or not has always been up to me. If I wish to fight, I will not change my mind even if the strange races have already arrived. If I do not wish to fight, even if Senior Miao Qingqing comes here personally, he can't do anything about me. Jun Moxie smirked coldly. I am the evil monarch. Even if I die and turn into ashes, they are still Jun Moxie's ashes. There will be no changes. That's all. My feelings come from the attachment those women have to me. They have given me their true feelings, so I must respond to it, to love and protect them. I do have many women, but every single one of them is an individual before and after following me. I have never hindered them or interfered with their thinking. Women are naturally weak, so I naturally have to cherish them carefully. I value all my women. I cherish every single one of them wholeheartedly. The empire, power, and the world cannot compare to them. Or rather to say, they can't even come close in comparison. Before them, I am only a man who belongs to them. And not that high and mighty evil monarch and not some saint venerable. Jun Moxie smiled. You'll get this logic if you get it. If you don't, you don't. Either way, I only care about my family and my women more than anything else. And Xiao Miao just happens to be one of the women I approve of, that's all. Miao Zhan let out a long sigh. I understand. You are truly different. You would do anything for your lovers. I thought that was merely a figure that existed in legends, but I never imagined that such passionate man exists in the world. Jun Moxie, although you cannot be devoted to one person, but to be able to do this for your women, I am impressed. Miao Dao smiled slightly, a heartened look on his face. Clearly he was thankful that Miao Xiao Miao had indeed picked the right person to entrust her happiness to. But he continued to sigh afterwards. Yet your way of thinking and attitude leaves us heartened, but also find it a pity. Your capabilities are incomparable in the world. With your current advancement in Xian cultivation, even the 9 nether first young master from back then will sigh at his own inferiority. But clearly he was reprimanding Jun Moxie for being too focused on love, which was a great waste. I had already said earlier. I have never known what the greater good is. But I know that when a woman has chosen to trust me and entrusts the rest of her life to me, then as a man, it is my responsibility to give my woman happiness. Perhaps I am unable to give all my love to one person, but I will make all my women feel blissful and contented. To me, this is the most meaningful matter. Jun Moxie ended his speech resolutely. Just as he said, this was Jun Moxie, not a gentleman or a good person. But he was a devoted person to his family and lovers. He was not a hero and will not choose to sacrifice himself for the sake of the world, but he would risk everything for those he cared about. He may be reckless, stubborn, or even extreme. These were all weaknesses in his personality, but these weaknesses also enriched his life. That made this evil monarch who was known for being evil appear adorable. Miao Zhan, Miao Dao, and Miao Jian all remained silent for a long while, as if they were pondering over something. Just now, a lot of words that Jun Moxie said earlier was extremely disrespectful to them, with their statuses. But right now, they did not think of this, because Jun Moxie's words had stunned them. They were only pondering if what Jun Moxie had said was the truth. Could it really be, for Miao Xiao Miao? Is there really such a man in the world? One that has 7, 8 gorgeous beauties, but is willing to risk everything for any single one of them. And would wholeheartedly do everything for any single one of them? Something like this still sounded absurd to them. At least, it was unbelievable. But they recalled the information gathered from before and began to believe it a little. They really couldn't help but believe it. Back then, for Guan Qinghan, Jun Moxie wreaked havoc in the Shuihan manner. With his mere cultivation of a silver xian, he did not even fear one of the 8 great masters, Li Ju Tian. At that time, the Jun family even had the formidable foe from the Blizzard Silver City, the Shao family. With the strength of the Jun family back then, offending both the Shuihan Manor and Blizzard Silver City, these two powerful forces in the secular world at the same time, anyone would have found it an extremely foolish thing to do. But Jun Moxie did it. With no hesitation. Then, also for Guan Qinghan, he washed Tianxiang City in blood. For a woman, he didn't care if he made enemies with the rest of the world. This was even more incomprehensible. But Jun Moxie still did it. Back then, for Mei Shuiyan, with the status of a worldly family, he brazenly went against the 3 holy lands for his lover. This was something that no one would even dare to imagine. But Jun Moxie still did it, and he did it on such a large scale that he annihilated almost half of the manpower of the 3 holy lands. This was an impressive feat that could be said to be insane. And today, for Miao Xiao Miao, he claimed that he was Mo Junyi and revealed that he had another motive for entering the misty illusory manor. Although it seemed incomprehensible, but when you recalled the 2 previous instances, it became more acceptable. This Jun Moxie cannot be understood with logic. And most importantly, from start to end, Jun Moxie had not brought up any requests. He completely had no use for the misty illusory manor. This was very obvious from Jun Moxie's attitude and manner of speaking. The misty illusory manor was a force to be reckoned with, that even the three holy lands did not dare to provoke recklessly. But Jun Moxie didn't even have the smallest respect for them. The arrogance of this lad is really. The three of them felt a little gloomy at this point. And, maybe you, Jun Moxie, is this sort of crazed existence. Miao Zhan carefully pondered over his choice of words. But it is not up to the three of us on how should this matter be resolved. Even if we promise you, it doesn't mean anything. We will still need to wait for the Manor Lord to decide after we return. The Manor Lord had already hinted before we came, so he already knew. Then how should we deal with him? At the most, if it ultimately doesn't work out, then we can just forget about it. Besides, with strong assistance like the evil monarch manor, it is good news for the misty illusory manor. Especially when we do not have to pay any price for it, why not? And this is the son-in-law of the Miao family, so that makes him half of the family. Miao Zhan had already approved of this marriage internally. I am not trying to get you to determine anything. As to promises or what they represent, that is all unnecessary, Jun Moxie laughed bitterly. My greatest headache now is the matter with Xiao Miao. I hope that you can promise me one thing. This is my current problem that I'm unable to resolve. What matter? Miao Dao asked curiously. What happened with Xiao Miao, that lass? To make the evil monarch this anxious? When Miao Dao put it this way, Miao Zhan and Miao Jian's curiosity was instantly piqued. These three fogies were demons that had lived for centuries. Seeing young Master Jun's current frustration and unvented anger, then tying it with how this Lord Jun had just come clean about everything, how could they not understand? For this evil monarch to make such a foolish decision this recklessly, it must be because Xiao Miao did something after learning the truth, which left this evil monarch completely flustered, thus leading to the current strange turn of events. This fellow is naturally gifted, and he is highly skilled in his Xian cultivation. But he is too lacking in the ways of managing his wife. To be thrown off balance because of a woman. If a Saint Venerable set his sights on a girl, wouldn't the family of the girl instantly offer her up to him? Even if that girl is loved and pampered carefully. Even if the family has thick foundations. Even if that girl is in love with someone else. Or is already attached to someone. There is no exception. Even if she is abandoned afterwards, no one will dare to pursue the matter. This is already the norm in this world where the clenched fist is the strongest argument. No matter how powerful the misty illusory manor is, they will absolutely not fight to the death with the evil monarch manor just for a Miao Xiao Miao. After all, the foundations, reputation, strength and forces of Jun Moxie had already been revealed. What are you afraid of? These three old men had came from this era and had witnessed countless of their comrades do things this way. So the current situation was too bizarre. Is the world overturned? It is truly unfathomable. But how could young Master Jun know that this was the reason behind their confusion? He thought that they already realized that something had happened to Xiao Miao and was demanding for an explanation from him. AI. It's really complicated. Jun Moxie opened his mouth, then closed it, and a look of uncertainty on his face. Xiao Miao, she is unwilling to forgive me, she set on her mind that I and me, and Mo Junyi is Mo Junyi, and resents that because of me, her Mo Junyi has disappeared forever. I really don't know what to say. The mouths of the three Saint Venerables instantly formed an O shape. N. Ha. The so-called Jun Moxie, Mo Junyi, it's just two different names. At most, their appearances were different as well. But essentially, aren't they still the same person? Why is there so much contradiction? What is Jun Moxie have caused Mo Junyi to disappear forever? What is this saying? Could it be that this lad is still pretending? This acting skills is a little too outstanding. But this storyline is a little too lousy. Forget that Xiao Miao is unwilling to accept me, but she just had to desperately insist on remaining faithful to her Junyi. Jun Moxie squeezed his eyes shut, wanting to cry, but he had no tears. Ha ha ha. Although they knew that they shouldn't laugh at a moment like this, and it was also not the time to be laughing, but Miao Zhan, Miao Dao and Miao Jian couldn't help but burst into cackles. This is too amusing. Continue to behave as a devoted man. You've hit a wall now, huh? If you had behaved like an actual Saint Venerable expert, just outrightly saying, I fancy Miao Xiao Miao. Even without your repute as the evil monarch and ignoring the immense forces of the evil monarch manor, just with your own strength alone, the Miao family will also willingly marry our girl to you. You asked for it yourself. Jun Moxie frowned and rolled his eyes at them. The hell, you three are Xiao Miao's elders. Even if you are not willing to help, there is no reason for you to be laughing so happily. Is it that funny? What's so funny about this? So you're thinking of getting us to go convince her? The three Saint Venerables shook their heads solemnly. That last Xiao Miao is extremely stubborn from young, we definitely wouldn't be able to convince her. No 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 no. The three old heads shook left and right in sync. This rejection was delivered in unison. You toyed with the entire misty illusory manner, and we can't show our temper towards you. Who do you think you are, ah? There has to be someone who can deal with you. Alas! The heavens are not blind. Today, your retribution has come. We're all waiting to watch a good show, why would we help you resolve it? Dream on. The three of them put on a look of grief and pity on their faces, but internally, they were elated. The excitement in their eyes betrayed them. They were rejoicing in Jun Moxie's misfortune. Keep behaving arrogantly, huh? Weren't you pretty haughty earlier? Saying things like, the misty illusory manner is unworthy, I'm not interested in misty illusory manner, and what, I am Jun Moxie. This is how I am. Fine. You have character. You have a temper. But now, go on, where is all of that now, huh? What passionate nonsense. You're just a henpecked man. Completely under your wife's thumb. Disgracing the face of us Saint Venerables, and you still hope that we will help you. Jeep dreaming. We are ashamed to be associated with you. Right now, young Master Jun seemed to be boiling with hatred. These three goddamn old things. Forget it if you don't want to help, but you can't be laughing at me, ah. Even if you are, control your expressions a little and don't let me notice it, ah. With your Saint Venerable cultivation, it shouldn't be that difficult to control your expressions and feelings, right? But you all obviously look like you wish to laugh but are holding yourself back. And that hypocritical look of sorrow. You just look like three black gorillas that constipated for 7 days and nights. God damn it. Just you three wait. You better pray that you do not fall into the hands of this young master, otherwise I will make sure the three of you beg for death. Young Master Jun cursed away in his mind. Are you going to help? Jun Moxie said in a harsh tone, gritting his teeth. Not helping. The three old men said in unison with the same gleeful tone. Then, they instantly realized their slip-up and let out a long sigh. It is not that we don't want to help, we really are unable to be of help. We really wish to help, but we really don't have the ability, ah, Miao Zhan bemoaned. Look at how the corner of your lips is twitching, and how your entire body is practically convulsing. Which part of you looks like you're going to help? It's a pity that this old man has been obsessed in cultivation, such affairs are really not my forte, ah, Miao Dao said. What forte are you talking about? Don't tell me that you're still thinking of picking up girls when you're this old. Your D***ck is probably already wilted. Young Master Jun's mouth twitched. This, as the saying goes, let him who tied the bell on the tiger take it off. What sort of help can us outsiders bring? Miao Jian said. I'll take off your head. I'll tie your brain. Young Master Jun's frustrations instantly increased. The people from Misty Illusory Manor are truly wicked. Since that is the case, then I shall keep Xiao Miao behind. As to you three, do as you please. You've came out for so long, it's time you go back. I shall not send you off. Jun Moxie was in low-spirited and instantly requested for the guests to leave. How can we do that? The few of us came together and will return back together. How can we abandon Xiao Miao alone? Xiao Miao is a weak girl, what should we do if she suffers any injustice? How do you want us to face everyone else in Misty Illusory Manor? How do we face Xiao Miao's parents? Miao Zhan widened his eyes and said in a righteous tone. That's right. Besides, we have a heavy responsibility. This concerns the future of Misty Illusory Manor. How can we just go back like this? Miao Dao blew his beard, instantly looking serious. That's right. Actually, Manor Lord Jun don't need to be so anxious. You can slowly move Xiao Miao. As they say, sincerity splits open metal and metal, as they say, the strongest women dreads an unrelenting men, as they say, if you work at it hard enough, you can grind an iron bar into a needle, and they also say that, Miao Jian's cadence left everyone else feeling smug and satisfied. As they say, get lost. Jun Moxie yelled, all his controlled anger exploding from Miao Jian's repetitive use of, as they say. He got up and stormed out with a black face. leaving these three Saint Venerables behind in the room. These three fogies were clearly waiting to watch this young master's show. And looking at all their shameless faces, so thrilled and happy that they're about to perform somersaults. I've seen plenty of people who rejoice in others' misfortune, but to be able to rejoice to the same level as the three of you, that is really a first. Jun Moxie was extremely rude with that "get lost." But not only did the trio ignore it, they all began to grab at their stomachs as they cackled. Jun Moxie stomped out angrily, a murderous look on his face. He turned his hat and asked, "Where are the remaining people from the Jun family situated?" A member of the Heaven Destroyer team quickly pointed the way without any delay. The young master clearly was looking for somewhere to vent his anger. "God, Buddha, please don't let it be vented upon me. I'll die." There were still some people chattering away in the courtyard. Seeing Lord Jun's sudden appearance, they all scrambled to greet him. Not hoping to be appreciated, but merely hoping that their faces will look familiar to him. But evil monarch Lord Jun walked past them with a murderous look, completely ignoring them. "Who is it that have offended this master? Looks like that person is going to be unlucky." Mo Wu Dao, Shiro Chen, and Huyen Ao Bo were chatting away outside the tent. There was even a member of the Jun family there trying to join the conversation. The nightmare that happened to the three from the Jun family earlier had not spread here yet. Seeing young Master Jun walk over with great strides, Mo Wu Dao and the other two were still hesitating on whether to pay him a greeting. Since this fellow really did not give them any face earlier, why would they want to bother with him? But they were in his territory and had came for the sake of seeking their help. It was really difficult to make it work without giving a greeting or some sort. "You can be all high and mighty you want today, the day will come where we settle scores with you." Mo Wu Dao forced a smile with great difficulty and said, "Manner Lord Jun." Who knew that Jun Moxie would completely ignore him and appear before them like a gust of wind, landing a loud slap on the face of the person from the Jun family who was greeting him with a smile. This was undoubtedly a heavy slap. Instantly, that fellow's head began to spin on his neck like a screw. All he saw was the faint glimpse of faces around him, but the odd thing was, the body still remained still. While everyone gaped in horror, Jun Moxie had already barged into the tent assigned to the Jun family like a god of death. A series of loud slapping noises could be heard. Then, he walked out with a cold and murderous look on his face before walking off and vanishing. The head of the member of the Jun family who had suffered the slap was still spinning non-stop. After a long time, it finally came to a stop and his head fell cleanly off, onto the ground. His neck was twisted into a thin, narrow straw, with not even the smallest drop of blood spurting out. Mo Wu Dao watched Jun Moxie vanish away in astonishment before snapping out of it. He turned back to look at the expert from the Jun family who was chatting with them. A look of fear filled his eyes as he looked upon that headless body that remained standing upright. It was just a slap. An expert who was higher than himself by a level, dead, just like that. With no rhyme or reason, and in such a grotesque manner. Like a piece of rubber band that was forcefully twisted to the extreme, snapping because of the strain. The entire place was silent. Everyone gawked at this ghastly scene and sucked in their breaths. Those who were able to attend the ceremony at the evil monarch manor were no strangers to killing. It was something extremely common for them. But a bizarre situation like this today was still a first in their entire lives. As everyone was reeling from the shock, weird thumping noises could be heard from inside the tent of the Jun family. Everyone surged forward to open up the tent. And they were all dumbstruck. Someone turned around and began vomiting. Inside the tent, the 5 people from the Jun family had all become dead corpses. It was clear that 2 of them were originally standing and had fallen to the ground. There were 3 more, one sitting, one leaning on his side, and one who was still maintaining a greeting posture. Clearly, these 5 people were getting ready to pay this evil monarch greetings for his arrival. There was still a look of shock and surprise on their faces. But all of them had a bloody hole in their chests. Strike with an accuracy that delivers death. A kill with every single strike. Jun Moxie's attacks had clearly reached the terrifying level of not leaving these experts any time to react. Everything ended in that instant, so even though they died, they still remained in the position of the action they were doing before they stopped breathing. The area of the chest where the heart is located was completely hollow. Fresh blood was flowing ceaselessly from the opening, forming a blood puddle on the floor that began to spread. Then, those 3 corpses began to slowly fall over as everyone remained in shock. Everyone was covering their mouths, afraid to let out any screams as they quickly backed out of the tent. What sort of place was this? This was the personal tent of the Jun family from the misty illusory manor. One of the 8 great families of the misty illusory manor. They were incredibly and unimaginably powerful. Comparable to any one of the 3 holy lands. But envoys with this sort of background were killed by Jun Moxie this brazenly. If this sort of thing was due to their own curiosity, then it was really a great catastrophe that they brought upon their entire clans. Everyone had just exited from the tent when there was another plopping sound from the outside. That body of the member of the Jun family that was slapped had finally fallen over. It laid flatly on the ground, with his limbs splayed out. And not a single drop of blood leaked from this corpse. It was completely sealed away inside the body. Whoosh! Everyone quietly dispersed away. Even Mo Wu Dao and the rest headed back to their own lodging with a heavy look. Everyone decided to remain silent about what had happened here. From the look on the evil monarch's face, looks like this time, this evil monarch was going to stir up an unprecedented storm. There was indeed a storm. But the greatest storm right now was brewing inside the great Lord Jun's heart. The great evil monarch was feeling extremely gloomy. Conflicted. Upset and frustrated. He had already brought out his greatest sincerity, only to gain a bunch of scum that were waiting to watch the commotion. What the hell was this? And he just had not been unable to kill everyone. How King irksome. Miao Xiao Miao gradually regained consciousness, only to feel a constant heartbreaking pain. She had forcefully used her Xian Qi earlier and injured her meridians to halt the circulation, forcefully spitting out the medicinal effects of the exquisite lotus she had just consumed. However, this action had caused her own body and meridians to sustain significant injuries. Right now, her entire body was in extreme pain. As if her 5 viscera and 6 bowels were all fried in hot oil. But she did not notice the pain in her body. The pain in her heart was already excruciating. Miao Xiao Miao opened her eyes to the sight of the familiar world, her heart throbbing with grief. But she just laid on the bed silently, her tears slowly flowing down her cheeks and wetting the pillow. Before she came, that intense hopes and expectations, the sweetness and happiness had filled her entire heart, but within the short duration she spent here upon arriving in the evil monarch manor, everything turned into smoke with Jun Moxie's sentence. Mo Junyi isn't real. Mo Junyi doesn't exist. He had never existed. Then, Mo Junyi is someone that isn't real, then his love, is naturally something that isn't real. Even his voice, expressions, all his talents and everything, could it be that, everything was just a lie? Everything was just a disguise just so that Jun Moxie, this evil monarch, was able to accomplish his goal in the misty illusory manner. A complete scam from start to end. The thought of all these crushed Miao Xiao Miao completely. So it turned out that the existence that she valued over her own life, the existence that she was willing to fork out everything for, giving all the love a woman can give, was merely a scam that someone else had schemed. A mere game that a big figure had started at his whim and fancy. And I, the me back on that day, had offered myself at his doorstep of my own accord, not knowing how to wake up to my senses when I got rejected. People will know to turn around when they hit a wall, but I have hit right against it, even when my head is broken and bleeding, I still insist on hitting against it. Then, I foolishly knocked my way through. Like a fish, barging my way into the fishing net that the fisherman had already hauled in, like a moth that broke its way through the lantern that covers the candle and into the heartless flame. Without any second thoughts. Just that foolish. To become broken-hearted for him, to pine for him, to not fear life or death for him, offering everything for him. Making the vows of eternity for him. But all these, everything is all a scam. Miao Xiao Miao was not concerned about what was Jun Moxie's objective for disguising his way into misty illusory manor was, she didn't even think about it. Because since Jun Moxie entered misty illusory manor for his own reasons, then no matter what he did, it was all for himself. Miao Xiao Miao could understand this, completely. Even if they were enemies, they had their reasons. Miao Xiao Miao had always understood this perfectly. That was why she did not question or criticize when Jun Moxie explained to her. There was even a small bit of envy and jealousy that he was willing to do so much, go to such lengths for his women. But what she couldn't accept was that, she had fallen in this romance. Only to get deceived in return. As a young girl who had given up everything for her love, this was the most unacceptable and the most cruel thing. As a young girl, she was able to accept that her lover was unrivaled in the world, can love him terribly, and still remained firm to her feelings even if he is the most contempt scoundrel in the world. But she couldn't accept the smallest lie between her and her lover. Because that was blasphemy towards love. trampling on her genuine feelings. So Miao Xiaomiao would rather accept the Jun that had never really existed, letting him live forever in her memories than to accept this Jun Moxie who was alive and kicking before her. Jun may not exist, but Miao Xiaomiao believed in her own feelings. Because there was someone she could place her hope on, even if he isn't real. But if she believed that Jun Moxie is Jun, then she was undoubtedly overturning all of her own happiness. So Miao Xiaomiao chose to not admit it. Even if she died. Because as long as Jun existed in her heart, this romance would exist. So Miao Xiaomiao made this sort of extreme decision because, she would hate to part with it. She was reluctant to part with this love. No matter in life or death, she was reluctant to part with this love. So she could not forgive Jun Moxie. She even hated Jun Moxie. But to that Jun which wasn't real, she didn't have the smallest resentment. Although this was extremely contradicting. These were the real feelings in Miao Xiaomiao's heart. But how did this sort of thinking come about? Miao Xiaomiao wasn't clear of it herself. She was not even clear about what was going on in her heart. She only felt like her heart was in a tangled mess, that could not be severed, and the more she tried to sort it, the messier it became. Soft footsteps rang out and a nice fragrance wafted in the air. Mei Shuiyan came to her bedside gently. When she opened her eyes and saw Mei Shuiyan sitting beside her, Miao Xiaomiao suddenly felt a wave of panic. Even she did not know where that panic came from. She only knew that she did not dare to face her own feelings and was somewhat guilty in her heart. "Do you feel better now?" Mei Shuiyan asked with a slight smile as she sat down on the side of the bed. Miao Xiaomiao nodded dully in response. Why do you have to make it so hard for yourself?" Mei Shuiyan sighed lightly. Miao Xiaomiao gritted her teeth, forcefully holding back the tears in her eyes as she turned her head away stubbornly, burying her face into the pillow. "Truthfully, Moxie never wanted to have any emotional entanglements with you," Mei Shuiyan said lightly. "You are no doubt an exceptionally outstanding girl, with rare beauty and talent, as well as extraordinary cultivation foundations. The background of your family is also powerful. All these are things to be proud of, and we acknowledge it as well. But think about it seriously yourself. Do you really have what it takes to let a saint venerable expert, a person who stands at the very peak of the entire Xian continent, to be so infatuated with you as to lose himself?" The moment Mei Shuiyan opened her mouth, it was another huge blow to her face. Miao Xiaomiao initially thought that she had come here to comfort her or even to put in some good words for that evil monarch. But after hearing this, she was stunned and could not react for the time being. Although Mei Shuiyan's words were not good to hear and were very sharp to the ears, even carrying a hint of jealousy, it was undoubtedly the truth. It was true that she didn't have those qualifications. Or rather, there weren't any girls in the world who had those kinds of qualifications. Moxie had never lacked women. And so, he would not have any fanciful ideas towards you at all, at least, not to the point where he would resort to cheating you of your feelings. Mei Shuiyan continued calmly. Not mentioning the other things, even during the time Moxie's reputation was bad, when he carried the name of the #1 debauchee of the city, if old Master Jun so much as put out a single sentence, all the thousands of families in Tianxiang would not hesitate to try to push their daughters into the Jun residence, delivering them into Moxie's bed. Those girls might not have talent or families comparable to yours, but in terms of looks, they definitely wouldn't be far inferior to you. To Jun Moxie, your background holds absolutely no meaning at all. When Tianfa was on the verge of destruction back then and the three holy lands were pressuring Moxie for his pills, I'm sure that as long as Moxie was willing to give even an inch, the three holy lands would definitely turn from foes to friends with the Jun family. And the Jun family would become esteemed patrons of the three holy lands. And all he needed to give up for that was just a mere girl. At that time, Moxie was only a Sky Xian level cultivator. Try to think about it, how difficult was it to go against the three holy lands with that frail strength? But he hadn't even thought about giving up at all, directly throwing away the chance to resolve the enmity with the three holy lands in order to help me and weather the countless life and death difficulties with me. Mei Shuiyan sighed lightly and continued. It should be hard for you to understand or even imagine what the pressure and terror a youngster with only Sky Xian cultivation had to face, going against the most powerful forces of the continent at that time, against venerable experts, saints, and saint emperors. And it was not just one or two enemies, it's an entire group of legendary experts. Miao Xiaomiao felt herself being drawn into deep thought by Mei Shuiyan's words. She had to admit that the choices Jun Moxie had made on this path of his were all considered extremely insane and inconceivable to normal people and people similar to his strength. If any of those matters had been left up to a normal person to do, they would not be able to do it as decisively as Jun Moxie. Just how big was that kind of pressure? It was difficult to even imagine it. Truthfully, she had also experienced that kind of terrifying pressure that bordered on desperation. Back when she thought that Jun Xie had almost been assassinated by the experts of the Zhan family, and she jumped out forcefully to face 6 venerable experts. In the instant that the revelation of her identity had proved futile to resolve the situation, she had felt exactly that way. Fortunately, that fiendish sword had appeared, executing the 6 enemies and saving the 2 of them. The crisis had been averted, but it had been an unforgettable experience for her. Even as she thought back to that moment, she knew that she was clear about the results of exposing herself, that she would most likely die together with him. But like Jun Moxie, she had still not hesitated to do that all because of a person she loved. Why am I thinking about that bad fellow again? That year, even with just the strength of Earth Xian or Sky Xian, he had not been concerned about offending the 3 holy lands. Now, Moxie has established the evil monarch manor by himself and unified the entirety Tian Fa forest as well. There are thousands of saints and saint emperor experts under him, while venerable level experts can be counted in the tens of thousands. As for spirit Xian experts, they are in the millions. Mei Shuiyan's voice was filled with pride. Do you think that he cares that much about a single misty illusory manor? Do you think that he would deliver himself right into the hands of the misty illusory manor just to cheat you of your feelings? How is that possible? It's completely ludicrous. Miao Xiaomiao raised her head slowly and looked quietly at Mei Shuiyan. At this moment, Mei Shuiyan's face was only filled with pride. This pride was not for herself, but for her man. Because Jun Moxie was truly worthy of being Mei Shuiyan's pride. Pressure could also be a form of motivation. The so-called legends were originally stories that could not be turned into reality. But those people who could overcome adversity and turn the impossible into reality were the true progenitors of living legends. There are many extraordinary people in this torrential world, however, there is practically no one like Moxie. In just one short year, managing to beat back the number 1 and most tyrannical superpower of this world. From the ancient times to now, there is only my husband. This achievement is a legendary feat that surpasses any in the world, peerless without comparison. Mei Shuiyan's beautiful large eyes were filled with pride. Mo Wu Dao cannot compare, Shiroa Chen, and Huyan Ao Bo also cannot compare with that. Little sister Xiao Miao, even your grandfather Miao Jing Yun is far from being comparable to Moxie. Even the 9 nether first young master who founded the entire Xian continent also pales in comparison. His feats are without parallel in history and unsurpassable in the future. Only one man can achieve such greatness, only my husband, Jun Moxie. Mei Shuiyan said lightly. But her words actually carried an unquestionable certainty. But, he had still deceived me. No matter how amazing he is, he still lied to me. Miao Xiaomiao said weakly. Her voice was extremely soft, and if not for Mei Shuiyan's high cultivation, she would not have managed to hear those last few words. Did he really deceive you? No, he did not lie to you. From the very beginning, he had not lied to you at all. Do you think that you have the qualifications to be worth him spending the effort to deceive you? Mei Shuiyan snorted lightly and continued. The reason he went to the misty illusory manor this time had been entirely for us sisters. For the sake of our future together. After defeating the combined army of the 3 holy lands, Moxie already had full confidence in protecting the safety of his women and no longer had to hold back as before. That was why he started to consider matters of the future. As for the idea of using the exquisite lotus and 7-colored holy fruits to maintain our youthful looks, it was me who told him about this method. Mei Shuiyan raised her brows and asked, Little sister Xiaomiao, let me ask you something. If Moxie proposed a marriage of alliance with the misty illusory manor, at the time after he'd emerged victorious against the joint forces of the 3 holy lands, what do you think are the chances of the misty illusory manor agreeing? What are the chances? Miao Xiaomiao's heart shook, and she began to consider seriously. The more she thought, the paler her face turned. After a long time, she said slowly. At the most conservative estimate, there should be a 30% chance of the agreeing. However, there are many girls in our misty illusory manor, and it might not be my turn to be married out. Fine, let's assume that there's only a 30% chance, and the girl in question might not even necessarily be you. Mei Shuiyan smiled with a light smile. But what if it was changed to now? Right now, Moxie has already established the evil monarch manor, and we've already demonstrated our overwhelming strength. What do you think the chances are of a marriage alliance with the Misty Illusory Manor? And for the side of the Misty Illusory Manor, who do you think will be the candidate for being married of? Miao Xiao Miao's face had already turned as white as paper right now. After thinking for a long time, she lowered her head and said softly, 100%. It's 100%, without any possibility of changes. And I would also be the only choice. Grandfather would never let anyone else have such a great opportunity and will definitely fight to obtain it. Yes, that was the advantage of having power. The youngest Saint Venerable in history, the youngest overlord in history, and the #1 talent in history. The evil monarch, Jun Moxie. Although Miao Xiao Miao resisted with all her might, she could not deny this. With all these elements added together, it was an irresistible might. Even though the Misty Illusory Manor was strong, they would never get into a large conflict with the evil monarch over a mere woman. If Jun Moxie really went forth to the Misty Illusory Manor to ask for a marriage alliance right now, the most likely outcome would be that the two sides would simply sit down for a lengthy discussion of benefits trading, and after that, she would be packaged up neatly and sent over to the evil monarch manor. Even if Mo Junyi really existed, and even if Mo Junyi was really a rare talent with the free and natural physique, as long as Jun Moxie insisted on wanting her, not minding how far the relationship between Miao Xiao Miao and Mo Junyi had developed to, then there would only be a tragic ending for the love story between Miao Xiao Miao and Mo Junyi. In fact, if Mo Junyi were not a rare talent with the free and natural physique, he would most likely even be dragged off and killed, tying up all loose ends. At that time, even if she wanted to seek death, it would be impossible. Because the Misty Illusory Manor would definitely have people watching her around the clock, making sure that she did not do anything silly. That was not to say that the Misty Illusory Manor was afraid of the evil monarch manor. It was simply that the two huge powers want to avoid any unnecessary conflict. If a war broke out between them, both sides would definitely suffer heavy casualties and loss of life. As long as Miao Xiao Miao was married off successfully, the two sides would instead have a strong alliance, prospering together. The main reason for such a conclusion was simply because this evil monarch, Jun Moxie, was a publicly acknowledged lunatic. This fellow was known to have no fears and regards for others at all. Even more terrifying was that the evil monarch manor was completely ruled by Jun Moxie's word. Everything he said was the law there. If he said he was going to fight, then they would immediately start a fight. Nobody in the entire evil monarch manor would oppose that decision. In contrast, the Misty Illusory Manor had their 8 great families. Perhaps the Miao family could dare to go to war for the sake of Miao Xiao Miao, but what about the other 7 families? How would they be willing to suffer huge casualties for her? So, if Jun Moxie proposed a marriage, Miao Xiao Miao would have no choice but to be married off. Truthfully, no matter how much the manor lord, Miao Jingyun, or the elders and even Miao Xiao Miao's father Miao Huanyu doted on Miao Xiao Miao, no matter how unwilling they were, they would still not insist too much on this matter and even use all their abilities to fight for this opportunity. If the Miao family was able to have a close relationship with the peak power that controlled the Xian continent, it would undoubtedly strengthen the Miao family's authority in the Misty Illusory Manor. This was a good matter that they could have only wished for previously. That was the cruelty of reality and also greatest tragedy of the large aristocratic families. This was also the greatest benefit of having strength. I've spoken frankly enough, and I hope that you can understand as well. If Moxie truly wants to take you by force, you would not have any choice. Even if you are more stubborn and immediately take your life after being married here, your tombstone will still be marked as the wife of Jun Moxie. Not the daughter of the Miao family. Moxie would not even need to make the request personally, and the Miao family will naturally make the first move themselves. Mei Shuiyan continued coldly. For a person who he can obtain with just the curling of a finger, would he need to go out of his way to deceive you? Is there any meaning in doing that? He's not such a bored person with nothing to do. Miao Xiao Miao could hear the harshness in Mei Shuiyan's tone, and her heart began to beat heavily with shock. For a long time, she was unable to say anything. Back then, when you tried repeatedly to get close to him, hadn't he rejected you many times? It was your insistence, pushing yourself to the boundaries of losing your life that Moxie softened his heart and accepted you. Along with his desire to save you, that was just a sense of helplessness. If not for that, I refuse to believe that Moxie would be willing to accept another girl into his heart so easily. No matter who that girl is, it's impossible. Mei Shuiyan looked at her and continued. His initial intentions in entering the misty illusory manor was only for us, and we do not blame him as well. In fact, all of us chose to be understanding, to the point of being willing to accept you. However, you are just making things difficult for yourself. Mo Junyi and Jun Moxie are simply the same person. Or rather, from the start to end, there was only Moxie. But you insisted on separating them, turning the Mo Junyi identity into a separate living person. At the root of everything, it was just you who could not accept this scam. But it doesn't mean that Mo Junyi is not Jun Moxie. It's because you feel that you had been cheated that you began to doubt the truth of the love you had felt in the misty illusory manner. You thought that you had sacrificed many things, and your love should be reciprocated in certain ways. But you felt like you had not gotten that reciprocation, so you feel unbalanced in your heart. Mei Shuiyan said sternly. At the end of the day, this is actually a very simple matter. He didn't lie to me, what do you mean? Miao Xiaomiao widened her eyes and asked. With your intelligence, are you really still confused about this? The reason he could not be honest with you was because his identity was his greatest secret while in the misty illusory manor. How could he reveal that to you? Should he say to you from the start, Miao Xiaomiao, you must not like me because I'm not Mo Junyi. Mo Junyi is just an illusion that doesn't exist. I'm Jun Moxie, and I'm here only for the 7 colored holy fruits, not for you. Mei Shuiyan smiled and shook her head. He didn't go to the misty illusory manor to lie to you. She looked deeply at Miao Xiaomiao. In clearer words, he had not gone to the misty illusory manor for you at all. It was not to obtain your body or your love. Even throughout all the process of your interaction, he had always adopted a reactive state and had never taken the initiative. He never had any intentions to woo you and had never even taken any initiatives towards you. Did he not tell you that he had a wife whom he loved deeply at home? Or did he not say that the only person he truly cared about was his wife at home? He should have mentioned that to you for sure. Taking all these things into consideration, how could he be said to have deceived you? Whether you've given your body to Mo Junyi or to Jun Moxie, it is your decision. Because, you had done it willingly, without being forced by anyone. And to Moxie, the relationship had been forced onto him. So, the one who should really feel unfair is not you, it's Moxie. The people who should feel the most unhappy are actually us girls at home, not you. Could a smart girl like you really not understand this? Mei Shuiyan said in a slightly icy manner. The reason Moxie chose to tell you the truth now, was because he wanted to take responsibility for you. As a man, no matter what his original intentions are, the result was that you are already his woman, and he wants to take responsibility for his woman. He didn't want to live with the guilt of seeing you wasting away in the misty illusionary manner. Ask yourself, which other man in the world can do this much? Little sister Xiaomiao, you should not hold on to that meaningless stubbornness. A woman can be stubborn, but she must not be stubborn to the point where the man she loves and the man who loves her ends up feeling tired of her. At that time, only a tragedy is fated to happen. Moxie is a person who is able to meet gains or losses with equanimity. But once he gives something up, it's a virtually impossible matter to ask him to pick it up again. Right now, you should consider carefully and take care of your body well. If you've thought it through, I will help you with the other sisters. We can still be good sisters and live together. But if you still insist, there's no need to go through Jun Moxie. You just need to tell me, and I will find someone to send you back to the misty illusory manor. You will still be the jewel of the Miao family, and no one will know about today's matter. No one will pursue the matter, and how we'll choose will be completely up to you. Mei Shuiyan did not say any more and directly stood up. Leaving a rest well behind her, she turned to leave. Towards a girl like Miao Xiaomiao with such a stubborn temper, Mei Shuiyan knew that a gentle method of advising would only worsen the matter, causing her to stray further and further. It was better to directly wake her up from her fanciful thoughts with a fierce slap. Bringing everything that should be said and should not be said, right to her face. Thus, Mei Shuiyan had not hesitated to exaggerate some matters, using a method of sheltering Jun Moxie completely to deal with her. Mei Shuiyan was also a decisive person, ending the matter like that. If Miao Xiaomiao was truly unable to accept the thought and insisted on her views, then, no matter how unwilling Jun Moxie was or how sad Jun Moxie would be, even if he became angry at her, Mei Shuiyan would still send Miao Xiaomiao away. She would not leave her here to prolong Jun Moxie's pain. Jun Moxie was a decisive person, but Mei Shuiyan was similarly a person who was true to her words. To Mei Shuiyan, Guan Qinghan, and the rest, Jun Moxie was like a baby that they all wanted to protect. They already could not wait to coddle him and shower him with love. They would never allow anyone to hurt him. So, whether Miao Xiao Miao stayed or left, was all up to Mei Shuiyan right now. Elder sister Shuiyan, Miao Xiao Miao suddenly struggled to sit up. Her voice was weak, and it carried a pleading tone. Rest well and think things through carefully. Once you've thought it through properly, send a person to inform me. Mei Shuiyan did not turn around. Our Jun family does not need disobedient daughter-in-laws or a woman who has resentment towards her own man. No matter how amazing her background is, no one is an exception. Even if Moxie is the evil monarch, even if he's more powerful than the 9 nether first young master, the harem is still under me, Mei Shuiyan. Don't worry, I have complete authority on whether you stay or go. You have nothing to fear. I'll still say the same words, however you choose is completely up to you. Mei Shuiyan's words were practically an ultimatum to Miao Xiao Miao. After saying that, Mei Shuiyan left. The moment she reached the door, she stopped again. Still without turning her head, she said, "Oh, by the way, this is Moxie's bedroom, and the bed you are lying on is his. If you have any requirements, I can arrange for the bedding to be changed for you." After that, her body turned into a white shadow and disappeared through the door. Miao Xiao Miao sank back heavily onto the pillow, her heart in disarray. 2 drops of crystalline tears rolled out of her eyes, dripping onto the already wet pillow. Jun Yi, what should I do? Jun Yi, all of a sudden, Miao Xiao Miao realized another thing. Mo Jun Yi, Jun Moxie. Although these 2 names seem different at a glance, but the pronunciation. Isn't it just the same 3 words in different order? Perhaps Jun Moxie had already given a hint to the misty illusory manor back from the moment he first entered the misty illusory manor. It was just that the hint was a little more subtle. No wonder, Miao Xiao Miao smiled and opened her listless eyes with great effort. All of a sudden, another sentence appeared in her heart. On the eve that Mo Junyi left the misty illusory manor, he had asked her this question, "Miao Miao, if I leave misty illusory manor, never to return, would you be willing to live in the outside world with me?" At that time, she had answered, "I am yours. No matter where you are, I will follow, be it the ends of the world, in heaven or hell, wherever you go, I'll follow." She hadn't thought much of it at the time, only thinking that he was acting a little odd. But now that she thought of it, those words were clearly to test her attitude. What should I do? Just what should I do? Outside the door, Guan Qinghan was talking with Mei Shuiyan. "Elder sister Shuiyan, is this a little too direct? What if that lass can't think it through and instead became even more stubborn? At that time, nobody will be able to get off the stage." Guan Qinghan asked with concern. Guan Qinghan had come together with Mei Shuiyan, and it was just that she stopped outside the door and didn't come in. All the conversation between Mei Shuiyan and Miao Xiao Miao had been heard by her. And even she felt that Mei Shuiyan's words had been slightly too heavy. She won't. Miao Xiao Miao is also an extremely decisive girl. From the way she does things, it's quite apparent. In addition, her upbringing and inner qualities are not necessarily inferior to us. Right now, she just hasn't come around to accepting the truth yet. But I believe that she will definitely be able to think things through. But in any case, even if she can't do it, I will not forcefully keep her for Moxie. Even if Moxie objects, it will be the same. Mei Shuiyan continued in a soft voice. "We've gone through so much with Moxie, so would we not know what kind of person he is? He may seem like a vicious and evil person on the surface, but he is extremely genuine to the people around him. Especially those whom he has already acknowledged and accepted, he could be said to treat them extremely well. If Miao Xiao Miao refuses to accept the truth and continues to trouble him like this, it would definitely affect Moxie's heart. So, while this method may seem overboard or even cruel, even unreasonable, we still have to do it. We must do it. Because Moxie does not only have us right now, he also has hundreds of millions of life in Tian Fa and the evil monarch manor to look after. Nothing must be allowed to happen to him. Even if it's the tiniest flaw in his heart, is enough to cause everything to collapse. We cannot be careless." Mei Shuiyan continued slowly. "Right now, the real problem is that this last Miao Xiao Miao's temper is too stubborn. This has to do with her family background and her experiences. Her life had always been smooth sailing, with very few troubles. The only difficulty she had met so far the unexpected Mo Junyi in her life. In addition, she is a perfectionist who constantly seeks to fulfill the ideal in her mind. In her eyes, only the things that are flawless are truly good. And because of that, she cannot accept nor condone any lies or imperfections in her relationship. Dropping onto the reality onto her and making her come to terms with it quickly is the most important thing right now instead. Otherwise, if she continued creating a din like this for a long time and Moxie truly becomes annoyed, then there will be no way to save the situation anymore. Even if Miao Xiaomiao wants to turn back, she won't be able to. I was trying to help her by saying that, naturally, everything still depends on how Miao Xiaomiao thinks. But in the worst case scenario, rather than letting Moxie be the bad guy, I will do it in his stead. Guan Qinghan also slowly nodded her head. Elder sister Shui Yan is right, looks like it'll be another troublesome matter for elder sister this time. It was Moxie who created the trouble, but elder sister has to clean up after him. This is truly. Mei Shui Yan swept her hair behind her ear and smiled lightly. This small action was filled with a breathtaking beauty that caused even Guan Qinghan to be completely stunned. All of us are already his woman now, so it's only natural that we consider these things for him. He'd already done so much for us, so how can we not help him share his burdens? Previously, I spent so much effort to raise the strengths of all the sisters, precisely so that we could lend him a helping hand in the future. Even if we cannot be of help, we must at least not become a burden. Qinghan, apart from me, you are the eldest among all the sisters. I hope that you can help me watch them and take care of them. After all, how can it be so easy to be Jun Moxie's women? Mei Shui Yan said in a gentle voice. I finally understood elder sister's efforts today. When the time is appropriate, I will tell the other girls about this as well and help them to improve their strengths further. As elder sister said, how can it be so easy to be Jun Moxie's woman? Guan Qinghan nodded. Qinghan. I still have some matters to ask you, Mei Shui Yan asked in a low voice as she walked. Her voice suddenly became extremely soft, and she looked around furtively in a shy manner. What is it? Elder sister, please ask away. Guan Qinghan was still filled with admiration for Mei Shui Yan and did not notice her odd behavior. The only thing she did not understand was what kinds of matter Mei Shui Yan was interested in, to need to ask her. I wanted to ask. I heard that a woman's, first time, will be very painful. Mei Shui Yan's face was red as she stammered. Qinghan, you've already done that, with Moxie. So, what does it feel like? How much does it hurt? Also. Guan Qinghan's ears instantly turned red, and she couldn't speak at all. How would she have expected that the graceful and elegant Mei Shui Yan would suddenly ask her this kind of question? With a hoarse voice, she croaked, Elder sister Mei, what are you saying? Ah. I didn't hear anything. We're all family here and good sisters as well. Mei Shui Yan linked her arms around Guan Qinghan's arm and whispered directly into her ear. Just tell me about it, what's the big deal about it? Besides, that last Miao Xiaomiao is already one step before us, and among us sisters, you are the only one who had done that thing with that baddie before. I don't mind you laughing at me, but sometimes, even I admire you somewhat, Guan Qinghan's face was so red that it looked as if blood was about to start spouting from her skin. Looking around sneakily, she whispered back. Elder sister, you also knew that back then, that fellow had been under the effects of medication, and he did it for an entire night. I almost died because of it, so how would I remember how it felt like? Elder sister still said that you admire me. Guan Qinghan was not lying. Among most girls, her first time was likely the most cruel and dangerous one, where she had truly almost lost her life. After that ordeal, she had been in extreme pain for half a month. So how would she remember any other feeling? That's true as well. I remember that day when Xiao Yi drugged Moxie. Qian Sun and I were sitting atop a tree and we saw you entering the tent with our own eyes. After that, you were taken by that little fellow, and we truly didn't seem to see anything strange. Mei Shui Yan had not finished speaking, but Guan Qinghan was so embarrassed that she could not speak. The words that she just heard had given her a huge shock, as if the sky had fallen apart. You and Qian Sun had been sitting outside on a tree, and watching at that time. That's right, we saw everything clearly. That little fellow was as wild as a ferocious beast. No, even a ferocious beast is not as crazed as him. Mei Shui Yan nodded and looked at Guan Qinghan in a teasing manner. That was a really intense scene. HNGH. Guan Qinghan made a strange sound in her throat and covered her face as she dug her feet into the ground. She originally thought that apart from Jun Moxie, no one else had witnessed the scene. Even Jun Moxie had not managed to remember anything because he was drugged. So in the end, this secret was only held by her alone. But never in her wildest dreams would she have expected that such a shameful scene had been witnessed by two people from start to end, and those two people were even her close sisters now. This was too embarrassing, she wouldn't have the face to see anyone now. Guan Qinghan crouched onto the ground, refusing to raise her head. Cackling lightly, Mei Shuiyan asked, "Why? Are you shy? What? You still dare to ask so much?" Guan Qinghan was both embarrassed and angry. Jumping up suddenly, she charged at Mei Shuiyan with all her might, her face red and her breath heavy. Mei Shuiyan yelped and turned around to flee. There weren't any bearings of an expert on these two anymore now. The two supreme beauties ran and chased, passing through numerous halls in the blink of an eye. As they turned a corner, a person suddenly came into view in front of them. Who else was this if not Jun Moxie? "The two of you, what are you doing?" Young Master Jun asked in a mystified manner. What was this situation before his eyes? Guan Qinghan was chasing Mei Shuiyan. My God, what is happening? These two were the most stable among all the girls with him. What happened to them today? Also, with Mei Shuiyan's strength, she could defeat Guan Qinghan with a single puff of air. But right now, Mei Shuiyan seemed to be begging for mercy, and Guan Qinghan was chasing her relentlessly. Young Master Jun was completely lost, unable to make heads or tails of the situation. As she looked up and saw that it was Jun Moxie blocking the path, she shrieked aloud. For some reason, her face was as red as a flame, and lowering her head, she disappeared like a gust of wind. From the looks of it, she was running randomly without a sense of direction in her panic. That single glance she threw Jun Moxie was filled with all kinds of meanings, causing Jun Moxie's heart to suddenly blaze with fire, nearly making his nose start bleeding. What was Qinghan thinking for her eyes to be filled with such an enchanting, soul-seducing look? Should I make a stealthy trip tonight? Jun Moxie's eyes turned somewhat green as he began to plot in his heart. What's wrong with Qinghan? Young Master Jun looked at Mei Shuiyan carefully as he asked in a confused manner. What's a man like you asking so much about a girl's problem? Why are you so nosy? From the looks of it, Mei Shuiyan was also somewhat embarrassed. Snorting lightly, she lectured him harshly and also disappeared with a whoosh sound. Ah, what the f***ck? These two girls couldn't be discussing something X-rated, right? Perhaps, they were thinking about this young master. So it seems that this young master's market is still pretty good. Young Master Jun rubbed his chin as an evil glint flashed in his eyes. Chuckling sneakily, all kinds of thoughts appeared in his mind. One had to say, this fellow's intuition was very accurate. By the way, don't go and disturb Miao Xiao Miao for the time being. Let her think things through by herself for a moment. When she's done, everything will naturally fall into place. Remember, haste makes waste. From the distance, Mei Shuiyan poked her head out from around a corner and transmitted her voice. The words, haste makes waste, instantly doused the rising flames in Jun Moxie's heart, and he immediately sank back into a troubled state. Sighing heavily, he turned around and left. The moon hung high above in the cloudless sky and its silver rays enveloped the entire Tianfa forest, blending into the slightly misty air. From a distance, it looked like a scene right out of a fantasy world. Miao Xiao Miao stood alone at the window, looking silently up at the huge moon in the sky, her heart filled with thoughts that even she didn't understand. After knowing that this was Jun Moxie's room, for some reason, she had not resisted or asked to move out, remaining only in this strange state of mind. Apart from the almost imperceptible sounds of light snoring ringing out from all over the manor, the night was nearly completely quiet. The winds were blowing softly, and the clouds were few and drifted along lazily. The bright moon hung high in the sky, casting its soft rays upon the world. The ancient trees of Tianfa stood stably and the little branches swayed gently in the wind, without letting out any sounds. This was a truly beautiful and quiet night. But Miao Xiao Miao's heart was as turbulent as a fierce ocean, rising wave after wave. Before the rampart in her heart could be rebuilt, it was destroyed by the waves again. Jun Yi, Miao Xiao Miao called out lightly. Her tears had already drowned those two brilliant eyes long ago. She had already formed the habit of calling out this name whenever she felt happy, sad, or lost. It was as if this name would let her calm down for some reason, settling her heart. However, this time, those two same words had lost their previous effects. In fact, she felt like her heart had become even more messy. The night was deep, and even the brilliant moon seemed to have paled a little. Miao Xiao Miao remained standing silently at the window for a long time, not moving at all. This is Jun Moxie's room, so if I'm staying here, where will he go? Would he be spending the night in the room of one of those pretty elder sisters? With that thought, Miao Xiao Miao found to her surprise that a sense of jealousy had risen in her heart. He is Mo Jun Yi, he is Jun Yi. Why? Why? She lamented bitter. At the same time, she had not noticed that she'd referred to Mei Shuiyan, Guan Qing Han, and the rest as those pretty elder sisters. All of a sudden, a soft howl rang out from the wind as an almost ethereal feeling of something that had perfectly blended into the heavens and earth swept past. Miao Xiao Miao's heart shook, and she looked towards that direction in an almost subconscious way. Jun Moxie's room naturally had the best view in the entire evil monarch manor. It was also the most spacious room. From here, a full 10,000 li of Tian Fa could be seen. Following that, Miao Xiao Miao's eyes grew wide to the extreme. Far off in the forest, a white shadow rose slowly and gracefully into the sky. The ascent of this shadow was smooth, as if it were stepping on invisible steps. Jun Moxie. What is he doing? Miao Xiao Miao's heart shook and she looked over. Jun Moxie was actually feeling extremely depressed in his heart. To him, this matter before him was something that he'd never experienced even in both his lives. So the moment dinner was finished, he'd run off alone. Young Master Jun went into the depths of Tian Fa forest alone, chose a large tree, and leapt onto it. Finding a large branch, he lay down, using his arm as a pillow. After that, he closed his eyes tightly. This was the method he'd used to calm and relax himself in his past life, and it always worked very well for him. But tonight, Jun Moxie discovered that this method was not working. He could not quiet his heart no matter what, and the longer he stayed in that deep silence, the more noise his heart made. Frustrated, he opened his eyes and looked up at the gentle moonlight flowing down from the sky like a river. Laughing bitterly, he said, "You are still the best. No matter where I go, I can always look up and see you. No matter which world I'm in, you still remain there, worryless, quiet and indifferent. In the blink of an eye, the oceans have already passed away and turned into fields of mulberry. Even if the entire world changes, you are still the same. What worries can the moonlight know?" Cool, silvery rays landed gently on his body. Cold as always, gentle and graceful as always. As he watched the moon from afar, Jun Moxie breathed out heavily and suddenly fell silent. In that moment, he thought of those words that he'd said a moment ago. No matter which world I'm in, you still remain there, worryless, quiet and indifferent. In the blink of an eye, the oceans have already passed away and turned into fields of mulberry. Even if the entire world changes, you are still the same. In that moment, Jun Moxie seemed to have comprehended something. That sudden flash of comprehension caused him to suddenly go from a state of extreme frustration to a supernatural state where his heart was as still as a pool of water. It was a transformation from extreme chaos to extreme stillness. A transformation of two extreme states that opposed one another. The most extreme contrast. And this transformation had not even taken 1 second. However, this transformation had given Jun Moxie a nearly supernatural switch. At this time, it was like a huge dam in his heart had shattered like a mirror, turning into powder. No more obstructions. Jun Moxie's mind instantly soared into the dark sky, traveling without limit. A breakthrough. The art of unlocking heaven's fortune and the Hongjun Pagoda had once again broken through. At the point when Jun Moxie was the most distressed, it had suddenly come. In the instant Jun Moxie's body floated up, he finally unleashed a long howl. When Jun Moxie's heart sank into that state of extreme emptiness, he immediately comprehended many things. Or rather, many words and meanings flooded into his heart in that instant. Understand the mind and finding the true self. My heart is the heavens and earth. Born in the realms of heaven and earth is in my heart. Heaven and earth is like my heart, and my heart is like the heaven and earth. All matter, all life, all doctrines, all states, are up to the heart. That is all it is. With a single will, the winds will rise and thunders fall. With a single will, all life can be decimated. My heart is the heavens and earth, and so my body is all of creation. The mountains and rivers may remain still, but when I move, the mountains and rivers will overturn. Heaven and earth may be ancient, but if I perish, the heaven and earth shall perish with me. One liang can contend against 10,000 jin, and softness at its extremities is also hard without compare. One able force can subdue 10 opponents, and hardness at its extremities is also soft without compare. What is hard? What is soft? If I say it's hard, it shall be hard, and if I say it's soft, it shall be soft. 1,000 li of land and water are free for me to traverse. Yin-yang and the universe are within my control. Who shall be called heroes? It belongs only to me. Jun Moxie's body was still in his original lying position as he rose slowly into the air. His arms maintained the same position behind his head as a pillow. In that awkward position, he rose slowly into the air, far above the tallest tree. Although the momentum was slow, there were no deviations. At this moment, all the worries and thoughts in Jun Moxie's heart had already disappeared. There were only a clarity in his mind, and his spirit was completely transparent. He was like a carp swimming freely through the sky, whether it was standing in the void, raising his hand or kicking with his feet, nothing obstructed the will in his heart. Even though he was suspended in midair, it was as if he were standing on solid ground, and he could do any actions he wanted without any difference. There was truly no difference. Ha ha ha, Jun Moxie laughed aloud, his spirit and body completely free. Flipping around and doing a handstand in the air, he suddenly shot upwards like a rocket. His sleeves fluttered gently in the wind, and he soared above the clouds. Tall as the skies are, only I stand firmly upon it. Looking down upon the rivers and mountains, glancing disdainfully at all living things. Yes, he had broken through again, and it was a breakthrough in all areas. It was not just the Hongjun Pagoda and the art of unlocking heaven's fortune breaking through at the same time, but Jun Moxie's cultivation had also taken a large and profound step forward. The original Jun Moxie was known for guaranteeing a kill with every single strike, and every move he made was with the intention to claim his enemy's life. This was supposedly the most effective assassination technique, because the most perfect defense is a perfect attack. But anything in its extreme form is easily broken. There are flaws in an all-out attack, since if the all-out attack is stopped, only death awaits. The enemy would never give him the chance to try again. His defense was simply not sufficient. Attacking may be the best defense, but if the attack failed, the most perfect opening would also appear. And once that opening was created, it would naturally expose the most lethal weakness. Having a strong attack and weak defense had always been where Jun Moxie's greatest weakness lay. Jun Moxie himself was also very clear about that, and he'd also thought about improving on that as well. However, he'd never managed to do so. The concept of attacking as the best defense had already been deeply ingrained into his spirit. A habit that spanned 2 lives had already merged into all of his battle techniques. How could it be that easy to change? But this time, this gentle and all-encompassing moonlight had caused Jun Moxie to suddenly get a flash of inspiration. Hardness and softness was the complete fusion in the truest sense. Complete integration and transparent. Softness was a kind of strength, and hardness was also a kind of strength. Soft can become hard, and hard can also be soft. This was a concept very similar to Taiji. But unlike Taiji, which was born of the infinite and everlasting, it mainly emphasized on using softness to counter hardness, borrowing strength to strike against strength. What Moxie had comprehended was that hardness and softness were the same thing, not apart from each other. At this moment, Jun Moxie thoroughly forgot everything outside, forgetting where he was at the moment, forgetting all the things between heaven and earth. He only felt endless joy in his heart, and he wanted to display the martial Tao that he had just comprehended to show the joy in his heart. With a step of his foot, he made a series of strange postures in midair. He slowly raised his hands, supple like spring water, but the hands that were raised up suddenly stretched out towards the side in seemingly random ways. With a single move, he'd already struck out tens of times. If anyone with profound cultivation could see this scene, they would definitely not be able to believe their eyes. They would think that young Master Jun was displaying some magic tricks, to actually be able to execute such high-difficulty movements in midair. Because in the eyes of others, young Master Jun had only raised his hands softly. But in the next instant, it was as if he turned into 1,000 hands guanyin. Each action was soft to the extreme, and no one would feel that those strikes contained any power. But in actuality, each move was filled with incredible strength. Sliding his foot out, his shoulders moved along as his waist and body swayed along with the wind. Each movement could be seen clearly, but they all left behind a series of afterimages. Each afterimage made the same movement and remained in the sky for a long time, not having any signs of dissipating. As Jun Moxie's movements became faster and faster, the afterimages in the air became denser and more compact, covering the entire sky. At first, it was only about 3 zhang wide, then it gradually expanded to tens of zhang, hundreds of zhang, thousands of zhang, until finally, the entire sky was filled with Jun Moxie's shadow, forming into a huge patch of cloud. And from the start to the end, not a single afterimage had dissipated. Such a phenomenon was truly akin to magic. At this time, Miao Xiao Miao, who had been looking out from Jun Moxie's bedroom window, could scarcely believe her eyes. Just what kind of abilities was this evil monarch displaying? Was this something that was humanly possible? Looking at Jun Moxie strutting through the air free as a fish, Miao Xiao Miao actually felt a sense of calm in her heart. Somehow, this strange and astonishing sight was able to bring her a sense of quiet peace. By now, the number of people who were looking at this shocking sight was no longer limited to just a few. Behind every window, and even on the ground, countless experts were looking up at the sky with a blank face, as if they were comprehending something. A sweet and loving smile spread across Mei Shuiyan's face as she looked at the freely dancing figure in the sky. Among all the people present, she was the one who understood Jun Moxie's strength the most. So only she could truly tell just how huge this new breakthrough was for Jun Moxie. If the Jun Moxie from before was an unyielding sword, he had now morphed into a formless sword. It was still as sharp and strong, but its edge did not weaken. It was instead even more dangerous. However, no one would be able to see that since his edge was extremely hidden. What was the strongest enemy in the world? What was the most terrifying enemy in the world? It was the enemy that one did not know of. An enemy that had no form. How do you deal with an enemy that you cannot see and do not know of? To his enemies, the current Jun Moxie was exactly an opponent that could not be seen. This was different from hiding in the Hongjun Pagoda or using the yin-yang escape to conceal himself. It was a unique ability that belonged only to himself. Solitary Eagle, Feng Wan Yun, and the Heaven Destroyer and Spirit Devourer soldiers were all looking out of their windows in a daze. Apart from the comprehension in their minds, their eyes were filled with deep respect and worship. It was like how one revered a tall mountain. What Jun Moxie was displaying now was an extremely profound realm. This kind of supernatural realm was something that not even 1 out of 100 Saint Venerable experts would necessarily be able to comprehend. In fact, as long as one managed to comprehend even just a tiny portion of this realm, they would be able to surpass most people and look down disdainfully at the world. And Jun Moxie had not just comprehended a tiny portion, he had clearly achieved a full understanding of it. Miao Zhan, Miao Dao and Miao Jian, these 3 Saint Venerables looked at each other, their faces filled with a strange expression. Miao Zhan tried to replicate the movements with his cultivation, but just when he had just seen through one of the movements, he realized that the entire sky was already covered with Jun Moxie's afterimage, slowly building into a 1 million strong army. 1 million afterimages. Each afterimage was displaying a different profound comprehension. And each afterimage was hiding an intricate conception. Miao Dao and Miao Jian were similarly intoxicated. Although they still could not understand the movements completely right now, they knew that this was a 1 in a million opportunity. If they missed it this time, they might not have the chance to encounter something like this in their lives ever again. And that would be the greatest regret of their lives. So they were all watching with full concentration, memorizing with all their might. If could memorize one more move, it was a huge gain. At this moment, they no longer attempted to comprehend anything, only to try to forcefully memorize as much as possible. At the same time, the same thought appeared in all of their hearts. After we return, we must persuade the Manor Lord to establish a good relationship with Jun Moxie. Even if it's a little embarrassing to make use of a marriage alliance to do that, we must still do our best to befriend the evil monarch Manor. Even if doing that means becoming enemies with the 3 holy lands. The gains were greater than the losses. Because Jun Moxie's speed of growth was simply too terrifying. Even a real free and natural physique genius would not be able to progress like that. Especially Miao Zhan. He clearly remembered that just a day before, Jun Moxie's strength was only comparable to them even though he was also a Saint Venerable. He was only around Miao Dao and Miao Jian's level and was even slightly weaker than himself. But in just the span of a single night, he had reached a realm that was impossible for them to understand, a height that they could only gaze upwards at. And that was even a breakthrough in his comprehension. It wasn't something that could be attained just by an increase in cultivation strength. A breakthrough in comprehension was an upgrade in the quality of the state. An expert might only have 1 instance of epiphany in his life, and it would be enough for that expert to rise far above the crowd. If he was lucky enough to have a second epiphany, it wouldn't be a dream to become a legendary figure. To have 3 instances of epiphany would make a person completely without rival in the world. This was something that was set apart from talent, resources, cultivation level, or battle prowess. One needed luck as well. And Jun Moxie had clearly managed to gain inspiration due to a moment of luck. This reason was exactly why the three Saint Venerables had made their decision so swiftly. Which expert didn't go into a long period of seclusion to digest their spark of inspiration or epiphany before slowly building upon it over time? Who could be like Jun Moxie, killing people due to rage in the afternoon, then gaining an epiphany in the evening? What kind of speed was that? And what kind of luck was that? Could it be that getting rejected and having your heart broken can bring about an epiphany? If so, why couldn't our hearts be broken more often? The experts of the three holy lands were only filled with shock as they looked at the afterimages in the sky. That was the evil monarch. And that was the true strength of the evil monarch. This kind of power was incredibly terrifying. Judging by the current strength that Jun Moxie was displaying right now, even the concentrated attacks of a few peak-level Saint Venerables would not necessarily be able to defeat him. In fact, there was even a high chance of them being completely wiped out. Jun Moxie, so you are actually this powerful. After the war for seizing the heavens, their two sides still had to have their deciding battle. But faced with this kind of power, how were they even supposed to fight? The result that they had predicted earlier, the destruction of the evil monarch manor, was suddenly reversed, and they did not have much confidence anymore. At this time, Jun Moxie's shocking performance had already come to an end. He stood among the huge screen of afterimages with a slight smile. After that, he took a step out. This one step was exceedingly profound. Or rather, it was extremely strange. Everyone could feel that with just that single step, he'd already separated himself from all the afterimages. In that moment, he was himself, the sky was the sky, and the afterimages were afterimages. The three were different entities and had nothing to do with each other. If he was in his previous world, this phenomena would be considered according to the Buddhists as becoming a Buddha on the spot. Endless nirvana, one-step rebirth. Unconfined to heaven and earth from here on. Independent of people, independent of things, independent of everything of the world. In the instant that Jun Moxie completed his step, the entire heavens shook. Everyone felt a loud boom, and the whole world trembled. This tremor was completely indescribable. But everyone realized at the same time that the world was the same and it hadn't moved. What moved was only their heart. That profound and queer step had stepped heavily against their hearts. The heaven and earth in their hearts had completely collapsed in the instant he stepped out. Completely collapsed. Utterly destroyed. A shrill sound rang out, and Jun Moxie's body began to dance in the air again. Each movement was exceedingly pleasant to watch, but each Saint Venerable could clearly feel that his movements all carried a hint of a kind of Tao. At the same time, a voice as crisp and sharp as a sword began to rise. The sun has set, and the moon is as before. Thousands of li of land and water are free for me to traverse. The singing voice has stopped, and I survey the world. As I invite the moon to lodge with me in the depths of the green mountains. Who shall be called heroes? It belongs only to me, suffering through untold trials and tribulations. In exchange for your affection of old. Who shall be called heroes? It belongs only to me. This boiling blood exhausted and turned into dust, returning to the soil, for only a sweet glance from you. The place where I awakened from my dream, was where I had come. The morning breeze blows, which family's colors are flapping and the drums drumming. Who shall be called heroes? It belongs only to me, suffering through untold trials and tribulations. In exchange for your affection of old. This boiling blood exhausted and turned into dust, returning to the soil, for only a sweet glance from you. Who shall be called heroes? It belongs only to me. The clear singing voice resounded through the entire area, filling the sky. Jun Moxie was clearly the only person singing, but it sounded as if there were countless voices providing accompaniment to him. Everyone felt the same thing, hearing it clearly in their ears. This was a kind of music that had never appeared in this world before. Even if the crowd was unable to understand music, this moment still caused them to be completely intoxicated. As Jun Moxie sang, the strange sights of the heaven and earth became even more apparent. When he sang, "The sun has set, and the moon is as before," everyone felt that the sky had darkened, and the moon was rising up. With the second sentence, "Thousands of li of land and water are free for me to traverse," everyone could see the rivers and mountains and the endless sky above their heads passing them rapidly with the song. When he sang, "As I invite the moon to lodge with me in the depths of the green mountains," everyone felt as if all the moonlight in the sky had been gathered into Jun Moxie's grasp. This was a song about an iron-blooded but warm-hearted man's journey through the pugilistic world. It was desolate and heroic, overbearing and considerate, conceited and proud, perfectly combining the endless hardships and tenderness for his family, touching the crowd and shaking the soul. As his voice rose up, Jun Moxie's figure began to move slowly. With every movement, the countless afterimages began to disappear and merge back with his body. By the time the last sentence was finished, all the afterimages had disappeared. Jun Moxie stood proudly in the air, with his hands behind his back. His eyes were full of stubbornness from deep love, distant and illusory. With a slight raise of his sword-like brows, he smiled lightly and turned around lightly, before taking another step out. And with that step, his entire body disappeared. The sky above Tianfa Forest was still and quiet and the moon was gentle. A clear wind blew lightly through, rustling the leaves. The air was filled with a light mist, appearing ethereal and serene. However, everyone was sure that they had not been dreaming. Until the sun began to rise a long time later, everyone was still looking upwards dumbly in a certain direction, not moving at all. Jun Moxie breaking through in his martial Tao and his subconscious performance had given everyone here an extremely important lesson of their life. All of the people here had already attained achievements that they would never have dared to dream of in the past. But if one were to ask them right now, what was the most important event in their life, they would all definitely answer the same thing. The night at Tianfa Forest, on the day of the establishment ceremony of the evil monarch manor. This night had revealed many secrets to them and unlocked many mysteries for them. Although Jun Moxie was not their teacher and had never taught them skills, he had demonstrated the most profound knowledge and comprehension to them that night. Even Jun Moxie himself did not know and he had only acted according to his will as he forgot himself and his surroundings. The level of respect Jun Moxie held in the lives of these people was exceedingly high. To a point where it had even reached a level of reverence. Simply because of, that night, that song, that dance, that martial performance, and that epiphany. At the same time, to Jun Moxie's girls, this night had a completely different meaning. Guanqing Han and the other girls were completely engrossed in the intoxicating song, unable to extricate themselves. Suffering through untold trials and tribulations, in exchange for your affection of old. This boiling blood exhausted and turned into dust, returning to the soil, for only a sweet glance from you. Could this be that Jun Moxie, this evil monarch, was professing his love for his women before all the heroes of the world? This, how romantic was this ah! All the girls had lost themselves in the song. Even Miao Xiaomiao was incredibly touched, unable to withhold her emotions. Suffering through untold trials and tribulations, in exchange for your affection of old. Miao Xiaomiao's heart was already in turmoil when she heard that sentence. He is really willing to suffer through hardships for me. Is that really what he feels? In that moment, Jun Moxie's suave figure had already begun to merge with the image of Mo Junyi in her mind. Junyi, is that you? Is that really you? That Jun Moxie is really you. Miao Xiaomiao clenched her little fists tightly and choked with tears in her eyes. Do you know that my heart had never wavered before, remaining the same, it had always only been you ah. Most people would only hear the heroic tones in this song, but the girls only heard the deep and tender love in it. This was a man who loved beauties more than the world. This man may not be able to remain devoted to only one girl, but he wouldn't go around chasing girls. He was also an extremely dependable man who would never let his woman suffer any wrongs. In this world where men enjoyed much higher status than women, such a man was already exceedingly good. What else was there to be dissatisfied with? Which of those men who proclaimed their own righteousness all day long did not have huge harems numbering to the hundreds? As for selling off the young girls of their house like livestock for marriage, that was an extremely common occurrence. In this world, was there a second man like Jun Moxie who had power and still respected women? All the girls had many thoughts in their minds that day. At some time, Guanqing Han came to Jun Moxie's bedroom and walked lightly behind Miao Xiaomiao. Right as she was about to say something, she realized that Miao Xiaomiao was standing dumbly out of the window, looking at the place where Jun Moxie had appeared. Her frail and small body propped against the window, and as the morning breeze flew in through the window, her sleeves fluttered lightly. Her face was slightly pale, and she looked like she would collapse at any time. However, her little fists were balled up tightly, and knuckles were even turning somewhat white because of how hard she was clenching her fists. Her eyes were only filled with reminiscence, memory, and deep emotions. Guanqing Han smiled lightly and walked out quietly. At this point, she already understood. There weren't any need to say anything more or advise anything. This matter was already done. Everything had already been said by that silence. Another innocent girl's heart had already been cheated into the hands of that bad fellow once again, or rather, he'd already managed to cheat that girl's heart long ago. The only thing was that that girl had refused to admit it. At this moment, Jun Moxie went into the Hongjun Pagoda. On the left, the heaven-earth spirit vein was coiled up like a sleeping dragon. The tree of life bristled with life force as it radiated dazzling multicolored rays in all directions. Within a wide pool, a group of exquisite lotus was growing healthily. Each piece of lotus leaf was larger than even a regular lotus leaf. They shimmered with a faint light, like translucent gems. In the sky, a streak of beautiful, multicolored lights connected the rainbow holy tree and the exquisite lotus pool like a rainbow bridge. It seemed that endless multicolored energy was pouring towards the exquisite lotuses, and at the same time, a transparent light green energy was flowing towards the rainbow holy tree. The entire space inside the Hongjun Pagoda looked like it was something out of this world, and extremely dreamy. It was as if everything here was not real, yet existed within the realms of reality. Jun Moxie was dressed in a set of white robes as pure as snow. Standing at the entrance of the Hongjun Pagoda, he smiled lightly and looked at the scene before him silently. Only an expression of calmness and serenity could be seen on his face. Compared to the previous 5 breakthroughs, Jun Moxie was much calmer after this new accidental breakthrough. It was a peace and stillness that came from his heart, without any anxiousness. It was as if everything was held firmly in his hands, and he had everything under complete control. Until now, his heart was still in that state of emptiness, and was incomparably clear. The 6th level. The 6th level of the Hongjun Pagoda is finally open. The previous 5 levels had been filled with surprises, and this time, he believed that it would not be an exception either. There would definitely be another great surprise. The only thing was that he didn't know what kind of surprise it would be, or how big that surprise would be. Jun Moxie stood quietly for a moment as he looked warmly at the Hongjun Pagoda. Then, with a confident smile, he directly stepped inside. The moment he lifted his foot, the huge doors of the Hongjun Pagoda immediately swung open. Then, as his feet landed, his entire body disappeared into the Hongjun Pagoda. This was the truest meaning of stepping in. Jun Moxie discovered that the originally spacious hall had now been completely filled with a purple mist. This kind of mist was the purest source of spiritual qi among the heaven and earth. The purple mist shone faintly with light and was extremely soul-enchanting. The originally empty land had actually managed to birth life. There was still no expression on Jun Moxie's face, and he only looked around quietly before directly stepping onto the steps to the 2nd level. Then, he proceeded towards the 3rd level, the 4th level, and the 5th level. Finally, he came to the last step of the 5th level. With just one more step, he would be in the 6th level. As if he knew something, Jun Moxie stopped and stood still. In that instant, all the purple spiritual qi in the Hongjun Pagoda started to rumble crazily as if it was going out of control. Surging in from every direction, it began to pour into Jun Moxie's body. Jun Moxie was like a demonic fiend that was swallowing the heavens and earth. Jun Moxie's white robes rustled wildly, and the sound was as though the earth and the skies were about to fall apart. With his robes billowing, Jun Moxie raised his hands lightly, and his feet began to leave the ground. The door to the 6th level suddenly opened, and a burst of purple spiritual qi which had already condensed to high degree rushed out and enveloped his entire body, covering every inch of him. Jun Moxie's body was completely covered in the purple qi like a cocoon, expanding slowly. Throughout the entire process, the calm steadiness in Jun Moxie's eyes had remained steadfast, never flickering even in the slightest. In the time it took to blink an eye, Jun Moxie's body had already ballooned to an extreme point. With a violent shudder, all the spiritual qi in his meridians gushed madly into his dantian, jolting heavily. Following that, it began to resume its previous peaceful state. When Jun Moxie had broken through to the 5th level of the Hongjun Pagoda previously, the layer of grey mist that had formed in his dantian remained in a passive state. At this moment, after being triggered by the purple qi, it began to rotate slowly. Although the momentum was sluggish, one could feel the inexhaustible power behind it. Following closely behind that, the tangible layer of purple spiritual qi wrapping around Jun Moxie's body once again began to surge into his meridians. Like before, it poured madly into his meridians before forcing its way into his dantian. The grey mist in his dantian continued to revolve as before, only accelerating ever so slightly. At the same time, the gray mist grew somewhat more resplendent. The same process repeated, thrice, 4 times, 6 times, 8 times. Every time the cycle ended, the gray swirl would move faster, and its color would become brighter. Finally, after the 8th cycle, the originally gray swirl had transformed into 2 types of colors. A beautiful blue that caused others to feel extremely comfortable looking at it had separated itself from the gray, gassy matter. As for the gray, murky chi, it was now positioned under the blue chi. The distance between the two seemed to be pulling apart gradually, finally showing a clear distinction. At this time, there were only a little less than half of the purple chi that had originally been pouring madly out from the 6th level. Without a care, they funneled into Jun Moxie's meridians in an instant. Young Master Jun may have absorbed over 70% of all the purple spiritual chi thus far, but that had been done over 8 batches. Although it was somewhat painful, that was definitely still a bearable amount. But this time, he had to digest over 3 times the amount in an instant, and it was naturally difficult to handle. How would Jun Moxie not understand this much as well? His calm expression finally flickered, and his brows were knitted tightly together. A moment later, he clenched his teeth and his face turned ugly, unable to make a single sound. Large amounts of chi gushed into his meridians like a powerful river breaking through bamboo. Although Jun Moxie's meridians had already been refined and strengthened countless times by now, it was still unable to endure the sudden powerful force. In just a short moment, it was already on the verge of completely tearing apart. But in the next moment, that ferocious wave of energy strangely began to flow obediently into his dantian. It was like how a rampaging dragon had charged into a wide space that it could roam as it pleased. After it entered the dantian, it remained as unbridled as before, rushing without pause into the space between the blue and gray matter. It did not change its direction at all, charging straight all the way to the extreme end. With a loud boom, the blue energy that was separated began to rise rapidly, going higher and higher. As for the gray energy, it remained unmoving at the bottom. However, its color became more and more condensed. With a sweep of his perception, Jun Moxie finally understood. Right now, a sky and earth had been formed within his dantian. The blue rose higher and higher, representing the sky. The gray was firm and condensed, representing the earth. Although this inner heaven and earth was dim and obscured, it already had a form. Far off in the sky, there was a bright star. Just a single star. Although everything still looked ethereal and hazy, but, this was undoubtedly the foundations of heaven and earth. As he gazed at the incomplete patch of heaven and earth in his dantian, Jun Moxie felt a tremor travel through his heart, an indescribable feeling of emotion. Now, he actually also had the ability to create his own heaven and earth. At this time, a flash of inspiration appeared in Jun Moxie's heart. All of a sudden, he understood the true meaning of unlocking heaven's fortune. The art of unlocking heaven's fortune. Wasn't the most mysterious and crucial part of this mysterious cultivation technique the words unlocking heaven's fortune? When this cultivation technique was cultivated to the highest level, a person would be able to create a piece of heaven and earth in their own body. And he would be the founder of this heaven and earth. He would be the most high controller of it. Opening the skies and laying down the earth, creator of all things. This was the true meaning of the art of unlocking heaven's fortune. Right now, Jun Moxie had only managed to create this sky and earth because of his breakthrough. It didn't have any wind, clouds, lightning, or other natural elements. There weren't any seasons, sun, moon, or constellations. There wasn't any metal, wood, water, fire, earth, humans, animals, plants, and any sort of life. Apart from a bare and plain sky and earth, there wasn't anything else. It was a state of endless bleakness. All the changes in the future would still require Jun Moxie's hard work to create. No wonder this cultivation technique was called the #1 technique. Indeed, if a cultivation technique that gave one the ability of creation was not #1, what would be? Could there be any other cultivation techniques more powerful than this? Jun Moxie smiled lightly and took a step out, formally entering the 6th level of the Hongjun Pagoda. A dense gust of purple chi blew over, displaying all kinds of illusory forms in front of him before burrowing into his sea of consciousness. In the instant that the purple chi entered his mind, a few lines of words appeared in his heart. Spirit Nirvana, 9 transformations dark chasm, heart encompassing the earth, hand supporting the sky, mysteries of the winds and clouds are before my eyes, 9 births of the soul, the path is not hard. The mantra of the 6th layer of the art of unlocking heaven's fortune. Jun Moxie laughed hoarsely and shook his head. Heart encompassing the earth, hand supporting the sky, this sentence is true indeed. This earth is in my heart, and my hands are indeed capable of propping up the sky. However, what does mysteries of the winds and clouds are before my eyes mean exactly? Jun Moxie had barely started to think about it when he instantly understood the meaning of those words. Because the wind blowing in his face and the mist before him had clearly answered his question. The heart is not empty, heaven and earth is within, initial birth of primordial chaos, the ruler shall command wind. High heavens, heavy earth, creator of heaven's gate, manipulating space with the wave of a hand, wielding the clouds with a finger. Conducting wind and clouds as one please. The unique ability that the 6th level of the Hongjun Pagoda had gifted Jun Moxie, the ability to control the winds and clouds. From now on, Jun Moxie would be able to manipulate the flow of the winds and clouds as he wished. Jun Moxie suddenly thought of the scene in Journey to the West, when the Monkey King was having a contest with the 3 great demons tiger, deer, and sheep. The Monkey King pointed his golden staff at the skies and shouted, "Wind, come!" And a powerful gale arose. With another wave, the Monkey King roared, "Clouds, come!" And the sky was instantly filled with dense clouds. Could it be that I could also become as suave as the Monkey King? Can I really command the winds and clouds? Jun Moxie could not help but feel incredibly agitated in his heart. This was the legendary, commanding the winds and clouds a powerful ability that only appeared in myths, In the next moment, his entire body had appeared above Tianfa forest. Right now was the time when the sun had just risen, and the weather was clear and breezy. The sky was clear without much clouds in tens of thousand li. Cackling excitedly, Jun Moxie raised his arms in an exaggerated manner and bellowed, "Wind, come!" A loud whooshing sound rang out, and a strange energy surged through the air. The sound of wind grew loud, and all the trees and leaves in the forest began to rustle noisily. The smaller trees were even bending exaggeratedly. This wind was truly strong. Jun Moxie did not stop channeling the energy, and the wind grew stronger and stronger. Soon, the sand and stones were stirred up, covering the entire sky. Within the area of 10,000 li, the typhoon rampaged wildly. In that moment, whether it was the humans or the Xian beasts, all of them came out to gape at this strange phenomenon. Everyone was confused as to what was going on. A moment ago, the sky was completely clear with a bright sun in the sky. But now, a wild typhoon was raging through the forest. The violent winds had appeared too suddenly, and was extremely queer. In the sky, Jun Moxie waved his hands excitedly and cried out in a dramatic tone, "Clouds, come!" All of a sudden, the cloudless sky became dark as countless clouds converged towards him like an army answering to their general. In just a few breaths of time, the originally clear sky was completely packed densely with clouds, covering the entire area and preventing even a single ray of sunlight from reaching the ground. What the hell is going on? Miao Zhan furrowed his brows and exclaimed with awe. The weather situation in Tianfa forest is a little too strange, isn't it? How could there be such violent winds out of nowhere, and a clear sky would be filled with clouds in just a few breaths of time? This transformation is too quick. This old man has lived for thousands of years, but this is the first time I've ever seen such a thing. Could it be that there's such a huge difference between the weather in the Xian continent and our misty illusory manner? But this old man had clearly toured the Xian continent before, and the weather hadn't been so strange. Miao Zhan was not the only person who was left speechless with disbelief. Everyone was staring dumbly at the sky, unable to say a single word. This sudden transformation was too extraordinary. Not to mention Miao Zhan, who was foreign to this place, even the locals here were looking at the sky with their mouths wide open. They could be said to have spent their entire lives in Tianfa forest, but they had never seen anything like this before as well. Brother Lu, Venerable Mei, what do you think is going on? Does your Tianfa often have this kind of irregular weather? Since Miao Zhan did not understand, Miao Dao was naturally also completely confused. Pointing at the sky with disbelief, he asked, "This wild winds and clouds are a little too strange, isn't it? Looking at the scene before us, this old man wouldn't be surprised if rain suddenly poured from those clouds, flooding the entire Tianfa forest and turning it into an ocean. This is clearly a phenomenon that happens before a major storm." Saint Emperor Lu, no, it should be called Saint Venerable Lu now, stroked his beard and also shook his head repeatedly. Brother Dao's words are highly possible. I will inform the children to make preparations immediately. Otherwise, who knows how many will be washed away by the great flood. This time, I'm afraid our Tianfa forest is going to witness a great disaster. Only, if we're talking about rain clouds, how come those clouds are all fluffy white ones? Saint Venerable Lu's face was exceedingly ugly. He was clearly very worried, and although he was talking about the white clouds not being rain clouds, he was merely trying to console himself. Although he was a Saint Venerable expert, but against the power of nature, he still would not have any abilities of resisting. He could only wait and react. Even more amazing was that the winds continued to grow bigger and bigger, and the clouds became denser and denser to the point where everyone just needed to raise their hands and they would be able to grab a piece of the clouds. But from the start to the end, there wasn't any lightning or thunder at all. Everyone was completely bamboozled and dumbfounded. This was 2F** King Strange. F***CK, just what is going on? Big Bear roared, his words perfectly resonating with the thoughts in everyone's hearts. His large bear eyes were glaring widely, and 2 lines of saliva hung from the corners of his mouth. Just as the wind was reaching its strongest point, and even the large trees in the forest were emanating creaking sounds, just as the clouds had clustered so densely that they threatened to smash down onto the heads of everyone. An even stranger sound rang out in the sky and the violent winds immediately stopped. Not just the wind, all the clouds dissipated like frightened rabbits being chased by ferocious eagles. With a schwa sound, they completely disappeared. The sun's rays once again fell onto the ground, the wind was light and breezy, and there weren't any clouds in 10,000 li. Tianfa forest had once again resumed its previous calm. Fuck. Miao Zhan, Miao Dao and Miao Jian, these 3 revered Saint Venerables all cursed in tandem. On the ground, hundreds of thousands of people and Xian beasts were looking up at the sky, waiting for the rain to start falling. But in that last moment, what happened was such a completely different result. In that moment, the sounds of jaws hitting the ground could be heard all over the place. My God! Just what is going on? What is this? Did God suddenly turn crazy? It's too weird, too scary, and too amazing. It was like a patient being told by the doctor, there's no saving you, it's the final stage, your life will end at any moment, you're truly finished, nobody can save you. But in the next moment, he suddenly retracted his words, smiling warmly and saying, I'm sorry, that was a wrong diagnosis, there's nothing wrong with you at all, you will definitely be able to live to a ripe old age. If the person did not get scared to death in the first second, he would definitely die of joy in the next few seconds. Toying with people's hearts like this. Yes, this was definitely toying with people, and this was a lunatic who was toying with hundreds of thousands of people at the same time. There was no question that this was an exceptionally grand stroke. There was no need to temporarily talk about what the people on the ground were thinking. The lunatic who had just painted that grand stroke, the young Master Jun who was still in the air, was extremely depressed at this moment. He couldn't not be depressed, because young Master Jun discovered that the so-called controlling wind and wielding clouds only sounded amazing. In actuality, it did not have any practical use at all. Even if the wind was stronger, could it blow a Saint Venerable to death? Even if the clouds were thicker, could he use the clouds to crush people to death? That was an impossible matter. It was too ridiculous. Then, could it be that this power he'd obtained this time was truly so useless? If he used this stuff to frighten people, it would definitely be enough to scare people quite well. Even Miao Qingcheng, the founder of the Misty Illusory Manor, would surely jump out of his skin with fright. However, it definitely wouldn't reach a level of scaring him to death. In fact, even a normal person might not be so scared that he would die. Young Master Jun was truly depressed this time. The Hongjun Pagoda has truly gone too far in making fun of me, right? Young Master Jun thought hatefully. It's fine if you gave me anything more practical. What's with this seemingly amazing but truthfully useless power of wind and cloud? It would have been better if you'd given me a nail clipper, at least, I could have used it to trim my nails. This is too much. Without a second thought, young Master Jun directly returned to the 6th level of the Hongjun Pagoda and searched the place thoroughly. But in the end, he could only accept the reality. Apart from using the 6th level to store some stuff, there was really nothing else in there. Looks like the only reward was this seemingly impressive but useless thing. Young Master Jun sighed heavily and sat down atop the spirit vein. He'd broken through 6 times, but this was the one where he had held the highest hopes, yet received the greatest disappointment. But as time passed, Jun Moxie's lowered head slowly lifted up and his eyes grew brighter. At this time, he'd suddenly discovered an idea and understood something. The art of unlocking heaven's fortune was closely interlinked with the Hongjun Pagoda, and there was always a relationship between the things awarded by the Hongjun Pagoda and an advancement with the art of unlocking heaven's fortune. Furthermore, there were certain rules and it followed a certain order, advancing step by step. The first level of the art of unlocking heaven's fortune was not considered powerful, and logically, a heaven-defying skill like the yin-yang escape art should not have appeared. However, the yin-yang escape art was still the first reward. Why? Because in order to unlock heaven's fortune, the prerequisite was that he did not die. Because once he died, everything would fall. But the yin-yang escape art would at least be able to ensure the safety of his life, and even in the worst situations, he would be able to live. As long as there was life, there would be hope. For the second level, there was the flame of primal chaos and the furnace of good fortune. This was also quite simple to understand. Raising the speed of cultivation, allowing him to cultivate much faster than other people, so that he could reach the higher levels more quickly and set down a solid foundation for the next level. At the third level, he received the power of gold and the power of wood, which was part of the power of the 5 elements. He was given 2 first to deal with, because if he had to learn 5 all at once, it would instead have an opposite effect. The fourth level contained the full power of the 5 elements. From this, it could be seen that the third level was simply a preparation for the fourth level. And the greatest use of the power of the 5 elements was not for fighting or defeating enemies. Why the power of the 5 elements? Because they were the 5 elements of heaven and earth, encompassing all things. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth, all of them were closely interlinked and complement each other, growing continually. At the same time, it represented the human body's heart, liver, spleen, stomach, and kidneys. The power of the 5 elements was part of the powers of creation. With the power of the 5 elements, it meant that he also had the abilities to create a foundation for creation. As for the 5th level, he received the solution to primordial chaos. But this also could not help him to fight and defeat enemies. The so-called solution to primordial chaos held the laws and meaning of heaven and earth, and as long as he could comprehend it, it would be another step forward in unlocking the heaven's fortune. So from the 5th level, a ball of primordial chaos had appeared in his dantian. It was like a fresh field of land, waiting for him to begin work on it. And now, for the 6th level, the sky and the earth had been formed in his dantian, and he'd also obtained the power of wind and clouds. However, the powers of nature did not comprise of only wind and cloud, there were still lightning, rain, snow, thunder, frost, etc. And these were all necessary abilities needed for creation. It was also what normal people termed divine power. And so, Jun Moxie also finally understood. This 6th level was like the previous 3rd level, a foundational stage. The truly good stuff should be on the 7th level. And if Jun Moxie did not guess wrong, the 7th level would probably be giving him the rest of the powers in one go. As he thought of this, Jun Moxie could not help but be filled with anticipation. If he truly had all those powers as he had imagined, just how powerful would he become? Right now, the only thing that Jun Moxie was still unable to understand was that with the current power that the art of unlocking heaven's fortune was showing now, it was undoubtedly worthy of the title of #1 cultivation technique. But that was also only comparatively speaking. Because there weren't any immortal cultivators in this world, and Jun Moxie did not have anything to compare with. But he still felt that something was not quite right. From the looks of it, this art of unlocking heaven's fortune should be a little stronger than this. Right now, he'd already formed the sky and earth in his body. Typically, he should be on the level of a grand character even in the immortal cultivation world. But with his current strength, it was still not enough, clearly not enough. And, it wasn't just insufficient, it was still far from being enough. This was something that shouldn't be possible. Just what was going on? After thinking for a long time, he still hadn't managed to think of an answer. Directly deciding to stop thinking, Jun Moxie came out of the Hongjun Pagoda. The ground was now packed with people, all of them looking around suspiciously and whispering in low voices. Countless Xian beasts like the elephants, bears, cranes, monkeys, wolves, tigers, leopards, were all gathered in large groups. The entire area was filled with a thick stench, and the weaker Xian beasts were so scared that they were cowering on the ground. Young Master Jun rubbed his nose and instantly understood the situation. Looked like this experiment of his was still very successful. Apparently, all the humans and beasts alike had been scared. But young Master Jun did not have any interest in explaining that everything had just been an experiment. With a flash of his body, he entered the Jun residence. On the outside, everybody gathered together and discussed for a long time before finally dispersing. Avoiding everyone successfully, Jun Moxie returned directly to the room that originally belonged to him. After this breakthrough, Jun Moxie had also managed to think things through. It was better to let nature take its course. If Miao Xiao Miao still remained stubborn, it would be good to let her return to the misty illusory manor for a period of time. When she'd sorted out her thoughts, he could fetch her back again in the future. At such a crucial period, he could not afford to let himself be distracted. Besides, in certain aspects, she would be safer in the misty illusory manor than staying by his side. But the instant he stepped through the door, Jun Moxie could not help but be shocked. Miao Xiao Miao's frail body stood silently by the window. The gentle winds tugged at her clothes, and her hair fluttered softly, causing her to look exceptionally pitiful. Jun Moxie had already entered for a long time, but she hadn't moved at all. Despite her cultivation of a venerable, she was not aware of his presence, continuing to stand there rigidly, her eyes filled with endless confusion. Cough, Jun Moxie coughed lightly in an awkward manner. It wouldn't do to just stand there forever, so he had to use this method to alert her. Miao Xiao Miao's body shook, and she turned around slowly. Looking at this face that seemed both strange and familiar, her lips trembled as a red blush flushed across her face. Ultimately, she was unable to say anything. She just stood there, looking at him. Miao Xiao Miao, Jun Moxie's heart shook, and he cried out hesitantly. Miao Xiao Miao suddenly blinked, and 2 lines of tears streamed down her face. Who are you? Is it my Jun Yi? Yes. I am Mo Jun Yi, your Jun Yi. Jun Moxie took a step forward and stood before her. There were very little distance between the both of them, and they could practically feel each other's breath. I am Mo Jun Yi and also Jun Moxie. This, I will not conceal no matter what. Jun Moxie looked deeply at her. Could it be, you really must make such a clear distinction between the two? The moment Miao Xiao Miao opened her mouth, Jun Moxie was surprised. Because from just that sentence, he could tell that Miao Xiao Miao's heart had already begun to change. Jun Moxie did not understand the reason for such a change. Yesterday, she was clearly still completely unable to come to terms with the situation. But now, she had clearly changed greatly. But regardless, such a change was a good thing for him. I like Jun Yi, I really like him. Although I look very highly upon him, our status is actually very close. Miao Xiao Miao's eyelashes trembled lightly as a drop of tear hung on the corner of her eye. But the evil monarch is to me, much too great an existence. He's high and far out of my reach, I'm scared, truly very scared. As compared to the unreachable evil monarch, I'm more comfortable with the Jun Yi that I know. You silly girl. Do you know how difficult it is for me to placate Xiao Yi and those other little lasses? Lofty and out of reach? Jun Moxie laughed and stretched out his arms, hugging her tightly into his arms. How about now? Are you still frightened? Actually, regardless of what kind of person the evil monarch is, or how amazing he is, you only need to know one thing. He is your man. The distance between the two of you will always be the same. Whether it is Mo Jun Yi, the evil monarch, or Jun Moxie, it's all the same. He's my man. Miao Xiao Miao shivered lightly, but did not struggle. She only repeated the words again. He's my man. And, he's the man of you silly lass. Jun Moxie smiled lightly and whispered into her ear. Don't forget that back in the misty illusory manor, you'd nearly created a huge disaster. That foot of yours nearly done me in. How scary was that? Even in recent days, I would always wake up several times in fear because of that incident. So what if I'm the evil monarch? I'm still a man at the end of the day. As long as one is a man, they would be afraid that their manhood is not there. Hearing this, Miao Xiao Miao instantly remembered that back to the time when she had been unconscious. When she had awoken, there was a man lying on top of her. Only after sending out that kick did she realize that it was that fellow. Thinking back to that time when Mo Jun Yi was running and screeching in that terrified manner, she could not help but feel her heart soften. Unable to hold back her laugh, she covered her mouth and said, "Who asked you to be so dishonest at that time? Is that so?" Jun Moxie looked intently at her. How was I dishonest at that time? Remind me, what did I do to you that was dishonest? You can't always use that as an excuse. I'm already so pitiful. Miao Xiao Miao's ears turned red, and she was suddenly unable to say anything. With Jun Moxie's intimate words now and the previous advice from Mei Shuiyan, she had pretty much accepted that Jun Moxie was Mo Junyi right now. However, she was embarrassed to admit it. How should she find a stage to step off of? After all, her words had indeed been a little too harsh yesterday. Hearing Jun Moxie's words now, she even forgot about the matter of finding a stage to step off of. How were you not dishonest? You were touching all over the place at that time. If you hadn't touched me like that, would I have such a great reaction? As she thought, she suddenly felt her chest turn somewhat chilly. In the next instant, a large hand had slipped in, and lightly kneaded her lofty peaks. A cheeky voice rang out in her ears, "How was I dishonest? Why aren't you saying anything?" As he said that, his other hand had slipped under her dress, finding its way to her firm rear. As he kneaded her buttocks energetically, he chuckled. Or, was I this dishonest? Meow Xiao Meow squirmed, and her face turned completely red. Wait, don't. Why you baddie? I haven't even finished settling the scores with you. Quickly, stop. If you continue doing this, I will. I won't be polite. I'll really snip it off. Can you bear to do it? As long as you bear to do that, please don't be courteous with me. If you want to be polite, there wouldn't be any meaning. Jun Moxie's hands did not stop as he laughed. Oh. You lass is actually still intending to settle scores with me? I haven't even begun to settle the scores with you. Your temper yesterday was truly frightening. Didn't you want to do me in to take revenge for that Mo Junyi fellow? What scores are you looking to settle with me? I don't owe you anything. Meow Xiao Meow waved her hands frantically. However, she couldn't summon any strength at all. Her beautiful eyes had already become somewhat misty. Humph, you still dare to deny? You actually dared to not acknowledge me yesterday. What should we do about that crime? Jun Moxie placed his lips right beside her ear, allowing his hot breath to flow into her ears. His right hand continued grasping that white rabbit, stroking it gently at times, and chasing after it to catch it. A wife actually does not even acknowledge her husband. Meow Xiao Meow, you've indeed capable. Too promising. Today, if this young master doesn't teach you a good lesson, wouldn't you try to turn the heavens upside down tomorrow? Meow Xiao Meow wanted to explain herself, but her body was completely bereft of strength, and she couldn't even form a proper sentence. You still want to deny? Young Master Jun became even fiercer, refusing to let her speak. You thought that your status as the little princess of the misty illusory manor is incredible? That you can even refuse to acknowledge your own husband now? Kiki, see how this young master deals with you today. Let's see if you do me in, or if I'll do you in. I didn't. Meow Xiao Meow's body was feverishly hot, and she finally could not bear it, pleading. It's this wife that was wrong. Please, may husband please, forgive. Forgive? That is impossible. Jun Moxie's eyes were blazing with fire. See how this young master shall treat you with the hard rod today. If I don't give you a good punishment, you wouldn't know how to tell the difference between right and wrong in the future. No. Don't, Meow Xiao Meow panicked. It's broad daylight right now, we can't. Who said that one cannot teach their wife in the day? Young Master Jun laughed evilly as he pushed her onto the bed. Don't, Meow Xiao Meow struggled frantically, but how would she be able to escape? In just an instant, her clothes had vanished without a trace. Jun Moxie's eyes lit up, and he naturally also removed his own armor in an instant, only to see the beauty hugging her breasts and crawling to the corner of the bed as she pleaded. Junyi, can you change your looks? You're making me feel strange. What's strange about me? Jun Moxie cocked his head with confusion. No, it's just, I keep feeling like I'm betraying him. Meow Xiao Meow was on the verge of tears. I feel like I'm giving my pure body to two different men. Where is there two different men? Jun Moxie's heart shook and he snorted. Open your eyes wide and look at me. I am your husband. Your man. That Junyi of yours is the fake. Remember, your man is this handsome guy right here. But not only did Meow Xiao Meow not open her eyes, she instead shut them even more tightly. Jun Moxie snarled and leapt over. A soft squeal rang out. Junyi. Call me Moxie. Junyi. Moxie. Finally, the clouds and mist dissipated. This battle began extremely intensely, and the girl stubbornly refused to change her words, remaining in an uncooperative state. But the man remained strong and unyielding, not relenting in the slightest. Towards the end, a woman's stamina was naturally worse than a man's by a bit. So the victor ultimately fell to the man. Truthfully, the results of this battle had already been determined from the beginning, and the results could only be one. Under the relentless thrusting of the man, the girl ultimately began to lose herself, calling out his name madly. Towards the end, she didn't even know what she was saying anymore. Though the girl had become more cooperative, the man remained his strong posture, all the way to the end. There was no helping it, a man's stamina was greater, and this was also young Master Jun, a true beast of a man. When everything ended, the girl had already been turned into a pile of soft clay, not having the strength to lift even a single finger. Miao Xiao Miao's eyelashes fluttered, and she opened her eyes slightly. But after that, she was unable to close them again. In her heart, she'd imagined that Jun Moxie would definitely choose to let things pass quietly for some time, before trying to cultivate their feelings anew as they sought to regain that familiar feeling again. In doing so, he would try to lessen the feelings of unfamiliarity between them, and only when they slowly grew more accustomed to each other, would they begin to be able to think about doing that thing. But who would have thought that that fellow would be so anxious? She'd only just shown him a bit of hope, and he'd instantly jumped in, swallowing her before she could even react. These were clearly the methods of a hooligan. Before they could even finish a few sentences of words, he'd already taken her to bed. And the most infuriating thing was she had not felt any anger at all. In fact, it even felt rather appropriate. Awkward, this was too awkward. One had to say, that act was indeed the most forthright communication method between a man and a woman and also the most effective. After that round of zero-distance communication, the unfamiliar feeling in Miao Xiao Miao's heart had already disappeared without a trace. A pair of large palms were still roaming gently around her body, as if they did not know exhaustion. Jun Moxie wrapped his arms around her and his hot, masculine breath once again appeared beside her ears as he said in a low voice, "You should have managed to confirm it now, right? Are there still any feelings of unfamiliarity? We've used that position before in the past, the other things could be faked, but this can't be faked, right? Even if the position could not be considered, that thingy is the same one, right? My little Miao Miao. You are familiar with it, right?" Miao Xiao Miao shuddered, and she nearly fainted from embarrassment. Reaching out with her jade-like hands, she pinched that base fellow's waist and twisted forcefully. She'd teach that shameless fellow a lesson, and see if he could still say whatever he liked. She only realized that all the strength in her body had left her, as if even her bones had turned jelly. Not only did this pinch not hurt him, even her fingers felt injured. Jun Moxie chuckled and stood up without the slightest shame. Miao Xiao Miao instantly covered her face and turned away. Jun Moxie got off the bed and slowly put on his clothes as he chuckled evilly. This is the consequences of questioning this young master. If you still dare to defy me next time, this young master will not let you off. It is already a minor punishment for your great crime today. Miao Xiao Miao squirmed in defiance, but she felt a wave of sleepiness hit her. She really no longer had any strength to retort back. The gentle sun rays shone into the room, it was already afternoon. It seemed like the 10-hour-long invasion had truly left this beauty extremely exhausted and worn out. This scoundrel is really a beast, not knowing how to show any leniency and treasuring a girl. No, even a beast is not this tyrannical. With this her current situation, she could forget about getting off the bed for the next 2 days. In her embarrassment, Miao Xiao Miao couldn't help but feel a tinge of fear. Looks like this husband with his superior physique of a saint venerable expert is already like this, then how could anyone else compare? Just as she mulled in her thoughts, she dozed off just like that. Not even realizing that after such an intense battle, her internal injuries did not aggravate, there was not even the slightest bit of pain, as if the injuries had already healed by themselves unknowingly to her. Forget it, as if she had fallen short of bizarre happenings for the past couple of days. Jun Moxie was still waiting for her to reply, but he wasn't expecting this last to just fall asleep just like that. That's quick, young Master Jun shook his head and walked out feeling relaxed from head to toe. But there was something that was troubling him. Miao Xiao Miao had the Xianin female body, one of the top few types of physiques for females who cultivate. But why was it that there was absolutely nothing special? They often say that if the girl's body is too lean, and my cultivation is high too, but what happened here? I undoubtedly felt good, but I did not see that so-called surprise. Could it be that I'm not skilled enough? Or that surprise, is merely a rumor. Looking at the sleeping beauty on the bed, young Master Jun stroked his chin and shook his head. It doesn't seem like my skills are inadequate. Looks like there must be some trick to this. Young Master Jun walked out feeling extremely refreshed, but he had barely walked a couple of steps when he spotted a shapely figure quietly standing at the turn, pressing her small eyes against the wall, as if she was trying to hear something. To think that there is someone eavesdropping. Looking at how focused that lass is, she must have been listening for a long time. Jun Moxie was feeling both angered and amused. With a whoosh, he appeared behind this person and grabbed her ear. What are you doing? What mischief are you up to again? This figure was none other than Miss Xiao. In the entire evil monarch manor, it seemed that aside from her, there was no other women who would be capable of doing something like eavesdropping. Ah, Miss Duga shrieked upon being discovered and interrogated, jumping in shock. But the next moment, she felt her entire body going weak. I'm catching crickets, he, catching crickets. Dugu Xiao squatted on the ground, her face completely red, observing and looking intently at the corner of the wall. Ha! Catching crickets? Then you will have to wait for a couple of months. Are there such things during this period? Crickets? You're really good at coming up with excuses. Dugu Xiao had a weird expression on her face, an intoxicated look in her eyes as she avoided his eyes. She kept her legs tightly squeezed together as she slowly squirmed along, as if she did not hear what Jun Moxie said. She barked out in stutters, "Why you are spouting nonsense, isn't that a cricket, cricket? I found it. Cricket, don't you run." With a whoosh, she quickly made the turn around the corner and instantly vanished. This lass might not have a high cultivation currently, but even young Master Jun was a little taken aback by her skill. Then a long sigh of relief could be heard from round the corner, then it was the sounds of someone running away in a flustered panic. The lass and ran away. Cricket. Jun Moxie tilted his head and clicked his tongue. He twitched his ears, as if feeling that something was off here. Upon thinking about it, he couldn't help but mumble to himself. I only noticed today that the lass has already grown up. Watch how I go and catch the mature cricket you are tonight. Miao Zhan, Miao Dao, and Miao Jian were seated in the biggest hall of the evil monarch manor with Mo Wu Dao, Shi Ruo Chen and Huyen Ao Bo, glaring at each other. These few representatives of the strongest forces in the world had already been sitting here for a whole day. Since that strange sight at dawn had vanished, these people had gathered here, with the goal of speaking with Jun Moxie. But for some important matters, Manor Lord Jun vanished quickly. This had left all these experts waiting in discomfort. The tea was excellent tea, but even the most excellent tea was unable to withstand being boiled over and over again. This pot of tea had already been boiled for almost 50 times, it was as bland as water now. Of course, this place didn't offer that sort of high-quality treatment of ancient tea fragrance herb for its guests. And the result of this sort of hospitality was that even these top-tier experts couldn't handle it and had to go to the toilet numerous times. Even the strongest expert was still human, there was ultimately a limit to how much liquid one could hold. All the other smaller and weaker factions had bid their farewell in the morning. Since they had already achieved their goal of appearing familiar and had gained unexpected benefits, this was not a wasted trip already. But they ultimately had their own matters to attend to, and since there were no big matters, they'd have to take their leave. Besides, they had to fear every minute and second about the safety of their lives while staying here. Might as well leave earlier to get a peace of mind. Everyone let out a long sigh of relief when they left the evil monarch manor. We made it out alive. Naturally Mo Wu Dao and the rest were more busy. Their desire to leave was even greater. But they had not accomplished their main objective for coming here. Leave? Where do we leave for? Even if evil monarch manor really chased them out, they would not leave. As to the trio of the Miao family, they had a great gain from this trip, but they had still not fully settled the matter with young Master Jun, so naturally they'd be unwilling to leave like this. Besides, the evil monarch manor was now the home of the Miao family's in-laws, so how was it not their own homes? As such, each bearing their own intentions, they just remained seated like this. In the beginning, they were still chatting away. But after several hours, Miao Zhan had already reminisced the past until the present, everyone also had boasted of their own heroic legends, but there was still no sight of young Master Jun. As everyone was trying to look for conversations, there were plenty of loopholes after a while, giving rise to a joke. Miao Dao even interrupted Huyen Ao Bo who was talking non-stop with great satisfaction with a deep frown. Didn't you say that back then, your neighbor's father's elder brother's wife's son's uncle's aunt's husband's sister's father-in-law's godson's sister-in-law's sister was taken away to be a concubine by a Sky Xian expert when she was selling vegetables? Gossip is gossip, and that was all there was to gossip. And gossiping was a little disgraceful of their status, and everyone was mindful of their status. What is Jun Moxie doing? Miao Dao stood up and walked about the hall, his irritation was obvious in his tone. At a crucial timing like this, to practice for so long? The answer they had gotten from Mei Shuiyan was, Moxie is practicing. Please wait. But who would have expected that Jun Moxie's practice would last from morning to sunset? It had been almost 10 hours. But everyone understood that it was common to practice for even a month when the inspiration hit sometimes. Their only worry right now was, when is this fellow going to practice until? There are only 2 months left until the war for seizing the heavens. If this fellow doesn't come out of seclusion by then it'll really be a big problem. Not mentioning anyone else who could last for this sort of duration, perhaps this sort of stamina was enough to make 99.9999% of the men in the world to feel inferior and ashamed to the point they'd kill themselves out of frustration. Just this sort of arrogance was unprecedented. A feat that was truly unprecedented and impossible to be surpassed. 3 Saint Venerables, and the 3 Lords of the 3 Holy Lands, the strongest and most powerful leaders in the world, all waiting here in a state of confusion, but this fellow was going at it for 10 hours. A beast, ah. An animal, ah. If someone this perverted was not a beast, then who else in the world was worthy of this glorious name of beast? The 6 men continued to look at each other and glare at each other with lack of a better choice. The evil monarch manor had made arrangements for 2 people to come and play host to keep them company, but they had barely came in for more than 5 minutes when they got thrown out by the 6 in unison. It is truly infuriating. They're being brazen. It is a simple and easy task for your evil monarch manor to find someone to keep your guests company. Jun Wu-yi or anyone else, which one of them doesn't have the skills and eloquence? If you let the ice block Feng Wan Yun or even that assassin Bali Luo Yun come over, it'd also be fine, ah. Even if they don't talk, they could still occupy a seat, right? Even if you don't send someone, it is also no big deal if we continue to sit here in solitude, we are able to endure it. But who allowed you to send those 2 to come and provide company? Those 2 are fit to be giving company to the guests. They're just the most disgusting and vile existences ever. These 6 great experts could not be blamed, even with their disposition, they were completely enraged. Because the men Mei Shuiyan had sent over to keep them company. They were the 2 significant men, or rather, beasts, in the Tian Fa forest. Just their status alone was rather apt for the current situation. The brother-in-law of the evil monarch, and the status of the current beast king of Tian Fa. This was where the problem lay, it was the Tiger King and the Bear King. Earthcracker and Big Bear. The 2 most burly, crude, and doltish great beast kings of Tian Fa being sent onto the field together almost started a war with only a couple of sentences. No. More like they had already started a war. Bear King and already began to begrudge before entering the door. What is this? This king is making baby bears in the palace. Everyone should know that the Bear Clan hasn't had many offspring in recent years. As the king of the bears, I should always lead by example, tiring myself out to show my people a good example, ain't it? But at such a crucial time like this, making me come out to keep this pitiful bunch company, what is Big Sis thinking? Why is it so baffling? Is she even treating me as a bear? But you can't look down on me like this, ah. Tiger King also shook his head and said gloomily. I don't think Big Sis is that much stronger than me, she can just randomly call a few female tigers who have yet to take form to go for a tour of the Tian Fa forest, ah. Then they can just do whatever they want in there with the tigers. Everyone has their freedom, don't they? Is there a need to make such a big fuss? How busy is this king? To have to come and keep them company, this is really too degrading. That's right, no matter what, we are kings, do you know what a king is? Kings. That is the king of the clan, ah. What does Mo Wu Dao think he is? Just because he occupies a mountain with a bunch of people, he really thinks that he is a king. He doesn't have the word king carved on his forehead, ah. What a braggart. Big Bear continued to exclaim begrudgingly. The sort of demeaning feeling of being forced to keep the guests company as beast kings left both the bear and tiger kings extremely enraged but unable to refuse. Now that they were meeting the cause of their troubles, why wouldn't they vent and rant out all the resentment in their hearts? Were they not allowed to speak the truth? That's right, that's right. When Tiger King and Bear King walked in, or rather, when they had just reached the door, they had already incurred the rage of everyone. Everyone was enraged. Are these even human words? They're just out to piss everyone off in every possible way. But then again, it seemed that these two scoundrels aren't capable of saying any human words. In a fit of fury, Miao Zhan, Miao Dao, and Miao Jian gave them a thorough thrashing. 2 humans walked in, but a tiger and a bear were dragged out. The 2 who were sent here to keep the guests company were barely here for a minute. Their butts did not even touch the chairs and they were instantly chased out. All the 6 people in the hall were blue in the face, but they couldn't do anything about it. The trio may seem like they had given a thorough beating, but they did not dare to use even 10% of their strength. This was still someone else's territory. The 3 lords of 3 holy lands were no better off than the 3 old men of the Miao family. The 3 fogies had at least got their chance to beat someone up. They did not even have the opportunity to vent their anger. The entire room was like a volcano that was about to erupt. When Mei Shuiyan saw the pitiable state that Big Bear and Earthcracker were in, she gently nodded her head and said, "Stop pretending, go back, do whatever you want, there's no need to keep the guests company anymore." Tiger King and Bear King rolled on the ground and turned back into 2 bulky men, walking out while cackling. One returned to the forest to fool around, the other went back to setting an example. These 2 already had the cultivation of a 4th-level Saint Emperors after their advancement. Although they were nowhere close to the 3 elders of the Miao family, they were not that incomparable. They had only brought out the strength of a venerable to endure the beatings, otherwise, why would they be beaten back to their original forms so easily? As to the reason why they were so pretentious was none other than the fact these 2 were sent out by Big Sis Mei to make them feel especially disgusted. When the atmosphere of the hall came to a certain point, an incredibly irritating laughter could be heard from outside. The evil monarch walked in an unhurried manner, looking extremely carefree and relaxed. With a wave of his hands, he brought along gentle winds and white clouds. "Ahahaha, the weather today is really great. The sun is bright and the skies are clear, the wind is blowing gently and small raindrops fall," Jun Moxie said flightily. The 6 opened their mouths, then closed it simultaneously. They really didn't know what to say when facing this person. This was not like those 2 beasts earlier. Not only do they not dare to beat him, even if they tried, the one that would die seemed to only be themselves, and they'll be dying in vain. "Manor Lord Jun, I'll get straight to the point as time is precious." Mo Wu Dao furrowed his brows. The war for seizing the heavens is impending. No matter how great the enmity between us is, it is not worth mentioning in face of a big matter like this that concerns the lives of the world. I only have a question, after that, no matter what your response is, the 3 of us will take our leave. Jun Moxie's pleased expression instantly darkened. He remained silent for a moment before slowly sitting down on the chair. "Ask. The 2 of us are destined to not to exist together, one of us has to die. I believe that we are both aware and understand this. Even the world is aware of this. But this means that we do not have to behave hypocritically or pretentiously." But, Mo Wu Dao took in a deep breath of air. "As to the war for seizing the heavens, what does Manor Lord Jun plan to do?" Mo Wu Dao raised his head and looked at Jun Moxie, not blinking for a second. Jun Moxie chuckled, he looked at Mo Wu Dao coldly. "Lord Mo, I already said that I do not have any sentiments towards the lives of the world and do not feel any obligation to the safety of the continent. This has never changed, but, it cannot be helped that even though I do not care about the world and have no obligations, but I do concern myself with those who create problems, and enjoy fighting." He shook his head and said helplessly. "This is my nature, I cannot do anything about it. My natural temper, that is how it is, haha." A look of joy flashed across Mo Wu Dao's eyes. The next instant, Mo Wu Dao, Shiroa Chen, Huyen Ao Bo stood up in unison and gave a deep bow to Jun Moxie. They did not say a single word. Then, they straightened their backs uniformly. The look in Mo Wu Dao's eye became even more complex, and intense as he said solemnly, "Since that is the case, in 40 days, the 3 of us will lead the members of the 3 holy lands who are involved in this battle and await for the arrival of evil monarch and your experts at the Pillar of Heaven's mountain. We shall take our leave." They cupped their hands and walked out with their head held up. Then, they could hear the soft cheers from outside the evil monarch manor, then with the sounds of clothing flapping in the wind. Everyone from the 3 holy lands left. Jun Moxie remained silent, a murky look in his eyes as he gently knocked at the table with his fingertip. After a long while, he let out a sigh. You are essentially a great person, but why do you choose to undermine yourself? What he didn't know was that after Mo Wu Dao and the rest had left, as they stood on a mountain to admire the grandeur of the evil monarch manor, they couldn't help but let out a sigh of pity. You are essentially a great person, but why do you choose to undermine yourself? Both parties had the same tone of pity and regret. Is Xiao Miao better already? Miao Zhan asked testingly. Do you even need to ask? With this young master doing things personally, how can she not be better? Jun Moxie rolled his eyes. He really did not have the slightest mood to deal with these three old fogies who were waiting to watch him struggle, so he instantly ordered for them to leave. The three of you no longer have anything else, right? If there is nothing else, please return. I am very busy today, so I shan't send you off. This reply may be extremely impolite, but with young Master Jun's personality, he was already giving Miao Xiao Miao great face. The three old men glared angrily. They were about to kick up a fuss, but then they gave up and walked out grouchily, grumbling, we are Xiao Miao's elders no matter what, and by more than one generation. You have married the daughter of the Miao family, so that makes you the official son-in-law of the Miao family. How can you be this rude, this impudent, this is just. He couldn't come up with a good reason even after a long while. In this world where a clenched fist was the greatest argument, the strength was ultimately the most convincing bargaining chip for talking. The three old fogies nagged and grumbled for a while, but they still had to take their leave. Why? There was no why. The bunch of people who came out on this trip had been out for some time, and Jun Moxie had already killed all the members of the Zhan family. They ultimately still had to go back and clean up the mess. As to how the Zhan family will respond, that remained to be seen, but the three of time were clear that since Jun Moxie dared to kill them, then he would have his ways in dealing with the aftermath. This didn't need to be said, everyone was clear. It may look calm and peaceful on the surface, a harmonious atmosphere everywhere, everyone united against the same enemy, but there was still a risk of a tsunami hitting the dark anytime. With the departure of the members of the three holy lands, those from the misty illusory manor also left. It was merely those three old men. It was only when they were departing that Jun Moxie thought over it again and added, tell old senior Miao Qingqing that, if, just in case, he can just endure the lightning tribulation and hurry over to Tiannan. Jun Moxie was planning ahead with this. If the Zhan family intended to rain disaster, and Zhan Luanhui had already recovered his original strength, then aside from Miao Qingqing, there was really no one else in the entire misty illusory manor who would be able to suppress him. But Miao Qingqing's appearance would entail lightning tribulations. Jun Moxie was planning just in case. Tiannan, that had been in celebrations for 2 days, finally returned back to its original peaceful state. Aside from Tang Yuan and Li Yuran and a few others remained, the rest like the Dongfang family, Duanmu family, Xikong family, and Blizzard Silver City had returned. These four families also made the decision, if evil monarch manor is partaking in the war for seizing the heavens, then their family would also go. Even if we are not going on the battlefield, we can go there and give our support. As long as they have the opportunity to experience the atmosphere, it will undoubtedly be a significant benefit for the future growth of the family. When Tang Yuan entered the hall, he essentially squeezed his way in. Hee. Third young master, hee. I have really missed you so much. F***ck, Jun Moxie yelped weirdly, smacking his forehead and rolling his eyes. Tang Yuan, did you eat April fat? How many days had it barely been? To think that you've set a new highest record. The April fat he spoke of was the pig feed for making pigs grow back on earth, so Tang Yuan naturally wouldn't know about it. He smacked his belly and said innocently, third young master, you can't blame me Huh. Can't blame you? Am I supposed to blame myself then? Jun Moxie sighed helplessly. He really had no idea what to do with this fellow. Tang Yuan, don't head back yet. Since you're here this time, I'll help you lose some weight, Jun Moxie sighed sincerely. I am really worried. If you continue like this, you'll really die all of a sudden someday. I'm not trying to scare you with my words, but your current size is really too much. They say that there are 10,000s of ways for people to die, with all sorts of odd and various ways. But if you really die from being too fat, then it'll really not sound good. If you really die from being too fat, I'll be sad, but I will still understand, if someday, you get mistaken for a pig by someone when walking in the streets and get dragged off into the slaughterhouse, that'll really be a tragedy. Who would have thought that it is not a pig when it is this size? Then, even if I wish to stand up for you, I also don't even have the face. My words may sound unpleasant, but the logic is there, you just reassured and hand the meat on your body to me. Tang Yuan shivered and said trepidatiously, "Third young master, we are brothers, there is no problem staying for a few more days, even if you don't want me to let me stay, I'm still going to stay for a couple of days, but, we can skip. The losing weight cue, I am just a little fat, it shouldn't be that serious." The feeling from that time. It is impossible to forget. Let's avoid this trouble, N. Avoid this trouble. That is impossible. I am being responsible for the life of my brother. Don't worry, this time, your body will definitely return back to the standards of a normal person, and you shouldn't become fat afterwards, because I am confident that as long as you are thinking of being a glutton or do not wish to train, you will definitely recall the treatment this time. I also believe that the treatment I am personally handling this time will be extremely memorable for you in all of your lives. Jun Moxie scoffed and wriggled his brows. Tang Yuan shrank back in fear, a look of terror his eyes. He was so close to falling onto the bum. Tang Yuan would rather die than go through the tortuous process of weight loss again. He had already made up his mind on this. And now that Jun Moxie was saying that it would be even more rigorous this time, Tang Yuan's heart trembled in fear and was on the verge of passing out. No way. Dear heavens, there's no need to toy with me like this. Brother, the exhaustion this time is inevitable, but I am doing it for your own good. Let's not even talk about the danger to your life. You tell me, you're so fat now, then the matter between husband and wife, how do you do it? Jun Moxie said. Do you know that Sun Xiaomei, it is very tiring for her. Tang Yuan's face instantly turned red and began to avoid eye contact. After a long while, he mumbled, "Third young master. I also don't wish to, every time, before I could, then I'd already. My body is fat, but that area has really weakened drastically, I used to be quite impressive before. Don't worry, leave it all to me, as long as you listen and lose all this meat, I assure you that you shall exhibit your manly might and make your wife silly." Jun Moxie beat his chest and said. The moment that matter was involved, any sort of hard work was no big deal to a man. Even if they had to climb a mountain of swords or plunge into a sea of flames, so what? As long as they could show their masculinity and vigor before their lover, any sort of suffering was worth it. With this thought, accepting this weight loss process didn't seem as unacceptable to Tang Yuan anymore. With nothing to do, Jun Moxie made preparations to concoct some pills again. This time, not only did he want to increase the strength of his subordinates, he wanted to create an assassin troupe that had his style. Let Bailey Luo Yun and Ling Ao lead this assassin squad to become the real #1 hidden sword in the world. At the same time, he wanted Tian Can and DK to go through a complete change. To the point that when they strike, the heavens will be crippled, and the earth will become flawed. And another thing was, Jun Moxie had specially made a slimming spill for Tang Yuan. This was a solution that Jun Moxie had thought of after wrecking his brains and reading up on countless information. Otherwise, watching the rate Tang Yuan was growing in size, young Master Jun's words earlier were really not for scaring Tang Yuan. Tang Yuan absolutely has the chance of dying from being too fat. This was undoubtedly a case of obesity, and it was extremely severe. Jun Moxie was very clear about this sickness. It was no longer a problem that could be resolved with dieting and exercising. Even if Tang Yuan only ate grass daily and did all sorts of work like a donkey, he would still be able to grow fat. This was ultimately due to a problem in the physique and blood or genes. Jun Moxie was an assassin and not a specialist, so he was unable to tell the specifics, but young Master Jun was trying to concoct a pill. And that pill's effects was to make all the fat in Tang Yuan completely burn off within a short period of time. He could only treat the symptoms after he treated the root cause. As long as he got rid of all that fats on the body, everything else will be much easier, and at least, Tang Yuan would not be at a risk of dying any moment. Of course, this was still at its fumbling stages, and there needed to be someone to test it on. Of course, this person would be Tang Yuan. This was something that was made specially for him. If he isn't the lab rat, who else could be? Besides, no one else seemed to have any use for this pill aside from Tang Yuan. Although the process would definitely be painful and uncomfortable, but with young Master Jun around, he will definitely not die. Tang Yuan may have made up his mind to give it a try due to the matter concerning his pride as a man, but the fear was still inevitable. He pulled a long face and got ready to go prepare himself. The entire journey he only felt jittery, an ominous feeling accompanying the sinister smile of Jun Moxie filled his mind. If not for his absolute trust in young Master Jun, that he would definitely not bring harm upon him, Tang Yuan was practically scared witless and on the verge of escaping overnight. With his mind preoccupied, he walked a distance before stomping his feet. God damn it, I am just 300 kilograms, do whatever you want. As long as I can revive my manliness, so what if I have to suffer a bit? Tang Yuan Bad barely left a while when young Master Li Yuran slowly walked in. Third young master, your achievements today have truly left me greatly astonished, ah. Li Yuran had a slight smile on his face, his graceful bearing standing out. But he knew himself that Jun Moxie's current achievements were not only astonishing. He wouldn't even dream about it. That Jun Moxie that was secretly battling himself in wits and guts back then in Tianxiang City had already risen into the clouds that he could not even see. If the two of them still had any disputes, young Master Jun didn't even have to do anything, he could easily blow him to death with a single breath. When faced with this sort of jarring disparity, he couldn't even bring up the smallest bit of jealousy. He could only say, a demon, ah. Li Yuran, young Master Li, why do your words sound a little sour? That is very unlike you, ah. Why, are you envious? Jun Moxie chuckled amusingly. It is because the disparity between us is too great, that I dare to speak of what I think. The divine dragons that flies in the skies will never mind the look from an ant. How can I be only envious, ah, Li Yuran let out a long sigh and sat down. That was well said, I love to hear that. We are all familiar with each other, there is no need to sound so distant. If you wish for it, I can help you. Jun Moxie said seriously. You may not necessarily be unable to do it. The evil monarch manor right now was lacking in talents in management, especially a scheming strategist like Li Yuran. So Jun Moxie had long been pondering over whether to put in some effort to pull this fellow out from his greed and make use of him. Li Yuran had always been a dangerous talent, but Jun Moxie was full of confidence of controlling him. There was no other reason, with Jun Moxie's current strength, no matter what sort of schemes, trying to defeat him was merely a joke. A glint flashed in Li Yuran's eyes as he considered it for a long while. Finally, he shook his head. The Li family of the capital, be it in the imperial court or out, is already part of your rule. And your position in Tianxiang is essentially only beneath one person and above everyone else, or maybe even higher. Jun Moxie said seriously. Everything that can be obtained in the world, aside from the throne, you have already gotten it. Don't tell me that there are greater things that you seek. No. That is not what I meant. Third young master, you and I are ultimately different. Li Yuran chuckled bitterly, stood up and walked over to the window. After a long while, he said, Third young master, you and I have known each other for some time. I understand what you are thinking of doing and also know what it is that you want. But you have never understood what it is I seek, and I fear that you have never understood it before. Then what exactly is it that you want? Jun Moxie furrowed his brows. What I want, is nothing. It is actually just a sort of feeling. That is all. Li Yuran's brow twitched as he suddenly stretched his hand out and pointed at the scenery outside the window. Third young master, look, how big is this Xian continent? In this world, how many people are there, who wish to be like you? He sighed gently and gave a self-mocking laugh. Back then when we were battling, a Sky Xian expert already had the strength to turn the world upside down. Back then, we both knew that a spirit Xian was already the peak of the world, an existence that mortals could only admire from below. Thinking back, it was truly ridiculous. Let's not even talk about your prowess, it is truly difficult for someone who is a Sky Xian to be even enter the eyes of Tang Yuan or me. There are supremes above spirit Xians, and superior supremes above supremes, then it is the venerables, saints, saint emperors and now, saint venerables have appeared. Li Yuran stood stoically at the window, his posture may be upright, but it had an indescribable air of loneliness. Who knows, what sort of existence stands above saint venerables? This is just a path that goes on forever without an end in sight. Li Yuran laughed bitterly. Third young master, I am not inferior, but I also cannot be considered to be a real prodigy. If I put myself into Xian cultivation, I may be able to reach the levels of a venerable, or saint, but how much time will I have to put in? Even if I have the cultivation of venerable, saint, so what? There are still so many saint emperors up there. Any single random one of them can easily slaughter me. Li Yuran sniggered. No matter how high my cultivation is, in this world, I do not dare to proclaim myself as unrivaled. I am merely a passing visitor of this world. Continuously cultivating like this, slowly, until I grow old and die, how boring is that? How boring is that? Jun Moxie couldn't help but widen his eyes when he heard this critique. A glorious matter like being unrivaled and invincible in the world was a boring affair in Li Yuran's eyes. Although I am not the emperor in the court, but all my thoughts can be implemented without a hitch. All my ambitions can be achieved. I may be beneath one person, but I am truly above 10,000s of people. No matter where I go, all I'll hear is flattery and fawning. Perhaps you will think that that is disgusting, but I view it as power. And what I, Li Yuran, have been pursuing. This sort of feeling of ruling above everyone else. I would rather enjoy the wealth and influence amongst the common people, than be thin ice in the forest of the strong. Li Yuran said pensively. Jun Moxie was speechless. This seemed to be what they call, better be the head of a dog than the tail of a lion. He wasn't sure to call him unambitious, or not hungry for success, willingly resigning himself to a commonplace. But have you ever thought that if you continue like this, without adequate Xian cultivation, you will only be able to live slightly over 100 years at most? Don't tell me you don't wish to live for a longer time. Jun Moxie frowned and asked. Li Yuran laughed carefreely. In the life of a man, 100 years is extremely sufficient. The moment it is long, it may not be a good thing for the country and for himself. Third young master, I have been playing with schemes and plots for my dreams for decades. Being an official that has some power is enough. It is impossible to continue forever. Don't tell me you want me to continue playing with schemes for hundreds and thousands of years. Then I wouldn't be a powerful official, but an old demon who maintains political affairs. Jun Moxie was completely dumbfounded. He really did not imagine the Li Yuran who always dwelled in deep, profound thoughts was so unambitious. Moreover, someone like me will not be someone good. Sometimes you may not be capable of doing something, but that doesn't mean that I am also incapable of it. Li Yuran smiled bitterly. I have already used to this sort of unscrupulous methods in order to achieve my goals as a habit. And I also feel exhaustion this habit. So after I enjoy a few more years of power, I can turn into ashes with no regrets. Those who are close like father and son, brothers, and husbands and wives can still plot against each other and fight to the death. All these things may be laughable in the eyes of others who are not involved, but it is even more tragic for those who are trapped in it. Yet, they do not have a choice. For the sake of my goal, I can sacrifice the woman I love. This is who I am. I really have no lingering attachments. This world is really boring. Li Yuran said. Aside from that momentary thrill that arrives in the moment I watch someone else fall into my trap and that pleasant feeling of wielding the power that allows me to summon hundreds with one call, I really have no other expectations. Although I understand that I will soon turn sick or even tired of that thrill and pleasant feeling, but that is already my last bit of doctrine. Li Yuran left, waving his hand. There was one thing that thought Li Yuran did not outrightly say, but he had already made it clear ambiguously. In the court, although he was lowly, he was still able to wield great command. But in the pugilistic world, there was not much use for his clever schemes. And Li Yuran was not willing to resign himself to being under someone. If he worked under Jun Moxie, with Li Yuran's pride, he would feel uncomfortable. So Li Yuran rejected. And young master Jun Moxie continued to sit in his seat. As he watched Li Yuran walked out slightly, Jun Moxie felt as if a part of time that belonged to him had slowly came to an end along with Li Yuran's departure. Although his strength was mediocre during that period of time, he would never forget about it. He was so much stronger now. He will never be able to return to those days. From today on, he was the evil monarch. No matter what sort of affairs, he could no longer do it with the same sort of attitude he had back then. Li Yuran's words today and reminded himself to forget about that period of time, to truly begin. Li Yuran's words today were extremely frank. But they were also extremely sorrowful. In his entire life, he had never been as frank as he was today. So he only felt extremely relaxed after he had said it. His walking felt more relaxed and even his steps were lighter. Because he knew that Jun Moxie is someone he could definitely rest assured about. Although they are both on different paths. Although they both started out as enemies and Li Yuran is also not a good person, he was one who had a clear view of things. Li Yuran may be vicious and merciless, but he had an elegant and graceful carriage. He was truly a formidable person. But from today on, he and Jun Moxie would belong to two different worlds. They may still come across each other, but they would no longer have any conflicts. Everyone met with different sorts of encounters in their lives. Everyone had a different way of living that they decided for themselves. Jun Moxie finally understood the meaning of these words today. What Li Yuran pursued may be something small and unambitious in his eyes. But his great pursuit may not be that great in Li Yuran's eyes. Using Li Yuran's words, even if you have become God, what can you do? A frog in the well may not know how vast and wide the skies and oceans are, but to him, that small space might be the most ideal and beautiful world for himself. Jun Moxie let out a long sigh, feeling a little lonely. You and I walk different paths. Li Yuran's words had truly make sense. Jun Moxie sighed for a long while, entering the Hongjun pagoda, focusing on concocting pills instead. He could already concoct the marrow cleansing pill that Tian Can and DK needed. As long as it was used with this bone-tempering pill, those two pitiful children would be able to break free from their shackles of their circumstances. Tang Yuan's slimming pill still needed some experimenting. The difficulty in making this customized pill was the greatest amongst all the other pills, as expected. And the war for seizing the heavens was impending. If he wished to achieve glorious battle results without crippling his forces, Jun Moxie still felt the need to increase the strength of his men. And aside from this, for safety's sake, he still needed to refine a batch of healing pills. When faced with such a treacherous battle situation, they may not be able to get out of it safely. Even if they're able to, it will be inevitable that they sustain some injuries or use up their Xian Qi. Health potions are extremely necessary. There were truly many things to see to. Young Master Jun will have to start slogging himself again. Young Master Jun was kept so busy that by the time he exited from the Hongjun pagoda, it was already late at night. The entire Evil Monarch Manor was in a state of silence. The Evil Monarch Manor's establishment was grand, but there were many efforts put into it. Everyone had been exhausted for the past couple of days. Now that things had come to an end, they could finally get some good rest. Young Master Jun hugged his knees as he sat on the chair in an unbecoming manner, thinking back of all the encounters he had been through this entire year. He couldn't help but let out a long sigh. Then, he thought about all the beauties that surrounded him. It felt so surreal. Unknowingly, Mei Shuiyan's ethereal and elegant figure appeared in his mind. Jun Moxie couldn't help but wear a warm smile on the corner of his lips. Shuiyan was indeed the one who knew him best. And was also a great support who left him feeling assured and someone who allows him to feel. Thinking about how he had been bringing in women into the house during this period of time, yet he did not properly communicate with his official first wife, Mei Shuiyan. Jun Moxie couldn't help but feel a little guilty. Now that there's nothing to do, I might as well go and chat with Mei Shuiyan, perhaps I can even. The moment this thought popped up, Jun Moxie instantly felt like he could no longer remain seated. He instructed the kitchen to prepare some dishes, then put it inside the Hongjun pagoda along with some wine and slowly walked over to Mei Shuiyan's room. Knock knock knock. Jun Moxie only knocked thrice when the door opened. Mei Shuiyan held on the door with an ambiguous grin on her face, donned in pristine white robes, looking neat and tidy. Why are you not asleep yet? Jun Moxie was very surprised. Mei Shuiyan looked as if she was intentionally waiting for him. I predicted that you were coming tonight. Mei Shuiyan replied, loosening her grip on the door as she turned around and walked back in. Come in, close the door. Then she sat on the bed and said, coming over here today, what did you want to tell me? Jun Moxie rubbed his nose, knowing that Mei Shuiyan was feeling angry. He lowered his voice and said, I haven't eaten with you in a long time, so I specially made a few dishes for you. Since we are both free today, we can also have a good drink. Then, he pulled the small table in the room over and brought out the dishes from the Hongjun pagoda. Instantly, the aroma of the food filled the air, whetting appetites. You came to find me so late at night, only for a drink? Mei Shuiyan felt angry but amused. She maintained an icy expression on her face as she said, then we can forget it, since it is nothing important, and it is already late. I am very tired and was planning to go to bed. You can hurry up and leave. Then, she blinked her eyes and said with a smile, or perhaps you can go and enjoy yourself a little with your Miss Meow. Jun Moxie rubbed his nose and chuckled bitterly. As expected, Mei Shuiyan was jealous. There was no way a woman was not a jealous existence. Acknowledging their fate was a matter, but being jealous was another. There was no way they could be mentioned together. Mei Shuiyan could help Jun Moxie do plenty of things and help him settle his harem and beauties, but this didn't mean that Mei Shuiyan would not be jealous. Because ultimately, Mei Shuiyan was also a woman. Aren't I thinking of you now? All of young Master Jun's arrogance as the evil monarch instantly turned into bootlicking as he spoke submissively. Look at my little Shuiyan, she is so beautiful. Not seeing her for a few days made me miss her so much that my heart has been itching, and I cannot fall asleep. Do I still not know you? You are used to spouting all these lies. These pretty lies may still work on Xiao Yi, Yan Meng, or Kur, but do you think that I will believe it? Mei Shuiyan rolled her eyes and said icily. Let's not even talk about other things, just these 4 dishes alone, you are even saying that you made it yourself. What great cooking, I'm honored, but please excuse me for not accepting it. Jun Moxie opened his mouth very awkwardly as he shook his hands. Finally, he hung his head and said, isn't it because I didn't have the time? There was a tinge of hidden bitterness in his tone, making him sound just like a daughter-in-law that was bullied. Mei Shuiyan almost burst out laughing, but she knew that this fellow's wacky behavior was in an attempt to make her soft-hearted so she would let him off lightly. But how could she just let him off like this? If you're really sincere, then go and whip up some dishes on your own. The taste is not a big issue, as long as it is cooked by you personally, there's no harm in me accompanying you for a drink. If you aren't that sincere, then. Lord Jun, please go back, it is really late already. She said coldly. Jun Moxie quickly nodded his head aggressively. No problem. Isn't it just a few dishes? Even if it's the Manchu Han Imperial Festival, it's an easy feat for this young master. Then, he disappeared with a whoosh to whip up some dishes, leaving Mei Shuiyan alone in the room, feeling puzzled. She knitted her brows and muttered, what is Manchu Han Imperial Festival? What is that? It wasn't long when young Master Jun reappeared inside Shuiyan's room. With a turn of his hand, 4 new, piping hot dishes appeared. It didn't look too bad. Though it was incomparable to that of a chef, but it was truly not lacking in looks and fragrance. But Mei Shuiyan still wore an icy expression as she quietly watched Jun Moxie's tricks. Perhaps if it were Dugu Xiao Yi or Han Yan Meng, they'd be subdued by young Master Jun's miraculous methods of bringing things out of thin air. But why would great beauty Mei Shuiyan be bothered by it, especially when she was already used to and well aware of it? Wasn't he just bringing the things he had placed in that space out now? It wasn't worth exclaiming about. Bringing out 2 wine cups, Jun Moxie filled it up with wine and sighed. Fine times, beautiful sceneries, sitting face to face with a beautiful woman. And drinking together is one of the greatest pleasures of life. Shuiyan, what is wrong, why do you seem upset? Who has offended my precious Shuiyan? Tell your husband, I will stand up for you. Mei Shuiyan continued to wear a stoic expression as she replied, the wine is naturally good wine, after all, it is personally brewed by Lord Jun himself. But perhaps there is no need for a beautiful woman. Compared to all those other younger beauties, I am merely an ugly old woman. How important can the mood of an ugly woman get to warrant Lord Jun's concern? I'm overwhelmed by your lordship's kindness. Mei Shuiyan may be saying that she was overwhelmed by the kindness, but her gorgeous face also turned colder and colder, making her even more alluring. Jun Moxie said in surprise. If my precious little Shuiyan is an ugly old woman, then all the beauties that everyone praises of must have, the heavenly disposition of an ugly person, a woman of unmatched beauty of a faded old woman. Shuiyan, it is not that I wish to criticize you, it is a virtue to be humble, but being too humble makes you a hypocrite, this is not good. What a glib tongue. Even a dead man will turn alive with your words. Mei Shuiyan finally burst into giggles as she said this, downing the wine in her cup. A faint flush of red tinged her face, making her appear even more charming. Young Master Jun heaved a long sigh of relief internally, finally managing to turn the situation. Then, the 2 of them took turns to drink, and it wasn't long before the entire jug of wine was finished. The night was long and silent, the gentle breeze blew past the moon, the candle light shines as the shadows flickered against the walls. Aside from exchanging some words of affections at the start, neither of them opened their mouths. It was not because they did not have anything to talk about, but because they were both indulged in the comfortable atmosphere right now, unwilling to break it. Just one look, one gesture, the other part will instantly be able to know what they wanted to say or do. This sort of mental bond was truly mesmerizing. The 2 of them began to enjoy this rare, drunken atmosphere. Mei Shuiyan's expression became more and more gentle, redness on her porcelain white cheeks spreading further unknowingly. The look in her eyes was gentle, intoxicated and affectionate. Placing that empty wine jug on the ground, Jun Moxie grinned. This drink tonight is enough to keep me drunk for my entire life. If it is 100 years later, thousands of years later, the two of us are still able to sit like this and drink, then when that time comes, I believe it'll feel 10,000 times better than how it is right now. Mei Shuiyan glanced over and smiled as she replied. We definitely will. We will not be separated for eternity. 100 years, 1,000 years, it'll be like today. But she was thinking of the sentence Jun Moxie had just said, this drink tonight is enough to keep me drunk for my entire life. Indeed, the drunkenness of tonight, the feelings of tonight, the words exchanged tonight were enough to make her not forget for her entire life. Mei Shuiyan smiled sweetly. Jun Moxie let out a long breath and said with the same kind of satisfaction, the stars and winds tonight, with the company of Shuiyan and our feelings merge, we are like a phoenix's body with its two bright wings, our hearts linked as one. Shuiyan, you are really beautiful and great. To be able to have you in this life, it is truly the greatest fortune of mine. Mei Shuiyan looked at him fondly and said softly, isn't it my happiness to be your woman in this life? Since we both know each other's hearts, what's the point in saying all this? Jun Moxie's heart throbbed and he couldn't help but stretch his hand out and grabbed her hand, stroking it gently, as if he were massaging some rare and precious treasure. Mei Shuiyan's petite body jolted and she said, Moxie, did you know? It is only at this moment that I am truly sure that you only have me in your heart. Jun Moxie's heart also throbbed for no reason, aside from feeling his love for her strongly, his feelings of guilt and tenderness towards her also experienced a surge. He stretched his arm out and grabbed her waist, turning the gorgeous face of Mei Shuiyan to face himself as he looked at her in the eyes. Shuiyan, I. Just as he was about to open his mouth to speak, he was interrupted by two fingers pressed on his lips. Mei Shuiyan looked at him gently and shook her head lightly. I know what you want to say, but you don't need to say a single thing. I understand, in this life, we do not need to tell each other, I'm sorry. There is no need, there is really no need. Jun Moxie's heart was stirred. He suddenly lowered his head and pressed a kiss on Mei Shuiyan's petal-like lips. This time, Mei Shuiyan did not put up any form of resistance. Instead, she closed her eyes and tilted her head, she even gently tiptoed and entrusted herself in the embrace of her lover, allowing him to take control. She also slowly brought her arms out and hugged Jun Moxie's neck gently. Mei Shuiyan only felt as if her entire body became weightless, as if she were completely floating amongst the clouds, as if she had lost all her ability to think. She only felt a pair of big, warm hands moving around on her body gently. Wherever they went, that place would feel an indescribable heat, as if, it was another kind of feeling that made one lose their mind and turn completely weak. Jun Moxie held on to Mei Shuiyan's body as if he were holding on to a treasure. He looked at her with a smoldering look, it was as if there was a flame in his eyes. This smoldering flame had left Mei Shuiyan breathing heavily as she squeezed her eyes shut tightly. Shuiyan. Can I? Jun Moxie's breath is also hot, breathing on Mei Shuiyan's delicate face. Mei Shuiyan let out a purr like a kitten, it was like a moan, as if a form of resistance. What does this mean? Young Master Jun didn't know, but right now, he didn't need to know. He only needed to take action, and he was already taking actions. He leaned over and scooped Mei Shuiyan into his arms. He looked down at her, their gaze still fixated on each other, as if they had already merged into one. Step by step, he made his way over to the bed. Mei Shuiyan's breathing became more hurried, her dainty nose quivering as her face turned redder and redder. Her two watery eyes looked at Jun Moxie. She finally couldn't endure the embarrassment and shut her eyes, turning her face away. The last step. Jun Moxie gently placed his lover onto the bed. Mei Shuiyan gave out a soft whine and was about to open her eyes. The next moment, a pair of burning hot lips had already pressed on her forehead. Mei Shuiyan's brows and lashes trembled in a fluster, yet she didn't open her eyes. But her entire body tensed up from the nervousness. Those soft pair of lips moved from Mei Shuiyan's forehead and downwards, bring along with a scorching heat that could practically melt someone, gradually kissing down to her eyes, her brows, her nose bridge, and slowly down further, gently pressing against her beautiful face. Mei Shuiyan did not have the slightest resistance, only gently closing her eyes in a complete state of cooperation, allowing her husband to do whatever he wanted to. She was already unconsciously letting out moans from her mouth. She only felt that pair of burning lips move down and finally capture her own lips before sucking on them passionately. And that pair of naughty hands were roaming all over his body wantonly, everywhere it went, her clothes would come off. Jun Moxie's lips continued to move downwards, reaching her neck, then her delicate collarbones, and further down, until they reached those soft, snowy mounds. Young Master Jun unabashedly put his mouth over that small cherry bud, teasing with the tip of his tongue skillfully. Mei Shuiyan squeezed her long legs shut tightly, her entire body shuddering delicately, but she still refused to open her eyes, allowing her lover to touch her. Suddenly, the cool night air hit her entire body. Jun Moxie got off her body and tugged at her robes messily, pulling it all off her, looking at this peerless beauty before him with a fervent look of possessive desire. This entire time, young Master Jun could no longer endure it. He only felt like if he didn't let it out, he would really explode. So he even skipped the process of removing her clothes, and stripped her already. Mei Shuiyan's eyes remained tightly shut as she waited quietly for that final attack. She suddenly felt an unexplainable panic and indescribable fear in her heart. Even Mei Shuiyan, whose strength put her at the top of the world, had never experienced such matters. Thus, she was at a complete loss about what to do in the face of Jun Moxie's relentless invasion. As her desire began to slowly rise along with the actions of her lover, all the senses of her body were set ablaze. In this moment, her practically peerless Xian cultivation had completely no use. Great beauty Mei lay weakly on the bed, feeling a warm, muscular body pressing against her own. Mei Shuiyan's entire body shivered as she curled her toes up. Finally, Jun Moxie could no longer endure the heat that was burning his entire body. He brought his head back up to Mei Shuiyan's face as he looked at her deeply. In a hoarse voice, he panted. "Shuiyan. I'm going in." Mei Shuiyan fisted at the blankets, her entire face was already completely red. She did not make a single pip, but her naked chest was raising up and down rapidly. Jun Moxie could no longer bear it, he thrust himself forward, trying to go straight in. At this moment, Mei Shuiyan felt an indescribable sense of panic, a feeling of incomprehensible fear gripped her entire body. She couldn't help but let out a scream and her entire body jerked. Young Master Jun laid on his stomach on the bed in agony, in his full naked glory. He hammered meekly at the bed as he raised his head, his eyes red, wanting to cry but he had no tears. There was an additional hole that looked like something was left behind by some sort of rod-like weapon on the blankets below. Never belittle a man who cries, everyone has to endure sadness at some point in one's life. Right now, Jun Moxie was practically on the verge of bawling loudly. He hammered his chest and lamented. "What sin did I commit? Is there a need to toy with me like this? Help, Young Master Jun hammered his head against the bed loudly. "I am really about to explode," young Master Jun, who was burning with passion, yelled angrily, the frustration in his heart clearly reaching an extreme point. He glared with bloodshot eyes, feeling the sensation that his lower part was in contact with. He felt so frustrated he could just die. "Mei Shuiyan. I hate you." Because, the great beauty Mei, who was completely at his mercy on the bed, had vanished with a whoosh. The speed of her skill was shocking and incredible. Even Jun Moxie couldn't catch up with his strength. And the timing Mei Shuiyan had chosen to go missing was too ideal. It happened to be right when young Master Jun was in full preparation, at the moment where everything was separated by just a thin thread, when young Master Jun was the most excited. She vanished. The doors were waiting to be opened him, yet she was not there when he opened it. "What is this? You're really out for my life." The attack young Master Jun was so confident in was in vain. His waist was like a bow that was stretched to the maximum and released suddenly. He was shooting forward at full force. There were no brakes at all, he had already resolutely thrusted forward. This sort of distance didn't even require any aiming. It had an accuracy of 100% hit, there was absolutely no chance of missing. But he managed to fail. He pierced right into the sheets. But praise had to be given, as expected of young Master Jun, a peerless expert. The mighty reputation of the overlord evil monarch. He managed to stab a hole right through the blankets and bedding, about the size of a goose's egg. An achievement like this was enough to leave anyone stunned and blown away. On the pillow, a small, white, furry creature looked in horror at that hole that was exposed after young Master Jun propped himself up. Her tail subconsciously flicked and beads of perspiration began to form on her petite forehead. "Oh my god, why is it so big, Turns out, at that precise moment, Mei Shui-yen turned back to her most primitive form. A great, gorgeous beauty, suddenly transforming into a snow ferret, this. If you were able to miss this, then it'd really be odd. It was not that young Master Jun was inadequately skilled, but the target was truly just, too. Young Master Jun could be blamed for feeling this frustrated. Any men who met with something like this would definitely feel like crying too. Young Master Jun may be unprecedentedly powerful, but when faced with this sort of unexpected change, he'd still feel like crying. This sort of accident was too unfair. It was too unexpected. Too insulting. Too awkward. The green veins on Jun Moxie's forehead throbbed as he gritted his teeth and looked at the petite, little snow ferret on the pillow. He panted heavily, a furious look in his eyes. Mei Shui-yen. Are you trying to murder your husband? Transform back now. Hurry up and transform back for me now. Mei Shui-yen, who had transformed back to her tiny beast form, looked at him hesitantly, fear in her eyes as shook her head resolutely. That thing was truly too scary. It was too big. There was no way she could take it. Just the thought of it was terrifying. What more experiencing it herself? No way, I can't do this. The overlord of Tian Fa, who had never faltered or feared when fighting countless of strong opponents, for the first time in her life, revealed a genuine cowardice. Giving up before the battle. Getting cold feet before the battle. Transform back. Hurry up and transform back. Right now. This instance. Jun Moxie growled in a low voice, hissing through his teeth. He really couldn't do this anymore. He was swollen and throbbing so much that it was getting unbearable, and it was still expanding. Jun Moxie believed that the hardness of it was such that if he used the divine sword blood of yellow flame to chop at it, the one that would be damaged will be the blood of yellow flame. If it was long enough, he would have already reached his target. Mei Shui-yen shook her head in fear. The only thought in her head was, how did Guan Qing Han and Miao Xiao Miao endured it back then? This is too scary. Just thinking of it is terrifying. It's better not to take the risk for this matter for now. It is not too late to think about it after I've done enough research. Shui-yen. Do you really want to murder your husband? I am going to die. I am really going to die. Ah, young Master Jun hollered angrily at the skies, the veins on his forehead popping as he panted heavily. It wasn't clear whether he was feeling angry or anxious, but both his hands were trembling violently. Are you still not going to come over? Finally unable to take it anymore, young Master Jun stretched out to grab her. Mei Shui-yen leaped upwards and ducked away. In her original form, she was even more skillful and fast. Young Master Jun's speed may be extraordinary, but he couldn't do anything when faced with the Mei Shui-yen at this instance. Spatial lock. Young Master Jun hysterically used his ultimate move, unleashing a spatial lock of high standard, instantly freezing the space of an entire room. Then, he grabbed Mei Shui-yan's petite body over and dangled it before his face. Are you going to transform back? Young Master Jun spat, word by word as he looked into the black beady eyes before him. Please allow me to consider. Since she was already caught in his hands, Mei Shui-yen could only beg for mercy. Transform back first. Then consider. Young Master Jun panted, spanking his hand on this small, tiny, little butt. This sensation was really hopeless. It only made the fire in his lower abdomen burn even more fervently. There was no turning back for an arrow that had been fired. Young Master Jun really couldn't fit himself in right now. If not because Mei Shui-yen had returned back to her original form, he would already have forced himself on her already. He wouldn't even bother talking so much nonsense. You locked the entire space, how do you want me to transform back? Mei Shui-yen said aggrievedly. Jun Moxie snapped back to his senses and quickly undid the spatial lock. He ordered, immediately. Hurry. He had barely finished his sentence when Mei Shui-yen had already transformed into a flash of light and slipped away through the door. Her current speed had definitely exceeded the limits of her entire life. Even if she makes numerous advancements in the future, she will most likely not be able to achieve the same shocking speed she displayed in this moment. A speed that surpassed all living creatures. Extreme speed? Perhaps, it could only be described as divine speed. The speed of the divine gods. When faced with such a divine speed, even with Jun Moxie's cultivation, he only had enough time to blink. And she was already gone. It was complete tragedy for young Master Jun. Mei Shui-yen, Jun Moxie, who was at a loss, bawled in great frustration. I hate you, I hate you, hate you, hate you, hate you. Then, he fell onto his back on the bed, his manhood still standing upright in its full glory. Jun Moxie really wanted to cry. Who would have imagined that such a warm-hearted situation, such a romantic atmosphere, would end up like this? Young Master Jun lifted his head from his bed and looked at his unfaltering little brother that still stood ready for battle below. He really felt like crying. He cursed, she's already left without a trace. Why are you still like this? What are you trying to do? Being rational was one thing, but how could this carnal desire that had completely set him ablaze be resolved? Just rationality alone was useless, ah. Young Master Jun moaned painfully a couple of times, thinking of alternatives. Xiao Miao was definitely not in a state to endure it, as to Duga Xiao Yi and the rest, cough cough, they couldn't be able to bear it, there's only, left. Jun Moxie gritted his teeth and leapt up with a whoosh as he pushed the door open and hurried out with great resolute. As impatient as he wasn't completely irrational, remembering to cover his waist with a blanket. Guan Qinghan was currently sleeping in her room. It was late at night, who wouldn't be asleep? Suddenly hearing the anxious knocking on the door, Guan Qinghan couldn't help but jump and get off the bed quickly. Guan Qinghan had also achieved the level of a spirit xian in her cultivation, so she was a lot more calm in facing with a sudden situation. She did not panic. It was just that before she could open her mouth to ask, young Master Jun appeared before her with bloodshot eyes, a bare upper torso, and merely a blanket around his waist. Moxie. You, what is wrong with you? Guan Qinghan was surprised by his appearance. She only realized that she was donned in thin sleepwear after she had finished her words. Qinghan, Jun Moxie swallowed his saliva as he scanned Guan Qinghan's seductive figure intently. I miss you, I really miss you. Guan Qinghan was embarrassed, her face completely turning red. What is wrong with you? Then, she observed his face carefully and asked in shock. Ah. Did you get poisoned by aphrodisiac again? Young Master Jun's current situation was exactly the same as when he was poisoned by aphrodisiac back in Tiannan. In fact, it was even more severe, his bursting desire was even more excessive. Qinghan, I miss you, young Master Jun didn't say another word, pouncing on her, pinning her completely on her bed. He kissed his lips against hers, and kept his hands busy. Removing all the excess clothing with great familiarity. This baddie. He didn't even give Guan Qinghan any time to react. You. What is wrong with you? Guan Qinghan was shocked, furious, embarrassed and angry, trying to avoid his kisses with all her might, but she still couldn't help but feel her body reacting to him. I miss you. I want you, I desire you so much, give it to me please, Jun Moxie mumbled incoherently, his words coming out in disjointed sentences, because aside from talking, there were much greater uses for his mouth. Come, relax, young Master Jun was completely possessed by a dirty old lecher, even more perverted and lecherous than the most perverted of perverts. Guan Qinghan moaned and gasped as she struggled and resisted against him, but she still couldn't help but end up being completely exposed and naked. Let go of me, Guan Qinghan was angry and embarrassed. Let go of you. That is impossible. Jun Moxie cackled evilly. She can transform. You definitely cannot, can you? If you can, then transform for me to see. This was also the greatest reason why he came to Guan Qinghan and also why young Master Jun did not go and find Snake Queen Qian Sun. Who knew if that lass would also suddenly transform into a snake at the most crucial timing? If he missed again because of it, then he really would have no face to continue living anymore. His little brother would completely go on strike forever. You can't play like this. Although Guan Qinghan didn't understand the meaning behind his words, but she still continued to resist with all her might. But she felt her resistance turning weaker and weaker, and at the same time, that unexplainable flame in her body burning stronger and stronger, finally leaving her entire mind in a state of chaos as she lost all the strength in her body. She could only manage to ask, what exactly is going on with you, why, ah. Young Master Jun mercilessly pressed onto her beautiful body. And an intense battle of skin and flesh officially begun. Guan Qinghan's face turned pale from the sudden attack. She yelped in pain as perspiration began to appear on her forehead. She clung onto Jun Moxie tightly with her dainty figure as she pleaded, gentler. Strictly speaking, this was Guan Qinghan's first time, in name and meaning. The previous time, under the influence of the aphrodisiac, although she had lost her virginity, Jun Moxie was definitely not as aggressive and intense back then. And so much time had passed since then. Guan Qinghan had never imagined that this time, it was still the same. Jun Moxie very considerately paused for a moment, allowing Guan Qinghan to burrow her face into his arms. He also finally heaved a sigh of relief. Since he had already gone into place, then there was no need to rush. Finally, Guan Qinghan's tensed-up body began to slowly soften and relax. Jun Moxie began to thrust carefully, faster and faster. The campaign tonight seemed like it had gone on for an entire night. Guan Qinghan went from being aloof in the beginning, to resistance, struggle, then to compliance, enjoyment, then afterwards, to losing all her strength, begging for mercy, and pleading, then finally, into a complete limp state, laying motionless, resigning herself at his mercy. Such was life. Since you could resist against what life threw at you, might as well choose to enjoy it well. The bright, red, sun began to rise from the east. Young Master Jun finally stopped his thrusting, rolling off Guan Qinghan with great satisfaction. Hugging her sweaty, sticky body, he ran his hands all over it, grabbing a breast with one hand and a butt cheek with the other. In a contented, husky voice, he said. "It's morning, go to sleep. It's morning, go to sleep." What is he saying? Poor great beauty Guan was tormented by a certain wolf dozens of times over the course of the night. Right now, she did not even have the strength to open her mouth to scold him. She could only roll her eyes slightly and fall asleep from exhaustion in his arms. Before she slept, she only had one thought, a beast, ah. Next time. I absolutely mustn't deal with him alone, it is too terrifying. It had to be admitted that great beauty May had great foresight with her cold feet at the last minute. In the morning, Dugu Xiaoyi and the other women gathered around the table to get breakfast. Since they had moved here, the relationship between the girls have gotten chummier, so they naturally developed the habit of eating meals together. Kur habitually placed all the bowls and chopsticks for everyone, then served all the dishes up in the order of Dugu Xiaoyi, Han Yen Meng, Qian Sun and Princess Ling Meng. The girls waited for a long time before seeing elder sister Mei Shui Yan drift in. She gazed around the room before walking over to the central seat to sit down. All the girls couldn't help but exchange curious looks, all feeling astonished. Why does elder sister Mei look suspicious today? As if she is fearful of doing something wrong. What is going on? In the evil monarch manner, with elder sister Mei's cultivation that was only slightly inferior to Moxie, who else did she need to fear? Even if it was young Master Jun, who was much stronger, he also had to behave obediently before great beauty Mei. This situation was truly bizarre. I had just gone to check on little sister Xiao Miao. Dugu Xiaoyi asked, a cheeky grin on her lips as she blinked. Her tone was odd, speaking in a sour tone of someone who had been around the block. It is the sweet dew that arrives after a long drought, cough cough. She is temporarily unable to get out of bed. I have already ordered people to bring food to her later. Mei Shuiyan's face turned red as she gave a soft respond. All the girls naturally could guess why Miao Xiao Miao couldn't get out of bed, all of them wearing an extremely odd grin. All their faces also began to feel flushed, after all, they were all virgins. It's really odd today. Not only did elder sister Mei come late, why hasn't elder sister Qinghan come yet? That's not right, Dugu Xiaoyi pondered. She has always been the earliest, what is wrong today? Indeed, it's impossible that elder sister Qinghan can't come, Han Yen Meng scratched her head, a look of confusion on her face. Mei Shuiyan coughed and cleared her throat. Perhaps sister Qinghan isn't feeling well. Get the kitchen to prepare something else for her later, let's eat first. And, after we finish eating, I want to go into Tian Fa Forest immediately to prepare the troops. I must pick out enough elite forces to ensure victory in the war for seizing the heavens. When Mei Shuiyan said this, everyone's expression turned odd. Mei Shuiyan had spoken really fast, and it was the first time she had said something this out of character. It seemed as if she was trying to explain something in her words. And why would Guan Qinghan, who was already a spirit Xian, suddenly feel unwell? A spirit Xian expert cannot even be affected by poison, so what was this explanation? Why were these two elder sisters being so off today? I'll go with you, big sis, Snake Queen Qian Sun volunteered. I say let's wait for a while more, elder sister Qinghan always waits for us, Dugu Xiaoyi said hesitantly. Why don't I go and call her? Mei Shuiyan discreetly rolled her eyes. If you go and call her, you're probably not going to make it back. Then you'll really be delivering yourself into a tiger's den. She was 100% sure that the reason why Guan Qinghan was not here for breakfast today was definitely related to Jun Moxie. That fellow definitely went to Guan Qinghan's room last night. Once that fellow went there, naturally Guan Qinghan's body will not feel well anymore. This made complete sense. Mei Shuiyan couldn't help but feel guilty thinking up to this point. She felt like she really didn't go a thorough job last night, causing Guan Qinghan to become her scapegoat. That fellow was left in a painful state by her last night, but she couldn't do anything about it. Who asked his thing to be so scary? AI, that fellow must hate me to death now. Just thinking about the pathetic state Jun Moxie was in, groveling like a shrimp while clutching at his abdomen, Mei Shuiyan couldn't help but feel like laughing. She really wasn't prepared. I'm really sorry, just wait for a while more, wait for me to have enough mental preparation. She was just thinking about it for a while. In a blink of an eye, all the girls were still seated, but Dugu Xiaoyi was already gone. Clearly, she had gone to call Guan Qinghan. Let's not wait for them, let us eat first. Mei Shuiyan said ambiguously. I reckon that Xiaoyi will not be able to return this time. Why? Could it be that elder sister Qinghan is gravely ill? It'll infect little sister Xiaoyi. Han Yanmeng widened her eyes naively. Cough cough. Infect? It's not entirely wrong to say that. Mei Shuiyan's cheeks turned red as she said with great difficulty. If I am not wrong, Moxie definitely spent the night in little sister Qinghan's room yesterday night. Pooh, all the girls gawked as their expressions turned odd. In this moment, everyone sprouted the same thought. When we see Qinghan, we must ask her for some pointers properly. Why is it that Moxie fancies her so much and only goes to her? What is going on? This was a pressing thought in elder sister Mei's mind. Guan Qinghan's physique shouldn't be as strong as mine, but why is it that she is able to endure it? This is truly a bizarre thing. After a quick breakfast, all the girls went off on their own businesses. As expected, Dugu Xiaoyi did not return. As to Mei Shuiyan, she practically turned tail and ran. Elder sister Mei had never felt this frightened in her entire life. Dugu Xiaoyi skipped happily the entire way to Guan Qinghan's room, arriving quickly in a couple of turns. It wasn't that far away, but under the enforcement of young Master Jun's power of earth, the soundproofing between each room is extremely good. She knocked heavily on the door, but there was no sound from the inside. Don't tell me she's sleeping so deeply. Dugu Xiaoyi chewed on her lip. Suddenly, a look of panic flashed across her eyes. Don't tell me something happened. With this thought, she began to hammer away incessantly at the door. Young Master Jun was feeling extremely satisfied from his campaign last night. He only took a brief rest and already felt rejuvenated. It was morning right now, which was the time when the vitality of men was at its peak. But the beauty beside him was still sound asleep, occasionally letting out a soft snore. Looks like she was really worn out from last night. Guan Qinghan right now was definitely incapable of enduring anymore. A certain wolf who was yet to be satiated let out a helpless sigh, crossing his arms behind his head and propped it up as he lay like that. Just remain standing then, who asked you to be this strong? In his boredom and lack of choices, the sound of knocking on the door came ringing in. Jun Moxie scanned the outside with his spiritual sense to discover that it was Dugu Xiaoyi standing outside, knocking away at the door anxiously. Young Master Jun quickly activated the yin-yang escape and concealed himself. In this way, it only looked like Guan Qinghan was sleeping soundly on the bed. Then, with a beckoning of his hand, the door opened slightly ajar. Dugu Xiaoyi had been knocking away at the door, feeling more and more anxious. She decided to give it a push, thinking that if there was still no response, she'd break the door down and go in. But who knew that with that push, the door opened and she fell right through the door. The door is not closed. Dugu Xiaoyi blinked her eyes in confusion, looking over towards the bed. Guan Qinghan was sleeping soundly at this instance. She really didn't wake up yet. Dugu Xiaoyi mumbled to herself, quickly closing the door. If someone else had seen this, it wouldn't be good. She couldn't help but grumble internally, elder sister Qinghan doesn't close her door when she sleeps, how careless. Then, she wrinkled her nose. What is this smell? Why does it smell so weird? How smelly. This lass is too innocent. She didn't even think of it much as walked over to the bed. Elder sister Qinghan, what time is it already? Why are you still sleeping? We are all waiting for you to eat breakfast. Guan Qinghan didn't hear her as she continued to snore softly. Dugu Xiaoyi furrowed her brows and lifted the blankets as she yelled, "Elder sister Qinghan, wake up, it's time for breakfast." Ah! Her eyes widened. Guan Qinghan was completely naked under the blankets. Don't tell me there's a rapist. The moment this horrifying thought appeared in her mind, Dugu Xiaoyi instantly paled. She glanced about in panic, ensuring that there was no one else in the room before walking to the door. She stuck her head out cautiously, checking the surroundings before shutting it tightly. Then, she still didn't feel safe and blocked it with a chair. After all, if Guan Qinghan was really humiliated by a rapist, this was definitely not something that others should know of. This matter was too severe. If it spread, then how should elder sister Qinghan continue living? And Moxie, wouldn't he go crazy? It had to be said that the thoughts of this lass were truly naive and innocent. It did not occur to her that amongst all the women living here, the ones with the lowest cultivation were at the level of a saint. Which rapist would be bold enough to come and lay his hands around here? Even if he had the guts, he'd need that strength. Elder sister Qinghan, Dugu Xiaoyi sat along the bed, a look of worry and anguish on her face. What's wrong, elder sister Qinghan? She had barely finished saying her words when someone grabbed her by her waist. An evil laughter mocked. Stop screaming. Your elder sister Qinghan has been cooked by me already. Dugu Xiaoyi let out a yelp from shock. Her first response was to use the technique that young Master Jun had imparted to her for self-defense. She was about to use it when she turned around to see Jun Moxie's irritating grin. She instantly relaxed. Since he is here, then he must be the one behind this. She patted her chest. That scared me. I thought it was. What did you think it was? Jun Moxie raised his brows. Cough cough cough, everything is fine, all is good, she laughed dryly. Since there is nothing wrong, then I'll go back to eat breakfast. I haven't eaten, I was all focused on calling elder sister Qinghan. Then, with her head hung low, as if she were slightly disappointed, she began to head out. Why? Do you not wish to cook rice? Jun Moxie chuckled. He grabbed onto her shoulder from the back and blew a hot breath of air into her ear. I wish why would I not wish to I even wish of it in my dreams. Her eyes instantly brightened up as she grinned, quickly spilling out the words in her heart. She turned around only to find young Master Jun stark naked. Her face turned red as she said, but you can't. She may not be fully aware of such matters, but she also knew that, after you had you can't do it afterwards. I can't. Who said I can't? Young Master Jun's face darkened. This was the greatest provocation to a man. The biggest insult. The greatest humiliation. When someone said he can't. Especially when a woman said he was incapable in that area. Especially, when he was standing upright in his full vitality and vigor. Being said that, he can't, by a woman. This was completely unacceptable and intolerable. He absolutely must prove himself. Proving it with actions. In a moment, the rage and fury consumed young Master Jun's mind. He grabbed the little lass and said sinisterly, "Lass, didn't you want to cook rice? This young master will fulfill your wish today, just to show you whether I can or can't." Then, he began to kiss her aggressively. Dugu Xiaoyi did not manage to cook her rice successfully the last time, and instead, allowed Guan Qinghan to pick up this advantage, feeling imbalanced. She had already chided herself for being too cowardly. Watching how all those who arrived later cook rice before herself. This lass could no longer bear it. Then looking at Miao Xiao, the last to arrive, but to have finished cooking her rice the earliest, and seemingly, plenty of times. Xiao Yi was so jealous that her heart was about to explode. The first wife. It should belong to me. Boo-hoo. But now, with one wrong set, and many more, it had dragged until now. And her position had gradually slipped from first, to the awkward position of ranked third or fourth. This was unacceptable. Right now, seeing that there was a golden opportunity bestowed by heaven. Dugu Xiaoyi felt elated, along the lines of "I'm finally going to cook rice with him." She did not even put up the slightest bit of resistance, even going along with the flow and facing it right on. She made up her mind secretly, no matter what, this time, I will no longer escape. I will definitely cook the rice. The lass was really determined this time, and she was very bold. But she subsequently felt something amiss. We're going to cook rice here, Elder sister Qing Han is still here, she had just thought of this issue when her clothes already left her body. Don't worry. Your elder sister Qing Han is asleep, she cannot see or hear anything, don't you see how sound asleep she is? Jun Moxie cackled weirdly, his hands and mouth were completely kept busy. How could he not devour a beauty that delivered herself to his doorstep? But Dugu Xiaoyi didn't manage to come up with any retort when her mouth was covered. Then, her entire brain exploded as a weird sensation filled her body, everything whirled as she became lightheaded, and she didn't know what was happening anymore. Dugu Xiaoyi pushed at Jun Moxie with all her might, tears flowing out from her big, round eyes. It hurts, hurry up and take it out, hurry, it hurts so much. Hush, it won't hurt, be good, just bear with it a little, it won't hurt anymore in a while, wait for a while, it'll feel pleasurable. Jun Moxie quickly held his horses. After a long while, Dugu Xiaoyi went through her first time in a more pitiable state than Guan Qing Han. Although young Master Jun did not manage to enjoy himself to his heart's concert, he could only spare her. Although he didn't, he was truly forceful. When Guan Qing Han woke up from her sleep, she only felt her entire body aching, an odd sensation covering her from head to toe, making her feel as if everything around her wasn't real. When she opened her eyes, she realized something was wrong. Why were there so many people gathered here, beside her? Why is Xiao Yi here too? Looking at Dugu Xiaoyi's tear-streaked face and naked body, Guan Qing Han was so ashamed she was unable to show her face. This goddamn B******. How does he want me to face others in the future? From the corner of her eyes, she caught sight of the fervent, insatiate gaze in Jun Moxie's eyes. Guan Qing Han was shocked and hurriedly shut her eyes, pretending that she was still asleep. This fellow was really too capable, she really couldn't take it. Even until now, her entire body still felt numb. She's not awake yet. Then let's go for another round while she's still asleep, Jun Moxie chuckled and grabbed her over. Dugu Xiaoyi quickly opened her eyes and begged for mercy. She was currently in no condition to bear another round of invasion. Jun Moxie laid in the center of the bed, feeling extremely refreshed, with beauties laying in his arms. He was extremely satisfied. It was until afternoon that Dugu Xiaoyi and Guan Qing Han had the strength to pick themselves off the bed. They didn't have any words to exchange as their cheeks burned scarlet red. Before each other, after truly becoming a woman, they only felt sincerely awkward. After a long while, this atmosphere finally dissipated a little. Dugu Xiaoyi whispered something into Guan Qing Han's ear, Guan Qing Han reacted in embarrassment. And the two girls began to banter. But Dugu Xiaoyi, who had suffered more severe injuries, still couldn't move. She furrowed her brows and gritted her teeth, next time, I absolutely mustn't cook rice anymore, it is truly too painful. This rice is not that easy to eat. At least, one or two of them are not able to finish it. Right now, young Master Jun was watching the scenery from the highest point of the evil monarch manor, a grin hanging at the corner of his lips. He mumbled to himself. Cooking rice. It's not an unpleasant feeling. Looks like I really have to cook rice more often, otherwise, I'll really go hungry. But there was still that big bowl of rice, Mei Shuiyan. She was clearly about to be cooked, but it ultimately turned out raw. This was depressing, too depressing. Just the thought of it had young Master Jun clenching his teeth. This girl is really infuriating me. If you fall into my hands again, watch how this young master is going to discipline you, I will not cease until I have you begging for mercy obediently. Then he thought of it for a while before letting out a decrepit sigh. It was a great wish, but it was truly difficult to make it come true. The moment Mei Shuiyan was afraid, she could transform any time. How can I stop this? Headache. Young Master Jun furrowed his brows gloomily, wrecking his brains over how should he solve this problem. Time passes by quickly. In a blink of an eye, yet another 5 days had passed. But time was also the most crucial intermediary to bring people closer. In these short duration of 5 days, the relationship between the women got better and better. Even Miao Xiao Miao gradually assimilated into this big family. The little princess of the misty illusory manor had mastered the art of gambling in the short time she spent hanging with all these women. And she was addicted. In these short 5 days, she managed to rack up a huge debt, replacing Dugu Xiaoyi's title of the unlucky queen. And the greatest winners of mahjong were neither Mei Shuiyan, Guan Qing Han, nor any of the girls. It was Dongfang Wen Xian. Jun Moxie's mother was truly impressive. One smile from her and all her daughter-in-laws knew that their debts were rolling in. Young Master Jun would also occasionally join them, but lost more than he won. The moment he joined, the entire situation would change as the other three players would work together, causing the evil monarch, who was looking for some joy in the midst of concocting pills, to be completely irked and frustrated, tasting the losses of gambling. Even if he occasionally earned a good hand, the girls would win it back from him threefold. If he grumbled or refuted, it'd instantly attract the joint attack from all the women. Through mahjong, young Master Jun thoroughly understood a certain logic. It was the most foolish decision to fight against a woman. If you win, are you even a man? To even bully a woman. If he lost, are you even a man? To not even be able to win against a woman. Also, young Master Jun's harem lineup had already expanded to having 3 people, so he practically was making merry every night. This lecherous wolf was enjoying himself to his full, embracing them left and right, satiating his desires greatly. The 3 girls joined forces to take on his advances, and although they weren't able to handle it with ease, they weren't as helpless as they were previously. They could more or less endure for a period of time, and this situation left young Master Jun experiencing and savoring his expeditions greatly. And the first wife, Mei Shuiyan, had been sneaking about guiltily, hiding herself in Tian Fa forest to train the Xian beast troops. Even if she returned occasionally, she did it sneakily, quickly resolving her matters and leaving when she didn't see young Master Jun around. She did not dare to hang around in fear that a certain wolf would set his eyes on her. Young Master Jun was not anxious about this matter. As the saying goes, for a nobleman to take revenge, 10 years is not too long. You left me hanging in such agony back then. Did you think this matter will blow over just because you hide for a few days? Did you think you can escape just because you don't come back? Did you think you can run away from me like this? As long as this young master gets the opportunity, watch how I'll teach you a lesson. You can hide from me for a while, but can you hide from me forever? When the time comes, this young master doesn't even need to lift his fingers. Wouldn't you still have to offer yourself up obediently? When that time comes, hee. Just thinking up to this point, young Master Jun let out a terrifying cackle, spooking Tian Can and DK, who were sparring. Just this cackle alone was able to scare these 2 little kids who were bold and unafraid of death to this state. Young Master Jun's laughter was truly impressive. It was not only the 2 children, even Bailey Luo Yun, who was instructing on the side, trembled from hearing this cackle. He quickly looked at the ground, refusing to turn in the direction of young Master Jun. Absolutely mustn't get my fingers burnt, ah. I'm already someone with a wife and family, I cannot become the target of the evil monarch's attacks, ah. This sort of feeling was very uncomfortable. Speaking of prodigal youth like Bailey Luo Yun, something must be mentioned. Back in the outskirts of Chrysanthemum City, Bailey Luo Yun managed to catch up with Zhan Meng Dai with his men. When they met, both of them were elated. The old ancestor of the Zhan family, Zhan Mu Bai, had already died tragically in the hands of Jun Moxie. The Zhan family had lost their greatest backing. Bailey Luo Yun suddenly appeared with his men, with the cultivation of a saint emperor, with even more saints experts as his subordinates. This strength was an irresistible force to the Zhan family. It was like a pie falling out from the sky, ah. Thus, the entire Zhan family, who absolutely would not agree to marrying their daughter to a futureless man, changed their attitude towards the illegitimate child of a worldly family, Bailey Luo Yun. And it was a 180-degree change. Now that Bailey Luo Yun's strength and forces had grown so fearsomely strong, who had gained more experiences, and even if he no longer pined for Zhan Meng Dai, they impatiently shoved their daughter over, practically about to cry, begging him to accept her. This was the benefit of having strength and power. This was the phenomenon of the clenched fist is the strongest argument. In those few days, they settled all the matters for the marriage. If it weren't because they were short of time, the Zhan family might have already sent the 2 into the nuptial chambers for them to quickly. To the Zhan family, they had just lost their greatest support. There was nothing more important than pulling someone as strong as Bailey Luo Yun into their own camp. Then, in the subsequent days, the Zhan family began to ponder over how to make use of the strength of this new son-in-law, to seek revenge for their ancestor Zhan Mu Bai. But were cruelly rejected by Bailey Luo Yun, or rather, rejected by the cruel reality. They finally realized that their newly acknowledged son-in-law, this greatest hope of the Zhan family, and also the most important force behind their revenge, was the subordinate of the evil monarch that had killed their ancestors. This shocking news left the Zhan family completely shocked. They had no idea what to do. Looking at the killing intent of the face of their son-in-law, it was clear that he didn't mind killing all of them off if they did not change their mind of dealing with the evil monarch. And thus, the Zhan family members turned silent, as if they had just eaten poop. After a while, they finally made the decision, they'd stop seeking revenge. Everything may seem difficult before a decision was made, but once the decision was made, there would be plenty of reasons. Countless of logical and reasonable reasons. Although Zhan Mubai is the ancestor of the Zhan family, but he never returned back to the Zhan family for a long time and has negligible contributions to the family. The moment he appeared, he brought an unavoidable catastrophe to the clan. Thanks to the blessings of our ancestors, the Zhan family managed to survive. We juniors should no longer harp on the vengeance of their elder generations. Why don't we turn hostility to friendship and gain an even greater backing? Besides, the evil monarch is clearly a lot more loyal than the three holy lands. It wasn't clear who said this, but it instantly obtained the agreement of everyone else. Thus, from their panic, everyone slowly began to settle down and discuss excitedly, ultimately deciding to let their new son-in-law Bailey Luoyun make the decisions and lead the Zhan family towards glory. And thus, everyone was happy and satisfied. In fact, the Zhan family could not be blamed for being too fickle-minded. It was just that it was an ancestor who hadn't shown his face for thousands of years. This relationship was a little too estranged. And the most important thing was, in this realistic world, the size of your fist determined everything. Even without Bailey Luoyun's interference, as long as young Master Jun said that he would not annihilate the Zhan family if they cursed and swore at Zhan Mubai, the Zhan family would absolutely follow his orders. And even do more. Just to seek the favor of the evil monarch. What could be more important than ensuring the survival of the family? After Bailey Luoyun and Zhan Mengdai's lightning marriage at the Zhan family, the newlyweds returned to the evil monarch manor. With this couple's love found its way. Bailey Luoyun was very clear that whatever he had today, whatever he had owned, and even being married to the person of his fancies, everything was completely bestowed by Jun Moxie. Had he not met Jun Moxie, he would probably still be digging around in circles in the realm of an earth Xian, or even be defeated and turned into ashes. How could he even talk about marrying a wife and having children and establishing a reputation? But since he met Jun Moxie, he leapt into a big, formidable character in the shortest possible time. From an illegitimate child that even his own family could not stand. All his dreams were fulfilled. Zhan Mengdai, this young mistress of a big family that felt the same towards him, also finally became his wife. Before this, in the eyes of the Zhan family, the entire Bailey family were mere insects. How could they even have the right to set their sights on the precious daughter of the Zhan family? Everything was all given to him by Jun Moxie. Bailey Luoyun told himself this in his head countless of times. A soldier had come to die for his comrade. In the 3 days, Tian Can and DK had consecutively consumed the marrow cleansing pill, bone tempering pill and the heaven and earth spirit herbs, and their physiques had completely undergone a transformation. The pain and torment they underwent was inhumane. But these two little fellows had stubbornly pulled through. Their meridians returned to a completely clear state, like an endless pond that was waiting for a torrential surge of water to pour in to stir some ripples. And Jun Moxie was doing work that was related to this pouring of water right now. The moment they finished this transformation, Jun Moxie was absolutely sure that these two little fellows will bring an incomparable shock to the world. The heavens will be crippled. The earth will become flawed. Right now, these two children had already been hammered into shape, their experience, wisdom and willpower will only be stronger than the average. So Jun Moxie decided to push them through in one shot. But there was only one thing that Jun Moxie had yet to figure out. This world cultivated Xian Qi. It was stated on the prescriptions of the Hongjun Pagoda that once one's cultivation had attained a certain realm, they must not use the strength of pills to advance any further. Otherwise, they will only be destroyed at the most crucial timing during a heavenly tribulation with no chance of survival. Even before this, one had to put in a certain amount of effort before borrowing the strength of pills. But Jun Moxie had already done plenty of things for strengthening his subordinates with pills, so what he shouldn't do was to increase his strength with them recklessly. But the prescription said that he absolutely mustn't use the pills to advance further after one reaches a certain level. But the problem was, Jun Moxie had no idea what was considered the certain level, in terms of the Xian Qi of this world. This left Jun Moxie feeling extremely frustrated and troubled. Jun Moxie didn't fear the heavenly tribulation, but it didn't mean that everyone else didn't fear it too. Even someone as strong as Miao Qing Cheng hid underground in a misty illusory manner for thousands of years in fear of the might of the heavenly tribulation, what more anyone else? So Jun Moxie felt like he was treading on thin ice right now. Thus, he decided to aid everyone with the potential, with the highest levels reaching the realm of a Saint Venerable, the middle tiers reaching the realm of Saint Emperors, then he would stop and leave the rest to their own hard work. They'd reach whatever level they could. He absolutely mustn't try to forcefully allow them to break through anymore. Right now, Jun Moxie picked out a few pills: Mind Refining Pill, Heaven Repairing Pill, Immortal Dew Pill, Vajra Pill, East Spirit Pill. These 5 pills had no effects for improving the cultivation, but it was for training the mind and senses and strengthening the body. After the latter 4 pills are consumed, consumption of the Mind Refining Pill would make the user feel an overwhelming suffering. And this suffering would last for 18 days. There was a saying, the 18 levels of training of the mind surpasses the 18 levels of hell. In other words, after undergoing the transformation brought about by the Mind Refining Pill, the spirit would be coagulated and would not be destroyed even if one died. Of course, this was in terms of regular deaths and not due to the heavenly tribulation. But the moment the mind was strengthened, there would be greater confidence in resisting the heavenly tribulation. And this sort of pills can only be used by Saint Emperors and above. If the cultivation was inadequate, they might just perish in this endless agony. Everything else was beyond Jun Moxie's control. This was all Jun Moxie could do for his subordinates. Jun Moxie had already done his utmost. He had the capabilities to forcefully help his subordinates break through, but it had only pushed them forward to meet their end due to the heavenly tribulation. It was pointless. And the unexpected bonus from this round of pills concoction was the slimming pill. All the other pills had a prescription provided. Only this specially customized pill for Tang Yuan needed young Master Jun to figure it out personally. In the 5 days he spent concocting pills, he had already created 5 types. And from the experimental results, they had all failed. What a tragedy. And in these 5 days, Tang Yuan was in great suffering. He really would rather die. Because he was the only lab rat, and the only one that could be tested on. After Tang Yuan ate the first pill, the effects were very visible. He had a massive diarrhea in half a day, running to the toilet 21 times. To the point it hurt when he wiped his butt. But the effects. After staying in bed for a day, he used the second pill. He no longer had the runs, but he had a splitting headache. After Tang Yuan used the third pill, the symptoms were obvious. He perspired greatly. Jun Moxie thought it was effective and gave him one more. But that was a bad choice as Tang Yuan perspired so much to the point of dehydration thrice a day. If it wasn't for Jun Moxie using his power of water, Tang Yuan might have died. The effects of the 4th pill were even more bizarre. Tang Yuan yelped weirdly after he ate it, convulsing all over violently. To the point where his ears were moving up and down the sides of the head. His upper lips reached his temples and his lower lips reached towards his shoulders. Even his nostrils moved apart. After howling and squealing like a pig about to be slaughtered for an entire day and night, he could no longer take it and swore to go on strike. And he vowed that he was going to break off the friendship with Jun Moxie and not to continue with the treatment even if he died. But he was grabbed by young Master Jun and fed a pill that allowed him to recover instantly. Then a 5th pill was shoved into his mouth. After the 5th pill was consumed, its effects were extremely visible. With a whoosh, Tang Yuan's hair stood right up. Then, all the flesh on his body began to dance, with his entire digestive system working in a frenzy. Every single step he took he released 6 loud and smelly farts. The entire evil monarch manor was enshrouded in a foul, nauseating odor. Everyone covered their noses and fled. Jun Moxie furrowed his brows in deep thought before entering Tang Yuan's room. Tang Yuan, who was originally completely weak and feeble, leapt up the moment he saw young Master Jun arrive. He yelled angrily. "Get out! Hurry up and get out! Who allowed you to come in? Let me go home. I want to go back to Tianxiang. I want to go home. Boo-hoo! I want to go home." Tang Yuan cried bitterly, his tears and mucus flowing down. It seemed as if all the sufferings of his entire life all rained upon him in the past couple of days and with an intensity of multiple folds. This was too torturous. If Jun Moxie did not have magical medicines, Tang Yuan would have already died numerous times. It is truly impossible to endure awe. Tang Yuan, don't worry. I have invented another pill. This pill is definitely customized just for you. It will definitely be effective after you eat it. It'll show great effects. Believe me, there is nothing wrong with it. Jun Moxie said with an amiable smile. Hey! You still want me to believe you? Get lost. F***ck. Do you even believe what you're saying? F***ck. Tang Yuan cursed. You F***king told me this sentence 5 times, you gave me hope, and expectations, then left me disappointed and made me despair. I have no hopes anymore. You've grown a pair, huh? Tell me, are you going to eat it or not? Jun Moxie questioned, gritting his teeth in anger. Although what Tang Yuan said was the truth, but you couldn't insult young Master Jun like this. I'm not eating it. Even if you beat me to death, I will not eat it. I would rather die from a single slap of yours than eat all these poor quality pills. Tang Yuan said, unafraid of death. You've really become capable now, to dare to talk to me like this. Did you really think that I do not dare to beat you to death? Tang Yuan. I'll tell you honestly, as long as you don't eat it today, I'll beat you to death 18 times and save you back 18 times. You just wait and see if I am capable of it. Jun Moxie said sinisterly, grabbing a rod and slamming it down mercilessly. Pa! Tang Yuan's broad back suffered the impact. He yelped and fell to the ground. While his head was still ringing from the pain, Jun Moxie's second beating had already came swinging down. Wait! I'll eat it! Tang Yuan screeched. The rod halted right against his flesh. Jun Moxie chuckled coldly and said murderously, didn't you just say that you wouldn't die even if I beat you to death? Didn't you want me to just end you and get it over and done with quickly? I'm helping you prove your backbone. What are you yelling for? Where did it all go? Tang Yuan laid sprawled on the ground as he begged meekly. Big brother. My dearest big brother, I surrender. I had indeed said that earlier, but I wasn't done talking. Boo-hoo, why are you so agitated for? You're not done talking. Jun Moxie blinked his eyes. I was saying. Even if you beat me to death, I will not eat it. Tang Yuan wiped away his tears before continuing. But. As long as you don't beat me to death, I will eat it. I see. Humph, at least you know how to back off. Jun Moxie nodded his head kindly. Tang Yuan, you're a good boy. Come, eat this. Tang Yuan wanted to smile from receiving the praise, but he began to bawl loudly. As Tang Yuan swallowed this odd-tasting, slimming pill with utmost bravery, the entire room was filled with ghost-like wailing. After a while, Jun Moxie shook his head and sighed, as he walked out of Tang Yuan's room in deep thought. In the room, Tang Yuan laid sprawled out on the ground, his limbs occasionally twitching. Feebly. He mumbled, Third young master. I hate you, why don't you just beat me to death with a single shot, just end me already. Time passed like a river, in a blink of an eye, another 3 days had passed. Tang Yuan finally successfully slimmed down after the 10th pill. After this pill was eaten, there were no discomfort or any side effects. All the muscles in his body contracted as they pushed against his pores. Then slowly, small droplets of milky white fat was purged out of them. And this excretion would only slowly come to a halt when he returned to the ratio of a regular person's height and weight. And it came with a great recovery effect. It tightened the skin as the body expelled the fats, allowing the skin to remain in its tense and firm state, without turning into a flabby and saggy state. In the duration of an entire afternoon, Tang Yuan only remained seated on a giant stool that was placed in a giant tub. All the fat discharged from his body managed to fill the entire thing. 120 kilograms worth of it. And it had yet to cease. Tang Yuan ate a hearty meal and fell asleep on the bed for an entire day. When he woke up, all the fats from his body had already leaked and formed into a small little stream that flowed from his bed to the ground, out of the room, along the corridor, into the courtyard, gathering into a puddle before stretching out. Tang Yuan felt extremely refreshed. He woke up and took a rejuvenating shower, so excited that he was cheering at the sky. He only felt that his entire body was so light, he was about to fly. It was only when he put on his original set of clothing that he realized that the size of it was enough to be a blanket for his current build. Left without any choice, he borrowed a set of clothes from Jun Moxie. It was only slightly taut, but he could fit in it. A miracle, ah. No, this is a divine miracle, ah, a miracle that is created by a god, ah. Hot tears filled fatty Tang Yuan's eyes. Correction, he should no longer be called fatty. He was really not even the slightest bit of fat anymore. Although the past few days of losing weight was unbearable, but he was willing to let the abuse that Jun Moxie had done to him pass. Fatty Tang Yuan is truly fat. The king of fat is him. Suddenly, Fatty Tang Yuan is no longer fat. The king of fat is really not him anymore. Tang Yuan had once created a well-known record. There was a huge weighing scale in the market that was used specially for weighing fat pigs. But when it weighed Tang Yuan, it snapped into two. Thus, because of this incident, a proverb appeared in Tianxiang City: "Your level of fat is not too heavy." Young Master Tang broke the scale. But right now, this moment, this instance, Master Tang carefully and seriously weighed himself. He didn't dare to believe his own eyes after repeatedly confirming it. His weight was now 80 kilograms. This was considered a relatively healthy, slim and ideal build for Tang Yuan, who stood at about 1.75 m. I'm not dreaming, am I? Even if I'm dreaming, let me stay in it for a while longer. Let May see this first before waking me up. Extremely delighted, Tang Yuan's greatest desire right now was to rush back home. He already couldn't wait to show off his perfect body to Sun Xiaomei. But he still controlled his impatience and begged third young Master Jun for the 3 Viagra pills. This medicine was also something Jun Moxie had customized for Tang Yuan for boosting his sex drive, so he decided to name it the Viagra pill. Its effects were extraordinary, and one pill alone was definitely enough to satisfy Tang Yuan's sex life for the rest of his life. If he used 3 consecutively, then Tang Yuan would really become extremely potent in that aspect. But young Master Jun told Tang Yuan in abstinence, after using this pill, one must not engage in bedroom affairs for half a month. Otherwise, they'll be doomed for the rest of their life. You absolutely must remember this. But this taboo was something Jun Moxie had fabricated. Being understanding is one thing, but Jun Moxie couldn't accept it if he didn't get back at Tang Yuan for all his scolding and cursing from before. And the first half a month after using the Viagra pill was the period of time where one's body would be completely doused in flames of desire. And he had to endure it for half a month. This sort of feeling was definitely unforgettable. After a day, Tang Yuan's eyes were already filled with lust. He turned red instantly from the sight of the maids in the evil monarch manner. But he still forced himself to control and not do anything overboard. Enduring half a month versus risking his entire life. Tang Yuan didn't dare to take the risk no matter how bold he was. By the second day, Tang Yuan's thirst had already reached the level where he had began to research on the female Xian beasts in Tianfa forest. Young Master Jun had witnessed it with his own eyes, Tang Yuan grabbing a small female mouse with a fervent look in his eyes as he studied it. The third day, Tang Yuan finally couldn't endure it and wanted to return immediately. He had calculated it clearly: this journey back would take about 2 weeks. By the time he reached Tianxiang City, the timing would be just right. Then, when he saw Sun Xiaomei, he. Tang Yuan drooled lasciviously as he thought about it, sniggering to himself. A businessman would always be a businessman. Before he left, the calculative Tang Yuan pestered Jun Moxie for 100 Viagra pills. This was definitely the way to strike it rich. Through young Master Jun's suggestions, Tang Yuan decided to dissolve a Viagra pill with water in the ratio of 1:100 before filling it into 100 smaller bottles. Naming it, Viagra Holy Water, the golden spear stands forever. These 100 Viagra pills was enough for Tang Yuan to auction 10,000 times. And at the starting bid of 10,000 golds. Thus, Tang Yuan decided that he would immediately announce when he returned, "This is the Viagra Holy Water, is personally concocted by the evil monarch." Using the repute of the evil monarch to gather his wealth. Whether how the rest of the world viewed the evil monarch, whether they'd speculate if the evil monarch researched on such bizarre medicines as he had this sort of health issues. These were not taken into Tang Yuan's consideration. Getting the money was the most important. And, before he left, Tang Yuan asked Jun Moxie sheepishly. "Those few slimming pills from before, can you give me 10 bottles of them, then as a package, give me 100 of the real slimming pills also?" Why would young Master Jun have the time to make this stuff again? So he flatly rejected. Tang Yuan began to roll about and throw a tantrum, refusing to leave, demanding 3 bottles of each with 50 pills. Of course, these pills were meant to be auctioned off after he diluted them as well. After all, there were still plenty of fat people in this world. And that slimming pill that had full effectiveness and 0 side effects was the greatest news of all the fatties in the world. As to those failed slimming pills, they'd also be for auction. Not only was he going to auction it, he would auction them off at high prices. Tang Yuan was feeling extremely evil. I can't be the only one who had to undergo this sort of torture. All you fatties that are hoping to lose weight, not only will you have to go through it, you also have to spend large fortunes on purchasing this torture. And you have to buy it 10 times consecutively before you can slim down. The price may be steep, but Tang Yuan knew that there were some people who were more concerned about their size than himself. Especially those, madams of influential families. No matter how tormenting it was, these women would purchase it. Not only must he auction this torture. It had to be sold as a limited time offer. The viciousness of Tang Yuan's heart was truly extraordinary. As a businessman, he completely had no conscience. Right before they parted, Jun Moxie let Tang Yuan consume the 7-colored holy fruit and exquisite lotus and also prepared a set for him to bring back for Sun Xiaomei. Tang Yuan departed with grateful tears. He noticed that Jun Moxie had an odd smirk on his face when he was leaving, but he did not think much of it. This good brother of his had really done too much for him. To have a friend like this in his life, what more could he ask for? But when he returned back to Tianxiang City, Tang Yuan began to experience his first regret. The reason was simple. His weight loss this time was too successful that Sun Xiaomei couldn't recognize him anymore. This was a bizarre, yet real tragedy. Tang Yuan took a long time before he finished explaining everything clearly. And this was not the only thing that made Tang Yuan really regret. They had both consumed the exquisite lotus and 7-colored holy fruit given by Jun Moxie, extending their lifespan. In a certain way, it had completely pushed Tang Yuan into Sun Xiaomei's clutches for eternity. At least, he could not have any affairs within the next 1,000 years. Even if he really had an affair, it'd only last for a few decades and he'd have to watch the woman's beauty fades, leaving him with a deep scar on his mind, so he could only have Sun Xiaomei. Thus, Tang Yuan was completely under Sun Xiaomei's thumb for this entire life. By the time Tang Yuan realized it and yelled at Jun Moxie for his betrayal, it was already some hundreds of years later. And Tang Yuan at that time would be someone so wealthy that even all the emperors and aristocrats of the world could only salivate at his fortune. But he could only stay with a single wife. This had created a legend. In the world, aside from the evil monarch, there was also another devoted man, who was capable of devotedly loving a single woman for 1,000 years. Only Tang Yuan, whose love will never change even after 1,000 years. Only the god of wealth, Tang Yuan. Who could? It will only be young Master Tang. The great debauchee Tang who used to bully men and women ultimately became a devoted man of his generation, the benchmark for all the young girls to pick their husbands. This was a miracle. A divine miracle. A miracle that was created by the god of wealth. Whenever the later generations mentioned this matter, especially amongst the girls, they'd all be moved to tears, simply because of Tang Yuan's devotion. But who would have imagined that this so-called devotion of great auctioneer Tang was because he did not have any other choice? Another noteworthy thing to mention was that in Tang Yuan's life, he had always addressed himself as great auctioneer and never the boss of the aristocratic hall. The relationship he shared with Jun Moxie had never changed in his entire life. When Jun Moxie disappeared from this world, Tang Yuan sealed away everything that he received from Jun Moxie. Even if it was a drip of water, wine, a piece of paper, he didn't allow anyone else to touch it. Even his wife Sun Xiaomei was no exception. An extremely secretive chamber existed in Tang Yuan's manor. No one was allowed to enter. This order lasted as long as Tang Yuan was alive. Ultimately, due to their curiosity, his descendants opened this chamber and received a shock. Everyone wondered, someone as wealthy as Tang Yuan, the god of wealth, who had seen all sorts of priceless treasures in his life, what sort of shocking treasure could he be storing inside this chamber? To everyone's surprise, there were only 2 stools and a table inside that chamber. Only 2 wine cups and a jug of wine was placed on the table. As if 2 people chatted here frequently. The walls were hung with extremely ordinary items. There were scraps of cloth, some wine jugs, and empty little bottles. Those were the small jade bottles that were filled with the pills Jun Moxie had given. After they were all auctioned off, every single one of these bottles was stored in here by Tang Yuan. As to the other items, those who had spent time alongside with Jun Moxie and Tang Yuan would realize that they were all memories of the things these 2 debauches had done and shared together back then. The entire chamber was neat and tidy. Personally tended and cleaned by Tang Yuan, who was known for being lazy. Because this place was the wealth that he treasured the most in his entire life. Friendship. Sometimes, when Tang Yuan sat here alone, drinking the wine that Jun Moxie left for him, he sighed. In this life, to have a friend like third young Master Jun, that is enough. There are no regrets. Tang Yuan was the clearest about how much Jun Moxie had done for him. And what Tang Yuan had done for Jun Moxie, everyone was clear as well. These two debauches really managed to do it. Brothers forever. This promise. On the wall of the chamber, there was a writing by Tang Yuan, "In this world, no one can touch my brother." No one knew that this was the sentence that Jun Moxie once said when Tang Yuan was set up and fell into the cesspit. At the same time, this was the promise the evil monarch had once made to his brother. And he had also managed to do it. And Jun Moxie was not the only one who had done it. Because this sentence was also the same promise Tang Yuan had made to his brother, Jun Moxie. This sentence may be meaningless right now, but it didn't mean it remained meaningless forever. Fortunes are always changing, it will be my turn someday. Perhaps, time was truly the most invincible thing. Thousands of years later, after the evil monarch Jun Moxie rose to the heavens, when the evil monarch manor faced with an unprecedented crisis, no one expected that the god of wealth, Tang Yuan, would stand on the side of the evil monarch. But Tang Yuan ignored all the advice from his family and threats from others, resolutely using all of his savings to help the evil monarch manor get through this impossible crisis. The life savings of the god of wealth. This was an astronomical sum of money. An insane amount of money. All because of one sentence. What is mine is my brother's. In this world, no one can touch my brother. This sentence will never change. Forever. Even if he is gone, what is mine still belongs to him. As it always had been, have been, and will be. This is brotherhood. Time truly passes rapidly. In a blink of an eye, another few days passed. There was only a month and 3 days left to the war for seizing the heavens. Although there was still 1 month, it was the most suitable timing for getting ready for battle. Just preparation will take a significant amount of time. Jun Moxie had never expected to win with a single battle against the strange races. This would definitely be a drawn-out battle. It'd require a long period of preparation and planning. Including the members, the tactics, the provisions and supplies. For this goal, he had already been preparing for a long time. But he still didn't have the confidence of a complete victory. How powerful were the strange races? How could Jun Moxie not be aware of it? Just at this timing, a shocking thing happened. This matter left everyone at a loss for what to do. Today, Jun Moxie and Mei Shuiyan were in the room officially selecting the candidates for those who were heading to the war for seizing the heavens. This would be the greatest battle since the beginning of history. A campaign that will be etched into historical records for eternity. Because the battle this time was not only for the war for seizing the heavens that happens every 500 years, but also, they intended to get rid of the strange races in the most imposing manner. Completely eradicating the root of the evil that plagued and threatened the Xian continent. Or perhaps, this may be the last battle. Ending this ultimate battle that had dragged on for 10,000s of years, crossing 2 borders, 4 lands, and involving billions of lives. No matter how the internal disputes were like within the Xian continent, they were all in the same situation, and Jun Moxie had never taken this as a consideration. But towards those grotesque strange races, Jun Moxie genuinely and sincerely hated them and absolutely will not allow them to step past the pillar of heaven's mountains. He already made the decision to completely annihilate and exterminate them. Mei Shuiyan had been avoiding Jun Moxie for quite some time, so she was still feeling a little restless. But upon seeing Jun Moxie again and how normal he looked, she gradually began to relax as well. Although she knew that with Jun Moxie's vengeful personality, he probably was planning something along the lines of "a gentleman's revenge will not be late after 10 years, but she also did not take it to heart. When that time really comes. Am I really not going to allow him to take his revenge? One must pay with their life if they kill someone. This is the heaven's law. Besides, she was a little too much that time. It really was. Furthermore, if that time really comes, even if that baddie doesn't come and find me, I'll probably have to take the initiative to go and find him. And, what am I thinking about? Just as the two had just settled down and were about to begin planning for the situation, there was a sudden tremor from the ground. An intense and significant shaking of the ground. Then entire evil monarch manor shook violently. The enormous evil monarch manor quaked helplessly like leaves in the wind. If Jun Moxie had not used the power of earth to completely secure the foundations of the evil monarch manor back then, there may have been a bigger catastrophe that strikes. Both their expressions changed. They exchanged looks. What happened? Why is there such a change? They both rushed to the window and appeared in the highest point of Tianfa forest. Far away, the mountains were shaking and countless of giant boulders rolled down. Some of the peaks of the mountains completely fell off. Jun Moxie and Mei Shuiyan exchanged glances as they watched the ground below tremble. The rocks on the surface were sent flying in the air as countless trees quaked. Everything looked like a scene before the doomsday. They both had the same thought, something big has happened. Because from where they were standing at, everything that they could see was collapsing and bounding. But it was not something that was happening within their field of vision. This proves that the problem was happening at a faraway place. But something that was happening far away was capable of affecting this place and causing such a significant impact. Then the magnitude of that matter was definitely great. So great that it could not compare to anything else they've encountered before. Jun Moxie shut his eyes, sending his spiritual sense out to cover thousands of li, but only to discover nothing. And Jun Moxie's spiritual sense had already stretched to its limit and could not reach anywhere further. Opening his eyes, an exceedingly solemn look appeared in Jun Moxie's eyes. Something big has really happened. If my guess is correct. If my guess is not wrong. Jun Moxie had repeated himself twice, but he had already turned pale. He did not continue finishing his words, probably because what he was thinking of had consequences that were too unimaginable. That even someone as bold and brazen as Jun Moxie didn't dare to speak off it rashly. Mei Shuiyan looked at him, her complexion slowly turning solemn as well. They had the same guess. Because the current situation had happened before. Once, 10,000 years ago. With records of it. Aside from that one time, there was never a situation as severe as this. And that was when the pillar of heaven's mountains collapsed. And the current situation is a lot more severe than it was back then. Jun Moxie took in a deep breath of air. I believe you've guessed it already. Whatever that is happening right now, it can only be one thing that is capable of such a terrifying might. That is, the pillar of heaven's mountains, has completely collapsed. Mei Shuiyan's face continued to pale, but she nodded her head slowly. Clearly, there was no other explanation aside from this. But Jun Moxie had one more worry. If that is true, then with the distance between the three holy lands and the pillar of heaven's mountains, it's not favorable. Everyone in the evil monarch manor came flying out from their own rooms, going somewhere up to look at the distance. A solemn look on everyone's faces. The matter this time was really severe. But the pillar of heaven's mountains had collapsed 10,000 years ago due to Miao Qingqing undergoing his heavenly tribulation to pass through space, but what is the reason behind the unexpected collapse of it this time? Could it be that there is someone who is even more powerful than Miao Qingqing? That is something that is completely impossible and incomprehensible. Then the only possibility is that there has been an accident. This was an accident that no one had expected. And this accident was extremely likely to have been caused by the strange races at the pillar of heaven's mountains. Because the Xian continent wasn't the only one trying to annihilate the strange races for good. The strange races may just be trying to conquer the Xian continent to enjoy this beautiful world. Gather everyone. Get ready to head out. We'll go to the Mount Heaven Saint first to see what the three holy lands are doing. In 4 hours, everyone, Xian beasts and Xian cultivators with the strength of a venerable and above must report outside the evil monarch manor. If there are any delays, execute without mercy. Jun Moxie decisively gave the strictest command. If there was a mishap at the pillar of heaven's mountains, and it was caused by the strange races, the invasion by the strange races will be inevitable. Then, it'd definitely be big trouble. Every single minute of delay will cause immeasurable loss. Jun Moxie can be completely detached and unconcerned about the harmony of the continent and the lives of the world when he dealt with the three holy lands. But when things were happening, how could Jun Moxie truly remain unmoved? It was the ultimate responsibility of a man to protect his home. No matter where he was. His summon was instantly passed down, but Tianfa forest was truly too big. Even though Jun Moxie and Mei Shuiyan had already gathered all the Xian beast experts near the evil monarch order, it would take at least 4 hours to gather all their forces. If the pillar of heaven's mountains truly collapsed due to some particular reason, the invasion that was about to befall Xian continent due to the loss of this natural barricade against the strange races. Jun Moxie didn't dare to imagine how big a catastrophe it would be to the common folks. Because there was no way to estimate this disaster. The tremors on the ground continued to rumble on, suddenly increasing in its magnitude after almost 2 hours. At the same time, the temperature of the entire world began to rise. Although it was not obvious, it was gradually increasing. Jun Moxie and Mei Shuiyan's expressions turned dark. They both had the same ominous guess. Activating the yin-yang escape, Jun Moxie grabbed Mei Shuiyan by her waist and rose into the skies. Most agility techniques only allowed one to rise up to about 100 zhangs at most. But with the yin-yang escape art, they rose 10,000 zhangs into the skies. Both of them rose high up into the endless skies before looking at the faraway distance. They spotted that in the faraway southwest direction, there were clouds of mist rising. Jun Moxie let out a long sigh. The next moment, Jun Moxie brought Mei Shuiyan back onto the ground. It is just as I guessed. It is truly the worst situation. There was a dark look upon Jun Moxie's face. What exactly is the matter? Mei Shuiyan's voice trembled. She had never seen Jun Moxie like this. To think that a volcano erupted. And it is not only one. It's very likely that all the volcanoes near the Pillar of Heaven's mountains have erupted together. Otherwise, we will definitely not be able to see it from here. And the sudden increase in tremors of the ground is very likely because of one single volcano erupting first, triggering all the rest to follow suit. Jun Moxie exclaimed. Volcano? What is a volcano? Mei Shuiyan may have vast knowledge, but it was the first time she had heard of such an odd term. What is a volcano? And, how should I describe it? Simply put, it is a mountain, nothing too different from ordinary mountains, but under certain circumstances, the insides will spew flame and lava at extremely high temperatures. No experts will be able to face it right on. Even the eruption of the smallest volcano will affect a radius of 100 kilometers. Today, if all the volcanoes at the region of the Pillar of Heaven's mountains have erupted, the disaster must have stretched across a great distance. All living things will suffer and face this calamity. Jun Moxie said in a low voice. So that so-called volcano is what we call the eruption of Devil Mountain. Mei Shuiyan said in shock. Then what should we do now? This is a natural disaster. There is nothing we can do about it. So in this world, volcanoes are called Devil Mountains. But this naming is quite apt. A heavenly punishment like the Devil Mountain. It hasn't appeared in Xian continent for at least thousands of years, how could it all erupt at the same time now? Mei Shuiyan's brows were knitted tightly as she asked worriedly. Just as you said, even the eruption of a single Devil Mountain is enough to destroy all lives. If so many really erupted at the same time, it is impossible to imagine the disaster. It is not odd for volcanoes to erupt at the same time. I checked out the geography of the Pillar of Heaven's mountains before. I am really not surprised if the Pillar of Heaven's mountains collapsing triggered a large-scale volcanic eruption. About 10,000 zhang beneath where we are standing, it has always been a region of high temperature. The temperature of that place is high enough to melt anything on this world. Like a giant ocean or torrent of flames. Or maybe, a silent stream. It will not break past the surface of the earth most of the time. But the moment it is blocked, or experiences some violent shaking, it'll trigger plumes to form, and when it accumulates to a certain level, it'll cause a change to the surface of the earth. If it is near the surface, it'll spew out due to accumulated pressure and form these volcanic eruptions. Since ancient times, no one, no matter how high their Xian cultivation, has never been able to reach the peak of the Pillar of Heaven's mountains. The impacts of the collapse of a mountain of this scale is enough to affect the entire continent. I had just mentioned, that the same time the continent is suffering the tremors, the underground experiences it too. Especially that region of the Pillar of Heaven's mountains, it will cause countless of large fissures that reaches through the deepest parts of the earth. And the lava underground will also begin to rise along the direction of these fissures due to the earthquake, and it will begin slowly, but pick up speed, ultimately forming an irresistible current. Those areas with fissures will turn weak and collapse due to the high temperatures. The magma continues to push its way through these cracks, forming even more cracks repeatedly until it bursts right out. Jun Moxie furrowed his brows. This time, it's really bad. Actually, young Master Jun only knew the theory behind this very vaguely. Mei Shuiyan was left feeling muddled and confused through his explanation, but right now, they were pressed for time and she couldn't ask any further. With the constant shaking of the ground, countless experts in the Tianfa forest began to fly over at rapid speed. Under his command, all the Xian beasts experts hurried over. In the skies, all the aerial Xian beasts flew over, covering the skies. With a whoosh, they landed and the skies appeared again. With every batch that arrived, the entire evil monarch manor became filled. Towards the back, there was already no space for them to land. But everyone stood silently, not making a certain noise. There was a clear, neat arrangement between each group. Although the ground was still rumbling, no one standing on the ground flinched. Jun Moxie and Mei Shuiyan appeared before all of them in a flash. Under Jun Moxie's power of earth, a stage appeared and raised both of them out. In a flash, Saint Venerable Lu and the other Saint Venerables also assembled, standing before them. What exactly happened? Why is there such a great commotion? There was an extremely solemn look on the 8 Saint Venerables. From the look of the current situation, it is very likely that the pillar of heaven's mountains has completely collapsed. Jun Moxie said. We have to bring things forward now. Otherwise, when the strange races get past the stronghold and charge their way into the continent, it will not be easy to get rid of them anymore. It'll be even harder to finish things up. The war for seizing the heavens has erupted in advance. Saint Venerable Lu widened in eyes in disbelief. The severe consequences of it this time will be a lot more worse than an ordinary war for seizing the heavens. Jun Moxie laughed bitterly. But it is not wrong of you to put it this way. It is just that the battle this time will be extremely treacherous. The faces of these 8 people instantly turned grim. Then, they all moved aside and remained silent. This was clear, they were waiting for Jun Moxie and Mei Shuiyan to give the command. These 8 Saint Venerables were people who had witnessed the war for seizing the heavens with their own eyes. They know better than anyone else the grotesqueness and horror of the strange races. Today, the pillar of heaven's mountains had collapsed, and their stronghold was about to be lost. They were the clearest about the severity of the consequences. So they were not willing to waste the smallest bit of time. Even if they had any questions, they forced it down their throats. Because every single question will take time to be answered. And it may perhaps only take a short, insignificant while to be answered, but it was enough for the strange races to massacre hundreds of common folks. They were already old with age and had already decided to retire behind the scenes, leaving everything about Tianfa Forest to Jun Moxie and Mei Shuiyan, along with the junior beast kings. But in the face of a matter as grand as this, they had no hesitation. Standing right at the front of the battle. Because the mission of Tianfa was to protect the lives of the world. Although people forgot about them with the passing of peaceful times, forgot their valiant sacrifices, treated them with disdain, and there were even more people who behaved hostilely towards them, hoping to feast on their flesh, peel their hide, and drink their blood to satisfy their own despicable desires. But the moment when the crisis strikes, they still scrupulously abided to the mission their ancestors left for them 10,000 years ago. For the continent. For the sake of the world. For this dedication. Willing to sacrifice themselves. They continued to stand with burning dedication. They were still the most reliable iron fortresses. Right now, all the forces had assembled. Everyone who are spirit Xians and below, get out right now. Immediately. Jun Moxie said sternly, leaving no room for negotiations. Under such a firm command, all the Xian beasts whose cultivation were not adequate instantly moved to the sides without any delay. They looked at their comrades who could still remain with fervent jealousy. They also wanted to go on to battle. But right now, they could only obey orders. Unconditionally. Right now, there must be absolutely no delays. Jun Moxie quickly scanned through the faces of everyone present. Everyone. The pillar of heaven's mountains has suddenly collapsed. The entire continent has fallen into a crisis. For 10,000 years, Tianfa has participated in the war for seizing the heavens countless of times, protecting this continent. Today, another daunting challenge awaits us. This time, it is a cruel, unprecedented battle. I ask you, what should you do? Fight. 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 All the Xian beasts chanted loudly. For 10,000s of years, Tianfa had done immeasurable contribution for humans. Countless seniors have spilled their blood on the pillar of heaven's mountains, leaving their bodies on the battlefield of the war for seizing the heavens. But the world continues to be unaccepting and disapproving of Tianfa. As peace continues, their attitudes towards Tian-Fa became uglier and worse. Today, this accident has happened amidst this peace. And it is about to bring along a calamity. I ask you, when facing the hostility of the world, what do you choose? Fight. 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 Their loud cries continue to shake the heavens. It was still to fight. With no hesitation. Jun Moxie was moved. This bunch of adorable Xian beasts. The world had made them suffer, using all sorts of unscrupulous methods to capture them. But at a crucial timing when the continent was on the brink of a disaster, they still stepped forward without any regrets. To protect those humans that were not worth their protection. With the purest, sincere and genuine hearts. Fight. For glory. Fight. For the continent. Fight. For Tian-Fa. Fight. For ourselves. Fight. For that flame that will never extinguish. For the blood that boils for 10,000s of years without dying out. Jun Moxie chanted, punching his fist in the air. The entire place was spirited for the battle. At this moment, the emotions of Tian-Fa for battle was extremely agitated. Eagle King. Bear King. Jun Moxie yelled, a fierce glint in his eyes. Here. Eagle King and Bear King stepped forward at the same time, a serious look on their faces as they waited for their orders. A solid step sent all the dust flying in the air. Their entire tall and sturdy bodies were completely solemn. They could already tell from Jun Moxie's face that the mission that was about to be handed to them was extremely tough. And treacherous. But the two kings had no hesitation. Their eyes were filled with determination. All the 3,000 forces of the Eagle tribe are to take to the skies with the Bear tribe. Hurry over to the Pillar of Heaven's mountains at full speed. Confirm the situation. Within the fastest possible time. If it is truly the worst situation, please risk everything and anything and begin the first wave of attacks immediately. Jun Moxie gave the order coldly. Speed was the most important in warfare. The Eagle tribe was the fastest. And the Bear tribe was the strongest species in sustaining a battle. The Eagle tribe will have to fly with all their might in this battle, so when they reach the Pillar of Heaven's mountains, the Xian beasts with weaker cultivation will no longer have much effect in battle. The only outcome was a tragic sacrifice. But this sort of sacrifice was necessary. Because it was them who brought warriors of the Bear tribe over at the fastest possible time. Yes, sir. Eagle King's face remained expressionless, his voice firm and unwavering. The 8 of us also want head over with this first wave of members. Saint Venerable Lu stepped forward, and along with the rest, they stood along with the Eagle and Bear tribe members. The previous generation of beast kings that had been shamelessly betrayed by the 3 holy lands had no hesitation, stepping out resolutely. Even though they were well aware that the ultimate outcome of this first wave of attacks meant death for them. They still had no second thoughts. Fine. Bring the wine. Jun Moxie hollered loudly, the entire skies quaked. The best wine. For our heroes. Send them off to battle. All the servants of the evil monarch manor hurriedly brought out countless of strong wine, filling it all up. 6,000 warriors raised their cups. Jun Moxie lifted up a cup of wine and declared, this cup of wine is for all the heroes who protect the lives of the continent. There will be countless brothers who will not return from this battle. Here, I, Jun Moxie, send my brothers farewell. Jun Moxie stated facts, even though it was very cruel. The incident this time had really happened too suddenly. There was absolutely no time to come up with a systematic military arrangements. Aside from their mission of being the first wave of attacks to stop the invasion, the 6,000 men from the Eagle and Bear tribe heading over first will only be sending themselves to their deaths as cannon fodder first. There was no chance of returning back alive. Even the 8 beast kings who were already Saint Venerables were no exception. But the subsequent troops will only have time to come up with adequate arrangements because of them sacrificing their lives to vie for some time. This was battle. And battles were always been cruel and merciless. There had never been a single battle where no one died. Or only the enemy died. This time, you are all extremely crucial. I'm going to be blunt. We are using your lives to gain some time for the continent. I only have one request of you guys. No matter how you fight, even if you die, make sure you drag a few strange races along with you. That is all. Jun Moxie's voice was cold and unfeeling, reverberating in the air. The entire place was silent. All the 6,000 elites of the eagle and bear tribes had unwavering determination in their eyes. Hesitation, cowardice. Not a single negative emotion appeared on them. Not the slightest bit of it. Down this cup of wine. No matter life or death. No matter which life. You are all heroes. My brothers. Jun Moxie hollered. My brothers. Let us use our boiling blood to paint this continent in the most beautiful colors. Let us create history with this victory. Cheers. 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 Pa. 6,000 cups were smashed into smithereens on the ground simultaneously. Farewell, my brothers and sisters. Everyone, head out. Mei Shuiyan tossed a red-colored flag into the hands of the Eagle King. Brothers, let us take our leave first and have a good battle. Eagle King howled as he grabbed the flag. He flipped in the air and transformed into a giant eagle. His feathers were as sharp as arrows. The blood-red flag flew in the wind, with Tian Fa's Death Squad written on it. A blazing crimson like blood. Fluttering in the wind. Big Bear cackled loudly as he rose in the air. Brothers, I'll take my leave first. This daddy has been waiting for hundreds of years for this day. Tian Fa is mighty. Big Bear roared as he landed on the back of Eagle King. An ardent look filled Eagle King's eyes as he spread his iron wings and let out a sharp cry. Like a piercing black arrow that cut through the skies, he shot into the clouds, carrying Big Bear. The eagle soared in the skies, chasing the wind and clouds, faster than lightning. With no hesitation and reluctance. Departing from the skies of this hometown. With a hong. All the other Xian eagles also rose into the sky, flying after the Eagle King. Carrying their comrade southwest. 6,000 forces headed out, like a sharp arrow that was trying to shred the skies. The arrow had been fired. They were going to use their lives to write the rest of history. The entire troop became a small, black dot in the sky, but not a single member turned back to look at Tian Fa Forest. At this hometown that they had grown up for. There was only unflinching determination. Eagle King. Bear King. And 6,000 warriors. Mei Shuiyan's eyes turned red as her tears fell. She had just sent 6,000 of her own brothers and sisters onto a journey of death. How could her heart not ache, and how could she not cry? Jun Moxie's face remained dark and solemn, with no expression. He sent his own personal commanders in the second group. Solitary Eagle. Feng Wanyun. The both of you shall lead 300 members from the Heaven Destroyer and Spirit Devourer, along with 300 members of the Crane tribe and head off immediately. Be the second echelons. Support Eagle King and Bear King. Stop the enemies with all your might. Yes sir. Solitary Eagle and Feng Wanyun both stepped forward and cupped their hands to receive the order. Crane King Long Crane waved his hand and 300 Xian cranes experts with cultivation of a saint stepped out into formation. This was a combination of humans and Xian cranes. This group took off to the skies even faster. Under the command of Solitary Eagle and Feng Wanyun, the 300 Xian cranes converged in the skies like a rolling cloud. It was only 1 hour after the Eagle King had departed. But Jun Moxie and the rest knew that when Solitary Eagle and the rest reached the Pillar of Heaven's mountains, they'd be late by at least 10 hours, or even more. The difference in speed and stamina between cranes and eagles was something that could not be compared. Even cultivation wouldn't be able to patch up this disparity. And this gap of 10 hours will absolutely be a cruel test to the Eagle King and Bear King. When facing the strange race's invasion, will 6,000 experts be able to fend them off for 10 hours? This was something no one dared to say they were confident of. Even if they managed to hang in there until Solitary Eagle and the rest arrived, they may not be able to avoid death. Because what they were facing was an enemy that was 100 times stronger than themselves. Of course, if they could last till Solitary Eagle and the rest arrived, the situation may be alleviated a little. After all, they were experts amongst experts. Good steel must be used on the knife blade. Tiger King, Crane King. Your tribe shall form the third troop. Depart immediately to back up. Jun Moxie ordered firmly. Tiger King Earthcracker, Crane King Long Crane stepped out simultaneously. With a flurry of wind, the 6,000 men under them flew after the rest. Bailey Luo Yun. Leng Ao. Jun Moxie continued to give commands. The both of you, along with Tian Can and DK and the 36 assassins will form the 4th troop with 50 brothers of the Ping tribe. Always remember, do not forget your role as assassins. Your mission this time is not to support but to assassinate. Kill all those monstrous strange races with your utmost assassination abilities. Understood? Yes. Bailey Luo Yun and Leng Ao stepped forward determinedly. Move out. Another troop departed, and the space had already become a lot more spacious. Lion King, Monkey King, Peng King, Condor King, Wolf King. The 25,000 members of your tribes will form the 5th troop. All of you head over. Bring along enough medicine, provision and all the supplies. Jun Moxie commanded. These 5 tribes had the greatest number, but were the weakest in terms of strength. But they were not to be underestimated. Even if they were bringing the logistics, they will also be able to kill the enemy at the most crucial timing. The remaining members, including Snake Queen and Panther King, shall all be under Jun Wuyi's commands. Gradually search from the region of the southwest carefully. If there are any strange races that have gotten in, annihilate them. There is no time limit for this mission. Until you reach the Pillar of Heaven's mountains. I don't want a single one of them alive. Jun Moxie had never forgotten something as gross as Jiang Junji. If the strange races managed to get in and left some descendants, there would only be endless trouble. And this threat was probably the biggest danger of the invasion from the strange races. And something like this, no one had the abilities to lead and analyze like the Blood General Jun Wuyi. Only the Blood General was capable of carrying this sort of complicated mission without making a single mess. Yes sir. Jun Wuyi and Snake Queen stepped forward to receive the order. The rest, stay in Tian Fa to await my orders. Without my order, no one shall step out of Tian Fa forest from this moment on. Otherwise, they'll be punished severely. Even if someone else comes, if they're unable to provide the secret code, you must not open the formation. Jun Moxie reiterated this point sternly. The matter with the Pillar of Heaven's mountains had happened so quickly and the crisis with the Zhan family had yet to be resolved. If Zhan Luanhui planned to take this opportunity to attack the evil monarch manor, it'd really be in big trouble. All the members of Tian Fa who were capable of putting on a fight had already been deployed. There wasn't much fighting power left in the manor. But as long as the 9 Heavens 9 Earth Demon repelling formation that Jun Moxie set up exists, even if Zhan Luanhui came here personally, he would not be able to come in. Unless Zhan Luanhui had the same divine cultivation like Miao Qingcheng and was able to bring along a heavenly tribulation that was capable of destroying the world, he couldn't forcefully destroy this formation. But Jun Moxie didn't believe that Zhan Luanhui had this sort of cultivation. And didn't believe that he had the guts. Because even if he borrowed the might of the heavenly tribulation to destroy the formation, he will not be able to avoid his death from the heavenly tribulation. Would a selfish be***starred who ruins a descendant every few hundred years for his own life make this sort of sacrifice? With this, all arrangements were complete. Jun Moxie looked at the empty space one last time before calmly saying. Shui Yan, both of us shall set off now, to Mount Heaven Saint. Mount Heaven Saint? Not the Pillar of Heaven's mountains? Mei Shui Yan was surprised. Shui Yan, the matter this time is beyond our expectations. Now that the Pillar of Heaven's mountains is very likely to be destroyed, the troops of the strange races will definitely invade the Xian continent easily. We have to go and see how much battle strength the 3 Holy Lands have left after the Pillar of Heaven's mountains has collapsed. What I am most worried about right now is that 3 Holy Lands have already been wiped out or sustained great losses to their forces. Then it'll really be a huge problem. It is very difficult to win this battle with our strength alone. Mei Shui Yan was hit by this realization. So this was why Jun Moxie had deployed all the strongest forces of the troops in Tian Fa. Jun Moxie has already considered at great lengths. But Jun Moxie let out a slow sigh. He had originally planned to bring his own men across the Pillar of Heaven's mountains after the war for seizing the heavens. Entering the enemy's territories to kill them. Then, no matter how they destroy, it will all be at the Pillar of Heaven's mountains and it would have no impact on the Xian continent. If it didn't work, they could just retreat and go again when the time was right. They could attack and defend. But he could barely get round to it when this major change occurred. Ruining all of young Master Jun's battle strategies and plans. Especially the collapse of the Pillar of Heaven's mountains. No one had dreamt of it happening. Now, they could only face it on. Besides, there must be a reason for the sudden collapse of the Pillar of Heaven's mountains. A chilling glint flashed in Jun Moxie's eyes. That is a restriction that the Nine Nether First Young Master set up personally. How could it collapse so easily? There must be a reason behind it. And I believe the people from the three holy lands will know the reason. If there was one person who made Jun Moxie genuinely feel cautious of, it would be the Nine Nether First Young Master alone. Aside from him, young Master Jun was confident of catching up and surpassing even the Nine Nether 14th Young Master or Miao Qing Cheng and Zhan Luan Hui in a short period of time, even though he was still lacking currently. The Nine Nether First Young Master was an existence that was capable of facing the great god Hong Jun. Young Master Jun is confident and conceited, but he dared not overestimate his own capabilities in facing this boss. If someone who was capable of destroying the restraints the Nine Nether First Young Master had set personally, that person was definitely a tough enemy. With some more arrangements and leaving some instructions, Jun Moxie and Mei Shui Yan instantly hurried over to where the disaster started, Pillar of Heaven's Mountains. Jun Moxie did not use any aerial Xian beasts to help them hurry in their journey. He kept Mei Shui Yan into the Hongjun Pagoda and activated the yin-yang escape before traversing through the air at maximum speed. Covering 1,000 li in an instant. Jun Moxie hurried along on his own, covering almost 3,000 li in a couple of hours. As he got closer to the venue, the temperature in the surrounding got higher and higher. This was something that was caused by the unexpected natural disaster. Jun Moxie squinted his eyes at the distance. The blurry black smoke in the horizon became clearer in sight. In a single afternoon, he covered 8,000 li. This was a speed that no one would be able to surpass. An entire day passed. He was getting nearer and nearer to the location. Jun Moxie could clearly see the endless ashes and smoke that covered the skies. Thick smoke was spewing out of almost 30 mountains in the area. 30 volcanoes erupting at the same time. And every single one of them was massive. Even the brazen Jun Moxie couldn't help but take in a cold breath of air, seeing such a sight. He had already did his best to overestimate the severity of this disaster, but he never imagined it to be this dire. Jun Moxie was about 2,000 li away from his destination, but the heat waves that hit him were enough to make his hair fry. The volcanoes were still spewing hot, blazing lava. There were occasionally giant boulders that were sent in the air before raining down. There was only an acrid smell that filled the entire world. The fumes of a volcanic eruption. These were toxic things. The people of the Xian continent may not know of it, but young Master Jun knew. Thankfully, there were not many people in this region. But the extent of the damages was not small. And it was still expanding. These toxic gases were surging towards the inland areas. If it really made it through, then it'd really be a calamity for all living things. Just at this moment, the southwestern wind blew, the wind fanned the flames and sent the gases away. That was fast. The F***CK. I was wondering why they made this young master attain the power of wind and clouds before I came. So this was what it's for. Jun Moxie cursed. Power of wind. Reverse. Power of clouds. Roll. With a wave of his hands, he pointed in southwest. Gusts of northern wind suddenly formed, gaining strength and intensity, blowing straight towards the toxic gases that were surging over. With the current season, the strength of the southwestern winds was considerable. But this northeastern wind that defied nature was even stronger. The colorful clouds formed from the toxic gases came surging from the southwest, but the snowy white clouds that gathered in the northeastern direction crashed against it fearlessly. It was as if two divine, ancient gods were clashing in the skies. There should be no impact from the clashing of these seemingly formless clouds and ashes. But there was still a thunderous boom. Then, the two clouds swirled together, refusing to back off. With a boom, they shot into the skies. A giant, indescribable mushroom cloud formed in the skies with the explosion. Rising in the air. And the most amazing thing was that the mushroom was half black, half white. The white portion exceedingly white, and the black portion exceedingly black. It was a spectacular sight. Jun Moxie raised his brows and sighed in pity. I don't think there can be such a spectacular mushroom cloud even if 1,000,000 atomic bombs exploded at the same time. God damn it, why don't I have a camera now? If I could take a photo of it. Boom. The northern winds were cold, and the southern winds were hot. These two different winds clashed together, triggering sparks and lightning. Then, hail the size of fists began to rain from the skies. They landed noisily on the ground. Thick mist began to rise from the ground as they evaporated. The moment the power of wind was formed, it will never cease. With the increasing momentum of the northeastern winds, the southwestern winds finally begin to lose strength and were forced back. The toxic gases were sent in the opposite direction. Jun Moxie grinned. Ha, I was just troubling over how to deal with you bunch of perverts. See how this daddy poisons all you strange races. Aren't you all hermaphrodites? Have a taste of these toxic fumes and show this daddy how you grow some extra limbs. With a wave of his hands, the winds got even stronger. When the winds reached a certain level, it was a considerable disaster for humans. If not because this was a remote place and Jun Moxie was able to control the winds at his will, he would not fan it to such a great intensity so recklessly. The moment the hurricane was set out, the southwest winds were utterly defeated, carrying all the toxic fumes back in the direction they came from. To be more accurate, it was sent flying over to where the strange races were located at the Pillar of Heaven's mountains. All the swirling thick smoke pouring out of the volcanoes picked up speed along with the bellowing winds. Just that it was heading in the opposite direction. With the might of nature, the winds and clouds parted the endless curtain of smoke. Jun Moxie could finally look at the situation of those volcanoes. Although toxic threat was gone, hot lava continued to spew from those volcanoes, ricocheting right into the skies before falling down noisily, charring everywhere where it landed. Clearly, the pressure that needed to be released by these volcanoes was enormous. Under such boiling temperatures, all the surrounding water sources were depleting at a visible rate. The ground in many places had begun to crack. And this situation was still worsening. And everyone could only watch this natural disaster unfold. As if in a single breath, the entire world had transformed. This terrifying sight was happening for real. The horror and dread of those watching it was incomparable. Even the three holy lands wouldn't be able to avoid this disaster. The area affected by the volcano eruptions had included the region of Mount Heaven Saint. And the three holy lands was located right at the core of this cluster of volcanoes. A calamity like this would have already flattened the entire Mount Heaven Saint. Then how many survivors could there be? I might have deployed the troops too early. I had not expected the extent of the destruction by these volcanoes to be this horrifying. The three holy lands at Mount Heaven Saint are definitely affected, but it couldn't be that easy on the strange races as well. It doesn't make sense if the volcano eruption only affects the Xian continent. The damages on the other side are definitely significant. And with the extent of the damages from the volcano eruptions, we will definitely not be able to go over. But they may not necessarily be able to come over either. Jun Moxie let out a sigh of relief. The casualties from this time might be greatly reduced. And the early arrival of him and Mei Shuiyan will be able to prevent unnecessary deaths. With the current balance of power, he had never been in the disadvantageous position. Even if they fell into a treacherous situation of having to fight on their own, it could also prevent any backstabbing from the three holy lands. Most of the time, a comrade that cannot be trusted is more dangerous than an enemy. If they really lost the forces of the three holy lands, despite being handicapped significantly, they also have less to worry about. Jun Moxie, who was still counting his lucky stars, suddenly noticed movement in the clouds before him. With a whoosh, a black dot shot out from the plumes of smoke and through the strong winds. Jun Moxie could already tell that black dot was a person. A person. In this world, in terms of cultivation, the 9 Nether first young master's disciple, Miao Qingcheng, was the highest. But he remained in seclusion due to the might of the heavenly tribulation. Aside from Miao Qingcheng, who else could be this powerful? Perhaps the 9 Nether 14th young master, but this person was obviously not him. And this person's strength was not necessarily weaker than the 9 Nether 14th young masters. In fact, he was even stronger. Since these two candidates were eliminated, there could only one person was left. The only possibility, Zhanluan Hui. Subsequently, 10 other figures came flying after that figure. These people were chasing with all their might. Even though there was a huge distance between them and it was impossible to make clear of their faces. The chilling air oozing from them could be felt clearly. It was as if those at the back caught the person in front and just spat at him or bit him once, they would die with no regrets. This was a great vengeance. The figures drew closer and in the blink of an eye, the first person's face could be discerned. Jun Moxie squinted his eyes and focused his vision. Zhanluan Hui. As expected, it is him. And Jun Moxie recognized the person giving chase. It was that senior from Heaven Saint Palace. The person leading the group was that boss from Heaven's Saint Palace, that old demon who had lived for 3,000 years, Gu Han. And Gu Han was the name he had for the past 3,000 years. 3,000 years before, he was called Wu Shan Yun. Right now, Gu Han had a chilly look on his face. Clearly, he was extremely infuriated. His clothes were torn and tattered, unlike when young Master Jun had first met him. He was obviously using some sort of suicidal method to increase his own speed to catch up with Zhan Luan Hui, who was fleeing away. Gu Han did not even consider about his own life anymore. This Zhan Luan Hui definitely had something to do with the collapse of the Pillar of Heaven's mountains. Otherwise, someone like Gu Han wouldn't be this furious. Zhan Luan Hui continued to bound ahead at high speed, not turning behind even once. Suddenly, Gu Han yelled. "Zhan Quan! Did you really think the Sikh cannot recognize you just because you have been fleeing? As the senior of the Xian continent. How could you be this insane to destroy the Pillar of Heaven's mountains? Dooming the Xian continent. You must die." This holler was like a thunderous clap, shaking the entire space tremendously. It continued to echo and reverberate, even causing a ripple in the air that vanished shortly after. Zhan Luan Hui remained deaf to everything, gaining speed as he continued to flee. "Zhan Quan! You can't run. Even if you can, where can the Zhan family hide? You've committed such a gargantuan crime. You are the enemy of the Xian continent." Gu Han roared angrily. "Stop right now. Atone for your crimes with your death before your ancestors. Otherwise, because of your actions, the entire Zhan family will be implicated." Yet Zhan Luan Hui began to fly even faster. Jun Moxie rolled his eyes. This Gu Han is too good at talking, telling someone to stop obediently and surrender, go back with you and atone for his mistakes with his death. It'll really be odd if the person doesn't run even faster after hearing you say this. They always say that one becomes wiser with age, but how could this old demon who had lived for at least 3,000 years say something this childish? In a flash, Zhan Luan Hui had already appeared within a 500 zhang radius of Jun Moxie. And the distance between him and Gu Han and the rest was also about the same. Jun Moxie made up his mind and a cold glint flashed in his eyes. He flipped in the air and the blood of yellow flame appeared in his hand. Zhan Luan Hui was feeling depressed as he ran like mad. He had sacrificed hundreds of experts from the Zhan family for his return this time, allowing him to recover half his strength. He had made this trip for a huge secret in the Heaven Saint Palace. The secret that allowed the misty illusory manor to function. His objective was simple. It was to bring some of that secret back and use it as a leverage for the Zhan family to completely crush the Miao family in the misty illusory manor, stepping into the leading position of the misty illusory manor. His objective was very simple. He had even made his plans to swing by the Tian Fa forest after he successfully obtained it from Heaven Saint Palace. Then annihilate that brazen lad. He had unintentionally made himself an enemy of the three holy lands in obtaining that secret, and that lad was also a thorn in the eyes of the three holy lands. He could resolve the grudge with the three holy lands by getting rid of that lad. As to that evil monarch? What young saint venerable expert? Before me, Zhan Luan Hui, you are mere dog's fart. But he had never expected to accidentally take too much of that miraculous stuff, causing the seal set by the 9 nether first young master to lose its balance and collapse suddenly. Zhan Luan Hui knew that he was in trouble and instantly fled. As long as he wasn't caught, there would be room for salvation. But he had never imagined that with such a huge incident, Gu Han and the rest were out for his blood. How could they let him leave? After an intense battle, Zhan Luan Hui finally managed to escape. But the Heaven Saint Palace continued to give pursuit. And would rather ruin themselves in the process than let it go like this. Zhan Luan Hui was still an experienced expert and was truly powerful. His knowledge, control, and use of his strength was something that Gu Han and the rest could not compare to. Even Gu Han could not close the distance between them despite using suicidal methods of increasing speed. The distance between them grew bigger and bigger. As long as I escape safely, then all is good. I'm Zhan Quang just because you said I'm Zhan Quang. As long as this daddy refuses to admit it, what can you lot do about me? Zhan Luan Hui knew that the matter this time was no small matter and already made up his mind to act shamelessly. Otherwise, this was a responsibility that even his master, Miao Qingcheng, could not bear. Then again, this incident had occurred in the Xian continent, and had nothing to do with misty illusory manor. The amount he had managed to obtain this time was considerable enough to last misty illusory manner 10,000 years. So what if the Xian continent fell into disaster? The mountain of mortals was right in front. After he passed this mountain, he would be able to enter the misty illusory manor anytime he wished. When that time comes, they cannot do anything about me. In the brief moment Jean Hui rejoiced in relief, he suddenly felt a chilling, murderous intent in the air about 100 zhang before him. This 100 zhang distance was chicken feet to Jean Hui, who was traveling at maximum speed. He had already entered an 80 zhang radius during the time he developed a thought. Just at this moment, the entire world darkened. A blinding, giant sword light came chopping down from above Jean Hui. At the same time, 18 spatial locks were tossed out in the entire region consecutively at high speed. The sword light was like a bolt of lightning, blinding the entire world. Even the scorching sun in the sky dulled in comparison to this blinding sword light. This sword light that appeared abruptly was so blindingly bright, it was like a lightning bolt in the night sky that connected the heavens and the earth. Jean Hui, who had been fleeing the entire time, was caught completely off guard by this. His entire field of vision was filled with this shocking sword light. This sword had arrived too abruptly, too out of the blue. No one had expected it or was prepared for it. Just a moment ago, he was filled with joy for his almost successful escape. The next moment, there was a forceful sword right before him. A strike this powerful will definitely decide his life or death. A moment of life and death. Jean Hui was shocked by the sight. But with his 10,000 years of experience, he quickly adapted. He let out a cry, maintaining his speed. But he suddenly altered the direction he was moving in, going upwards by at least 10 zhang altitude. The 18 spatial locks that Jun Moxie had set up earlier in hopes of hindering him did not have the slightest effect on Jean Hui. He simply broke through all of it. In the midst of the attack, he changed direction while maintaining his speed. As if he were completely unaffected. But thankfully, Jean Hui was not a god, so he wasn't really completely unaffected. In that moment he changed his direction, so did that flash of sword light. The end of it followed in suit. With an increase in its force. Jean Hui's face darkened and he finally came to a halt. He was confident of shaking this sword light off with his speed. But if he insisted on running away right now, he would suffer the sudden attack by the sword light. No matter how fast a person was, they could not be faster than the sword chi released by an expert of similar cultivation. Right now, although the person had yet to reveal himself, Jean Hui was clear that he had met a tough enemy. The person's control of his sword had already reached a terrifying level. Enough to be considered a grandmaster. Jean Hui clearly thought extremely highly of Jun Moxie. When facing an opponent like this, the more cowardly one felt, the more flaws it would create in his state of mind. So Jean Hui went from full speed to a complete stop mid-air and received that chilling sword light with both his palms, head on. That dazzling sword light shot forward like a rainbow. At high speed and full force. With a hong, both his palms clashed with the blinding sword light. Yet, things took another turn. The long sword let out a cry, suddenly turning in the air at high speed like a drill, piercing through Jean Hui's defenses, layer by layer. Within seconds, it had already reached his throat. Jean Hui only felt his throat turn cold. He couldn't help but break out in goosebumps from this drilling sword chi. He let out a cry and quickly moved backwards before flying 50 zhang up. He barely managed to escape death from that sword. After confirming his own safely, he realized he had broken out in a cold sweat. Thank goodness I did not underestimate the enemy earlier and kept a small portion of strength so that I could retreat in time. Otherwise, this body would have probably turned into a corpse from that just now. No, it may not even be a corpse, more like minced meat. For thousands of years, this was truly the first time Jean Hui had experienced something this dangerous. It was truly a moment of life and death. That sword cut across the skies again before charging back at him unrelentingly. But Jean Hui had already gathered all his Xian Qi in his body to strike. Through that brief exchange earlier, he could tell that the opponent was slightly inferior to himself. If he faced it head-on, there was still a chance of victory. It's a pity that it was not only that fiend-like divine sword that could affect the current situation. Because just at this moment, there was a whooshing of wind as a sinister, narrow black blade appeared before him, with endless resentment oozing out of it. An attack like this, an eerie feeling like this, how familiar was this to Jean Hui? Only those who came out of that place had this sort of attacks. The 9 Nether 14th Young Master. Zhan Luanhui was really taken aback this time. That divinely sword had caught him off guard and almost killed him, but through that brief exchange, Zhan Luanhui was sure that he has confidence in shaking the owner of the sword off. But the sudden intervention of the 14th young master left him completely without confidence. He waved his hand in a fluster, a shiny long sword appeared in his hand. Even when faced with the attack of all the experts of Heaven Saint Palace, Zhan Luanhui did not bring out his weapon to face the enemy. But right now, the moment the 9 Nether Frost blade appeared, Zhan Luanhui whipped out his sword. The attacks of the 9 14th young master weren't that easy to deal with. Zhan Luanhui had exchanged blows with one of the many 9 Nether young masters once. Even with his cultivation, he struggled to survive. So he was clear of how troublesome these lunatics were. Pa! Under the joint attack of the two swords, Zhan Luanhui was sent back over 10 zhang. Jun Moxie was shocked by Zhan Luanhui's sudden cry of 9 Nether 14th young master. N. The hell? It's this young master who attacked you. What does it have to do with that lunatic? But to young master Jun, this sort of pleasant misunderstanding. The more the better. Misunderstanding. The more severe it is, the better. If I don't manage to kill him today, let him go and fight it out with the 9 Nether 14th young master. Since that scoundrel is so free. And since he is so free, why doesn't he do something for the safety of the world? Since when was this young master this righteous? So Jun Moxie got more gleeful, continuing to attack while remaining concealed. The 9 Nether Frost blade was so versatile, sometimes, it was 10 9 Nether Frost blade that were sent attacking at the same time, leaving Zhan Luanhui helpless and howling. And there was the blood of yellow flame that could completely attack with its own conscience. Zhan Luanhui was instantly left keeping up his defenses with no strength to fight back. To fight back, you need the opponent and the target. Right now, there weren't any. And these two attacking styles were too bizarre. That even Zhan Luanhui with all his vast knowledge and experiences felt completely confused. What sort of attacking style is this? These two are clearly wielded by using sword control techniques, but how could it be this nimble? How could the sword move this naturally? The divine sword moves with such ease it were as if it was alive. And the 9 Nether Frost blade was even more odd. As if it was being wielded by someone. But there clearly isn't anyone else here. With the current situation, Zhan Luanhui's judgment was very accurate. All the signs pointed to an expert using the sword control technique from a distance, and his analysis of the situation was even more correct. The 9 Nether Frost blade was indeed being wielded by someone manually. It was just that Zhan Luanhui couldn't see its wielder, or at least, detect him. As for the blood of yellow flame, Jun Moxie had allowed the blood of yellow flame to determine its own attacks. Since it devoured the blood of several Saint Venerables, Jun Moxie had boldly refined the blood of yellow flame a few more times. Now an invincible sword, the blood of yellow flame began to behave flamboyantly. Flying and playing about in the Hongjun Pagoda on its own. And Jun Moxie had used the blood essence refining method recorded in the Hongjun Pagoda for the refinement this time, infusing all his awareness and sword skills and his memories into it. Does the man understand the sword, or does the sword understand the sword? This question found its answer here with Jun Moxie. This resulted in the blood of yellow flame surpassing its master, Jun Moxie, in terms of its cultivation. And this disparity was still growing. After all, young Master Jun had too many matters to see to. Seeing the fruit of all his painstaking labor showing off and flying about before him, occasionally displaying some brilliant swordplay that even he could not think of. Young Master Jun felt like hitting his head against the wall. Did I spin a cocoon around myself? The F***ck, being looked down upon by a sword, how depressing ah. Right now, the blood of yellow flame had the awareness of a 15-year-old youth. But its understanding and knowledge of the sword was incomparable to those old fogies who had been immersed in this path for thousands of years. Even if the Duga Chiu by one were here, he would lament under this sword. There is always someone outshining you at every turn. Since Chiu Bai exists, how could blood of the yellow flame be born? The strength of the blood of yellow flame was truly astounding, but it was extremely dependent on young Master Jun. It was like a child that had obtained incredulous strength and enjoyed showing it off before his closest kins. When young Master Jun was free, it would fly out on its own and circle young Master Jun. Circling was fine, but it just had to zip through between young Master Jun's legs, back and forth. Having a whale of a time. The blood of yellow flame was extremely elated, satisfied, and happy. But a certain someone was more depressed, and even worried. That place, is it a place for a divine weapon to be flying through? He could not even afford a small cut there. Young Master Jun had to forcefully use the sword chant to make this fellow go back in. Without this sword chant, young Master Jun would probably be scared into a state of impotence by this sword. A chilling breeze that blew under his crotch from time to time. Who could be unafraid of it? Which man would be able to endure such a feeling? There was no exception to this. So this time, Jun Moxie completely let the sword go on its own. He only infused a single thought into it. This fellow is a huge baddie. Do a good job and settle him. You will be rewarded heavily. You will be rewarded heavily. This was a huge temptation to Blood of Yellow Flame. And this fellow in front looks rather powerful. If I manage to devour all of his cultivation, then how much stronger will I grow? So this sword began attacking at Jun Moxie enthusiastically. Chopping, slicing, thrusting, stabbing away. There was some sort of pattern or routine to the sword move of a person, no matter how exquisite it was, but the sword techniques. This 10,000-year-old expert Jun Moxie had yet to figure it out. Jun Moxie placed all his focus on the person, wielding the sword, on that powerful opponent. He had never imagined that all these attacks were of the sword's own will and accord. Why did the 9 Nether 14th young master become this powerful now? Forget the 9 Nether Frost Blade, but this sword control is too divine, too fiendish. Jun Moxie used his sword rapidly to fend off the attacks. The more he fought, the more he felt that the world really changed at an alarming rate. To think that there is someone who can control 2 swords at the same time and use different strokes. And every single stroke was complicated and something he had never seen before. If this person was not battling against him and he was not in a pathetic state, Jun Moxie had the urge to exclaim in excitement. This level of sword technique was truly divine. It had reached a level of perfection. The use of the 9 Nether Frost Blade was exquisite, but there were still small flaws that could be captured. But those strokes used by that divine sword left Jun Moxie completely dazzled and stunned. To think that someone was able to deliver 1,000 blows in the snap of a finger. And every single blow was ruthless, quick, and vicious. And at a different place. One moment it was at the head, and the next, it was the foot. Striking at the chest from the front, and the next one was from the back. One moment, its attack was mighty like an explosion of thunder, the next moment, it was gentle like the leaves swaying in the breeze. The most terrifying thing was that all the attacks were equally balanced. What sort of detailed and precise control it required? What sort of monster is using this sword? Jun Moxie was about to cry for his mother. This attacking style and level of control was too freakish. This went beyond logic. Not to mention the level of dexterity, Jun Xie, and strength of the wrists and arms it required to deliver these sword strokes. Just on how was it constantly attacking and changing directions, it was enough to make even an expert like Jun Moxie suffer the devil's bite numerous times. But these series of attack continued to rain down seamlessly, relentlessly. As if the person wielding the sword knew no exhaustion and did not use any strength, or perhaps, was just taking his body as a joke. Could it be that the 9 Nether 14th young master had already reached such a godly state? In such a short period of time, Jun Moxie had been stabbed more than 100 times. But his body was strengthened to be unharmed even by heavenly tribulation, thousands of times stronger than iron. Even the blood of yellow flame could not pierce through it if Jun Moxie put on his full defenses. Otherwise, this body of Jun Moxie would have already turned into mincemeat. But these were still significant strains. Jun Moxie had been through countless of battles. But there had never been one that left him as pathetic as this. But he just couldn't vent his anger. Because his fury had no target. He had no idea where the enemy was. There had been a few times where he was 100% sure that the enemy was right behind that sword. But when he struck with all his might, it all hit air. And the moment Jun Xie was used for his defenses, he could not accelerate his speed at the same time. Ultimately trapping him where he is. Not only was he not able to advance, he was sent back by the opponent's attacks. Jun Moxie's clothes were completely torn and tattered, barely covering his body. Everything that should have been covered had already been exposed. But to be fair, the blood of yellow flame enjoyed swinging through a certain place, and that place was a vital part of the human body, so it paid extra attention to that area. But it had to be admitted that Jun Moxie was truly impressive for an old demon. That place was extremely difficult for cultivating Xian Qi, but it was solidly protected by that old man. Even the blood of yellow flame could not harm it. The 9 Nether 14th young master. You claim to be the #1 expert in the world. Come up and fight this old man fair and square if you have the balls. What sort of hero are you? Using this sort of shady and despicable methods. Don't tell me that the 9 Nethers only know these despicable methods. Are you not ashamed of bringing the reputation of ancestor first young master down? Jean Luanhui hollered loudly, his hair in disarray. Had it been any other time, Jean Luanhui wouldn't be afraid. Both parties would use up strength in a battle. Even though he was using a large amount of Xian Qi to defend himself, the other party may just be using up a large amount of strength to attack. Furthermore, with such a bizarre attacking pattern, it would further drain the body and mind. Jean Luanhui was confident that no one would be able to last longer than himself. Even though he wasn't afraid of this battle, there were a bunch of pursuers behind that were determined to stake their lives. If he didn't quickly get out of this predicament, it'd really be difficult if he wanted to escape when they caught up. Jun Moxie, who had concealed himself, was feeling so pleased he almost cheered. But he mimicked the 9 Nether 14th young master's voice and let out an eerie scoff. It was really similar. Like a chilling gust of wind that was blown out of the 9 Nethers, like the sigh of a soul. Then, Jun Moxie said eerily, "Are you even worthy? You cannot even find where this seat is, how are you worthy of fighting me face to face?" If he didn't speak, Jean Luanhui may not be that angry. But young Master Jun just had to scoff. And this scoff had made Jean Luanhui more certain of his identity. Thus, Jean Luanhui was even more furious. He flew into uncontrollable rage. Had he only scoffed, it was still not a big deal. But after he scoffed, he dared to question, "Are you even worthy?" This sentence drove Jean Luanhui mad with anger. What sort of status did Jean Luanhui have? In the entire Xian continent, aside from Miao Qingcheng who was hidden underground, there was no one else who was more senior than him. Aside from Miao Qingcheng, just in terms of Xian cultivation, Jean Luanhui truly stood at the top of the whole Xian continent. And since Miao Qingcheng was unable to resurface in this world, Jean Luanhui was the existence that stood at the peak. The 9 Nether 14th young master may be known as #1 in the world, but he had never entered Jean Luanhui's eyes. This sort of status and strength, but being told, "Are you even worthy?" in such a condescending manner. Jean Luanhui roared angrily. So angrily that he almost vomited blood. He let out a furious roar, 10,000 beams of chilling light shot from his sword as he struck back at full force. The battle between them got more intense. But not much time had passed because their speed had already gone beyond the levels of ordinary people. It was just that with this delay, the situation became more unfavorable for Jean Luanhui. The experts of Heaven Saint Palace had already caught up. Gu Han caught up heatedly, only to find out that someone had managed to stall Jean Luanhui here, with his strength alone. He couldn't help but feel shocked and found it unbelievable. What sort of figure was Jean Luanhui? This was something everyone who had just exchanged blows with him was clear about. Although they were disgusted by Jean Luanhui's character, they were all convinced by his cultivation. Back when Gu Han and the rest joined forces, they could only defeat him and not kill him. A force of over 30 Saint Emperor experts, 10 Saint Venerables, and 4 Saint Monarchs couldn't even injure him badly. What more, stop him from escaping. But right now, before their eyes, there was someone, with their strength alone, holding Jean Luanhui back. And even forcing him into a disadvantage of not being able to fight back. And at the same time he did all this, he did not even reveal himself. What sort of powerful capabilities does this person have? When everyone detected the 9 Nether Frost Blade and heard that furious roar from Jean Luanhui, a perplexed look filled everyone's eyes. This person was the 9 Nether 14th young master. This lunatic. To think that the 9 Nether 14th young master was this powerful. But, he had no animosity with Jean Luanhui. So why would he try to stop an expert like Jean Luanhui? He was doing his enemy a huge favor. Gu Han felt even more confused, but he also knew that now was not the time to consider this. Jean Luanhui had destroyed the restriction and caused the Pillar of Heaven's mountains to completely collapse. And even triggered the cluster eruption of all the volcanoes. The 10,000 years of 3 Holy Lands' hard work were all destroyed. And the most terrifying consequence was that there was nothing that inhibited the strange races from invading. Everything was destroyed thanks to Jean Luanhui's outrageous act. Many people died in the ongoing war between Jun Moxie, but it was not as bad as what Zhanluan had done to them. More than half of the members of the three holy lands had all died in this disaster. The entire beautiful palace of the elusive world of immortals turned into a sea of lava. Aside from the 400 men that managed to escape under Mo Wu Dao's lead, no one else managed to survive. It was not any better for the illusory Blood Sea. They were completely crushed by the pillar of heaven's mountains that came crashing down. Under the protection of numerous experts, Huyen Ao Bo managed to make it out alive. But only 500 others made it out along with him. Of which, many of them were heavily injured, and were in a worse state than the elusive world of immortals. All those 10,000 members of the other extended families of these two holy lands did not manage to escape. Old, young, men, women, all of them turned into ashes. And there were even more experts who died in this disaster because they were trying to save their own descendants. The Supreme Golden City was located slightly further and was more fortunate, but still sustained smaller losses. There was not too much damage to their forces, more than 2,000 experts managed to escape. Hard work of 10,000 years. Ruined in an instant. 10,000s of experts dying in vain. Even 2 Saint Emperors from the Heaven Saint Palace died in this freak disaster. All their spirit herbs were destroyed. 10,000 years of accumulation going up in smoke. The sacred lotus pond was also destroyed. What sort of disastrous loss was this? They often said that it was good as long as they were alive, but all the objects from the Heaven Saint Palace and 3 holy lands were even more priceless than the individuals. And this accident just had to happen a month before the war for seizing the heavens. This was literally announcing the death of the whole Xian continent. All the 10 billion lives of Xian continent were completely left exposed to the bloody butcher knives of the strange races. And the 3 holy lands had been weakened by 80% of their strength before this great battle. And that natural protection that obstructed both lands had turned into a pile of rubble. All of this, caused by Zhanluan. This level of enmity was so great that they could not exist under the same sky. It was a bloody vengeance that would never be resolved for eternity. The hearts of everyone from the 3 holy lands were dripping with blood. Even if they had to chase him to the Yellow Springs, Gu Han and the rest would not let Zhanluan off. Zhan Quan. This main cause of disaster. Gu Han waved his hand and all the experts from Heaven Saint Palace instantly formed a circle, surrounding the duo that were battling. Everyone looked at Zhanluan with a crazed hatred in their eyes. But this battle that was happening before them attracted all of their attention. A battle between 1 person and 3 swords. Or rather to say, 1 person was wielding his sword to fight against 2 other swords. To be more accurate, against a bunch of swords. Zhanluan danced about in the air, his hair a mess and himself practically naked. Yelling loudly as his sword light flashed about like lightning and rain. Behind him, left and right, that sword flew about, occasionally unleashing a rain of swords, attacking Zhanluan in a frenzy. And there was also a black, narrow 9-nether frost blade that appeared out of the void from time to time. And every single strike was aimed at the weakest spot of Zhanluan's defenses. From start to end, they did not see the person wielding it. But these 2 swords were clearly being controlled by someone hidden. And it was someone who was extremely skilled. A miraculous level of sword control technique. Watching that constantly transforming attacks, that excellent control, Gu Han and the rest couldn't help but feel ashamed that they were inferior. And every single strike from that divine sword, every single turn and block was extremely profound. An overbearing attack that no one was able to bear. Including Zhanluan. Even if he was an existence that stood at the peak of this world. Everyone watched the battle unfold silently and anxiously. If not for Zhanluan's shocking level of defense, he would have already been defeated and killed. In a situation like this, if one of his defenses missed, he'd instantly be crushed. But the situation was not favorable. The 9-nether 14th young master that was controlling in the dark was undeniably strong, but he also had its flaws. His skills were not as deep as Zhanluan. He may not be the winner from this battle of endurance. Even though he was in the advantageous position currently. This battle was full of dominance. Both Zhanluan and that sword had an air of condescendence. And their aura already made this clear. Do not intervene. No one must intervene. Anyone who intervened would definitely become the enemy of both parties. And in fact, in a battle like this, there was no room for a third party to intervene. Zhanluan feeling fearful of the joint attack from everyone was still understandable. But why did that divine sword also exude such a hostile aura? Right now, If everyone joined in to get rid of Zhan Luanhui, it would all end well. And there will only be lesser unexpected situations and was the easiest method to resolve it. Dragging the battle out will only give birth to more unexpected situations. But no one dared to recklessly intervene when facing that powerful divine sword. Intervening meant that they were looking down on the owner of the sword. Offending this grandmaster. But a certain grandmaster Jun Moxie was so angry his lungs were about to explode. Jun Moxie had never been one who followed the rules of the pugilistic world. As long as it defeated the enemy, that was the best method he acknowledged. So all sorts of unscrupulous methods like poisoning or scheming was no big deal to him. If the blood of Yellow Flame was in his own hands right now, young Master Jun would have yelled, "Everyone! Let's go! Chop this old scoundrel up!" But right now, the blood of Yellow Flame was acting on his own will. Although it was a lot stronger compared to when Jun Moxie was wielding it, this fellow was still extremely prideful and started to talk about some sort of nobleman manners, and fighting fairly. And was even excited, as if he had spotted a prey. And was even rejecting the 9 nether frost blade in Jun Moxie's hand. And the most infuriating thing was that this fellow insisted on settling Zhan Luanhui on its own. Scared that he didn't get to devour everything alone. Brother, this is war. What sort of heroic quality are you trying to display? You're the only one present here that is capable of sucking the strength of Xian cultivators. Jun Moxie glared angrily. If he wasn't worried about exposing his identity, he would have yelled out already. He decided, after this battle, I'll definitely teach the blood of Yellow Flame a good lesson. Let him learn it well. Screwing up at a crucial time like this, insisting to act on your own. Jun Moxie took in a deep breath. Young Master Jun was clear that this was caused by himself. In the records of the Hongjun Pagoda, it was written that, the blade is the emperor of weapons. The sword is the lord of weapons. An imposing magnanimity is the sword of a nobleman. The model of grandeur is truly odd. Never taking risks and doing treacherous work. Of all the 10,000 weapons in the world, only the sword can be considered a nobleman. The sword of a nobleman only cares about his pride. Proud and aloof, looking down at the world, the emperors of swords. When the sword is brandished, it is imposing. Treacherous tricks may work momentarily, but it will not allow you to lord for eternity. Always remember this. It was the meaning behind this discussion of noblemen amongst swords that the blood of Yellow Flame had completely digested. And was putting into effect. Which was what led to the blood of Yellow Flame acting selfishly on its own in this battle. Zhan Luanhui let out a loud cry and suddenly soared. Ignoring the daunting attacks from the swords. Rising upwards. The blood of Yellow Flame instantly slashed him 7 times. Blood barely spurted out when the wounds healed on their own. Jun Moxie's 9 nether frost blade also stabbed him thrice in this instance. At his forehead, heart and dantian. But they were only 3 centimeters deep when they were sent flying back out. Then his skin also healed back to before. Zhan Luanhui shot 100 zhang into the skies and roared into the heavens. His black hair exploded about. He stood stationarily in the air, looking at the 2 swords that were charging at him. Very well. 9 nether 14th young master. You have successfully pissed me off this time. For 10,000s of years, there has never been anyone who had left this old man looking this pathetic. You should be proud of this achievement. Even if you die today, it is not in vain of your reputation as the #1 expert in the Xian continent for so many years. Zhan Luanhui's pitch-black hair floated in the air, like seaweed in the ocean had been tossed into a tempest. His face remained cold and expressionless, but there was a chilling aura oozing from his body. Only a few tattered pieces of cloth hung on his body. He should be looking extremely pathetic, but right now, Zhan Luanhui had an imposing air around him, as if he were a god that had descended upon the mortal realm. And this divine aura filled the air within the blink of an eye. And the entire air was filled by this tyrannical aura. Since you want to push me so far, insist on making an enemy, then this old man shall let you have a taste of what it means for there to be a sky above a sky, a man above a man. Zhan Yishao laughed coldly and suddenly turned. A tornado formed at his foot, like a dragon that came charging out from underground, sucking in everything in its path. As the tornado blew, a bluish aura exploded from Zhan Luanhui's body. And there were 10,000 silhouettes of Zhan Luanhui appearing at the same time. It is the heaven-mad battle dragon. Hurry up and retreat. Gu Han's face changed as he yelled quickly. Heaven-mad battle dragon was the skill that made Zhan Luanhui famous when he was still Zhan Quan. The might of this attack was incomparable. Zhan Luanhui had used this attack against one of the 9 nether young masters and gained the upper hand. He could allow countless of spatial cracks to appear at wherever he unleashed this attack. The moment one was hit, no matter which spatial crack they fell into, they could never make it back. Even an existence who was stronger than Zhan Luanhui will suffer if he met this attack. Back then, this attack of Zhan Quan was listed as one of the tabooed arts. And it was also Zhan Quan's ultimate sure-kill move. The 9 nether 14th young master that was fighting against Zhan Luanhui was undoubtedly the enemy of the 3 holy lands, but it was because of his intervention that everyone else from Heaven Saint Palace could surround Zhan Luanhui. The Heaven Saint Palace owed him a huge favor on this. So Gu Han couldn't sit and watch. But the giant hurricane that was formed by Zhan Luanhui suddenly exploded. And countless sparks flew due to the explosion. The impact of it caused countless of spatial cracks that covered the skies. All reeking with the odor of death and destruction. At the same time, the countless silhouettes of Zhan Luanhui began attacking from every single possible direction. And it covered a huge range. The 100-zhan radius of where the blood of yellow flame and 9 nether frost blade appeared. Zhan Luanhui's goal was simple. Anyone within this range will not be able to escape from his wave of attacks. No one will be able to control his sword this nimbly from 100-zhan away. Even Miao Qing Cheng is incapable of this. If someone is really able to do this, then that person is no human. But a god. As long as he was still human, he would never be able to escape this barrage of attacks from Zhan Luanhui. And the moment he found his target, no matter how well hidden he would be the focus of all the attacks. A loud explosion rang out. Countless gusts of qi fired about in a frenzy. Even Gu Han and the rest who had formed a circle were sent flying and scattered by this powerful blast. And those 2 swords had completely vanished at that moment. Zhan Yishao continued to stand in the central position, sending his spirit senses out to scan the surroundings. He couldn't help but let out a smirk. A satisfied grin of someone who had complete victory. The attack this time had accomplished its expected goal. Although it was not enough to completely annihilate the 9 nether 14th young master, it had temporarily stopped those 2 bizarre swords. It had also broken the net that Heaven Saint Palace had formed, so there were even greater hopes of his own escape. As long as he escaped, nothing was a problem. The tornado that had formed due to the mad heaven battle dragon continued to shred away at the air before slowly returning into a small, faint grayish twister beside Zhan Luanhui. But Zhan Luanhui's body remained clear and distinct as he stood in the void. He looked endlessly pathetic without any clothing covering his body, but there was endless dominance and arrogance exuding from him. His eyes scanned Gu Han and the rest emotionlessly. He didn't say a single word. It was only now that, all those pitch-black spatial cracks caused by the heaven-mad battle dragon slowly began to close. Returning back to how it was. This heaven-mad battle dragon had completely blocked the entire world earlier. It was truly one of the legendary, godly skills. Gu Han and the rest from Heaven Saint Palace had a discouraged look on their faces. They had all heard of how impressive the legendary Zhan Quan was, but they had never expected him to be this powerful. Zhan Luanhui's strength was already enough to shock the entire world and its history. If Zhan Quan had used this heaven-mad battle dragon against them, everyone would definitely fall into the cracks of space. With a maximum of only 2 or 3 who would manage to escape. Otherwise, it was more likely for all of them to be completely wiped out. And that apathetic look Zhan Luanhui had shot them earlier, even though he did not say a single word, the warning behind it was clear. With all their strength combined, they couldn't do anything to this great enemy. Zhan Luanhui clearly had enough energy to unleash the heaven-mad battle dragon again. Even the 9 nether 14th young master that had managed to suppress Zhan Luanhui on his own was completely gone now. Those 2 dazzling swords too. Against such a great enemy, how could they fight against him? Even if they intended to fight to their deaths, it was useless. From far away, the volcanoes continued to erupt. The terrifying consequences caused by Zhan Luanhui was still ongoing. But everyone felt completely powerless when facing Zhan Luanhui. Zhan Luanhui cackled coldly and continued to advance slowly, with his hands behind his back. Gu Han's body jerked. A burning look in his eyes. That was a look of determination. To fight till his death. That cold laughter of Zhan Luanhui had sent all his blood boiling. Kill. Even if we have to perish with this demon. We must not let him off like this. Gu Han roared hysterically, raising his fist. Kill! A loud cry rang out. 50 top experts went charging at Zhang Luanhui. Zhang Luanhui continued to laugh coldly. He spread both his hands, and a pitch-black ball of light began to form in his palms. He threw his head back and exclaimed with a sinister look in his eyes. Since the three holy lands insists on digging your own graves, then I shall fulfill your wishes. Since all your descendants have also perished in this disaster, I shall send you all to be reunited with them. Ha ha ha. He was just about to strike, when something unexpected happened again. There was a flash of sword light. It was that dazzling sword from earlier. This sword flew out with no intentions of turning back. With a stunning grandeur and great determination, it stabbed Zhang Luanhui's chest with the force of a lightning bolt. And at the same time, scattering that ball of light on his palms. Zhang Luanhui let out a loud roar. But this sword did not stop, continuing to push forward with tremendous force. In this moment, Zhang Luanhui had gathered all his Xian Qi in his chest. That sword was only 3 inches deep when it met with resistance from the Xian Qi, unable to go deeper into the body. But Zhang Luanhui's body was also unable to endure this overwhelming force. His body arched as his entire back protruded out. His head and feet were touching. He stumbled backwards rapidly under the impact of this tyrannical sword. In the air, the sword continued to push his body backwards at high speed. Both the sword and Zhang Luanhui's body were shooting out bright beams of light. Pa! One of the experts from Heaven Saint Palace behind Zhang Luanhui turned into shreds in the air with this explosion. His sword also turned into metal shavings that scattered in the sky. A situation where he had no strength to withstand but turned into a weapon that he could use to kill his enemies. Zhang Luanhui's skills had really reached an incomprehensible level. Zhang Luanhui let out a roar that shakes the heavens. He wanted to stop his body that was sent backwards at high speed, but he was midair and could only prevent his body from being pierced through by this demon-like sword. He couldn't withstand the overwhelming force from the opponent. A glint appeared in Gu Han's eye. Not minding that one of his comrades had died a tragic death, he brought up his sword and stabbed it into Zhang Luanhui's chest with a loud holler. He wasn't hoping to kill the enemy, but he was hoping to push him back. At this moment, Gu Han already understood what this 14th young master intended to do. With Zhang Luanhui's profound skills, he was already at a level where he could not be killed by force. There must be some other way to kill him. And currently, if they wanted Zhang Luanhui to die, the only way was to push this scumbag into the volcano. The volcano erupted because of you, Zhang Luanhui. Then let you, Zhang Luanhui, be sent to your death by the volcano. Zhang Luanhui was first pushed by two tremendous forces as he drew closer to the mouth of the volcano. He did not have a free hand to strike back. The two swords stuck in his chest were like two rockets, pushing Zhang Luanhui back with great force. He flew backwards rapidly, like a bolt of lightning, like a falling meteor. And he was pushed closer and closer to the mouth of the volcano. Gu Han used all his strength, channeling all of his Xian Qi onto his sword to accelerate the force. The edges of his robes were beginning to smoke. But he still had a determined look in his eyes. His hatred was evident. Even if he had to die with this wretched existence that brought harm to the world, Gu Han had no regrets. Zhang Luanhui could distinctly feel that smoldering heat drawing closer to this back. He let out a furious roar. He was infuriated. But there was nothing he could do about it. Jun Moxie gritted his teeth, his hands on the blood of yellow flame, pushing forward with tremendous force. This bastardly old thing had already eaten almost 1,000 hits from Jun Moxie, but Jun Moxie was not strong enough. He couldn't kill him. Right now, this was the only way to kill him. In the Hongjun Pagoda, Mei Shuiyan repeatedly ran to build up momentum before sending herself flying forward, knocking against Jun Moxie's back with all her might. By doing this repeatedly, with every impact, Jun Moxie would be able to accelerate the pushing. Whoosh! There was a sharp whistle as a Saint Venerable from Heaven Saint Palace sent himself flying forward like a cannonball, hammering heavily against Gu Han's back, sending Gu Han forward more rapidly. What they were doing were similar to what Mei Shuiyan was doing, but there was an essential difference. Mei Shuiyan was the only person in this world who understood Jun Moxie's cultivation the best. She had already calculated how much strength she should use when using the impact of her knocking to aid Jun Moxie, so as to not bring too much strain to him. And young Master Jun had undergone the transformations by the Hongjun Pagoda. His body was strong and well-versed in various ways of fighting, so he didn't suffer any injuries even though he was repeatedly knocked against. But it was different for Gu Han. Gu Han had channeled all of his strength onto his sword. His Xian Qi protection was at its lowest. And that expert from Heaven Saint Palace behind had came cannonballing at full force. Even though it had increased the force tremendously, it also resulted in Gu Han sustaining more injuries. The burden on his body was growing. But Gu Han spat out a mouthful of bloody, gritted his teeth and yelled, again. Gu Han hated Zhan Luanhui to the core. This fiend had to be eradicated, be it for the world or for himself. He had already made up his mind to perish together. Even though his injuries were worsening, he did not consider his own safety and asked for more force. With the repeated impacts, Zhan Luanhui was only 200 zhang away from the nearest volcano. A distance like this was essentially the central position of an erupting volcano. Gu Han's clothes have already turned into ashes. His hair also began to curl and smoke, before completely turning into ashes. Zhan Luanhui let out a crazed roar, blood spurting out of his mouth. He had clearly used some sort of self-harming secret technique to constantly increase his strength, resisting with great might, hoping to break free of his predicament. Under his powerful resistance, they drew closer and closer to the mouth of the volcano. But they were slowing down. If it continued like this, there was a chance that Zhan Luanhui might be able to escape right before they entered the volcano. It may be 1,000 degrees there, but with Zhan Luanhui's deep cultivation, he will still be able to escape. They're getting closer now. An anxious look appeared on Jun Moxie's face. A look of anger and grief was on Gu Han's face. The both of them, and Mei Shuiyan who was in the Hongjun Pagoda, were already using their full power. Right now, they had already entered a restricted zone. Those behind could not aid them anymore. If they want to forcefully help, they would only be throwing their life away. Because this was too near to the mouth of the volcano already. Recklessly intervening was not helping. They'd only be throwing their life away. 10 zhang left. There were only 10 zhang left. The scorching magma was right before their eyes. It was still shooting up towards the skies angrily. There were already countless of burning red rocks that were flying about, and landing continuously on Gu Han and Zhan Luanhui's bodies. The skin on Gu Han's body was already wrinkling, and smoke was appearing from them. But Zhan Luanhui had completely came to a halt. He slowly raised his head, the corners of his lips curled, into a sinister grin. Even though smoke was coming out from his back. His entire body was practically blistering from the boiling hot lava. But he had finally stopped himself from moving back. There were only 10 zhang left. Had it been any other time, a sky xian, or even an earth xian could easily overcome it. But right now, it had become a distance that was impossible to get past. Behind, the experts from Heaven Saint Palace who had been chasing after them also noticed this. Instantly, someone leapt out. Everyone was raging. Just like Gu Han, they wanted Zhan Luanhui to die. For this goal, they were willing to pay whatever price was needed. Including their own life. One person hollered, everyone. Stop fighting. All of you stop. Let me do it. He didn't wait for a response. He leapt into the air, stretching his legs out. Hurry. He yelled. A look of anguish appeared on everyone's faces as tears streamed down their faces. But now was not the time to be emotional. All of them present had lived for thousands of years, how could they not be aware that this was a critical moment? Any small delay, it could just be in the blink of an eye and the entire situation might just change. With no time to grieve, everyone let out a furious roar with tears in their eyes. They channeled all their strength and releasing it at the same time, all striking at the feet of this person. At the same time, this Saint Venerable kicked his foot backwards with great force. Borrowing the combined strength of everyone, with colossal energy, he ricocheted like a cannonball. Because of the heat of this place, and the friction between him moving at high speed in the air, his entire body began to burn. Turning him into a fireball. At that moment where Zhan Luanhui's sinister grin barely had the time to change to a look of shock, that person's body, with strong wind and flames, and already smashed against his with a loud bang. This Saint Venerable gathered all his strength to lock his grip on Zhan Luanhui. Clinging onto his body. With a bang, this tremendous impact brought these two through that last 10 zhang and straight into the boiling lava. Along with Zhan Luanhui's cry of objection. Fourth brother Gu Han let out a cry, feeling as if his heart was being cut up. And both Jun Moxie and Gu Han were still releasing their greatest strength. With the disappearance of Zhan Luanhui, both of them had suddenly lost the opposing force from the front, and couldn't help but fall forward towards the smoking mouth of the volcano. From the looks of it, they were about to perish along with him. Gu Han closed his eyes, a content smile on his face. Dying like this, even though there were still some regrets, it was good enough. Behind, everyone let out cries of shock. Before the blinding heat from the volcano, there was a flash and Gu Han vanished from sight. The entire world turned silent. Everyone's hearts were filled with anguish and agony. Zhan Luanhui may have died, but they had also lost Gu Han, and that 14th young master, who never showed himself, also seemed to have died here. Suddenly, there was a pained howl, a human figure, covered with red, scorching lava flying out from the volcano at high speed. With a pained screech, it flipped and rolled down from the other side of the volcano. And vanished. Zhan Luanhui. He had clearly fallen into the volcano just now. Right now, he still had the strength to leap out. Zhan Luanhui, at the moment of life and death, sacrificed burning his soul to release the seal that he had placed on himself 1,000 years ago. Within seconds, he returned back to the peak of his cultivation. And finally escaped from the volcano. But his physical body was already destroyed. Zhan Quang's reincarnated soul did not get destroyed, but Zhan Luanhui's body could no longer be used. Zhan Luanhui had sealed his soul in fear that his current body was unable to bear the might and power of his soul and explode. But now, he no longer had a choice. If he didn't break the seal, he'll die. So he chose to release the seal. Releasing the original spirit that belonged to Zhan Quang. And managed to escape from this treacherous volcano. Even then, Zhan Luanhui had sustained great losses in this battle. Not only did his physical body get destroyed, his spirit was half destroyed. Whether he really managed to survive remained to be seen. In the moment everyone was shocked, they saw another figure flying from the volcano. Towards themselves. When it came closer, to their joy, they realized it was Gu Han. Not only did the doomed Gu Han not die, there was not much damage to his body. Because Jun Moxie did not reveal himself, the high temperature of the volcano did not have much effect on him. So at the last moment, young Master Jun grabbed Gu Han and threw him into the Hongjun Pagoda. The young Master Jun still had some sentiment for Gu Han. Gu Han had already acknowledged his fate, and closed his eyes to await his death. He had already fulfilled his wish, and he did not have too many regrets. But at the moment the blazing temperature was about to hit him, all of the heat disappeared, as if he had entered a fascinating place. He couldn't help but feel shocked. He was about to open his eyes but he was already tossed out. When he finally opened his eyes again, he realized that he was surrounded by everyone from Heaven's Saint Palace and a distance away from the volcano. He narrowly escaped death. In fact, at the moment Zhan Luanhui appeared from the volcano, Jun Moxie already went flying after him. This battle against Zhan Luanhui had given Jun Moxie too many warnings. To think that there was really an expert who could not be killed in this world. With the invincible sharpness of the blood of yellow flame after all that refining, it was still unable to shred the protection on his body. And this body was a body that Zhan Luanhui had taken over. And not his original body. Then. If he truly returns to his peak form, how terrifying will he become? This time, they had managed to achieve this outcome simply because he was intercepted by Jun Moxie while being anxious about fleeing. And they ultimately obtained victory with the full support from everyone from Heaven's Saint Palace, staking their lives and everything. And the selfless attacks by Gu Han and the rest. And the full support of Mei Shuiyan in the Hongjun Pagoda. And someone like Zhan Luanhui, for the sake of making the Zhan family monopolize misty illusory manner, was willing to subject the common lives of Xian continent to chaos. Someone this ambitious was undoubtedly a huge disaster if he continued to be allowed to live in this world. If this person really intended to make the evil monarch manor an enemy, aside from Jun Moxie himself, no one else in the enormous evil monarch manor would be able to escape from his pursuit. Even the magma of the volcano was not enough to kill him. To be able to come leaping out again. That was King terrifying. And right now, the evil monarch manor had already thoroughly offended the Zhan family. Zhan Luanhui, this indomitable existence undoubtedly became a significant factor that determined the outcome of these two families. After witnessing Zhan Luanhui's frightening prowess, Jun Moxie was sure of one thing: if Zhan Luanhui is not dead, he will never be able to rest or eat in peace. Right now, he had sustained severe injuries, and his soul was about to perish. This was a golden opportunity bestowed by heaven. Take his life while he is weak. He flew over the mouth of the volcano with a whoosh, rushing over to where Jun Hui had fallen earlier. It was a sea of magma below. It was the central region of 6 erupted volcanoes. This was originally a basin, but right now, it was completely filled with magma. Jun Moxie searched around the volcanoes for a long time before finally finding Jun Hui's corpse in one of them. This sudden calamity had already killed 10,000s of people. It was naturally difficult to determine how many corpses had been submerged by magma. But how was it possible to determine that this corpse belonged to Jun Hui? It was simple. In this giant sea of magma, the only skeleton that remained was this one. Only a psycho like Jun Hui, a 10,000-year-old monster, would have a body that was able to withstand the destruction by the magma even after his spirit left the skeleton. At least, until Jun Moxie found it. When Jun Moxie found it, he risked no delays and stabbed the blood of yellow flame into this skeleton, which was filled with lava on the inside. The blood of yellow flame let out a disappointed whine, flying up listlessly. Jun Moxie sighed. There was no mistaking the body, but the spirit had already fled. This corpse was just an empty shell. Even if it was tossed away, aside from rotting away, it had no use at all. Jun Hui, no, Jun Hui's spirit had already fled a long time ago. With this escape, he would definitely be even harder to find. Who knew which person's body the old demon would force his soul into? After a saint emperor died, there was a chance of a spirit seed appearing. For a saint venerable, their state of mind would become a holy infant. These two forms were unable to directly take over another person's body. They could only choose to possess the body of a newborn infant. But Jun Hui was a powerful spirit that had already surpassed all the experts of this world. He had already gone past those 2 levels of cultivation, so he could go straight into taking over someone's body. And this soul could retain extraordinary strength. It wouldn't be long when his strength grew exponentially. If the body he took over was fairly good, he even had the chance to make a comeback and rise back to stand at the peak. Jun Moxie let out a long sigh. Such a golden opportunity, with such an advantageous situation, but he was still unable to completely eradicate this frightening opponent. It was truly regrettable. But since things had already come to this, there was nothing that can be done about it. It had already vanished in that endless sea of lava. The surviving experts from the 3 holy lands exchanged looks, all of them had a look of surprise and worry on their faces. The delightful thing was, Jun Hui, this seemingly invincible, undefeatable opponent, died just like this. Their worry was, the 3 holy lands had been completely wiped out, so how would they deal with the war for seizing the heavens? There was also not much meaning in the war for seizing the heavens anymore. Because the pillar of heaven's mountains had already collapsed, the natural barrier was already gone. The strange races could enter the Xian continent freely. With the strange race's personality, could they really hope that they would keep to their promise and partake in the war for seizing the heavens? Were they all going to become the greatest sinners in history? After rejoicing in their victory, they all looked blankly at the volcanoes that were spewing lava endlessly. All their thoughts were in a whirl. Just at this moment, a figure flashed before them. A youth donned in white appeared before all of them. Chu Wuhui narrowed his eyes, Jun Moxie. Everyone also instantly recognized his brazen youth who had fought with them back in Mount Heaven Saint. Everyone sure has great memory. Jun Moxie blatantly praised. Then his face turned serious. Can someone tell me, what happened here? Why did the pillar of heaven's mountains become like this? Then he pointed to the surrounding volcanoes. Isn't it all because of that cursed, bastardly thing Jun Hui? Cheng Yinxiao sighed. Then he rolled his eyes and said. You really came at such a coincidental timing. We just finished battling Jun Hui, then you popped out. Have you been watching from the sides? Was the battle exciting? Everyone's faces turned dark upon hearing what Cheng Yinxiao said. Everyone was clear of how treacherous the battle earlier was. Jun Moxie had appeared at such a coincidental timing. There is no way it was by chance. The battle earlier was earth-shaking. Even if Jun Moxie really was rushing on his way, the moment he detected that shocking prowess, he will definitely hurry to reach and understand the situation. There is no way he will come late. Could it be that this lad was sitting on the side and watching us fight it out? Hoping that both sides will sustain severe injuries so he can reap the benefits. Jun Moxie clicked his tongue and said coldly, watch from the sides. Exciting? This seed originally wanted to watch from the sides, but this show you've put up was not exciting at all, so I could only go up the stage myself. If not for this seat's exciting performance, Jun Moxie would have escaped, and all of you would have already died in that volcano. Jun Moxie let out a cold chuckle, and with a flip of his wrist, a dazzling longsword covered in cold flames appeared in his hand. The moment this sword appeared, there was an arrogant aura in the air. As if in the face of this sword, all the experts of the world were mere insects. It's that divine flying sword that had attacked Jun Moxie earlier. That divine sword that with its strength alone, stopped Jun Moxie, and forced him into the volcano. Then, with a twirl of his left hand, a chilling black blade appeared in his hands. It blinked its eyes eerily, like a soul was sighing. It was a 9-nether frost blade. Could it be, that the one who had fought with Jun Moxie was not the 9-nether 14th young master? But you, Jun Moxie? Everyone cried in shock. A look of disbelief on their faces. So he was the most crucial person in killing Jun Moxie. The main fighting force in this battle. And they were the ones who did not do much, but now, they want to malign the person who had contributed the most of watching from the sidelines. This was not a small misunderstanding. Instantly, all the experts felt ashamed. They were not Mo Wu Dao, their skin were not that thick. Forget it, let's not brood on these insignificant matters. Let's go down and talk. Jun Moxie said indifferently. After chasing for so long, everyone, despite their prowess, couldn't help but feel a little exhausted. Especially the strain on their minds. And most importantly, this place was indeed not a suitable place to talk. Under Jun Moxie's suggestion, everyone moved out of the region of the erupting volcanoes. Although it was still hot, it was not a burden to them with their powers. These remaining experts left of Heaven Saint Palace had an extremely uncomfortable look on their faces. They looked at each other, but not a single one of them knew how to start. After a sigh, a half-dead Gu Han stood up with great difficulty. He breathed heavily and cried, "Manor Lord Jun, you have seen the current situation. I shall skip all the pleasantries about gratitude. I'll only briefly share about what Manor Lord Jun is interested about." Jun Moxie nodded his head. But there was another flash and Mei Shuiyan appeared before everyone. Everyone was caught by surprise again. They couldn't figure out how the evil monarch managed to fight while remaining hidden, how he revealed himself, and right now, they were looking at the Lord of Tianfa, Mei Shuiyan, appearing in such a bizarre manner. But all of them knew that now was not the time to be surprised. They could only force it down. But the gloominess in their eyes was still obvious. Mei Shuiyan had been hidden in the Hongjun Pagoda the entire time. She did have an understanding of what was happening outside, but it was still not accurate. Seeing the pathetic and terrible state everyone was in, despite preparing herself mentally for it, she was still shocked. But she suppressed it after seeing the hinting look Jun Moxie gave her. Behind everyone, Xiaoying stood silently. Her eyes were lifeless and her face was pale. Her eyes only brightened and regained a bit of color a little when she first saw Jun Moxie earlier, but it faded away shortly after. For 1,000 years, Xiaoying had been taking care of all the spirit herbs and seedlings of the Heaven Saint Palace, including the exquisite lotus. These priceless plants were what Xiaoying's mind was on, but right now, they were all destroyed. It was the equivalent of Xiaoying's efforts of 1,000 years being destroyed in a single day. Right now, there was only an endless feeling of loss in Xiaoying's heart, with no place to settle.